Tian Xinjiang lay motionless in the crater, the earth clinging to him, merging him with the surrounding desolation. In this artillery base far removed from the battlefield, he was the sole survivor, devoid of any living creature. Not even a single mouse could be found, for in truth, Malak-Star was devoid of such fauna. This modest hill was cloaked in dense jungle, where a federal artillery unit had once concealed itself, now reduced to ashes following the bombardment of the preceding days. Scattered around Tian Xinjiang were various remnants, metal and flesh alike. The munitions detonation had obliterated the jungle for hundreds of meters, and the ensuing blaze raged for 2 days before finally extinguishing. Tian Xinjiang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His eyelids drooped uncontrollably. He gently slapped his own face, forcing himself to remain vigilant in observing the battleground. This marked the 21st engagement for Private First Class Tian Xinjiang of the Federal Aviation Marine Corps. From the Galilei system to the Newton system, the retreating federal forces had abandoned 22 resource planets and 5 human colony worlds. Malak-Star was one of the 2 human colonies within the Newton system. The other, Malak-2, had succumbed to Imperial control 2 months prior. Should this planet fall to the Empire, the federal forces would be compelled to relinquish the Newton system, which boasted over 30 resource planets. Yet such strategic concerns were of little interest to Tian Xinjiang. His sole focus was on the imperative of survival amidst the chaos of war. The philosophy of self-preservation was his guiding tenet. Thus, after enduring 21 battles, Private Tian Xinjiang, a mechanical maintenance soldier of the logistics squad in the 3rd Armored Battalion of the 5th Armored Division, remained a private. His comrades, who had survived the first 18 battles, had largely received promotions. However, Tian Xinjiang was the only one from the tumultuous journey across 3 planets from the Galilei to the Newton system who had managed to stay alive without a promotion. The 5th Armored Division had been erased from existence, with 95% of its personnel perishing, and the remaining 5% left behind on Malak-2, facing grave peril. By a stroke of fortune, Tian Xinjiang narrowly escaped death, boarding a retreating warship and being reassigned to the remnants of the 9th Armored Division, which was now defending Malak-Star. He stealthily moved behind a felled tree blasted by artillery, lying sideways to relieve himself, a skill he had mastered. As long as he positioned himself on higher ground, he would avoid soiling himself. The prolonged combat had taught him to maintain composure in the face of fear. After a brief shiver, Tian Xinjiang felt slightly more alert. He spat to the side, cursing his misfortune. The 9th Armored Division had already been ordered to retreat to the Darwin system for recuperation, having suffered a 40% casualty rate. However, due to the Empire's rapid landing on Malak-Star within a week, Command had no choice but to consolidate all nearby forces to resist and delay the Imperial advance, allowing for the assembly of reinforcements. Though this hiding spot was carefully chosen and distanced from the epicenter of battle, it still felt precarious for someone like Tian Xinjiang, whose sole aim was survival. From his vantage point, the distant combat raged on fiercely. To the 9, 12, and 3 o'clock positions of the battlefield, nearly 100 tonner-high Imperial mechanized combat suits, the St. Armor 22 darted about with the agility of an ostrich, their missile launchers emitting piercing shrieks as they unleashed laser-guided projectiles. At 6 o'clock, a dozen 3-meter-high, multi-legged combat suits of the Galactic Federation, the Honor 15, were compressed in formation. Despite their cumbersome appearance, these armored suits possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, executing complex evasive maneuvers under the control of a central computer. Although outnumbered, the Imperial units struggled to break through the united defensive formation of the Federation. The 2 sides exchanged fire with fervor, trails of missile smoke crisscrossing the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. The sounds of energy cannons resonated like thunder. This area, fiercely contested by a handful of mechs, was the northwestern defensive protrusion of New Rome, the largest industrial city on Malak-Star, defended by a reinforced medium-armored squad and an artillery company tasked with safeguarding the logistical routes. Lacking fortifications or trenches, this was merely a forward position. The true first line of defense lay in the jungles several kilometers beyond. Beyond that first line was the imposing Sujiang Bridge, a steel structure spanning the largest river on Malak-Star, the Supanman River. On the opposite bank, the Federation hurriedly constructed a second line of defense, the last bastion for New Rome. Should this line be breached, the Federation would be forced into urban warfare. In this theater of conflict, The only soldier devoid of mechanized armor was mechanical repairman Tian. The sole individual assigned to perform maintenance tasks at this forward position days prior. Since the onset of hostilities, he had been a solitary observer for 2 days, with no trenches, no fortifications, and no infantry comrades to share in the struggle. Contemplating this, the unfortunate Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Ugh, this life is unbearable. At that moment, an order for full retreat crackled through his earpiece. 37 kilometers away, the central line had been partially breached by Imperial forces, with a steady influx of their armored units pouring through the gap. Among them was a squad consisting of 2 heavy land combat suits and 8 medium suits, encircling the rear. If they did not disengage before this squad reached the battlefield, it would spell doom for them all. In the hilly terrain, land combat mechs could traverse at speeds of up to 150 kilometers per hour with roads. This could double. Even with the dense jungle and several small streams along the way slightly hindering the enemy's advance, they could reach the battlefield in 20 minutes. Finally receiving the command to exit the combat zone, Tian felt a surge of elation. However, the thought of potentially encountering an Imperial armored squad, including 2 heavy land combat suits, during the retreat cast a shadow over his excitement. Activating the combat recorder on his left arm to confirm the order, Tian commenced his 21st escape. He checked his equipment, ensuring he had forgotten nothing, and then sprang forth with the agility of a cheetah. Astonishingly swift as he leaped over 2 fallen trees and 5 craters, reaching the edge of the small hill. Using hands and feet, like a startled lizard, he scurried across the 20-meter-wide slope and plunged into the depths of the jungle. Simultaneously, the Federal mech squad began to withdraw, perhaps also having received the same news as the fighting intensified. The sky was thick with acrid smoke, and violent explosions sent clouds of dust soaring. The Federation's Honor 15 suits provided mutual cover for the retreat, while an Imperial squad of single armor units began to maneuver behind the Federal positions, seemingly intent on annihilating the last 12 medium mechs. The Imperial forces' flanking route led directly to the small hill where Tian had previously taken refuge. The Federation quickly recognized the Imperials' intentions. Though the hill was not tall, it offered a commanding view. Should the Imperials seize it, it would serve as a nail in the path of the retreating Federal mech squad. Soon, 2 Honor 15s, covered by their comrades, charged toward the hill, racing to occupy it before the 30 Imperial single armor units could arrive. At that moment, Tian felt like a startled dog sprinting through the jungle. This is a peculiar coward. He appears rather simple-minded. Yet he is undeniably a lecherous scoundrel, was the consensus of those who knew him. Indeed, Tian nature was rather odd. With an unremarkable appearance and a slightly overweight frame, he had always been drawn to the company of girls during his school days. He often boasted of his illustrious ancestor, Bo Guang, though no one paid him any mind. Yet he remained undeterred. This individual possessed remarkable patience in his endeavors, often approaching problems from unconventional angles. His reason for enlisting in the military was a testament to his unique mindset. He had joined solely to lose weight. For Tian there were indeed many reasons. First, he considered himself exceedingly lazy, to the point of absurdity. Thus, he resolved to turn over a new leaf. Secondly, he felt he had grown quite corpulent since leaving school. He had gained over 20 pounds. Should he continue to gain 20 pounds each year, he shuddered to contemplate what he might weigh a decade hence. Thirdly, he acknowledged his lack of perseverance and ability to endure hardship without supervision. He doubted he could maintain a weight loss regimen for even a single day, thus witnessing the tranquility of the world. Tian resolutely enlisted in the army. During the medical examination for recruits, a beautiful female military doctor discovered that this seemingly overweight individual possessed an unexpected level of physical fitness. Running swiftly, moving with remarkable agility, and exhibiting extraordinary endurance. With pride, Tian proclaimed, "Fair maiden, I possess a family legacy of lightness and movement. My skills include the ability to traverse vast distances alone, wielding a swift blade, and mastering 365 techniques of intimacy." The female doctor nodded, and with a swift stroke of her pen, consigned this descendant of Tian to the special training unit. "Tian, is it? If you dare to tease me, be prepared to endure hardship." Tian of course, was not truly a descendant of Tian. He merely admired the lecherous figure. However, in terms of innate talent, his speed and endurance were indeed remarkable. Upon entering the special training unit, Tian Xinjian soon realized the grave consequences of his brashness. The special training unit served as a unique talent training camp for the Lilei Federation Army. Any new recruit exhibiting special abilities would be sent to this training camp to undergo rigorous training before being assigned to roles that suited their particular strengths. Some individuals possessed exceptional computational skills, such recruits, provided they survived the training camp's trials, could enter the combat planning department or logistics management, utilizing their extraordinary calculating abilities. There are certain computations that computers cannot perform, and these individuals could fill that gap. Others might have keen senses, remarkable physical strength, exceptional agility, or outstanding academic achievements in particular subjects. Typically, such individuals would be allocated to departments where they could effectively leverage their talents after completing their specialized training. Tian Xinjian was assigned to the reconnaissance training squad. In the current technological landscape, nearly all designated targets can be monitored. It is important to note that this applies only to specified targets. If a target is not designated or its location is unknown, monitoring becomes impossible. Such tasks must be undertaken by reconnaissance soldiers. In ground combat, the role of these soldiers is paramount. While high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, spy satellites, and deep space reconnaissance vessels are indeed powerful, there are times when they cannot discern the truth from deception. Modern electronic technology can create numerous illusions to deceive the radars and cameras in the sky, requiring merely a jamming transmitter. Moreover, since the aerial domain is a battleground of paramount importance, losing aerial superiority without reconnaissance soldiers renders the fight unwinnable. Reconnaissance soldier? This was a matter of life and death for Tian Xinjian. Such a perilous role was not suited for him. Even if he could, he would refuse. For Tian Xinjian, life was the most precious commodity. He would not place himself in danger for any reason. Greed, lust, cowardice, and fear of death were common afflictions of his generation. However, Tian Xinjian was simply more forthright and audacious than the average individual. Despite the relentless pressure from his superiors, he remained resolute, stubbornly refusing to join the reconnaissance training squad. Yet, the circumstances were beyond Tian Xinjian's control. Once enlisted, could a mere recruit dictate terms? After enduring a severe beating from the reconnaissance instructor, his defiance was thoroughly quelled. Before delivering the punishment, the instructor inquired, "Why do you not wish to become a reconnaissance soldier?" "Because reconnaissance is too dangerous, and I fear for my life." "Excellent. You can either become a reconnaissance soldier and face death, or I can kill you right now." With a flurry of blows, he demanded, "Will you go or not?" "I will go. A wise person knows when to yield." "Bah, you wretch. If coaxing doesn't work, then beating it is," the burly instructor remarked as he departed. Lying on the ground, Tian Xinjian made a concerted effort to feel cheerful, thinking, "Damn it, it's peacetime. It's just a reconnaissance training camp, not a combat unit. What is there to fear? Once I complete this reconnaissance training, instructor, I shall single-handedly take on 10 opponents." A classic case of psychological victory. Thus, he cheerfully rose from the ground and followed the instructor to report for duty. And so, Tian Xinjian entered the reconnaissance training camp. His training was intense. The instructor, as formidable as a bear, was ever present, ready to deliver punishment at the slightest hint of laziness. Tian Xinjian exhibited some innate talent for reconnaissance training. Moreover, at his core, he possessed a certain rogue charm reminiscent of Tian Boguan. After a year of training, he achieved outstanding results in wilderness survival, camouflage infiltration, and long-distance marching. Even the instructor could not surpass him. When his hand-to-hand combat skills reached an impressive level, the bear-like instructor began to follow him around daily with a knife in hand. After much painful contemplation, Tian Xinjian ultimately refrained from recklessly engaging in conflict. As Tian Xinjian approached graduation from the training camp, he cunningly sought ways to avoid being assigned to a reconnaissance unit. During training breaks, he frequently visited the mechanical repair camp. "As long as you complete your training, you may do as you please. Just don't cause trouble," the reconnaissance instructor had stated. In his view, few could endure the daily, grueling training of reconnaissance soldiers while still having the energy for other pursuits. Those selected for the mechanical repair camp possessed exceptional dexterity. They were not ordinary mechanics. Their training surpassed that of typical repairmen, specializing in aircraft carriers, fighter jets, armored ground units, and electronic equipment. There was no machinery they could not fix. Tian Xinjiang had nimble hands. He could disassemble and reassemble firearms in record time, exceeding the previous repair camp record by 5 seconds. A mere second is a significant achievement. 5 seconds is remarkable. Day by day, Tian Xinjiang observed the new recruits in the mechanical repair camp tirelessly disassembling and reassembling various war machines. While he diligently attended the instructor's classes on mechanical principles, blueprint analysis, troubleshooting, battlefield assembly, and electronics. Soon, all the instructors and trainees in the camp were aware of this seemingly simple-minded reconnaissance recruit. A month before the end of the special training, Tian Xinjiang approached the mechanical repair camp instructor and straightforwardly submitted his application to join their ranks. This application sent the reconnaissance camp instructor into a furious rage, yet he was powerless to prevent it. For the mechanical training camp instructors were also the highest authorities within the special training unit. In just 2 hours, Tian Xinjiang completely won over the white colonel. He excelled in the theoretical examinations for mechanical repair camp trainees, ranking among the top. The subsequent practical assessments left the colonel ecstatic. Tian Xinjiang's remarkable dexterity convinced him that they had uncovered a mechanical prodigy. Due to the design of numerous technological and military secrets within the mechanical repair camp, its status was significantly higher than that of the reconnaissance camp, with many mech designers for the Federation emerging from the mechanical repair unit. As it appeared that a genius was about to be squandered in the reconnaissance camp, an abode for simpletons, Colonel unabashedly exercised his authority to transfer Tian Xinjiang to the mechanical repair camp. Tian Xinjiang rejoiced at his fortunate escape. However, the eventual outcome left him filled with regret. Chapter 2. Advance. Honor 15. After undergoing assessment, the current special training recruits were assigned to the Baimu Great Star Region Military District. Tian Xinjiang spent another 6 months in the special training team. Acquiring a systematic understanding of mechanical maintenance, he was then prioritized for recommendation by a colonel to his old friend, the chief logistics officer of the Atlantis Star Region Military District. Subsequently, Tian Xinjiang found himself in the 1st Squad of the Logistics Detachment, 3rd Armored Battalion, 5th Armored Division of the Galileo Star System, where he became a private. Initially, Tian Xinjiang felt a sense of pride. After all, he had emerged from the special training team, having undergone training with both the Reconnaissance Battalion and Mechanical Maintenance Battalion. And with the colonel's recommendation, he directly attained the rank of private, a level higher than other recruits who graduated from the special training team. Upon joining the company, the squad leader of the 1st Logistics Squad was merely another private. However, his good fortune ended there. 3 days after Tian Xinjiang reported for duty, the Gashulan Empire launched a full-scale invasion of the Lele Democratic Federation's Atlantis Star region, marking the onset of war. Within 6 months, the 4 immigrant planets of the Galileo Star System fell one after another. Following the remnants of the 5th Division to retreat to Malak II, they were soon encircled by the Empire's Newton Army and the pursuing Galileo Army. After a harrowing struggle, he managed to board a vessel of the 9th Division, only to receive a command from the command center that diverted him to Malak to participate in the defense. The Imperial Army achieved a landing on Malak within a week. Subsequently, this portly figure, deemed somewhat adept at survival by the commander, was dispatched to this forward position to assist in mecha repairs. Then, the Imperial Army launched an offensive. There was scarcely a moment to catch his breath. Now, Tian Xinjiang could only focus on escaping. Running on 2 legs, he raced against mechas, a mix of frustration and fear coursing through him. No matter how fast he ran, he could only manage around 20 kilometers per hour, merely a typical tortoise in a race against the hares of mechas. Fortunately, due to their size, mechas struggled to navigate the dense jungle. However, surviving in the jungle and evading the enemy was one of Tian Xinjiang's specialties. Besides, he was merely a logistics maintenance soldier. Who would be interested in pursuing him specifically, climbing a large tree? Tian Xinjiang carefully observed the battlefield. If those 12 Federal Honor 15 ground battle mechas could extricate themselves from the fray, he would not mind following them into retreat from the shadows. A smooth journey would undoubtedly be advantageous. Should he encounter a small number of enemies, at least he would have this substantial force to rely on. Conversely, if he faced a large number of adversaries, he would vanish without a trace like a small star beside the sun. The focal point of the battle concentrated on the small hill from which Tian Xinjiang had just departed. 2 Federal Honor 15 mechas had already advanced towards the hill, while a squadron of Imperial Saint Armor 22 mechas swarmed in like a horde of frenzied bees. Some formed a skirmish line, relentlessly assaulting the two Honor 15 mechas. Others activated their high-speed propulsion rockets, flanking the hill, heedless of their prolonged exposure, effectively becoming targets for the Honor 15s. The Federal Army was precariously positioned, unable to shake off the enemy's grasp, while the high ground behind them was once again seized. This battle was becoming untenable. Only by securing the small hill and relying on this defensive point could the majority of the mechas disengage from combat. Silence enveloped the headset. Damn it! We fight to the end. 2119. Brothers, take care of my mother point. One of the Honor 15s closest to the hill, without any cover, forced its way off the battlefield, charging towards the hilltop. The exposed L9-2119 immediately became the target of enemy fire. The defensive shield was reduced to a dangerously ominous red after mere hundreds of meters. 2119. You better come back. Open fire. Open fire. Come on. Lads, we can't let 2119 fall before us. The Lele Federation has no cowards. Are we warriors, boys? We are, and we always will be. All the Federal Honor 15 mechas erupted in a resounding roar in unison. They surged from their positions, the rotating energy cannons atop their frames unleashing their firepower to the utmost, while the energy shields rapidly shifted to a pale red. This indicated that, to safeguard 2119, these mechas unhesitatingly cranked their energy valves to the peak of offensive capacity, entirely forsaking their protective shields. Ha, this is thrilling. Gasholin-S scum, brace yourselves, Imperial little fleas, allow me to teach you a lesson. This missile sends greetings to your mother, and this one to your father. The Imperial Army was caught off guard by the sudden escalation of firepower from the Federal forces. 12 red mechas charged forth like vengeful spirits emerging from hell. Their bodies aglow with crimson light, wielding lethal scythes, while a barrage of missiles rained down like a deluge. L9-2108, fire at the densely packed enemy area at 1 o'clock. L9-2117, advance. L9-2121, advance. L9-2119, keep moving. Hang in there, lads. L9-2110, advance. L9-2111, damn it. 2119, that place is mine. L9-2106, charge forward. Don't fall behind that bunch of rabbits. L9-2133, advance. L9-2129, brothers, we go. L9-2101, advance. Perched atop the tree, Tian Xingjian trembled uncontrollably, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Whether this reaction stemmed from excitement or fear, he could not discern. He only knew he would never forget the scene before him. An Honor 15 with its defensive shield reduced to red barreling towards the hill, while two other mechas, having abandoned their energy defenses, fought desperately to intercept the swarming Imperial mechas. Meanwhile, 9 others, similarly relinquishing their shields, poured forth their depleted firepower while converging towards the hill, drawing enemy fire. Forward, Honor 15. The 12 Honor 15 ground battle mechas sounded a resounding charge, their cannon fire and spilt blood composing a clarion call that resonated to the heavens. The sudden counteroffensive from the Honor 15s caught the Imperial forces off guard. While they had numerical superiority, they were all individual mechas, which, aside from their agility, held no advantage against medium-sized mechas. A single direct hit from a missile or 2 energy blasts could easily obliterate a Saint Armor 22. As one Saint Armor 22 after another exploded into fireballs under the Federal forces' frenzied fire coverage, the Imperial Army's initial firepower advantage, derived from their numbers, began to wane. Now, the ratio of mechas on both sides had dwindled to 5:1. This meant that only around 60 Imperial single-soldier mechas remained capable of combat, and after prolonged engagement, the 5 lightweight missiles each Saint Armor 22 could carry were nearly expended. The battlefield's reserve firepower had reached a dangerously low threshold. Devoid of missiles, they could only scratch the Federal Honor 15s with their 2 mounted machine guns. The Honor 15's desperate tactics instilled fear within the Imperial ranks. Losses mounted rapidly as Imperial single-soldier mechas fell one after another in a state of panic. Panic spread uncontrollably among the Imperial troops. Within the Federal Army's fire coverage, the Imperial soldiers dared not raise their heads, frantically seeking craters or obstacles for cover. War is a peculiar phenomenon. One may possess formidable strength, superior tactics, advanced weaponry, and even the fortuitous alignment of time and place, making it seem nearly impossible to lose. Yet, one can still find themselves defeated by an uncontrollable factor: luck. When a specific moment encounters this element in a particular location, the outcome can starkly contrast with initial expectations. At this juncture, the Federal Army was undoubtedly favored by fortune. These warriors, whose defensive shields were lowered to the bare minimum, not only managed to avoid losing a single armored unit to the enemy, but, through sheer happenstance, gained the upper hand. In ancient Earth's wartime, instances often arose where a soldier pursued a group of fleeing comrades, morale and luck. Without the desperation that engenders such recklessness, such audacity would not manifest. Conversely, without luck, even a fleeing soldier could turn and casually fire a shot, potentially eliminating the foolish figure chasing after a retreating horde. The wise philosopher from ancient China once remarked, "When the hearts of men scatter, the ranks become difficult to command." This adage now resonated painfully within the imperial commander, who felt the bitter taste of reality. His soldiers were beyond retrieval, with the majority engaging in their own battles. Under the pressure of witnessing mechas being obliterated one after another by the federal forces, the imperial army began to waver, leading to sporadic disarray. Ultimately, this disarray erupted into a panicked rout. The mechas, scattering in all directions, resembled a flock of sheep fleeing from ravenous wolves. Tian felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He truly wished to weep openly. This life was unbearable. Behind him, the shadows of an imperial flanking armored squad loomed ominously. In no more than 10 minutes, that armored squad could circumvent this jungle and reach the battlefield. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Tian contemplated. "If I escape, I shall apply for discharge." The beleaguered Tian ran. Drenched in sweat, a year of reconnaissance training had failed to diminish his weight even slightly. 6 months of war merely prevented this portly figure from gaining more. Had he known he wouldn't lose weight? Why endure this suffering? Tian felt as if his life was a tragicomedy. If one were to cling to the villa left by their deceased parents, alongside a flying car, seek a modest job, marry a beautiful wife, and after work indulge in drinks with a few rascally friends, that would be the life of his dreams. I am Sergeant Tian, a mechanical maintenance soldier from the Temporary Logistics Support Unit, requesting communication. With his tongue flapping, Tian hurriedly called out while sprinting towards the battlefield. "That chubby fellow who came to repair the mech a few days ago. Why are you still here? This is the Armored Squad's channel." And the ability to connect to this closed frequency indicates that the person is nearby. It is indeed strange that the mech soldiers, after 2 days and nights of combat, find that the very same chubby repairman has not yet departed. Tian thought to himself, bemused. "I would like to run, but can the battlefield recorder on my arm allow me to escape at will?" The chubby man remains oblivious. The battlefield recorder typically does not restrict logistics personnel from leaving the battlefield. Its primary function is to document combat achievements and limit combat soldiers' departure from the operational radius. However, for soldiers exhibiting anomalous data, the battlefield recorder will modify its directives. Having retreated from combat more than 20 times without firing a shot, without killing any enemies, and remaining completely concealed from the fray, not even a single foe noticing him. What else could that be but anomalous data? Tian combat statistics have already entered the red alert list of the Federal Combat Command Center. "Chubby, just run away," L9-2101 Mech Commander exclaimed. "How do I escape?" Tian wailed, his voice filled with despair. Apart from this small patch of forest, the surroundings were flat land. The Imperial Heavy Mech was closing in. The Imperial Beast 2 Heavy Mech stood 12 meters tall, weighed 80 tons, and was constructed entirely of alloy. Equipped with omnidirectional radar, a heavy energy defense shield, it traversed with 8 mechanical legs, achieving speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour, and could reach 280 kilometers per hour on the road with its 16 massive wheels. It could carry 20 medium missiles, along with 4 anti-aircraft missiles, 2 energy machine guns, and a 360-degree rotating heavy machine gun. To spot and eliminate a logistics soldier in a vest, moving at a mere 20 kilometers per hour, would be trivial for such a formidable opponent. Time was of the essence. Everyone follow the infantry mech ahead. First north, then west, and finally south, along the Supeng River. The eastern central defense line has already been breached, and they are currently blocked behind us. Tian gasped for air, the rapid pace causing his lungs to feel congested. Each breath was a fiery agony, and it took him 5 gulps of saliva to finish speaking those few sentences. "Chubby, is this for real?" The Mech soldiers were skeptical. "I am a reconnaissance soldier from the Special Training Unit." The Mech soldiers fell silent, immediately commencing execution of Tian Xingjian's plan. On the battlefield, reconnaissance soldiers are the personnel most trusted by combatants. Even operational plans must pass through the reconnaissance soldiers' confirmation before implementation. In the rapidly changing chaos of combat, reconnaissance soldiers often become the linchpins of reliance for the warriors. Analyzing the battlefield situation and selecting the correct retreat direction is a requisite skill for reconnaissance soldiers. Therefore, with no time for debate, the Mech soldiers unreservedly believed Tian Xingjian and accelerated their advance northward. By the time the chubby man reached the edge of the forest, he beheld the federal Mechs roaring away at 150 kilometers per hour. "It's over!" Tian Xingjian hurled his gun to the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Why didn't you take me along?" Chapter 3. The crumbling female soldier. The chubby man felt utterly wronged, tears streaming down like rain. This life was unbearable. When the fighting began, they wouldn't let him leave, and when there was a chance to flee, he found himself unable to. Now, at the last moment, he had provided a lifeline only to be abandoned. Yet, despite his tears, Tian Xingjian was no fool. He picked up his gun and dashed into the depths of the forest. His agile movements resembled those of a portly rabbit, as long as the Imperial Mechs did not venture into the woods. He had an 80% chance of evading capture. It would be even better if those Mechs pursued the federal forces. The chubby man could sprint across the open terrain at breakneck speed, and once he plunged into the not-so-turbulent waters of the Supang River, supported by his ample fat and armed swimming skills, he could easily return to the camp. He could feast on a hearty portion of barbecued meat, sip on a cup of hot chocolate or tea, and if fortune favored him, perhaps even stumble upon a bit of alcohol. However, Tian quickly shook his head, banishing such foolish thoughts in this exhausting, hungry, and sorrowful state. Entertaining such notions only compounded his sense of despair. He had to find a hiding place first. If those heavy Mechs arrived on the battlefield and chose not to pursue northward but instead regrouped the scattered infantry Mechs, then this patch of woods would inadvertently become their encampment. He could almost envision himself being caught and skinned alive, suspended from a tree, with someone mercilessly whipping his fat. The thought was too grim. He slightly oriented himself and continued to run wildly. To increase his chances of survival, he needed to acquire some tools. The original base of the Federal Armored Unit was not far from this forest. The chubby man quickly reached the camp. After rummaging through boxes, he found several infantry grenades, a large block of compressed solid energy, and a discarded energy machine gun. Most importantly, he discovered an automatic mechanical arm used by maintenance soldiers. With it, he could assemble an array of bizarre vehicles from any visible parts in the shortest amount of time. In his previous 20 escapes, he had successfully eluded capture 15 times by employing such tactics. This time, the materials seemed more abundant than ever. However, the weight of these items was beyond what he could carry alone. Utilizing the mechanical arm, he swiftly dug a hole, burying everything except the grenades in batches. Then, without hesitation, he set the place ablaze and scrambled away as the fire ignited the ammunition in the sequence Tian had arranged. This pitiful and solitary mechanical maintenance soldier had already reached the center of a stinking mud pit. Within mere minutes, he had buried himself completely, leaving only a hollow tube extending to the grass at the edge of the mud. Attempting to evade detection by infrared and biological radar, merely relying on his anti-detection combat suit was insufficient. The chubby man lowered his breathing and heartbeat to a perilous level, a peculiar technique imparted by a bear of an instructor during his reconnaissance training. Tian Xingjian possessed an extraordinary talent for such odd techniques. He felt that if he could remain buried until the war concluded, he wouldn't mind digging himself in even deeper. Just as the Imperial Mech squad outside the forest behaved as the chubby man had anticipated. They did not continue their pursuit but instead contacted the scattered infantry Mechs, commencing the regrouping of their forces. According to their operational plan, this location would become a forward base for their assault on New Rome City. This meant that if the chubby man wished to wait until they departed before emerging from the mud pit, he might as well carve a gravestone for himself. Poor Tian Xingjian was blissfully unaware of this. Upon relaxing, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he soon fell asleep in the mud pit. This moment, the command center of the Lele Federation was in utter chaos. Phones rang incessantly as the central computer processed tens of thousands of frontline messages, and the battle strategists appeared ashen, inputting the war data into a virtual sandbox. The Malak star, suspended above the hall, was riddled with holes. The red, symbolizing the Imperial forces, spread across this virtual planetary image at an astounding pace. Over 40 out of 60 immigrant cities had been encircled, with 16 already captured, and one city entirely rendered to ash, a mark of total destruction. Meanwhile, the ground defense forces of the Federation found themselves in a disjointed state after suffering severe losses in air power. Large swathes of virtual icons representing federal troops were being swiftly divided and obliterated by the advancing Red Imperial forces. Within the command office, General Mihailovich, responsible for directing operations, was briefing the president present at the command center on the war situation. Thus far, the Federation had completely lost control of 5 immigrant planets, and the 11th and 12th space forces stationed in the Galileo star system had suffered near total annihilation. Only one Orion-class battleship, a few light cruisers, and one Titan-class carrier that had avoided disaster due to a shift change managed to escape. The Malak local fleet stationed in the Newton star system had already withdrawn from the Atlantis star domain with the consent of the command center after suffering 50% losses due to the overwhelming disparity in enemy strength. General Mihailovich's voice was hoarse. It had been 6 months since the Gagarin Empire's unannounced declaration of war, and the Federation's long-term inadequate preparation for conflict had left them unable to organize sufficient defensive forces, let alone mount a counteroffensive. The Lele Federation, encompassing 3 star domains and 8 star systems, faced the gravest test it had encountered in ages. Confronted with the well-prepared Gagarin Empire, the military strength of the Lele Federation remained at a disadvantage. While the ruling government and parliament had grown excessively complacent regarding the Gagarin royal family, known for its history of aggression, multiple proposals to increase the military budget had been repeatedly rejected. With insufficient funds, aging vessels, and inadequate training, General Mihailovich found himself helpless as the ranks of the military were filled with academicians who had never tasted the crucible of battle. The Lele Federation had enjoyed peace for far too long. In this heroic nation birthed 300 years ago, the illustrious generals from the War of Independence had become mere names in history textbooks and statues on the lawns of military academies. Now, what the Lele Federation desperately requires is time, as the nationwide mobilization has already been ordered. Factories and docks are operating at full capacity to produce new mechs and warships. Waves of new recruits are continuously entering the military camps for training. Will time bestow upon Lele the dawn of victory? The first mixed army group, composed of the 4th, 6th, and 7th space fleets, has gathered in the central star region of Lele. With the space jump points now blocked by the space fleet of the Gagarin Empire, forced reinforcements to the Newton star system have become impossible. Consequently, the command has issued orders to seal the jump points between Lele and the Atlantis star region, directing the first mixed army group to defend their positions. Observing the president, who furrowed his brow while cradling a teacup without making any remarks, Mihailovich continued. The 1st, 2nd, and 8th space fleets, drawn from the 100 Curtain star region, are assembling in the rear. The maintenance of vessels and replenishment of ammunition personnel will require some time. The 3rd and 9th space fleets have been ordered to depart, navigating through public star regions to locate new jump points to the Atlantis star region. The 5th and 10th space fleets continue to safeguard the capital's main star. Local fleets have begun a comprehensive reorganization, and once vessels and personnel are replenished, they expect to expand by 5 to 6 mixed fleets. President Hamilton finally set down his teacup, gestured with his hand, and said, "Tell me your difficulties. What do you require from me? I will unconditionally support anything the military needs." Pausing for a moment, the president added, "The domestic situation is quite unstable. 5 immigrant planets, nearly 300 cities, and hundreds of millions of people could vanish in an instant. The public clamors for a counteroffensive. The opposition party is also fanning the flames. If we lose Malak Star, we will be entirely passive, and our strategic counteroffensive will lack forward bases." As Mihailovich opened his mouth to speak, the president waved his hand to silence him, rising to pace by the window with his back to the general, saying, "I know what you wish to express, but we have no retreat. If we cannot safeguard Malak Star, I will become the first president in the history of the Federation to resign in disgrace. And you will be the first general to be dismissed." Without sacrifice, there can be no victory. Even if it is a gamble, we must stake everything and fight for our survival. Turning around, the president signaled to his secretary to hand Mihailovich a document. Continuing. This encompasses the total strength that can be mustered by a nationwide mobilization within 3 months. I believe that if we can endure these 3 months, we will reach a strategic equilibrium. Relying on our nearly double resources and production capabilities compared to the Gashulan Empire, we can launch a comprehensive counteroffensive within a year. Without sacrifice, there can be no victory. Mihailovich repeatedly mulled over this statement. Even if it is only one city, one armed force, we must resist to the end. Malak's star cannot fall entirely into Gashulan's hands. The populace demands victory, and we shall provide them with it. The public yearns for heroes, and we shall create them. The president's gaze was far calmer than his tone. Seize the jump points, rapidly reinforce Malak, unify ground resistance forces, and forge Federation heroes to secure localized victories. Do you understand what I am saying? Mihailovich nodded gravely, suddenly realizing that he was no longer merely a soldier. He was contemplating political necessities more than military strategies. Hopefully, the choices we make are indeed the right ones. Watching the president stride away, he silently mused. Tian stealthily emerged from the muddy pit, having endured a half-day and night submerged in the foul sludge. While in the mire, he had realized the severity of his predicament. The Empire's mechs, transport vehicles, and soldiers incessantly traversed the jungle. It seemed the Imperial Army intended to remain here until the war's conclusion, even establishing a small airstrip in a clearing for ultra-small transport ships to land. Troops amassed in a seemingly endless stream, while supplies piled high. Even a fool could deduce that the Federation troops had retreated to their second line of defense. Perhaps the Sujiang Bridge had already been blown up by the Federation forces. Despite being in the muddy pit, Tian possessed the acumen to discern the size and type of the Imperial force stationed here merely by the sounds he heard. This became his sole diversion while hiding in the muck. For a day and a night, he observed the vile Imperial Army. During this period, the Imperial troops endured 2 assaults from the Federation Air Force, yet it seemed they managed to conceal themselves effectively, suffering minimal losses in resources and manpower. However, as the Imperial Air Force progressively intensified its aerial blockade, no further events occurred in the jungle to bring Tian any joy. Camouflaged as a large clump of mud in the grass. His mind was racing. Damn it, if this continues, I will either be discovered and killed or starve to death. Were it not for his childhood indoctrination in patriotism, his fear of torture, and his reluctance to abandon his villa and flying car back on the capital star, he might have considered surrendering to the Imperial Army. He resolutely decided he must escape from this place. He thought grimly, if this situation persists, I will be shattered before I even manage to flee this jungle. After much deliberation, he felt hopeless, realizing that fortune would not favor him without risk. As a scout, one would typically resort to methods such as assassinating enemy commanders, sabotage, camouflage, guiding Air Force missiles to targets, or poisoning water sources to create chaos and survive. However, all these options were far too perilous for him to contemplate. Assassinating a commander? If the commander dies, so do I. Sabotage? If resources explode, I'll be dead too. Camouflaging as the enemy? Am I in a movie? He could speak a few phrases in the Imperial tongue and had eavesdropped on some commands, but what if he couldn't find suitable clothing? He usually had to shop at specialty stores for larger sizes. Guiding Air Force missiles? What surviving Federation planes are still around? Well, even if there were ace pilots, breaking through the Imperial Air Force's blockade is no easy feat. Poisoning the water source? Tian was merely a mechanical maintenance soldier, not some all-purpose special ops soldier. He had no access to poison. His mind felt like it was about to explode, caught in a dilemma. Damn it! I'll go for broke. Once driven to a corner, the desperation of his bachelorhood emerged once more. Tian was uncertain whether he was lucky or unfortunate. Just as he resolved to bolster his courage, a tall, muscular Imperial soldier marched into the jungle, escorting 2 Federation captives right by him. An opportunity like this was rare. Seeing no one around, Tian impulsively sprang into action without a moment to think. With a swift movement, he struck the Imperial soldier's head, twisting it brutally as if a child had turned a rag doll's neck, sending him toppling to the ground. For his first kill, it was anything but simple. He swiftly plunged a dagger into the unfortunate soldier's throat, delivering a knee strike that forcefully incapacitated the Imperial soldier. After ensuring the body was down, he anxiously struck the soldier's head with the butt of his gun, stealthily dragging the corpse into the underbrush. All of this transpired in less than 5 seconds. His legs trembled incessantly, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. I've killed someone. This is genuinely a life-and-death scenario. In the midst of this, the portly individual perceived a rather unfriendly demeanor emanating from the 2 female soldiers he had rescued. He glanced down at his own attire. Finding no apparent fault, utterly devoid of any sense of shame regarding his earlier state of undress in their presence, the airport in the northeastern part of the city had been seized. And it was there that I had been captured. The striking pilot swiftly shook off the embarrassment brought on by the portly man's impromptu striptease, gesturing towards another female soldier beside her, stating, "She too is part of the aviation squadron's medical team. What of the city? To what extent has the enemy advanced?" The portly man vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that the Imperial patrols did not fortuitously encounter the 3 unfortunate federal souls, 1 man and 2 women. The first line of defense had been breached the previous night, with the enemy forcefully infiltrating the junction of our 2 divisions, aided by nearly 200 heavy Mechs and 500 medium Mechs. By the time the reserves attempted to reclaim the position, it was already too late. Had the airport not been occupied by their airborne troops, it would have taken them at least a week to breach the first line of defense. The beautiful female pilot clearly prioritized her appearance over her safety, settling down with a certain nonchalance, loosening her disheveled hair, and biting down on a pink rubber band as she attempted to tidy herself up. Her movements were undeniably graceful. The portly man exerted considerable effort to divert his gaze from her soft, fair hands. Nevertheless, our situation was not entirely dire. Although the 6th Marine Aviation Division and the 9th Division, acting as reserves, had failed to halt the onslaught of the Gashulan Empire's armored division, they had managed to stall them for over 3 hours, preventing an immediate encirclement. The majority of the forces from the first line had retreated, resulting in relatively minor losses. With her hair fashioned into a ponytail and secured tightly with a rubber band, the beautiful pilot exuded vitality and sunshine, as for the area between the first and second lines. The portly man envisioned a glimmer of hope. Yet, the outlook was grim. It had essentially been overtaken by the Gashulan Empire. By the time we arrived, apart from a few regions still resisting, the majority of the federal forces had withdrawn south of the Supping River, and the enemy was presently mobilizing troops to prepare for an assault on our second line of defense. The female pilot cradled her chin in her hands, her expression somber. It was over. Indeed, what one fears often materializes. The portly man lamented inwardly. Despite having surmised the general situation from the movements and placements of the Imperial troops, he still harbored a flicker of hope. The matter was now settled. The area was saturated with Imperial forces, leaving them with 2 options: either to hide in the woods and play hide-and-seek with the enemy until the war concluded, or rely solely on their own strength to escape back to the second line of defense. The portly man's countenance fluctuated between despair and determination as thoughts raced through his mind. He was already a mud Buddha crossing a river, struggling for his own survival, and the prospect of dragging along these 2 burdensome companions weighed heavily on him. Just as he was lost in this grim contemplation, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. He looked up to find the innocent female medic quietly grasping his clothing, her expression a mixture of amusement and understanding, as if she had gleaned the turmoil within his mind. Despite a lingering hint of embarrassment from earlier events, her clear eyes brimmed with trust, and in that moment, the portly man capitulated. To hell with it. If death awaited, then so be it. Strength in numbers might afford them a chance to escape through traditional means. Yet, where could they flee? Furrowing his brow, he pondered their escape route. Returning to New Rome was certainly not an option, for the nearby cities and military bases had been largely fortified or occupied by the Imperial forces following their large-scale landings. The only potentially safe haven was the capital city of Gallipalin. Nestled within the 3 Lakes basin of the Malak planet, Gallipalin was protected by towering mountains, forming a seamless barrier around the capital. In addition to its 3 massive lakes with intact ecological systems, before the Imperial Army's colossal transport ships could land, they would first need to annihilate 6 air bases within the city and over 300 anti-air missile bases scattered throughout the mountains. Without ground forces, capturing the capital would merely be an empty aspiration. Should the Imperial troops attempt to land outside the basin, they would find themselves stymied by the complex geological features and capricious climate of the steep mountains. To seize this territory, the only viable strategy for the Gashulan Empire would involve a concentrated aerial assault to obliterate the air defense systems, enabling forced airborne landings while simultaneously launching an aggressive attack on the two highways leading into the basin. However, these roads had long been heavily fortified by federal forces, and their winding paths through the mountains, laden with numerous bridges and tunnels, provided ample means for the defenders to complicate the enemy's advance. At the very least, since the commencement of the Imperial Army's multi-point landings, the commands issued from the federal frontline headquarters in Gallipalin had remained unbroken, and various communication broadcasts urged the citizens of Malak to resist without limitations. This indicated that the capital had yet to endure a catastrophic blow. Even if the capital fell, the surrounding mountains, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, would serve as an ideal refuge, rich with dense vegetation and diverse wildlife. For someone like Tian, trained as a scout, the prospect of retreating into the mountains with two beautiful women, building a treehouse or finding a cave, and subsisting on wild game and greens seemed almost paradisiacal. After indulging in this lewd fantasy of a secluded life with one man and two women, the portly man resolved to head north, skirting the enemy's landing bases, and then east towards Gallipalin. He abruptly waved his hand, rallying his spirits with unwavering conviction. "Gallipalin? It's thousands of kilometers away," exclaimed the female pilot, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How do we get there?" questioned the innocent medic, her large eyes reflecting confusion. "The outside is teeming with enemies." The Gashulan Empire had simultaneously landed in over 40 cities. Apart from encircling entire urban areas and dividing federal forces by securing crucial transportation routes, they had no need to exert control over the vast expanses of unoccupied territory. The portly man felt a surge of military intuition, his 20 escape attempts over the past 6 months rendering him quite familiar with the enemy's operational strategies. He asserted confidently, "These unoccupied territories are far too vast for them to manage. Their focus is solely on our cities and military installations. As long as they remain fixated on these targets, that suffices for them. Without supplies from the cities, these barren lands cannot yield any resistance." They were indifferent to such areas. Moreover, their troop strength was insufficient. As he spoke, he contemplated the broader context with increasing clarity. They needed to control the 4 colonized planets in the Galilean star system and Malak II in the Newton star system, which consumed the bulk of their ground forces. This planet was likely the terminus of the Gashulan Empire's campaign. Time constraints hindered their ability to fully dominate these 6 colonized planets. Previously, they had forcibly landed in the most strategically significant cities on a planet, tearing apart the defenses between urban centers to facilitate comprehensive landings, encircling the immigrant cities with superior numbers. However, this time, their comprehensive landings targeted only 40 out of 60 cities, indicating a lack of sufficient forces or that reinforcements were still en route and could not execute strikes on all cities during the aerial assault. The portly man affirmed his deductions, arriving at a shocking conclusion. He hesitated to voice it, as it sent shivers down his spine. Such a landing could only be optimally executed with precise strikes on ground forces and defensive installations. To ensure maximal effectiveness, ground defenses must be accurately neutralized, allowing for the encirclement and occupation of cities with minimal troop deployment. Numerous bases lay hidden beneath the surface or within the mountains. Yet all had been systematically destroyed. The 2 fleets responsible for the defense of the Galilean star system had crumbled with alarming rapidity, almost collapsing upon first contact. It appeared that there were traitors within the federal hierarchy. The military deployment maps for the 6 colonized planets were not documents accessible to ordinary individuals. In an instant, the portly man's previously resolute retreat plan began to waver. What of the defenses surrounding the capital of Gallipalin? He felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It was rather troubling for a mere mechanic to ponder such profound matters. Surely the command center was capable of contemplating the same concerns. He sought to reassure himself, finding his worries for the ancients rather amusing. "Yet, you still haven't told us how to escape from here." The female pilot's impatience was palpable. Tian pointed to the remnants of both sides' mechs, destroyed and abandoned on the battlefield not far away, and said, "With the parts from these machines, I believe we can cobble together a means of transportation." This area has now become an enemy forward base. Thus, the massive transport ships to the north will gradually vacate their landing sites, reallocating resources and troops to various forward bases like this one. He gestured towards the mountains barely visible to the north. The farther north we go, the weaker their defenses become. If we can seize the opportunity to cross the plains north of the jungle and slip into the forests on the other side, we can escape the Imperial Army's grasp. So what do we do now? The innocent medic inquired softly. Let's wait for nightfall. Once we've rested sufficiently, we can dig our way out together. He chuckled lewdly. Heh, I can't do this alone. So, who wants to sleep with me? It's quite warm. The two female soldiers deftly brushed off the advances of the corpulent man, and the trio took refuge in a thicket on the far side of the jungle, away from the Imperial forward base, where they excavated a burrow to rest and await the fall of night. Outside the burrow, Tian invested considerable effort in setting several traps, artfully camouflaged with branches, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Huddled together in anxious anticipation of dusk, the corpulent man, despite his brash demeanor, found himself uncharacteristically self-conscious in such close proximity to women for the first time. He instinctively pressed his body against the earthen wall of the burrow, shutting his eyes in a pretense of slumber. The two female soldiers, however, harbored little concern. Before being rescued by the corpulent man, they had scarcely dared to contemplate the dire consequences of being escorted to the base. They were acutely aware of their fates, gang-raped and subsequently executed. The very thought of such a fate rendered them breathless with terror. They were uncertain if they possessed the courage for suicide. At least prior to their rescue, they had not even been afforded the opportunity to consider it. In that fleeting moment when Tian leapt from the underbrush, this somewhat clumsy yet fierce and irreverent man had, in their hearts, transformed into their pillar of strength. As night approached, the disappearance of the escorting soldiers triggered a widespread search by the Imperial forces at the base. However, this search was swiftly concluded. Under what circumstances would a male soldier escorting two utterly defenseless female soldiers vanish? The Imperial soldiers exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken consensus indicating that the two women were of no concern to them. They were merely prey for the commanders. Some soldiers even relished the misfortune of the situation. Nevertheless, even this cursory search left the corpulent man trembling with fear. He remained utterly still against the burrow's wall, straining to catch every subtle sound in the vicinity. An Imperial soldier approached the thicket, but the tangled branches and dense thorns quickly dissuaded him from venturing closer. After scrutinizing the thicket's perimeter without discovering any traces of passage, he turned and departed. The corpulent man exhaled in relief. As his taut body relaxed, he suddenly became aware of the two soft bodies pressed closely against him. The tantalizing touch of exposed skin against that of the female soldiers was both electrifying and intoxicating, leaving the virgin man entranced in a euphoric haze. Hey, we still don't know your name. The female medic spoke softly, her voice a gentle whisper. I am Tian, a corporal in the logistics team of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Armored Brigade of the 5th Division. His voice quivered with a nervousness that stemmed from the tingling sensation in his arm. I am Meiduo, replied the medic, her tone remaining light. And I'm Nia, said the female pilot, who seemed on the verge of slumber. Upon hearing her name, she murmured in a half-dreamy state. As night enveloped the world, the last vestiges of twilight vanished, and the sole star known as the sun in the Newtonian system sank below the horizon, leaving the moonless planet shrouded in darkness. The corpulent man found the edge of a mech wreckage and swiftly began disassembling the necessary parts with dexterous precision, honed through rigorous training in mechanical repair. His dismantling efforts were as fluid as a master chef carving a fine piece of meat, rapid and seamless. The two female soldiers were tasked with digging deeper into the burrow. They needed to excavate a cave measuring 3 meters deep, 5 meters long, and 5 meters wide beneath their hiding spot, which would transform into the corpulent man's underground workshop for assembling and concealing their mode of transport. Over the next 2 days, Tian scurried back and forth like a nocturnal rodent, gradually hauling the disassembled mech parts into the cave. He even managed to procure some rations, alleviating the two female soldiers' dilemma of consuming unidentified animals or insects. The two female soldiers, akin to industrious mice, made commendable progress in their excavation, meticulously disposing of the excavated soil. Even the corpulent man acknowledged their remarkable talent for digging. Utilizing the soundproofing tiles removed from the dismantled armor, he began fabricating his vehicle. He first assembled a cockpit from the hollowed-out Imperial single-soldier mech pod. replacing the small Imperial energy engine with three powerful Federal Honor 15 energy engines. One of these engines would supply the energy necessary for the energy shield. It is worth noting that the energy engines of this era differed significantly from the various fuel engines used prior to humanity's ventures into space. The inventions of highly compressed solid energy, high-capacity batteries, and ultra-lightweight alloy miniature kinetic chambers revolutionized engine technology. A heavy-duty engine made from ultralight alloy could be easily lifted by a single person. The weight of the mech was borne entirely by the armor, as no one would frivolously utilize expensive superalloy for the surface armor of ground combat mechs, except for the massive size and weight of the anti-gravity device, which required immense energy and remained unresolved by technological advancements. Ordinary power systems had been entirely miniaturized, yet they produced forces exponentially greater than their predecessors. Subsequently, Tian installed various undamaged instruments he had found into the cockpit. He continued to utilize the Saint Armor 22 single-soldier mech control system from the Gashulan Empire. However, he had dismantled the computer, converting all controls and instruments to manual operation. He also retrofitted the mechanical legs of the Imperial single-soldier armor with 6 retractable mechanical legs, which, when not in use, would retract into the mech's abdomen, rendering them virtually invisible. The mech's wing-like missile launchers were repurposed as jet-assisted propulsion devices, a modification that Tian took particular pride in, as there were no missiles available for use, and the external appearance remained unchanged. The only drawback was that missiles could not be automatically reloaded during combat. The energy shield posed a significant challenge, as this mech, sacrificed of all offensive capabilities and most external armor, would be utterly defenseless without it. However, the special requirements for integrating the energy shield caused him considerable mental strain. Ultimately, he managed to create a discreetly concealed transmission probe resembling a small rabbit's tail at the rear of the mech. Not one to shy away from further modifications, he also installed a backup probe between the 2 mechanical legs, all while casting silly grins at the 2 female soldiers. Nia and Meiduo, caught between exasperation and amusement, were tempted to cleave the head of this lecherous man open to discover what lay within. Before long, the Gashulan Empire's Saint Armor 22 single-soldier mech, with its external appearance largely unchanged, was complete. Nia and Meiduo were utterly astonished by the corpulent man's dazzling display of ingenuity. His imaginative yet coherent modifications, coupled with his rapid dexterity and profound understanding of the mech's structure, left the 2 female soldiers incredulous that this man was merely a mechanical repairman. He could easily be regarded as a mech expert in his hands. Modifying a mech was as simple as a child stacking blocks, and the seamless integration of instruments and components from the contrasting ideologies of the Empire and the Federation required an immense wealth of knowledge. This seemingly unremarkable corpulent man was truly a genius among geniuses. Indeed, he was a genius, though not necessarily a prodigious one. Rather, a genius who, through over 20 harrowing escapes, had assembled countless bizarre contraptions from these very parts, had risen to the status of a genius among geniuses. The corpulent man would not divulge these shameful escape tales to the 2 female soldiers. He simply reveled in their astonished and admiring gazes, which greatly satisfied his vanity. The remaining concerns revolved around energy and how to find an opportunity to escape. Nearby the original base of the Federation Army lay a substantial cache of compressed energy blocks buried by Tian. He had chosen a location beneath a massive tree, its sprawling roots exposed above ground. Due to the remnants of the ashes and debris left from the corpulent man's previous arson, the Imperial Army's new base had naturally avoided this area, opting instead for a dense thicket south of the jungle, close to the former Federal Artillery base, which was more suitable for concealing mech materials. Under the cover of night, Tian stealthily unearthed the energy blocks and the artillery piece, enlisting the help of the 2 female soldiers to transport the energy blocks back to the burrow. He resolved to create a bit of chaos for the Imperial Army to facilitate his escape. With a small cart fashioned from bearings to serve as wheels, he cautiously navigated around the Imperial Army's patrols. Taking a lengthy detour, his method of moving 3 steps and then hiding consumed nearly the entire night before he finally arrived at a small slope at the southwestern corner of the Imperial base. Setting up the energy artillery, he aimed it at a row of temporary barracks within the base. After modifying a remote control device from the remote sensing apparatus of the Imperial Saint Armor 22 single-soldier mech, he filled the energy chamber of the artillery with fragmented energy blocks salvaged from the wreckage. Completing these tasks filled him with a mischievous excitement, reminiscent of a child plotting a prank. Though I abhor killing, I relish meat. I may advocate for peace, but my life is far more precious. Should you all perish, I shall remain unscathed. The corpulent man was confident that the battlefield recorder had captured his actions before stealthily returning to the burrow. As he contemplated the barracks targeted by the artillery, his heart raced with anticipation. How many Imperial soldiers might he eliminate? If he could manage to take out a couple of officers, perhaps he would receive a promotion. By the time he returned to the burrow, it was already 4 in the morning, with nearly 3 hours remaining until dawn. After a brief rest, he resolved to act immediately. Further delays could jeopardize the concealment of the artillery. He loaded the compressed solid energy blocks into the mech's energy compartment, and the 3 of them squeezed into the cockpit. Though it was somewhat cramped, it did not hinder the corpulent man's control of the mech. In fact, the presence of the 2 alluring bodies beside him bestowed upon him an almost transcendent feeling. As the switch of the machine gun remote control was pressed, the rotund figure maneuvered the mech to burst forth from the earth in the distance. The faint sounds of an Imperial base's barracks being bombarded and the furious roar of artillery echoed. Chapter 5. The Silken Tofood. This moment, chaos reigned within the advancing base of the Gashulan Empire's military, a scene reminiscent of a frenzied commotion. The patrolling sentinels swiftly converged towards the base. Seizing the moment was imperative. Opportunities like this were fleeting. The rotund man's hands moved with the swiftness of a laser, deftly controlling the mech as it raced northward at a staggering pace. Fortune favored them. Just as they departed the edge of the jungle, they encountered a patrol team making its way to the base. Comprising 2 Imperial single-soldier mechs and several soldiers, the patrol was deceived before they could discern the true nature of the trembling mech. The rotund man swiftly turned, adopting the guise of a mech on an urgent mission to the base. The patrol, misled, brushed past him without hesitation. In truth, had they merely inspected the quivering mech, they would have uncovered the trembling figure of a rather unsightly rotund man. Striving to suppress his shaking hands, he discreetly distanced himself from the patrol. Soon, he veered northward at a small incline, and after 10 minutes, observing the area was devoid of life and the mech's radar showed no signs of enemy activity, he deployed the remaining 6 mechanical legs. 20 minutes later, they had traversed nearly 30 kilometers across the vast plain, entering the lush jungles at the foot of the northern mountains. After a vigorous sprint into the depths of the jungle, the mech came to a halt, and the rotund man lay exhausted within the cockpit, resting for some time before emerging. Outside, amidst the grassy glade, 2 beautiful female soldiers embraced each other, tears of joy mingling with their cheers of survival. The rotund man rushed over without hesitation, his face adorned with an innocent expression, leaping and bounding towards them with a rather lecherous intent to join in their celebration. However, 2 fierce glares halted him in his tracks. Unperturbed, he turned away, continuing to leap and cheer. As if that had been his intention all along. With a chuckle, the 2 young women, still glistening with tears, could not contain their laughter. "You fool," they exclaimed in jest. The shared tribulations over the past few days forged an inexplicable bond between them and the rotund man who had saved them, a peculiar blend of affection and annoyance. This fellow's whimsical thoughts evoked both exasperation and amusement. As the sky gradually brightened, the first rays of dawn painted the horizon in vibrant hues of red, reminiscent of fire and blood. The fresh air of the jungle and the crisp calls of unknown birds created an ethereal atmosphere. Tian, weary from a night of relentless travel, succumbed to fatigue, his anxious heart finally at ease as he leaned against a tree and quickly drifted into slumber. Nia and Meiduo sat beside him, whispering softly while occasionally swatting away pesky mosquitoes. When the rotund man awoke, he found the 2 female soldiers were no longer by his side. The mech remained still, showing no signs of having moved. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a refreshing green glow that evoked a sense of enchantment. Straining his ears, he caught a faint sound amidst the cheerful bird calls, a giggle and splashes of water. Rising, he followed the sounds, treading over thick layers of twigs and fallen leaves, bending to slip through vines draped between the trees, and sliding down a gentle slope blanketed with grass and wildflowers. The noise growing clearer. It was the voices of Nia and Meiduo, accompanied by the joyous sound of splashing water. As he rounded a few obstructing trees, a stunning small lake appeared before him, captivating his senses with its crystalline clarity. revealing a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the surface: deep blue, light green, and golden hues. Several fallen branches lay serenely submerged, intertwined beneath the water, while vibrant fish swam playfully around them. Meduo and Nia bathed in the pristine waters, their graceful forms reminiscent of mermaids, half submerged while the other half basked in the cool morning air, glistening droplets cascading from their delicate skin, which revealed faint blue veins, as fine as gossamer and as white as snow. Such beauty shared a common essence, their pure bodies seamlessly merging with the fairy tale-like lake. The rotund man, reluctant to tarnish this enchanting scene, suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as though he had lived this moment before in a dream or a past life, eliciting a mysterious resonance within him. Shaking his head briskly, he felt a pang of shame for his brief lapse of focus before the two splendid forms. "Help, a mouse! There's a mouse!" The uncouth man, feigning terror, darted away, and with two startled shrieks, he plunged into the water. Tumbling and scrambling towards the two beguiling bodies, his flesh quivered, eyes alight with desire, drool escaping his lips. The two female soldiers barely had time to cover their modesty before the rotund man, propelled by his gluttonous instincts, lunged into Meduo's embrace, while his other hand seized Nia's shapely form, all the while squealing in mock terror. "A mouse? A mouse is chasing me!" Slap, slap, two resounding smacks landed simultaneously on either side of his face. Meduo and Nia, flustered and furious, disregarded their exposed states as they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Amidst the chaos, the rotund man reveled in the soft, yielding forms around him, his heart brimming with joy despite his cries of mock pain. When the trio returned to the jungle, the rotund man strode ahead, carrying several fish he had caught from the lake, his demeanor nonchalant as if the earlier incident had been entirely irrelevant to him. The two female soldiers exchanged embarrassed glances, quickly averting their eyes, a mix of annoyance and something else simmering beneath the surface. "Oh my, how could such a detestable rotund man exist?" After consuming some fish, the three continued on their journey. According to the Mech's radar, there were no signs of Gashulan Empire forces nearby, as the mountainous terrain to the north was devoid of the agricultural settlements typical of ancient Earth. Without urban centers to support them, guerrilla tactics on the planet's surface would be tantamount to suicide. If all cities were under complete control, with no supplies or reinforcements, ground forces would be outmatched by air superiority. With established defensive systems around cities, any guerrilla force that approached would surely perish. Thus, guerrilla warfare in ancient conflicts could only serve as a tactic for certain space marauders. Carefully selecting their route, Tian Xingjian guided the Mech through the jungle. After modifications, this already exceptional off-road Mech possessed even greater capabilities, traversing areas previously inaccessible with ease. After crossing several mountain ranges to the north and ensuring they had evaded the landing zone of Gashulan Empire's massive transport ships, he began heading eastward. Utilizing skills honed in reconnaissance training and his innate instincts, Tian Xingjian miraculously navigated through several conflict zones with Meduo and Nia over the course of 2 weeks. Covering thousands of kilometers. The large reserves of compressed solid energy within the Mech were depleted. The trio arrived at the outskirts of the capital of Malak Star, Gallipalin, situated on the shores of the Three Lakes Plain. Due to insufficient troop strength, the Gashulan Empire had not launched an assault on the heavily fortified Gallipalin, instead stationing garrison forces several hundred kilometers outside the Three Lakes Basin. Ahead lay the territory of the Federation. To avoid being shot by Federation soldiers, the rotund man, clad in imperial military attire, once again began to strip without a word, this time leaving on a pair of shorts. The two female soldiers had completely lost faith in this shameless man. Despite their efforts to appear indifferent, he continued to act as if revealing his flesh was a great misfortune. This behavior exasperated Meduo and Nia, leaving them feeling a mix of frustration and the urge for violence. A patrol from the 109th Armored Division of the Lele Federation Army stationed outside the basin quickly spotted this peculiar trio led by a rotund man clad only in shorts. Although he had shed most of his clothing, the shorts still bore the emblem of the Gashulan Empire, a black bear in a fierce pose. As the Federation soldiers approached cautiously, the rotund man, oblivious to the two female soldiers behind him who had grown weary of his antics, raised his hands high in the air to avoid any misunderstandings. Nia, armed with a modified weapon, assumed a posture of submission beside him. Trembling under the watchful eyes of the Federation soldiers, the rotund man raised his hands, afraid to breathe too heavily, terrified that any sudden movement might lead to a fatal misunderstanding. After a hushed conversation with Mei Duo, the squad leader ordered the soldiers to escort the Imperial Army prisoner, Tian Xingjian, back to the military camp. Confused, Tian attempted to explain himself, only to have an automatic energy rifle pressed firmly against his back, prompting him to hurriedly raise his hands. Despite his desperate attempts to catch the attention of the two cheerful female soldiers, they ignored him, engrossed in conversation with the federal squad leader. Halfway down the path, the realization struck the portly soldier: better to offend a petty person than a woman. Retribution had come. He was being played. Upon arriving at the military camp, he finally proved himself to be the unfortunate one. As the battlefield recording device revealed that he was to be transported along with the two female soldiers to the frontline command center in Gallipoli City. The comrades of the 109th Division, merciless in their judgment of this coward who had fled 20 times, cruelly denied him even a full uniform, sending him aboard the transport vessel clad only in his underwear. Minutes later, the miniature transport vessel landed on the campus of a university in Gallipoli City. This was the Gallipoli Military Academy, one of the 3 major military academies of the Lille Federation, now requisitioned due to the war. The students had all been converted into reserve officers, with some assigned to armored divisions and others joining the Newton System local space fleet, which had already retreated to the Central Star region of Lille after suffering a crushing defeat. As soon as the transport vessel's hatch opened, the portly soldier was greeted with unexpected joy. It seemed as if a gathering had been arranged, for there were dozens of other bare-skinned warriors, all clad in nothing but their undergarments. Just as he was pondering this strange sight, a major officer spotted him and rushed over, kicking him into the ranks of the other shirtless soldiers while scolding, "What are you staring at, you fool? You've only just arrived, and the assembly is about to start." Just as Tian was about to defend himself against the major's tirade, an elderly man in a white coat approached, grasping Tian's mechanical arm and saying to the major, "You've made a mistake. He is not one of the candidates." After uttering this, he pulled Tian away. Noticing the arrival of his rescuer, Tian fell silent, glancing back to see that Mei Duo and Nia had been taken away by several female soldiers in medical uniforms. With a sigh, he followed the old man towards a large building. Unbeknownst to him, at the hatch of the transport vessel he had just exited, a bewildered medic was reporting to other waiting medics, "There's no one here. I've searched everywhere. Wasn't there supposed to be a fat guy?" Chapter 6. The prisoner in the laboratory. The old man led Tian Xingjian directly into an unassuming gray 2-story building. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered another soldier, similarly clad only in his undergarments, with his standard federal mechanical maintenance arm attached. The old man chuckled to himself, muttering, "Heh, have these fellows finally wised up? They must know I'm short on manpower to send 2 of them." He called out to the soldier, "Hey, you there, what are you staring at? Yes, you. Come with me." The mechanical maintenance soldier, looking displeased as if burdened with an immense chore, reluctantly followed the old man while furtively asking Tian, "Brother, what trouble have you gotten yourself into to end up in this monster's grasp?" Tian was taken aback, sensing something amiss. "I just arrived. I have no idea what's going on," he replied, secretly fearing that the numerous escape attempts recorded by the battlefield device had finally caught up with him. Since his enlistment, he had been aware that military regulations dictated that deserters would face a military tribunal, with punishments varying by severity, the harshest being death. Particularly during wartime, soldiers who fled were almost universally executed. Although he was a mechanical maintenance soldier, his frequency of desertion was undoubtedly excessive. In truth, apart from combat units that had dedicated battle maintenance teams, other specialized mechanical maintenance personnel were not part of the combat sequence and, like field hospitals, fell under logistics in unfavorable battle conditions. They were to be prioritized for evacuation and would not be deployed to the battlefield unless in exceptional circumstances. Therefore, without a combat order, fleeing when one's own forces were overwhelmed could not be classified as cowardice. However, word of his escape record had long since spread, and to others, he merely appeared as a maintenance soldier who fled all too quickly, lacking any sense of duty to fight for his country until the end. This left him somewhat scorned for his apparent cowardice, though it would likely only affect his future prospects in the military. Contemplating this, Tian's heart raced as he realized there was no turning back now. He lamented that if he had known this would happen, He might as well have taken longer on the road or hidden away in the mountains. The old man led them through several twists in the corridor, passing through several heavy iron doors, and entered an elevator. After a flurry of manipulations at the control panel, a section popped out, and the old man placed his hand on the panel. A green light scanned his palm and then his iris, confirming his identity before the elevator began its descent. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the elevator finally halted. Based on Tian's calculations of the speed, they must have descended at least 500 or 600 meters underground. Where could this possibly be? Surely, as a mere mechanic, he shouldn't be subjected to such stringent confinement. Tian lamented inwardly as the elevator doors opened. A corridor appeared before the three. After walking down the corridor for several dozen meters, they encountered a transparent disinfection chamber. The old man pushed both of them inside, urging, "Hurry up and get in. After disinfecting, there's protective gear to the side. Put it on." Relieved that it wasn't a gas chamber, Tian quickly entered the room, washing himself under the spray before donning an oversized suit. Noticing Tian's swift actions, the old man nodded approvingly. You move quickly." After a minute, seeing the other maintenance soldier still sluggishly dressing, the old man barked, "You dolt! Hurry up! Don't waste my time." Finally, when the mechanic emerged fully dressed, the old man led both of them through the last door, an automatic alloy door. Upon entering, a vast hall unfolded before Tian's eyes. The hall was filled with mechanical parts, mechas, weapons, and various equipment. In the center stood a massive central computer, flashing countless electronic signal tubes. A group of individuals clad in white dust-proof work garments busily scurried about. Surrounding the hall were several passageways and doors. Tian felt puzzled. This did not resemble a prison, but rather a colossal laboratory. The old man pointed to a corner where a chaotic mess of indistinguishable mecha and parts lay, instructing Tian and the soldier, "Get to work on that. The blueprints are in the computer. If you don't know how, look it up yourself. All the tools and parts you need are here. And food will be delivered on schedule. Just help yourselves. I have only 2 demands: speed and quality. This is wartime. Our experiments must be executed without delay. If you can't keep up with my pace, you'll be shot. If you damage any of this equipment, you'll also be shot. And if you can't repair it, then you'll definitely be shot." At this, Tian's face turned ashen. The old man cast a curious glance at the pallid and sweating Tian before continuing. "If you heard me clearly, then get to work." With a wave of his hand, he strode into a room deeper within, muttering, "How much time you've wasted." They should all be the eccentric old man. Not a soldier by any means and lacking any military rank, nonetheless presides over the Academy's largest military laboratory, serving as the foremost mentor in the fields of mecha and weapon design. Before the outbreak of war, the Academy's regulations allowed mechanical engineering students to assist with repairs and other tasks. However, once war was declared, all students were reassigned to serve as grassroots commanders, and the Academy implemented a wartime system, leaving no students available to help with menial chores. This infuriated Boswell. In the old man's eyes, everything outside of research was unworthy of attention. The dire situation of war had already left the frontline command post established within the Academy in a state of chaos and disarray. Who had the time to deal with an irritable old man? Moreover, the old man's volatile temperament had alienated numerous mid-ranking officers responsible for delegating tasks, transforming the laboratory into a de facto punishment zone for undisciplined soldiers. Whenever a soldier erred, they were often sent to the laboratory to perform menial tasks. Given that the number of errant soldiers was minimal, and those skilled in mechanical repairs even fewer, the experimental and research-related damage to mecha weaponry had accumulated into a veritable mountain, reaching a point where it could no longer be ignored. Finally, the old man set aside his work and stormed into the frontline command post to unleash a tirade. Only then did the military reluctantly agree to send assistance. To his surprise, a plump fellow, inadvertently ensnared by the mechanical repair arms, was also dragged into the laboratory by the old man. Observing the plump man's seemingly nonchalant demeanor in the laboratory, the researchers grew curious. Had the plump fellow committed a grievous error? Or was he simply assigned here by the command post to oversee laboratory repairs? When boasting with Tian Xingjian, they would often inquire. Yet, the plump man would never disclose the embarrassing truth of his 21 failed escape attempts, especially with several curious onlookers, including a few beautiful women. His resolute refusal to divulge information only fueled their suspicions. Milan was among these inquisitive beauties, a striking young woman of just 20, endowed with an astonishing aptitude for science, yet possessing a glaring flaw. Her practical skills were woefully inadequate. Watching her fumble through experiments, dropping items and losing her bearings, caused a collective headache among the laboratory staff. After a few minor accidents, the laboratory had no choice but to assign her 2 operators to verify her theoretical findings and bring her designs to fruition. Now, even 2 operators were insufficient for Milan's demands. She quickly set her sights on the plump man. Idling away after finishing repairs, "Plump man, come here," Milan called out from the hall. With his charmingly guileful demeanor, the plump man was already quite familiar with her. He promptly abandoned his work and rushed over. Fully aware that in this veritable prison, aside from Boswell, this woman was the one not to be trifled with. This seemingly innocent beauty, with her demure and pure visage, was the youngest researcher in the laboratory, adored unconditionally by the tech enthusiasts around her. Whenever she donned a pitiful expression, even the most arduous demands would be readily accepted. This highly talented tech beauty was the darling of all the eccentric old men and middle-aged uncles. "I'm here. What is it?" he said, wearing his trademark goofy grin. "I'm swamped. You need to help me." Milan wasted no time, pulling the plump man into her exclusive research room. Upon entering, the plump man was taken aback. Although he had visited other researcher studios, he had never encountered one like Milan's. This room, nearly half the size of the main hall, resembled an ancient military museum more than a workspace. Every display, every arrangement, even the mecha and weapons under assembly, bore an antique design. In the enormous display case along the wall lay classic firearms from ancient Earth, such as the Maxim machine gun, MP-38 submachine gun, Mauser 1896 pistol, Browning, Mauser 98, M1 Garand rifle, M16, AK-47, and more. In the center of the room stood a dozen land combat mecha, most of which retained features reminiscent of ancient armored vehicles, including a compact mecha whose top energy cannon bore an uncanny resemblance to the turret of an M1A1 tank. At the far end of the room, an exquisitely crafted humanoid mecha left the plump man dumbfounded. This was no mere mecha. It was a work of art, crafted from an unknown alloy. The external armor left him utterly perplexed regarding its material composition. The entire mecha exuded a soft blue luminescence, its streamlined body complemented by fierce detailing, captivating one's gaze instantly. The mecha's retracted wings at the back raised questions. What kind of mecha was this? A land combat mecha? An aerial mecha? A space mecha? It was a transforming mecha. As the plump man circled the mecha in awe, Milan stood by, offering explanations. A transforming mecha? He responded, somewhat deflated. Such mecha, prevalent in the space era over 2 millennia ago, had become synonymous with obsolescence. The advanced private and combat mecha of the present had completely abandoned the design philosophy of that era. Nowadays, mecha specialization was highly defined. Aside from localized transformations while walking, there was no need for full-body transformations. The principal drawback of fully transforming mecha was their lack of utility. For instance, a heavy land combat mecha requiring thick armor and weighing dozens, if not hundreds, of tons would be rendered ineffective as an airborne combat vehicle. Excess components, unnecessary weight, wasteful high-powered engines, and an oddly shaped body that defied aerodynamic principles presented insurmountable challenges. If land combat mecha could not adapt to atmospheric aerial combat, what of aerial mecha? Space combat mecha, based on space carriers, had no need for transformation. In the absence of gravity in a vacuum, what purpose would a transformation serve? Unlike space fighters designed for destruction, space combat mecha's mission was to land and capture enemy vessels, typically deployed towards the end of a battle. They were either in a position of assured victory or responding to significant losses among fighters, necessitating the deployment of mecha as reinforcements. Humanoid space combat mecha could also adapt to ground combat needs, this adaptability stemming from the inherent shape of the space mecha, eliminating the necessity for transformation. Similarly, space mecha were ill-suited for aerial combat within planetary atmospheres, often weighing even more than land combat mecha. In the weightlessness of space, such mecha were permissible. However, once within the atmosphere, they became easy targets. The plump man discreetly scoffed, but this gesture did not escape Milan's notice. She seized his ear and exclaimed, "This is our laboratory's most advanced mecha. You, foolish plump man, have seen nothing of the world." And you dare to look down upon it? For weeks, the one who had most bullied the plump man was this seemingly demure and innocent beauty. Thus, her grip was swift and decisive. Tian winced in pain, his expression a spectacle of suffering that would move any observer to tears. Milan, having seen through the plump man's antics, twisted his ear once more before releasing her grip, exclaiming, "Come here. Let me show you what a true transforming mecha looks like." With a press of her handheld remote control, the cockpit of the mecha sprang open. As she ascended the mechanical legs into the cockpit, she shot the plump man a glare just before the hatch closed. Saying, "Simpleton, pay attention," as Milan manipulated the controls, the plump man was genuinely astounded. Before his eyes, the mecha's external armor appeared to disassemble like magic into small, thin plates, which then rapidly retracted, resembling a compressed sponge that vanished into a square hole at the back of the mecha. The mecha began to change. First, its color shifted, a strange luminescence flashing as it transformed entirely to black. Next, its limbs and head swiftly folded into the body, undergoing a complete transformation, akin to melting cheese. Mere seconds later, this mass solidified into a black object, bearing realistic patterns akin to a meteorite. The plump man gasped in disbelief. "Liquefied metal." "Watch closely," Milan's voice echoed from the mecha's amplification system. With a sharp crack, the mecha instantaneously propelled its limbs outward, reverting to its original form, while the external armor burst forth from the square hole, swiftly enveloping the entire structure. The plump man felt utterly overwhelmed. Good heavens, memory-bearing liquefied metal. To use this for such. This woman has lost her mind. Subsequently, the mecha simulated forms of land-based aircraft, space fighters, small transport vessels, and an all-terrain universal land combat mecha. Milan leaped down from the mecha, triumphantly asking, "Well, care to scoff again?" Tian, left speechless, took a moment before finally stuttering. "This toy must be quite valuable, right? How much could it sell for?" Milan nearly choked on her indignation, retorting fiercely, "A toy? You go and try it for yourself, and see if it's merely a toy." From the perspective of the plump man, who had studied mecha design, metallurgy, and physics, this contraption truly seemed like a toy. While liquefied metal sounded impressive, the reality was that such metals, capable of changing shape at will, had a fundamental flaw: they were soft. This transformative metal had been discovered millennia ago, yet despite its ability to be controlled via computers through special resonant frequencies, allowing it to transition between liquid and solid states in short spans, its hardness had never been adequately enhanced. If an alloy is created to enhance hardness, its liquefaction will be insufficient, and the time consumed during the transformation will also be prolonged. A liquefied metal alloy capable of achieving the hardness of steel may require up to a week for its liquid-solid transformation. Thus, aside from certain specialized applications, this rare metal is seldom utilized in military contexts. What use is a soft and feeble object, no matter how versatile? In the eyes of the corpulent individual, this mech is likely not much better than his prized collection of ancient Earth replicas. The hardness of these metals is fundamentally inadequate to meet the demands of combat. Moreover, these metals are typically quite heavy. For instance, pure gold is a relatively soft metal, and liquefied metal is not only denser than gold but also softer and more expensive. However, soon enough, the corpulent one realizes that this object before him is certainly not a toy, but rather a lethal weapon. A contraption that may well be heralded as the most significant invention in the history of mechs over the past century. A piece of metal identical to that of the mech was placed by Milan into a metal measuring device, and its exaggerated readings momentarily led the corpulent man to suspect that there was a malfunction with the machine. This material's hardness exceeds that of any known superhard alloy by sixfold, while its weight is comparable to the lightest ultralight alloy. More importantly, the unique ductility of the liquefied metal allows for an infinite expansion of its comprehensive defensive capabilities. And that's not all. Most alarmingly, this super alloy possesses the characteristics of a memory metal. The inventor of this metal is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. This is a miracle that could only be crafted by divine hands. All right, I admit, this is not a toy. The corpulent man is utterly defeated. Confronted with this pinnacle of contemporary technology, even the most shameless individual cannot deny the undeniable truth. Gazing at Milan's smug smile, he foolishly commits the same error. "Where did you steal this mech from?" Chapter 7. Who is killing our loved ones? Milan, unable to contain her anger, erupts, grabbing a gun. She seethes, "You fat fool, are you deliberately seeking death today?" Bang! A bullet strikes the ground beside Tian Xingjian. Startled, the corpulent man swiftly leaps up, trembling like a dog wagging its tail at its master, a fawning smile spreading across his plump face. Just kidding? Just kidding. It is undoubtedly the work of the beautiful and intelligent Miss Milan. Observing that Milan still seems to be simmering with rage, and sensing her inclination to explode again, the corpulent man hastily shifts the topic, asking, "What metal is this mech made of?" Upon mentioning her most treasured creation, Milan appears to calm down somewhat. She tosses aside the gun and claps her hands. "Let me enlighten you. This is the bistable metal that I invented together with Professor Boswell. Experimental code BM3633. It hasn't even been officially named YET.AS." She walks toward the massive computer against the wall. She gestures for the corpulent man to follow and continues. "This metal boasts the advantages of liquid metal without its drawbacks. Naturally, it is equally not inexpensive in certain aspects. It is even rarer than liquid metal." Accessing a document on the computer's touchscreen, Milan points to a plant depicted in the file and says to the corpulent man, "This metal can only be obtained through this gold-eating grass. This grass is found only in the Arctic of Malak Star and is exceedingly rare. Due to the natural radioactive elements and super-heavy metal particles in the Arctic soil, virtually no other life forms can survive there. This grass is the sole ruler of that land, maintaining a heavy proportion of metal within its nutrients. Any metal that cannot be absorbed is expelled as waste, which is the raw material for bistable metal. The properties of this metal were discovered by Professor Boswell." Milan's slender fingers twirl an atomic pin with dexterity, her petite nose wrinkling in pride as she proclaims, "I utilized the repulsion of the gold-eating grass and the raw material to create this alloy." The corpulent man comprehends. In essence, the liquid metal is the biological cells of the gold-eating grass, rendering the metal into a liquid state. And when these biological cells are forcibly isolated or shut down, this metal, akin to biological fluid, will revert to a solid state. While the gold-eating grass can alter the metal's form, this metal is fundamentally its excretion, which it cannot absorb, thus avoiding the phenomenon of biological cells consuming the metal. By incorporating memory alloys to accelerate this transformation, this superalloy is born. Am I correct? Correct. A voice replies from behind the corpulent man. He turns to see Professor Boswell. The elderly man, somewhat surprised, pats the corpulent man's head and remarks, "Your comprehension is quite impressive. You managed to deduce the experimental concept from a single statement by Milan. It seems that confining you to mere mechanical repairs is a gross underutilization of your talents." The older man then turns to Milan, instructing, "Show him the manufacturing theory and data for this mech." He turns back to the corpulent man, adding, "Be sure to scrutinize the final sentence. If you have any questions, Milan will assist you." Astonished, the corpulent man quickly peruses the document. However, the last line leaves him trembling and at a lost eye in this record of various data, manufacturing theories, and experimental results regarding the mech. The final entry boldly states, "This document is classified as S-level top secret by the Lele Federation. A mechanical repairman striving to change his death sentence to life imprisonment cannot even begin to fathom the consequences of encountering such an S-level secret document." 2 years. A voice echoes in the corpulent man's ear, sounding like a demon's whisper. None other than Professor Boswell, who is exploiting his curiosity to ensnare him. The old man states coldly, "You will work here for at least 2 years until this document's confidentiality is either decrypted or downgraded to be level. For these 2 years, you may as well settle in." The corpulent man feels bewildered, pondering, "Am I not on death row? What does he mean by 2 years? The brutal war continues unabated. The Gashelan Empire has intensified its ground offensive against Malak Star. The Lele Federation, having almost completely obliterated its aerial forces, finds the primary connections between cities severed by the Imperial Army, leaving the garrison troops in a state of isolated conflict. Despite their desperate defense, 5 cities inevitably fall into the hands of the invaders. War is merely an extension of politics, and politics is a means of ensuring the development needs of one's citizens. Although nuclear technology could easily annihilate a planet under the constraints of the Cosmic Warfare Treaty and for pragmatic reasons, neither side would employ weapons that could yield unbearable consequences for their own populace, It is precisely for this reason that the ground resistance on Malak star persists. However, how long can this futile resistance endure? The Federation soldiers are somewhat disoriented. If the Federation cannot establish aerial superiority, the ground forces will be systematically exterminated, with blood and sacrifice yielding nothing but senseless casualties. The Federation's radio calls for resistance daily, and resistance has never ceased. Among the 5 fallen cities, 3 have been reduced to complete ruins, with millions perishing in the flames of war. Yet, even so, underground resistance organizations are beginning to emerge, formed spontaneously by scattered Federation soldiers gathering per the soldiers' code of conduct behind enemy lines. Persistently harassing the enemy with their almost tattered weapons, tenacious and stubborn. Is this a spark of a new hope or merely the flickering remnants of dying embers? All eyes turn toward the juncture between the Atlantis star domain and the central Lille star domain. Breaking through here would allow the Newton star system to return to the hands of the Federation. Wormholes are humanity's sole means of conquering the universe, transcending the distances of space and time. Humanity has utilized the natural wormholes between star domains to fabricate spatial jump channels, compressing distances of thousands of light-years into mere moments. During spatial jumps, starships cannot deploy energy shields. A starship without an energy shield can be utterly annihilated by the concentrated fire of 3 enemy battleships. The juncture between Atlantis and Lille is, in fact, 2 immense spatial regions separated by tens of thousands of light-years. These 2 areas serve as the entrances to the wormholes. The Imperial Army currently guards the entrance to the Atlantis star domain. With the Gashulan Empire's space fleet stationed there, various fleets securing portions of this vast space. They can detect any non-Imperial flying objects that appear in this space in the shortest possible time, surrounding or destroying them. The Federation's advantage is that no one knows at what moment these vengeful battleships will suddenly materialize before the Imperial forces. NO battleships, main cannon, can charge within 2 minutes. Nor can anyone predict where the transitioning Federation battleships will emerge within a specific space. After the jump concludes, the battleships require just 3 minutes to activate their energy shields. Even so, for the Lille Federation, this remains a battle that must open with sacrifice. So, who will go first? Who will become the target of the enemy's assault? Who will use their blood to secure the exit of the channel, bearing the sacrifice for the fleets that follow? This poignant question elicits scornful laughter from the local fleet's warriors in the Newton star system. They scoff at the one who posed the question. This group of Lille individuals declares, "We shall go. We will reclaim what we have lost." Their eyes blaze with fervor, and none dare to contest them. 2 months prior, following the loss of over 50% of their warships, the local fleet tasked with defending the Newton star system, predominantly composed of soldiers from the Malak binary star, retreated in disgrace to the central Lear region. They were consumed by anguish, their homeland and loved ones ravaged by the flames of conflict, leaving them powerless. Each day spent in the Lear central region was a torment, the searing humiliation driving them to madness. They trained relentlessly, sleeping merely 3 hours a day. If that, they were often jolted awake by nightmares or by their own heart-wrenching sobs. Unable to return to slumber. In March of the new era, 2060, the Lear Federation assembled a fleet comprising over half of the nation's total military strength, launching a vigorous assault on the jump points. As the Newton star system's local fleet, replenished with personnel and warships, vanished into a distortion of light and shadow, Federation President Hamilton delivered the 3rd nationwide televised address since the outbreak of war. Standing before the Independence Monument, a symbol of freedom and unity, images of reporters risking their lives to capture scenes of devastation from various planets played on the screens behind him. These images were sent back to the Capitol, compiled into a feature titled "Who is Killing Our Loved Ones?" The entire feature was rendered in stark black and white, with only one color restored, the color of blood. Throughout the deeper he delved into his studies, the more the corpulent man felt destined to become a master of psychology. The intricacies of this discipline seemed almost tailor-made for him, by weaving together elements such as language, behavior, temperature, color, objects, tactile sensations, taste, and sound. One could evoke specific feelings that would, in turn, influence psychological activities. When he witnessed Milan's reactions mirroring his expectations precisely, he experienced an almost divine sense of power. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. If only he could devise a method that would ensnare women in an irresistible love for him. Ah, how prosperous he would become! He mused with a rather lecherous grin. In the ensuing days, every individual in the laboratory became a subject of his experiments. Not only could he gauge their psychological states through subtle reactions, but he could also evoke their subconscious, even inducing illusions. The laboratory descended into chaos, a veritable whirlwind of confusion. However, when Boswell sensed the growing disorder, normalcy returned, for the corpulent man's interest had shifted to a book titled The Art of Assassin Stealth. This was no mere fantasy. It was a monumental work encompassing illusions, optics, principles of magic, environmental science, and psychology. Instantly captivated, he immersed himself in its pages. Consequently, the lab's personnel began consuming medication, drugs to prevent or treat heart conditions. If one were to be startled multiple times a day by an unexpected corpulent figure, or witness a plant or even a refrigerator moving about, or see a portly man flying overhead while everything else vanished, one would surely seek medication. Otherwise, one's heart might not endure the strain. The only one who found joy amid the turmoil was Milan, for magic and illusions held a powerful allure for her. Being merely a 20-year-old girl. Thus, scenes often unfolded in the lab where a woman wielded a revolver, compelling a woeful corpulent man to perform magic tricks. Once he had had his fill of the stealth games, the corpulent man discovered another treasure, a book titled Realistic Mimicry. Beneath its absurd title lay a collection of training techniques for con artists. This wretched individual felt as though he had struck gold. The book contained techniques on ventriloquism, etiquette, flattery, female psychology, art and antique appraisal, forgery, and behavioral mimicry, complete with step-by-step examples on how to dupe others. Thus began his life as a con artist. He impersonated Boswell's voice to call the academy kitchen, angrily berating the poor chef and demanding a more sumptuous menu for the laboratory. At the end of the call, he whimsically advised the kitchen not to irritate him further with their trivial matters, as he was quite busy. Once again, he triumphed, as no one saw through his ruse. After improving the meals, the aimless corpulent man quickly turned his attention to those closest to him, deceiving nearly everyone. These naive researchers were no match for him, and many of their private treasures found their way into his storage box. It was not until one researcher flaunted a counterfeit antique pistol, forged by the corpulent man, to a knowledgeable friend that his grand deception was unveiled. Although Milan presided over a collective judgment, resulting in a painful beating for him, he felt inexplicably elated, for all acknowledged the cunning nature of his deception, and the exposure of the antique was merely due to a minor oversight during his fabrication. The corpulent man was utterly enraptured, paddling through the ocean of knowledge. Surviving 20 brushes with death revealed to him many shortcomings, and that experience of pleading for luck in dire straits taught him that acquiring more skills might someday save his life amidst warfare. Chapter 9. The Simulated War Network. As days passed, the members of the laboratory exchanged countless speculations regarding the situation on the ground. Daily broadcasts from the super network reported victories of the Federal Army, painting an optimistic picture. However, Tian, the only one in the lab with combat experience, remained silent. He understood that while localized victories were indeed occurring, the overall situation for the Federation remained precarious. After all, the Gashulan Empire, prioritizing military development as its foremost duty, boasted formidable armed forces, a strength that the lethargic Lalay Federation could not hope to rival. This war was destined to be a protracted tug-of-war. National strength and equipment were merely significant factors in determining the outcome of war, but they could not solely dictate victory. Sometimes, an unintentional mistake by a commander could doom even the most elite fleet, whose entire arsenal might represent months of national production. Each day, Tian continued to search the central computer for skills to enhance his survivability. Watching vibrant lives vanish in an instant on television filled him with anxiety for his future. This anxiety tormented yet spurred him, compelling him to invest more energy into a plethora of training, both useful and otherwise. Mecha combat examples, alternative mecha control techniques, battlefield simulations, history of human warfare, the art of survival, naval command studies, space fighter tactics, behind enemy line strategies, speed training, maintaining distance, thruster research, precision strikes, understanding poisons, sixth sense training, room techniques, extending your endurance, the 10 sensitive areas of the female body, 72 techniques of love. Aside from some peculiar items belonging to morally dubious individuals with voracious appetites, The remaining specialized tutorials were unavailable elsewhere. Many of these tutorials were marked with confidentiality levels, and some military courses had never been seen even by the ordinary professors within the academy. The corpulent man dedicated immense enthusiasm to these tutorials. His perseverance and determination in learning left everyone in the lab in awe, surpassing even the most zealous of Boswell. He even utilized the gravity simulation lab, mimicking various planetary environments to conduct training in unarmed combat, mecha control, and more. Milan deemed this self-inflicted torment. Half a year passed, and the situation on the battlefield had not undergone the fundamental transformation promised by the Federation's president during the nationwide mobilization speech. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate on the surface of Malak's star. However, due to the arrival of reinforcements for the Federation, the Gashelan Empire could no longer besiege cities without restraint. They began to rely on a few captured cities to form a shrinking perimeter. The previous point-based attacks were halted, and the attacking forces in over 20 cities, which risked encirclement by the Federation's aerial mobility, had completely withdrawn. The time for the corpulent man's eccentric training was beginning to dwindle as Professor Boswell's research entered a critical phase. A simulated war network designed to cultivate a plethora of military talents by evolving in accordance with real-world data. This initiative aimed to address the severe lack of practical experience among the Academy's military command graduates. The significance of this simulated war network was evident for both the Garipalan Military Academy and the Lele Federation. The corpulent man, responsible for data calculations and the creation of the simulation pods, found himself utterly captivated by this unprecedented endeavor. The sheer scale of the central data within this system astonished all participants. In this simulated environment, the realism of a mecha, a fleet, a planet, a nation, and even the minutiae of nature, along with the impact of terrain, weather, and other factors on warfare, bore no difference from reality. However, fluctuations in luck and individual differences among opponents could still lead to discrepancies between the simulations and reality, an issue that could not be resolved. Nevertheless, as a training-oriented system, its functionalities were already more than sufficient. The project garnered high attention from both the military and the presidential office in its final stages of research. A total of 20 high-level research laboratories from 3 major military academies, including the Capital Military Academy and the Steel Combat Academy, were enlisted to contribute to its refinement. Finally, as the anniversary of the outbreak of the Lele Federation's War of National Defense approached, the construction of the simulated war network, aptly named Real War, was completed and made accessible to the 3 major military academies and the armed forces. Certain scenarios within the system became assessment projects for graduating students at the military academies, akin to live-fire exercises. Moreover, if military personnel failed to achieve corresponding results in the simulated war assessments, they could even forfeit their promotion eligibility. The corpulent man's grin was nearly grotesque. He was engaged in a merciless duel against an opponent rated 5 stars by the system, a special forces soldier of the Federal Army. They had chosen a mountainous setting for their mecha confrontation. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, the outcome became evident. As he engaged in close combat with his adversary, he strategically retreated to a precipice, feigning an inability to withstand the opponent's relentless onslaught. Then, he activated the mecha's thrusters, propelling himself skyward with immense force. The opposing mecha was caught off guard, with a thunderous crash. A massive boulder weighing tens of tons crushed it into a pulp. This trap had been meticulously set in advance, employing a remote-controlled engineering mind to detonate the protruding rock from the mountainside. A collective sigh emanated from the observation room. Could it be? Is that truly possible? SM-01314 was utterly despicable, vile, and shameless. Which academy did this rogue belong to? Does anyone know him? An appeal for a manhunt was promptly initiated. Indeed, it is utterly shameless. If I were to discover the true identity of that individual, 300 matches already. What other tricks could this fellow possibly possess? The lecherous cult, enduring through the ages, seeks to dominate the realm. The master of the SM sect, with unparalleled prowess, enjoys celestial blessings and lives in harmony with the heavens. Damn it. This guy clearly possesses formidable strength. Why can't we engage in a genuine showdown? It's always the same story. What a farce. This individual possesses some sinister charm. Every time I face him, I feel utterly unsettled. It is indeed somewhat uncanny. Just last time, I distinctly saw him in front of me. Yet he materialized from behind. Likewise, during our last encounter last night, I scoured the entire map in vain. Unable to locate him, I assumed he had departed, only to find that as soon as I exited, the system declared him the victor. This morning, when I inquired, he claimed he had gone to sleep. The observation room of the simulated warfare network buzzed with chatter, primarily revolving around the corpulent figure known as the undefeated SM Master, who has triumphed in 300 matches. This scoundrel, named SM01314, has unleashed a plethora of lewd tactics in the simulated network, where he can indulge without fear of retribution. Each opponent he faces shares a common sentiment: indignation. Furthermore, there exists a lingering resentment, akin to having been toyed with and subjected to the whims of this SM Master. They all believe that none of his victories were earned through honorable strength. As this resentment accumulated to a certain extent, he became the pariah of the simulated warfare network, despised by all. Since the 200th match, everyone has yearned for someone to vanquish this shameless individual. Yet alas, no one has succeeded. For the corpulent figure, this simulated network is a divine boon. Here, he need not worry about casualties, and it is highly conducive to his training in disciplines such as psychology and stealth tactics. With a multitude of diverse opponents in the simulated network, he no longer needs to regard Milan or the lab staff as training partners. There you are, you rotund figure, just emerging from the simulation pod. Tian Xingjian was met with the furious glare of a beautiful pilot. Chapter 10. Hero? Nia? The rotund figure exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally. Who else could it be? Nia lunged forward, her delicate, fair hand swiftly twisting his ear. Chiding. You shameless oaf. My friends and I have searched high and low for you, and you were hiding here. Ouch, ouch. Take it easy. What do you want with me? The corpulent figure protested, inwardly delighting at the thought. Two lovely ladies seeking me out? Could it be that they have fallen for me? The path of dual beauties. How delightful, whack! Nia delivered a swift kick, sending the daydreaming rotund figure sprawling several meters away, her voice fierce. We're here precisely for this. You lecherous, shameless oaf. It seemed the words lecherous and shameless sparked a memory for Nia, as her cheeks flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger, only to find the rotund figure lying on the ground, blissfully lost in thought, which only fueled her fury. With an exasperated stomp, she turned and fled. The corpulent figure picked himself up, brushing off his clothes, only to find Milan glaring at him with her hands on her hips. Innocently, he exclaimed, Truly, this is a grave injustice. I can't fathom how I have offended this woman. Without hesitation, Milan skillfully drew her pistol, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Fatty, keep up your pretense. Nia is my closest friend. Who would I trust if not her? Amidst the corpulent figure's wails, chaos ensued in the laboratory. Before he could escape Milan's clutches, Nia, accompanied by a squad of military police, appeared at the laboratory entrance. The corpulent figure was left dumbfounded, and as the military police approached, he clung desperately to Milan's leg, crying, Save me! I don't want to die. I've bled for the Federation. I've been wounded in the Galileo star system. I am no deserter. Believing he was to face execution, he sobbed heart-wrenchingly, his lamentation so pitiful it would evoke tears from any listener. Milan, both amused and exasperated, kicked the absurdly comical figure away, addressing Nia. You mean to say this individual is the one who single-handedly eliminated 7 high-ranking officers, including a major general and a brigadier general, from the command of the Gagarin Marine Corps? Nia awkwardly nodded, her expression a mix of wanting to laugh yet unable to dot a hero. The corpulent figure glanced around, incredulously pointing at himself. Me, a hero? A military police captain approached him and inquired, Are you Private Tian Xingjian of the 3rd Armored Division's Logistics Team, 5th Armored Brigade? The corpulent figure nodded dumbly. The captain gestured for him to follow, saying, Please come with us, Private Tian Xingjian. It turns out that after Maidu and Nia reached the frontline command, they were taken to the hospital for physical examinations and quarantine. Once they were cleared, the military officer responsible for inquiries informed them that the corpulent figure had gone missing, thus preventing them from returning to their original unit until his whereabouts were confirmed. Consequently, the 2 innocent female soldiers remained at the academy, searching for the corpulent figure daily. Their battle recorders had been confiscated by the Imperial forces upon capture, and despite lacking experience in ground combat and survival, The two managed to escape the enemy's strict supervision and miraculously traverse thousands of kilometers of combat zones from New Rome to Gallipoli, a feat that was hard to believe. The key individual, Tian had inexplicably vanished. It was a stroke of fortune that the frontline command did not regard the two as Imperial spies. Their sole hope rested on finding the corpulent figure, as only the battlefield recorder on his arm could elucidate the situation. 3 months prior, while engrossed in the construction of the simulated warfare network, Milan encountered her former high school classmate, Nia, while out procuring personal supplies. The two friends were elated. Such reunions during wartime were rare. However, they did not discuss their circumstances at that time. One was busy returning to the laboratory, while the other was searching for someone. They arranged to meet again and parted ways a month later. When Milan found time to visit Nia again, they spent an entire day together, their conversation spanning a wide range of topics. Eventually, Nia recounted her experiences. Upon hearing Nia's account, Milan immediately recognized that the corpulent figure in the laboratory was the very person Nia sought. The names matching perfectly, however, the construction of the simulated network had reached a critical juncture, and the corpulent figure played an indispensable role. Not only was he responsible for creating the primary simulation pod, but he also managed a portion of the data analysis and calculations. His unparalleled familiarity with both the Federation's and Gakran Empire's mechs and various weaponry was unmatched, with many simulation datasets requiring his approval. As he was the only individual in the laboratory with practical combat experience, such a person, not only would the frontline command desire him, but even if Professor Boswell from the presidential office came seeking him, he would not be easily relinquished. Being such close friends, Milan did not hesitate to inform Nia of the situation. This unexpected news filled Nia with ecstatic joy, prompting her to summon Maidu. The three conferred and decided to approach Professor Boswell first. Even if they could not release the corpulent figure, they aimed to obtain his battlefield recorder. The proceedings went smoothly, as Professor Boswell, engrossed in his work, readily acquiesced to their request, albeit with the stipulation that it would have to wait until the simulated network construction was complete. Meanwhile, acquiring a mere battlefield recorder from the corpulent figure was a trivial task for the long-privileged Milan. Soon, the frontline command's computer accessed the corpulent figure's battlefield recorder. Due to the Federation's 6-month retreat, no departments had been extracting soldier recorder data during wartime. Once this task commenced without a hitch, the corpulent figure found himself classified as an extraneous personnel due to the complete annihilation of his unit. Thus, when the recorded data appeared on the computer screen, the 21 recorded instances of retreat elicited a grimace from all officers. This was the most ludicrous soldier data they had ever encountered. Furthermore, the implications of this retreat record astonished the frontline command officers. This individual had successfully pinpointed escape routes from such dense encirclements, employing an array of bizarre escape methods and utilizing a wide variety of transportation means. The thrilling scenes of his escapes could easily be adapted into a suspenseful action film titled The Corpulent Figure's Great Escape, sure to captivate audiences as they cheered for his miraculous escapes at crucial moments. Even more remarkably, this data included a wealth of actual specifications for various Imperial military weapons and mechs, which was akin to striking gold. Ultimately, when the officers witnessed the corpulent figure deploying a remote-controlled energy cannon at the southwestern front of the Imperial forces' advancing base near New Rome, all the officers leapt up in excitement, waving their arms and shouting, "We've found it!" Chapter 11. Reward or Exile? What have we found? Nia and Maidu exchanged puzzled glances. The one who single-handedly eliminated 7 enemy commanders of colonel rank and above, including a major general and a brigadier general, is none other than this individual who is with you. A young operations officer explained with fervor. Another slightly older colonel officer chuckled and recounted. A few months ago, we received news from the front lines that an enemy division's command post had been completely annihilated. It was said that the attack occurred at night, launched from the southwest of the base using an energy cannon, resulting in the death and injury of over 30 enemy personnel who were asleep in their barracks, including 7 high-ranking officers. The colonel sifted through a pile of documents on the table and handed a particular file to Maiduo, saying, "Here it is." Maiduo and Nia leaned in to examine the document as the colonel continued. When this news broke, everyone was elated. The president's office even dispatched someone to verify the information, preparing to issue commendations. However, despite our thorough investigations, we could not ascertain who was responsible. The new Roman forces had no presence in that area that night, and the Air Force did not conduct any similar attacks. The Federal Propaganda Department has repeatedly urged us to identify this federal hero, claiming it was essential to boost the morale of the military and civilians. Yet, we have exhausted all avenues in our search, and it is simply untenable for someone to claim this credit without merit. Such a revelation would undoubtedly lead to a scandal. The young operations officer nodded, saying, upon seeing the coordinates of that area, I felt a sense of familiarity and pondered whether it could be. I was surprised to discover that indeed, the details matched perfectly. The time, location, and weaponry were all accurate, supported by battlefield recording instruments. This revelation has certainly thrilled those in the propaganda department. Who would have thought that this individual could so effortlessly dismantle an imperial military command post? Those unfortunate souls met a truly unjust fate. Nia and Meduo exchanged glances, both thinking. That rotund individual merely sought to flee. How could such a character be deemed a federal hero? The thought of the lecherous, overweight man potentially becoming humanity's most despicable hero sent shivers down their spines. Once the war simulation network in the laboratory was completed, the forward command decided to have a word with the man. Little did they know, this cowardly scoundrel believed he was to be executed. Upon hearing he had become a hero, the rotund man was filled with joy. In truth, he did not care much about the title of hero. Preserving his life was a significant stroke of luck. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat bewildered about how he had achieved such recognition. Currently, the entire forward command was equally uneasy. After receiving the report from the military police captain, everyone was left in shock. They exchanged glances, realizing they should have simply found someone else to take the fall for this individual. If such a hero were to be publicized, it could lead to a scandal far worse than mere impersonation. The commander of the forward command, General Bernardo of the Lele Federal Army Malak Group, who had prepared his office and donned his general's attire to welcome the hero, was extremely irate. Think that such a significant achievement was attributed to this overweight man was truly an affront. Moreover, this fool was utterly disgraceful, breaking down into a wailing fit before so many witnesses, clinging to a woman's leg in a display of childish temper. It was exceedingly vexing, desperately attempting to regain his composure. Bernardo considered, regardless, at least we have confirmed the authenticity of the event. The enemy's command post being eliminated has utterly disrupted the Imperial Army's offensive operations against New Rome. Otherwise, New Rome would surely have fallen by now. Such a monumental victory cannot go unheralded, although the focus of the publicity must be on the army as a collective and the forward command. The rotund man may receive a brief mention, but we absolutely cannot allow the press to conduct an exclusive interview with this imbecile. Otherwise, the entire army's reputation would be tarnished. After conferring with several high-ranking officials from the forward command, the general decisively gestured for the guards to bring Tian Xingjian into the office. Moments later, the portly figure clad in the uniform of a mechanical maintenance private strode in with determination. Exhibiting none of the disgrace described in the military police's report, he executed a standard, vigorous salute, which even conveyed a hint of the demeanor of a hardened soldier. The generals exchanged knowing glances, aware that the military police would not lie. Thus, if the blubbering fool who had clung to a woman's leg was indeed the same person as the seemingly diligent soldier before them, the conclusion was inescapable. This lecherous, corpulent man was, indeed, a remarkable talent. Bernardo hesitated to speak, conflicted. It is merely publicity. Perhaps this fellow might actually be capable. Noticing the prolonged silence, the rotund man grew anxious, and his previously resolute expression began to falter, gradually morphing into a confused and sycophantic grin. Bernardo chastised himself internally. Damn it, I am truly a fool. Having such a character as a federal hero would be the greatest joke in the universe. Private Tian Xingjian of the 5th Armored Division's 3rd Armored Brigade's logistics team was commended for his courageous and astute actions, having executed a valiant assault on the advancing enemy forces at their forward base attacking New Rome in the early hours of February 20th, 2060. He had killed or wounded over 30 enemy soldiers, including the commanding officers of the enemy's 3rd Armored Division, a major general and a brigadier general among the 7 officers killed. He successfully completed his mission to repel the enemy, alleviating their offensive momentum against New Rome and ensuring that their forces returned empty-handed under the counteroffensive of the Federal Space Fleet, thus meriting significant accolades. Private Tian Xingjian was promoted to the position of Deputy Company Commander in the 16th Armored Division's Reconnaissance Battalion, and awarded the rank of lieutenant, as well as receiving a first-class merit and the Golden Heart Medal. With a smile, Bernardo presented the freshly inked commendation to Tian, exclaiming, "Lieutenant, congratulations. You are a hero of the Lillet Federation, and we are all proud of you." Tian accepted the commendation and cautiously inquired, "Where is the 16th Armored Division station now?" Bernardo, grinning, pointed to an electronic map on the wall, stating, "Right here, responsible for the defense south of Kato City and north of the jailing jungle." "The front lines?" The rotund man exclaimed, growing anxious. "But I am a mechanical maintenance soldier." Bernardo's smile stiffened, and he replied, "Haha, we reviewed your records, and you are the only soldier from the new recruit training team to complete 2 training modules. Furthermore, your performance in reconnaissance training has been exceptional, as evidenced by your successful breakout attempts over 20 times. Such experience is invaluable, and you have an obligation to share it with more soldiers. We have great faith in you and hope you will continue to excel in your new position, embodying the spirit of fearlessness and tenacity to achieve further accomplishments." These decisions were all made in consensus. Since the press could not be allowed to interact with this so-called hero, he could not remain in a position easily accessible to them. The 16th Armored Division, tasked with defending the mountainous jungles outside the city, was the most suitable assignment, and with the deputy company commander of the reconnaissance battalion engaged on a mission during press interviews, it was an excellent strategy to keep him hidden. As it appeared the fool was about to speak again, Bernardo quickly interjected, "All right, we need to conduct a strategic study now. That will be all. Congratulations once more." With a wave of his hand, the nearby guards almost half-dragged the rotund man out of the room. "Farewell." The door closed behind them. The rotund man murmured in a daze, "I just got a few days of peace." Chapter 12. The new Mecha Milan, Meduo, and Nia were conversing outside the forward command building when Milan, with keen eyes, spotted Tian emerging dejectedly from the building. She rushed to his side, snatching the commendation from his hands to inspect it. As she read, her initially playful demeanor shifted to one of growing anger, ultimately exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? You still have a year and a half left on your sentence. This won't do. I will inform the instructor." The rotund man's eyes brightened. Indeed, he had to remain in the laboratory for 2 years. The two, each with their own motives, took off running, one to continue exerting power, the other merely seeking to preserve his life, leaving Meduo and Nia exchanging glances. Boswell was furious. The forward command had been sluggish in repairs, wasting precious time. Now, a mere order sought to remove his hard-trained rotund man. It was not so simple. In the old man's mind, this rotund man was at least half his protege, although the rotund man could not yet handle cutting-edge research due to his academic limitations. His learning ability, comprehension, and creativity were among the finest Boswell had ever encountered in his students. Moreover, the rotund man's exceptional hands-on skills allowed the old man to dedicate himself entirely to research. Boswell believed that in a few years, the rotund man would undoubtedly become a leading expert in mecha and weaponry. Furthermore, this endearing rotund man was so obedient. As soon as Boswell's catchphrase about execution was uttered, the rotund man would fall silent, unfailingly executing all orders. Such a remarkable individual would be impossible to find again. The old man's protective instincts erupted. In a fit of rage, Boswell barged into Bernardo's office, and soon the entire building echoed with the old man's roar. This tirade lasted a full hour, until Bernardo, unable to tolerate it any longer, ordered the guards to escort the raving old man out. Boswell was furious. "Rotund man, follow me." The old man had lost his rationality. Returning to the underground laboratory, he accessed the central computer to pull up the rotund man's identity, modifying the information with gritted teeth. Muttering, "What federal secrets, rotund man? I am now enrolling you in the Gallipalin Military Academy, granting you the extraordinary opportunity to become a specially recruited graduate student under my guidance, and promoting you to the position of the second in command of this laboratory. You may select any mecha weaponry within the lab as you desire. The confidentiality clauses are of no consequence to you. Safeguarding these assets shall be your foremost duty. The federal technology confidentiality regulations permit you to independently choose to withdraw from the battlefield." After modifying the identity of the chubby fellow, the old man continued, "Now, I shall procure a list of the equipment available in the laboratory for you to choose from, as graduate students of our academy. After serving for a year, you can opt to return for further studies, at which point I will facilitate your return." Leaving the crowd in a state of shock, the old man strode directly into his research room. The chubby fellow was utterly enamored with this delightful old man. He felt as if he had struck gold, having the freedom to select any equipment from the lab. Milan promptly pulled the chubby fellow into her laboratory, pointing at the mecha crafted from bistable metal, exclaiming, "You, fatso, shall have this one." Milan's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she thrived on chaos. To her surprise, the chubby fellow shook his head. Milan was on the verge of losing her mind. How could there be such an ungrateful glutton in existence? Sensing her discontent, the chubby fellow quickly explained, "I certainly want this mecha, but it is far too exquisite. On the battlefield, it would become nothing more than a live target." Milan tilted her head in contemplation, ultimately agreeing with his assessment. Indeed, this prototype was designed with the concept of high-end personal mechas in mind, vastly differing from standard models. So, which mecha do you intend to select? She inquired. The chubby fellow, already brimming with confidence, smirked. "Isn't there material for the second mecha in the materials room? I have a month before I report to the troops, and I plan to construct my own mecha with these materials." In the following month, the chubby fellow enlisted the entire laboratory's personnel in the development of the new mecha. Each component was crafted according to the blueprints he had drawn, while the primary assembly and final integration were accomplished by the chubby fellow himself. Tian secluded himself in Milan's exclusive laboratory. No one knew what the final product would resemble. However, the sound of the chubby fellow and Milan frequently arguing echoed throughout the lab, often culminating in Milan storming out with a furious expression, exclaiming, "That idiot is wasting materials." The mecha's creation evolved into a guessing game for everyone involved in the lab, each eagerly anticipating the day the mecha would take shape. Given that the specifications and components of the first mecha were exceptionally advanced, it was statistically improbable for the new model to be inferior. The only significant uncertainty lay in its initial form. Finally, the chubby fellow declared the mecha's successful development, and it was time to unveil the secret. Observing the glimmer of excitement in the chubby fellow's eyes, everyone awaited the reveal, but as the curtain fell to reveal the mecha, their anticipation transformed into disappointed sighs. The Lele Federation's second-generation standard mecha. The Beast 3 stood 6 meters tall, a bipedal mecha manufactured in the year 2030 of the new era, with a service life of 20 years. However, this model had gradually been phased out 10 years after its deployment, and the few remaining Beast mechas in the military primarily served the purpose of heavy lifting. Over the past 30 years, standard mechas had advanced to the 7th generation, the difference akin to comparing an antique automobile to a flying car. Utterly incomparable. The original form of this mecha had inexplicably been developed into the Beast 3, appearing even more dilapidated than those mechas that had been operational for over 30 years, enduring daily loading and unloading of various minerals. Gazing at this precarious creation that seemed on the verge of collapse, everyone pondered. Had the chubby fellow lost his mind? With so many cutting-edge technological achievements, how could he produce such a contraption? All eyes turned to Tian, seemingly awaiting a reasonable explanation from him. Faced with the crowd's accusatory glares and Milan's simmering fury, the chubby fellow realized that if he could not clarify the situation, he would not only face the front lines, but would also be subjected to a brutal beating. With a grin plastered on his face, the chubby fellow attempted to soothe everyone's concerns, explaining, "I know that the reasoning of avoiding becoming an obvious target on the battlefield may not be sufficiently compelling, considering that the most commonplace models should currently be the 6th and 7th generation standard mechas. However, as a 2nd generation mecha, the Beast 3 still serves a purpose today. It conceals a secret. It is the most structurally sound humanoid mecha in the history of design." His words ignited a wave of astonishment. No matter how exceptional a 2nd generation mecha might be, it remained a 2nd generation model. Technology was ever evolving, so how could its structure surpass that of 7th generation mechas? The chubby fellow provided an answer. Due to advancements in mecha materials and the clear demarcation of specialized mechas, all-purpose and transformable mechas have fallen out of favor. Whether speed, defense, or offensive capability is required, each type of mecha has developed within its specific domain. The fastest racing car is not necessarily the most capable of bearing heavy loads. This principle is quite straightforward. Well said, Boswell, who had arrived at Milan's laboratory unbeknownst to anyone, affirmed Tian Xingjian's statement, adding, "The Beast 3 mecha was designed under the guidance of my mentor, Dr. Hill. The philosophies of the time were entirely different from those today. However, in terms of humanoid mechastructure, the beast can indeed be considered top-tiered. As Dr. Hill's assistant, I possess extensive knowledge of the beast's specifications. Its structure integrates defense, speed, and power, making it the optimal choice for a humanoid mecha constructed from bistable metal. The old man patted Tian on the shoulder, smiling. This work is quite commendable. Observing the chubby fellow's smug demeanor, Milan delivered a sharp kick to his side. Boswell, indifferent to the playful antics between his two disciples, directed the chubby fellow, "Come with me to the laboratory. I have prepared what you requested." Having spent decades in this laboratory, Boswell was well aware of its treasures. The items prepared for the chubby fellow were selected from a thick catalog, including military boots that enhanced running speed, protective gear that could simulate the surrounding environment and evade biological radar, more sensitive listening devices, a lightsaber for mecha use, a silent sniper rifle styled after the classic M1 Garand, a multifunctional mechanical repair arm, and a distinctive alloy dagger named Bloodshed. These were all for the chubby fellow, while nearly all other laboratory research results were incorporated into his new mecha, featuring the latest radar, composite armor, control systems, superior power engines, fire control systems, and upgraded energy cannons, along with some peculiar devices of the chubby fellow's own quirky invention. Work diligently, and remember, you are my student. Should anyone dare to bully you, you shall retaliate. Boswell regarded the chubby fellow, now nearly armed to the teeth, with a hint of concern, handing him a new energy compressor, instructing, "Install this in your mecha as well. Remember, do not bring disgrace to the laboratory." The old man cautioned, however, for this chubby fellow, who was both cowardly and quirky yet possessed an utter lack of embarrassment. This demand presented a considerable challenge. In his mind, he pondered, what does it mean to bring disgrace? As the chubby fellow was about to exit Boswell's exclusive laboratory, the old man imparted his final piece of wisdom. In war, possessing the most impeccable gear does not render one an omnipotent deity. With only 2 days remaining until the month was up, the chubby fellow had to report to the military base by the designated date. Just before boarding the transport ship, Milan gifted him her revolver. Sending him off alone, Maidu and Nia had already departed for the 101st Ground-Based Air Force Squadron, stationed in New Rome, where they had originally served, having passed their examinations and received direct orders to return to duty. As the transport ship ascended, the chubby fellow sat amidst a pile of supplies, grappling with complex emotions regarding his future. Having longed for an ordinary life, he found himself once again thrown into the tumult of war. He was uncertain whether he would survive until the conflict's end. After fleeing more than 20 times, he was no longer the timid rookie he once had been. Despite some innate resistance to the impending battles, he felt a flicker of anticipation and excitement. These conflicting emotions left him feeling disoriented. On the planet Malak, a standoff had emerged between the warring factions, with both sides engaging in fierce battles for air superiority. Their space fleets clashed violently across the vast cosmos. Ground-based air forces were also embroiled in intense combat within the atmosphere. Yet, the battles between the army, mere supporting actors in this era of warfare, radiated a brilliance even more dazzling than the deadly aerial confrontations. In modern warfare, characterized by resource competition, attrition, and national power, if the opposing forces exhibit a balanced state of power, then aside from peace, war will inevitably devolve into another extreme: endless slaughter. Such a conflict would undoubtedly give rise to what is known as a meat grinder battlefield. Currently, all intelligence indicated that the only location where such a situation was likely to arise was Kato City, situated along the Tropic of Cancer. The chubby fellow, having been detached from the war for 6 months, remained oblivious to this reality. As the transport ship gently descended, he was prepared to embrace the future. If one dies, they must hang their heads high. If one survives, they shall endure for eternity. The essence of the solitary and unyielding figure of a portly man emerged with grandiosity. Chapter 13. Special Reconnaissance Battalion. The transport vessel descended upon the military airport of Kato City, its hatch opening to reveal Tian, the sole passenger disembarking. This transport craft was tasked with logistical supplies, loaded with various mecha components and munitions. Tian Xingjian's mecha and belongings were also aboard. Above the airport, countless vessels floated, predominantly transport ships, accompanied by a few fighter jets engaged in aerial surveillance. In the distance lay a shipyard for spacecraft. boasting 4 docking bays, festooned with a labyrinth of steel girders. 4 colossal warships undergoing repairs hovered silently at their berths, while thousands of workers scurried like ants, diligently repairing the gleaming black metallic vessels. Ground vehicles and mechas employed for loading darted back and forth, transferring vast quantities of supplies from the gaping mouths of the transport ships. These materials would be distributed to the front lines or other units in dire need through the expansive and efficient logistics network of the Federation. The air was filled with the sound of whistles, as hundreds of signalmen clad in white uniforms waved red and green triangular flags to direct the ascent and descent of vessels and the passage of transport vehicles. The grandeur of the scene left Tian awestruck. When a nation possessing 3-star systems mobilizes fully, the power unleashed is formidable. This strength does not wane during its periods of tranquility. When threatened, it erupts uncontrollably, akin to a volcanic explosion, and is insurmountable. Even should a mightier force oppose it, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction. This power is the collective strength of every citizen of the Federation. Although one individual may seem but a speck of dust in the vast cosmos, when millions unite for a common cause, their strength becomes immeasurable, and time accumulates the passion they contribute, transforming their ephemeral lives into a lasting legacy. This accumulation has fostered human civilization and conquered the vast universe. And he, too, exists within this tapestry, a transient wave in the ocean of human achievement destined to be forgotten, yet never vanishing entirely. When death looms, is fear of any utility? Since avoidance is futile, perhaps confronting the grand tapestry of life is the most prudent choice. Tian pondered how many would share similar thoughts when faced with war and the specter of life and death. What choices they would make, but reality informed him that these individuals were fighting, unwaveringly committed to a patriotic war that could claim their lives at any moment. Each one, a hero in their own right. Perhaps they, like him, feared becoming mere cosmic dust or sand swept away by the winds of the earth. Yet, they steadfastly held their ground, willing to sacrifice, and he found himself with no avenue of retreat. The Federation, the land that nurtured him, surely had something worth defending. What could that be? The memory of a beautiful girl he secretly admired, her smile casting a glance back, the rusted swing from childhood that he tumbled from in tears. Or the pitiable mother of a young soldier who perished in agony on television. He had fled enough, enduring 21 escapes over 6 months. The taste of despair was one he no longer wished to savor. Let go of the dilemma of life and death. It is a conundrum without resolution, and fate will ultimately provide the answer. Until then, he should truly integrate into this magnificent era. 3 hours later, the portly man piloted his dilapidated mecha, aptly named Logic, to the headquarters of the 16th Airborne Marine Division. This military base, located southwest of Kato City, was surrounded by anti-detection disruptors. If aerial satellites were to photograph the area, they would only capture a void of darkness. Tian presented his electronic soldier identification badge to the guard at the gate. After a minute, he was granted entry, passing through rows of guard barracks filled with various standard mechas. His seemingly precarious machine garnered the attention of all who beheld it, with several female soldiers covering their mouths in astonishment and laughter. Unfazed, the portly man deliberately made his mecha move as if it could scarcely lift its legs. And upon spotting a striking female soldier, he leapt down, feigning an inquiry for directions with lewd intent. Approaching the unit of reconnaissance battalion, he suddenly noticed a statuesque female soldier by the roadside. With a mischievous grin, he sauntered over, continuing his routine of asking for directions while flirting. However, this beauty was not as amiable as the previous encounters. She wore a cold expression, seemingly indifferent. The portly man thought to himself, "So? You choose to ignore me? Very well, I shall persist." He was, by nature, a rogue, embodying the epitome of lewdness and shamelessness. His favorite pastime was to stir trouble, with a thick skin and unyielding persistence. Apart from a violent woman like Milan, there was no woman from whom he could not extract some advantage. Moreover, he harbored a deep disdain for those who looked down on others with an air of superiority in his eyes. Anyone who put on airs deserved to be brought low. The indifferent female soldier, ensnared by his relentless pursuit, ultimately had no choice but to endure his antics, gritting her teeth to draw a detailed map and explain for an extended period. When she looked up, she saw the annoying portly man feigning comprehension, visibly relieved. only to hear him inquire again. Still unclear, how exactly do I proceed? Is this a map you've drawn? The soldiers observing could hardly contain their laughter, mocking the portly man for his antics. Witnessing the female soldieress' fury reach its zenith, he leisurely doused her with cold water, saying, "Second Lieutenant, remember to salute when you see an officer. Consider this a pass this time, and I shall not pursue it further." With that, he turned and leapt back into his rickety mecha, departing with a plume of thick, black smoke reminiscent of an antique diesel engine trailing behind him. This female soldier, named Alice, had been raised in privilege and had never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. How could she have endured such mockery? With her rank subordinate to his, she could neither strike nor rebuke him. And a wave of indignation surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears, her heart seething with anger. That fat man! I shall not let this slide. Before he even reached his own unit, news of his encounter with the pride of the battalion, the third most beautiful soldier Alice, spread like wildfire through the camp. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of this portly man. Soldiers who had previously been ridiculed by Alice or found her disagreeable reveled in his misfortune, while her admirers vowed to make the man who had insulted their goddess pay dearly. Upon arriving at the reconnaissance battalion's headquarters, the portly man was informed by the guard that the battalion commander, Nadal, was currently convening a wartime intelligence briefing. After a brief wait, the meeting concluded, and the tall, lean Nadal emerged with a furrowed brow, prepared to assess the character of this lieutenant, who had been thrust upon them by the frontline command. Lieutenant Tian Xingjian, the deputy commander of the reconnaissance battalion, reporting for duty, please advise. The portly man executed a standard military salute with vigor. Damn it, a fat man serving as a reconnaissance soldier, a cowardly one at that. Nadal, already privy to certain details from friends at the frontline command, struggled to suppress his disdain for the portly figure before him. "Ates, Lieutenant. Please follow me." Nadal turned and led the portly man into the office. "Please take a seat, Lieutenant. There are chairs over there." Nadal gestured with his hand. "Thank you, sir." The portly man maintained the posture of a standard soldier, sitting up straight, hands resting on his knees, eyes fixed ahead. Nadal circled around the desk and took his seat, retrieving a cigarette from the box on the table, lighting it and taking a deep drag, muttering to himself, "I've heard you were a mechanical repairman?" "Yes, sir." The portly man felt a twinge of unease. His heightened instincts indicated that the tone of his direct superior was less than cordial. "I've heard you've undergone special training? The first item of special training is reconnaissance?" Nadal scrutinized him through the curling smoke with a piercing gaze. "Yes, sir." The portly man inwardly cursed. "Damn it, my file clearly states everything. Why must he resort to vague insinuations?" Nadal smiled slightly, still unhurried. "Since you've undergone special training and apparently performed well, why did you revert to being a mechanical repairman?" "I can't very well tell you. It's because I'm afraid of dying and don't wish to join the reconnaissance battalion." "Can I?" The portly man lamented internally, yet his mouth remained unceasing. "It's purely a matter of personal interest, sir." "Interest?" Nadal extinguished the half-smoked cigarette with a fierce motion, exclaiming, "Lieutenant, war does not cater to individual interests. If everyone made choices based on their interests, I'd be a carpenter by now." The dam had finally burst. The portly man felt as though he had been jolted from his chair. He stood at attention, declaring loudly, "Yes, sir. I apologize, sir." In a fit of excitement, Nadal leapt to his feet and exclaimed, "I fail to comprehend why the frontline command would assign you, this portly individual, to my unit. All I know is that the accolades listed in your dossier, obtained through dubious means, are utterly nonsensical. Aside from your remarkable skill in retreating with your tail between your legs, I do not believe your ample physique qualifies you to lead a company under my command. My dear fellow, I care not for your past achievements or your trivial successes in the training squad. I must inform you that there are no idle gluttons in my ranks. Remember, I shall say this only once. The full name of this battalion is not the ridiculous Reconnaissance Battalion, but rather the Special Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the 16th Armored Division of the Marine Corps, the only Special Reconnaissance Battalion in the entire Federation. Do you understand? Now, be gone." The portly man fled in disarray, pondering the severity of the reprimand he had just received as he exited the camp office. Having just endured a brutal session of training upon arrival, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What kind of commander was this 250-pound lieutenant who could change his demeanor so swiftly? It seemed he expected the Special Reconnaissance Battalion to engage in the same tasks as the Special Forces. This was not a palatable situation. As he reached his dilapidated mech, he looked up to see a muscular, stocky lieutenant with a broad grin approaching him. "You must be the new company deputy, Lieutenant Tian," he said warmly. "Welcome. I am Rashid, the commanding officer of Company A." The small but formidable Rashid extended his brawny arm, grasping the portly man's hand with a vigorous shake. Had it not been for several months of training in the gravity chamber, the portly man would surely have been shaken to pieces. Withdrawing his hand and saluting, the portly man replied with a beaming smile, "Thank you, as a newcomer. Please feel free to give me any instructions, and I assure you I will obey your commands." Seeing the portly man's calm demeanor, Rashid inwardly admired him and burst into hearty laughter, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Here, we are brothers in life and death. No need for formalities. You just endured a scolding from the lieutenant, didn't you?" "Ha ha." Rashid, a man of robust character, wasted no time and, without allowing the portly man a moment to respond, began leading him away while gesturing animatedly. "I heard we were getting a new deputy who has received first-class honors. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, and in a few days, we will be engaged in combat. Those Imperial Special Forces have been quite unruly lately, having taken out one of our forward supply stations, resulting in over 200 casualties, both military and civilian. They have become exceedingly arrogant. Currently, both our and the enemy's forces are amassing in this area. If we can open the corridor west of Cato, we could effectively split the Imperial Army in two. Thus, orders have been issued. Our battalion has been tasked with gathering intelligence on the enemy and, if possible, eliminating 2 or 3 of their command posts to quell their arrogance. 1 command post would suffice, let alone 2 or 3. Those high-ranking facilities are heavily guarded, situated dozens of kilometers from the front lines, surrounded by their own troops. The idea of a decapitation strike sounds simple enough, but the execution is far more complex, the portly man mused internally as he listened. Their battalion is indeed the only special reconnaissance battalion in the Federation. The previous commanders of the 16th Division had exerted considerable effort to maintain this designation. The military command had attempted several times to disband it, yet this battalion has persisted since the days of the War of Independence. The reconnaissance companies under several Mech battalions and the Special Forces Battalion have long harbored disdain for them, believing their tasks to be identical, albeit with superior equipment and treatment. The Special Forces Battalion resented the Reconnaissance Battalion for obstructing their path. Other armored divisions had their Special Forces regiments, while the 16th Division maintained only a Special Reconnaissance Battalion. Should they succeed in eclipsing this battalion, they might well be able to dissolve the Special Reconnaissance Unit and upgrade their Special Forces Battalion. Rashid, lacking the awareness typical of a junior officer, spoke rapidly, divulging the entire situation of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion to the portly man in mere moments, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed, as their conversation concluded. They arrived at Company A's headquarters, a modest encampment consisting of several rows of temporary barracks and 2 training grounds, surrounded by various mechs and vehicles, with a few aircraft stationed nearby at the entrance. 3 reconnaissance platoon leaders gathered, awaiting the company. Just as the portly man was about to follow Rashid inside, the small lieutenant halted him. With a mischievous grin, Rashid stated, "As special reconnaissance soldiers, we have certain traditions, which you must understand. You are the newly assigned deputy, and on the battlefield, the lives of our brothers will rest in our hands. The poor commander can bring ruin upon his troops. Thus, you must pass through 3 trials. Without that, you cannot enter this door. I trust you understand." With that, Rashid straightened his expression and left the portly man standing at the entrance, joining the 3 platoon leaders, ready to witness the unfolding drama. The portly man felt a headache coming on. These individuals only respected strength. Smooth talk would not suffice. He would need to earn their respect through his abilities. Very well, he thought, I shall give it my all today. Since they have shown me no courtesy, I shall not hold back. Whatever skills I possess will be on full display. Otherwise, not only would I face humiliation at the threshold, but in critical moments, I would surely be the first to be abandoned by these men. One of the shorter, muscular platoon leaders grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Shall we have a glimpse of the deputy's unarmed combat skills? With that, he stepped forward, shedding his outer garment to reveal a physique honed to perfection. his dark skin gleaming like polished steel. Tian approached the platoon leader, squeezing his iron-hard muscles and exclaiming, "Your explosive strength must be remarkable." The platoon leader chuckled, "Deputy, be wary of my right fist. It possesses a striking force of 500 kilograms. The blow from it would not be taken lightly." Tian expressed astonishment and inquired, "Then you must possess formidable resilience as well?" The platoon leader nodded, still grinning. Suddenly, Tian leapt into action, delivering a swift high kick that struck the platoon leader squarely on the head. The man soared into the air, spinning 360 degrees like a ragdoll before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, Tian brushed off his pants and donned a goofy grin, saying, "Just a tad slow on the uptake." Though somewhat underhanded, this was a valid aspect of Tian's combat technique and did not constitute a breach of the rules. Moreover, the platoon leader, Balak, was renowned as the top-ranked fighter in the Special Reconnaissance Battalion. No one had ever managed to down him in a single strike, not even with a sneak attack. Everyone knew Balak's reflexes were not slow. Rather, Tian was simply too quick, and his demeanor had proven deceptively misleading. It appeared that this seemingly bumbling portly man was not as easily bullied as one might presume, and some began to feel a twinge of apprehension at the thought of him becoming their superior. As two soldiers rushed in to carry the unconscious Balak away, Rashid and the remaining platoon leaders exchanged glances, realizing that this new deputy was not as inept as his rotund exterior suggested. "Ha ha, brother. Your skills are truly impressive. That kick was as swift as lightning, quick, precise, and fierce. With such prowess, you are more than worthy of joining our Special Reconnaissance Battalion." After a brief silence, Rashid broke into hearty laughter. His ability to change his demeanor remarkably swift. "Let us proceed to the shooting range, where you can demonstrate your marksmanship to these naive younglings and show them how firearms are truly wielded." Showering Tian with accolades, Rashid's words carried a hidden message. It seemed he was eager to reclaim his dignity after having been bested so swiftly. He was determined to ensure that this portly man would not belittle their Special Reconnaissance Battalion before he even officially joined. At the outdoor training ground, 2 tables were set up, covered with various firearm components. .2 targets, each with a diameter of less than 30 centimeters, were placed 200 meters away. Their bullseyes appeared almost as small as sesame seeds from this distance. The competitor selected to face off against Tian was the previous champion of the 16th Armored Division in this very discipline, the squad leader Torek from the 2nd Platoon. With a sharp whistle, the competition commenced and the timer began. Torek, filled with confidence, was determined to assemble the firearms faster and more accurately than anyone else in this field. As he neared the completion of the 3rd firearm he was assembling, a sudden barrage of 5 nearly consecutive gunshots echoed in his ears. "Impossible!" Torek abruptly lifted his head, only to see the portly man beside him, having just fired his last shot, grinning foolishly as he placed the weapon on the table. From a distance, the target observer's astonished voice rang out. All 5 shots hit the mark, scoring 50 points. A collective gasp of disbelief swept through the entire Special Reconnaissance Battalion. Could this rotund fellow truly be human? Rashid felt a surge of frustration. Having lost in what should have been a surefire event was humiliating. However, the thought that such a monstrous figure would soon become his partner ignited a flicker of excitement within him. He was curious to uncover what hidden talents this seemingly simple-minded man possessed. He shot a glare at all the soldiers, bellowing, "Damn it, disperse, you shameful lot." Turning back, he beamed at the grinning figure of the portly man, saying, "No more competition, brother. You truly excel. I concede defeat." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. "You lot should save your embarrassment. Let us help with the final event, the Mech combat." Both Rashid and Tian Xingjian's expressions shifted simultaneously as they turned sharply to see a tall, handsome colonel approaching with a group of followers. Among them was a familiar face to the portly man. Alice, who had been teased earlier, now glared at him with indignation. Chapter 15. Mech combat. Tian Xingjian quickly realized that the arrogant young lieutenant had come looking for trouble. "Ah, I see. It's the 3rd most beautiful woman in the entire brigade, Miss Alice. What brings you to the operations department? Taking the Special Forces Battalion for a stroll?" Rashid, sensing a discord with Alice, recognized her as someone who spoke with a sharp tongue, capable of delivering scathing remarks without resorting to vulgarity. The portly man caught the nuance, noting how the colonel had emphasized 3rd, clearly reminding Alice that in terms of beauty, she ranked 3rd. and there were two others who surpassed her. The implication that the Special Forces Battalion was akin to dogs being led on a leash by women was unmistakable. "Commander, where's my dormitory? I've been choked by mech exhaust all day. I need a good wash," the portly man quipped, his irreverent humor unyielding. Alice trembled with rage, pointing at him. "You fat fool. Too cowardly to compete. You run away. You're no man." With a look of astonishment, the portly man replied gravely, "How do you know I'm not a man? Did you peek at me while I was bathing? With something so large, did you not see? Have your eyes gone awry?" The nearby onlookers were left aghast. They'd never witnessed such lewdness displayed so brazenly, the audacity reaching an appalling level. Seeing Alice rendered speechless with fury, the colonel smiled faintly, remarking, "It seems the Special Reconnaissance Battalion only knows how to bully women. Birds of a feather flock together, even new arrivals are the same." The portly man rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why do you care if I bully her? Is she your mother?" The colonel was momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring him, the portly man turned to Rashid, who was doubled over in laughter, saying, "Commander, please take me to the dormitory. It's too noisy here. My head hurts." As he spoke, he muttered in a voice loud enough for all to hear, upon stepping outside, "I thought I'd seen a used sanitary pad. I considered myself unlucky, but I didn't expect to find several large ones stained with white fluid." Ugh! A cacophony erupted, with the Special Reconnaissance Battalion bursting into hearty laughter, while the Special Forces Battalion fumed with indignation. It turned out that the standard military caps of the Special Forces bore a conspicuous white ribbon. The colonel, seething with anger, stepped forward, reaching for the portly man's collar, and shouted, "Who are you calling a sanitary pad?" The portly man, ever the provocateur, shot back, "Whoever grabs me is a sanitary pad." Just as the colonel tightened his grip on the portly man's collar, the crowd erupted in laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. Tian, reveling in the spectacle, found joy in the chaos, aware that the rivalry between the Special Reconnaissance Battalion and the Special Forces Battalion had become public knowledge. "Portly man, if you have the skill, defeat me in mech combat. Don't just rely on your tongue," Colonel Grant said through clenched teeth, holding the portly man's collar. Tian smirked, shaking his head nonchalantly, and replied, "Are you even worthy?" Never before had Grant felt such humiliation, prepared to unleash his fury on this despicable figure, when a voice interrupted. "Grant, this is not a place for you to act recklessly." It was the voice of Nadal, the commander of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion. The soldiers formed a path for him, and he strolled in, casually saying, "Resorting to violence over a woman against a new recruit. How dare you? You should return whence you came. My mess hall doesn't serve you scraps." It seemed the Special Reconnaissance Battalion was not lacking in sharp-tongued individuals. There was not a single gentle soul among them. The portly man, Tian, instantly took a liking to this environment, Grant's face flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Now that you're here, I certainly want to see what the Special Reconnaissance Battalion is capable of. If you dare not, admit defeat and let this portly man apologize to Alice, and we'll leave immediately." "Ha! The Special Forces commander challenging a newcomer to mech combat. Do you find that amusing? Or shall we have a go at it ourselves?" Nadal, unaware of the portly man's true capabilities, knew only that Grant's mech combat skills were among the very best in the 16th Armored Division. Releasing the portly man's collar, Grant spat on the ground, glaring at him disdainfully. "Fine. It saves me the trouble of being accused of bullying a rookie. One move is all I need to handle someone like you." Unfazed, the portly man tidied his attire, donning a sycophantic grin as he addressed Nadal, "Commander, it's merely a matter of killing a chicken. Why employ your grand knife? It's too generous for this chicken. I shall fetch my dedicated mech for chicken slaughter." With that, Tian dashed out. Grant, seething in anger, turned to Nadal. "Very well, he requested this himself. Don't blame me for being merciless." With that, he climbed into his already prepared mech. Awaiting the portly man's arrival, Nadal and Hillard exchanged resigned glances. However, considering the portly man's past as a mechanical technician, even if he were to lose, it wouldn't be overly shameful yet. The thought of the portly man's dilapidated mech left them both feeling a sense of dread. A few minutes later, a wobbling Beast 3 mech stumbled through the entrance, and upon entering, it fell over. Spewing black smoke, it struggled to regain its footing, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans, reminiscent of a rusting machine. After a few steps, it crashed to the ground again, kicking up a cloud of dust. Was this truly the portly man's designated mech for slaughtering chickens? The soldiers of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion began to lose hope for this match. As Grant was piloting the top-tier version of the 7th-generation warrior mech, how could one expect to win a battle between a 2nd-generation mech and a 7th-generation mech? The Special Forces soldiers accompanying Grant laughed heartily, convinced that even if the portly man had a few tricks up his sleeve, they would likely be pitifully few. Meanwhile, seated in the cockpit, Grant seethed with rage, vowing to dismantle this attention-seeking portly man piece by piece. As the portly man swayed, every step elicited strange sounds from the mech, creaking and groaning, with some parts emitting black smoke. The onlookers questioned whether this mech could even make it to Grant. Growing impatient, Grant felt that the portly man had essentially brought a scrap heap to mock him. He was determined that this portly man would pay the price for his insolence. With a fierce resolve, Grant surged forward in his mech, closing the distance to the struggling, smoke-emitting wreck. Just as the audience braced themselves for the impending disaster, the portly man's mech faltered once more. Its mechanical leg seemed to give way, collapsing under its own weight and tumbling at Grant's feet. In that fleeting moment of surprise, the decrepit mech grasped the leader's ankle firmly. It rose again, while the leader found himself perilously lifted. Grant, quick to react, twisted the leader, directing its mechanical arms toward the portly man's cockpit, but to no avail. A cacophony of clattering echoed as parts were wrenched free, raining down like a shower. The leader's mechanical legs were swiftly disassembled, and with a flick of its wrist, the portly mech cast the leader aside. With a thunderous crash, the leader struck the ground, creating a crater, reduced in stature and struggling to rise, utterly defeated. The portly man's cockpit opened, and he cheerfully leaped out, clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, it only took one move. While I may not excel in fighting, dismantling mechs is my specialty." All present were rendered utterly speechless as the mechanical leg of a 7th-generation mech was almost instantaneously dismantled into its constituent parts. This rotund individual boasted of his ineptitude in combat, yet one must wonder, what then qualifies as competent? Furthermore, this rotund fellow exhibited unparalleled treachery. Observe how that dilapidated mech later sprang back to life, standing robustly as it dismantled the leader. Even if those earlier falls were not intentional, the mech undoubtedly did not appear as severely damaged as it seemed. The rotund man regarded the leader, still sprawled on the ground, with a mocking grin. As a mechanic intimately familiar with mech structures, he was acutely aware of the leader's vulnerabilities. Moreover, utilizing the sharp blades of the biodynamic mech's dual arms, alongside the assembly and disassembly functions designed into the repair automaton, dismantling those mechanical legs was as effortless as a butcher slaying a pig. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, who told this fool to engage in unarmed combat with a mech? My blades concealed within the mech's palms have served me well. He deserved that ambush. Chapter 16. Return to war. With a sharp pop, the leader's hatch burst open, and Grant leaped out in a fit of rage. A tempest of humiliation and fury, he charged towards Tian, swinging his fists and cursing, "You are despicable for using such underhanded tactics." Tian swiftly retreated behind Nadal, his expression one of bewilderment as he quipped, "Do you reason with your enemies on the battlefield?" Nadal, standing protectively before the rotund man, sneered at Grant, "You initiated this confrontation. How can you claim foul play? A loss is a loss. Can you not bear it?" The soldiers of the entire Special Reconnaissance Battalion surged forward, eager for a brawl. Grant's face oscillated between red and white as he finally spat a vengeful threat, leading his troops away in indignation. Alice found this lecherous rotund man utterly detestable, his methods vile and shameless to the extreme. She yearned to witness his downfall, to see him beg for mercy. However, given that Grant had lost the contest, remaining would only serve to humiliate herself further. As she departed, she could not resist casting a fierce glare at the rotund man, only to find him blowing her kisses, which ignited her fury yet left her powerless. Stamping her foot in anger, she stormed off, ignoring Grant's call to follow. The camp finally fell silent, and Nadal, wearing a bemused expression, looked at the rotund man and remarked, "Well done, my friend. You managed to put Grant in such a predicament. I must admit, I underestimated you." The rotund man sheepishly scratched his head and humbly replied, "Just luck. Just luck. Why combat skills are merely sufficient to bully those of lower intelligence." Amidst the laughter of the entire battalion, Rashid announced, effective immediately, Lieutenant Tian Xingjian, welcome to the 1st Company of the 16th Special Reconnaissance Battalion. A.S. Nadal departed. He wore a grin that could not be contained. Witnessing Grant's failure brought him immense joy. To his surprise, this unassuming rotund man possessed quite the prowess, with a tongue as sharp as a poisoned dagger and tactics equally underhanded. "We've certainly got the upper hand over the special forces now." Nadal resolved to spread the word at the division headquarters. The shared feeling of camaraderie easily united strangers, and a comrade who had shamed an adversary was undoubtedly a hero within the group. Thus, the rotund man, basking in the glow of heroism, quickly integrated into the Special Reconnaissance Battalion, AT this moment, in space. On September 19, 2060, at 1500 hours Malak public time, less than 10 hours remained until the infamous Battle of Cato commenced. At the same hour, the Federal Military Intelligence Bureau confirmed that the defense plans for Malak had been stolen, potentially compromising subsequent operational strategies. At 15:05, the intelligence director connected a call to the President's office and the Ministry of Defense. By 15:10, the Wartime Supreme Command, a coalition of the President's office and the Ministry of Defense, issued orders for the 5th Space Fleet to occupy the major airports of the capital, enforcing airspace control. All aircraft were grounded, with violators to be shot down immediately. Communications were also restricted, with all communication facilities ceasing operations and military jamming systems activated. At 15:15, the entire 1st Armored Division mobilized to secure the major military installations in the capital, with garrison units required to assist in the state of emergency. By 16:00, a total of 16 high-ranking officials and 112 military advisors with potential access to the blueprints and subsequent operational plans were isolated for interrogation. At 17:00, the rotund man declared he would treat all soldiers in his company to an extra meal, earning unanimous support and affection from the troops. Meanwhile, the Federal Supreme Command convened a meeting. As preliminary preparations had been completed 3 days prior, an urgent decision was made to initiate operations aimed at opening corridors west of Cato City to rescue several cities still besieged by the enemy. The operational plan for the Cato campaign was codenamed Thunder. At 18:00, Captain Rashid, along with 6 platoon leaders and a communications and technology squad leader, hosted a banquet for Tian Xingjian to welcome him. Simultaneously, the command's operational plans were disseminated to brigade-level units, instructing them to prepare according to the determined timeline. At 18:20, the banquet was abruptly interrupted as the battalion headquarters ordered the company leaders to attend an emergency meeting, canceling all activities and requiring all soldiers to prepare for deployment at readiness level A. At 18:25, Rashid and Tian Xingjian arrived at the battalion headquarters, where they were informed to await further instructions. Commander Nadal had already headed to the division headquarters for an emergency meeting. At 18:10, Nadal notified the battalion headquarters via phone that the meeting had expanded to include company-level officers. By 19:13, the company and platoon officers arrived at the battalion headquarters. At 18:30, Nadal finally returned from the division headquarters and immediately convened a pre-battle intelligence briefing. The frontline command required all armored divisions and the Marine Corps to prepare for combat, while the special forces were to depart ahead of schedule with the mission of identifying and targeting enemy radar, electronic jamming devices, logistics bases, Air Force bases, missile bases, and battlefield network systems, coordinating unrestricted strikes with the Air Force. The meeting concluded at 20:00, and the entire battalion assembled. By 21:00, the Air Force escorting armored aircraft began to roll out of the hangars, commencing the loading of energy and munitions. At the same time, various special forces units began to gather at major field airports. At 21:30, the escorting armored aircraft took to the skies. On the ground, the first batch of special forces commenced boarding medium transport ships. At 21:40, Tian Xingjian stepped into the medium transport ship, the hatch slowly closing as the cabin lights flickered on. The 1st Company of the 16th Special Reconnaissance Battalion was set to be the farthest-reaching strike force into enemy territory. With an aerial journey exceeding 1,000 kilometers, they would be the first to ascend. At 18:22, the first batch of 16 medium transport ships began to split into formations, reaching their destinations 3 minutes later. By 22:20, the Second Fleet separation was completed, with 3 armored aircraft assigned to escort the transport ship carrying Tian AT-22. 25, the medium transport ship, equipped with anti-gravity devices, exited the atmosphere. The 3 escorting aircraft continued their flight within the atmospheric layers. At-22:45, the transport ship re-entered the atmosphere, rejoining with the fighter jets. At-23:05, they reached their destination, where Imperial military anti-aircraft fire erupted fiercely, and the transport ship sustained multiple hits. At-23:12, the transport ship descended over the designated area, and the first company of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion began their airborne descent. At-23:13. A loud shout erupted from within the first descending, battered mech. Damn this war! I'm back! Chapter 17. Stealth. The rotund man landed at coordinates 1045.2207, safe and sound. Those who follow, gather around me. Rotund man is the unassailable moniker of Tian. Originally, Rashid intended to call him Despicable, but the rotund man firmly refused, stating, "You may call me hero or rotund man. There are no lecherous heroes. Your medal proves not." The consensus was to simply refer to him as the rotund man. In operations, the deputy generally leads the reconnaissance troops, with the deputy squad leader at the forefront in a squad action and the deputy platoon leader leading in a platoon action. Of course, this does not include ranks above deputy battalion commander. Thus, the highest military rank at the forefront during operations would be that of a deputy company commander. The rotund man, finding this quite absurd, opened the mech's hatch and spat forcefully, the outside air carrying a damp scent in the sky. Mechs from the first company were descending one after another, their boosters set to maximum, producing a thunderous roar. The rapidly descending mechs, around 50 meters above the ground, appeared to be caught by an invisible hand. This was the effect of the booster's recoil acting upon the ground. These mechs were the finest standard equipment of the Lele Federation. And due to the special nature of the special forces, nearly all weapons and mechs available in large quantities were prioritized for them. The first company was equipped with 3 models of mechs. The most prevalent being the 7th generation warrior mech, a single soldier mech possessing remarkable mobility and defense capabilities, rivaling the 6th generation medium mech. Regular soldiers piloted the standard model, the warrior pioneer, while Hillard operated a mech identical to that of the Special Forces Battalion Commander, Grant, which he had requisitioned from Nadal. Nadal used his personal mech, which had undergone specialized modifications and included numerous personalized configurations, thus boasting greater combat capabilities than standard models. Additionally, there were 2 medium anti-joint quadrupedal mechs, designated as antenna by the military, utilized by the communications squad primarily for maintaining contact with the rear and coordinating with the Air Force in the midst of battle. The primary function of this mech is to execute electromagnetic interference, capable of severing communication links among enemy forces and launching attacks on electronic devices such as radars, mech computers, scanners, and positioning systems, rendering them incapacitated or causing chaos. The last type is the Fury-class heavy fire support mech, of which the squad is equipped with 4. Fury represents the 7th generation of mechs, a compact version of the 6th generation heavy mech, where the reduction in size has paradoxically led to an enhancement in power. This 5-person mech is outfitted with a parabolic cannon, 3 energy machine guns, and a missile launcher, constructed from a more resilient alloy, featuring robust external armor and a large energy shield, essentially transforming it into a mobile fortress brimming with formidable firepower. Initially, the hefty mech was also assigned a warrior-class pioneer, but he categorically refused it. Thus, the only personal mech within the squad is the hefty one's logic. The soldiers of the squad hold immense admiration for the newly arrived deputy who dares to treat his life as a trifling matter, piloting such a dilapidated mech onto the battlefield. The hefty man intently monitors logic scanner and radar, noting the absence of enemy mechs in the vicinity. However, the tranquil mountainous jungle is soon expected to be overrun by the encroaching mechs of the Gashulan Empire. It is imperative to vacate this area within 10 minutes. The airborne deployment of the squad is swift and silent. These seasoned special reconnaissance soldiers are acutely aware of their roles and the steps necessary to fulfill them. With the boosters of their mechs deactivated, they stealthily approach the position of Tian, only producing sounds of snapping branches when larger mechs force their way through the dense underbrush. 2 minutes after landing, Logic's mech computer emits a crisp notification. 2. Antenna. Mechs, 4, Fury. Mechs, 77 warrior pioneers, and 1 warrior leader have all assembled. The hefty man relays command signals through the mech computer to Rashid, who, with a wave of his hand, directs the gathered mechs to disperse into pairs, one leading and one following, forming a long, flexible line that can swiftly coil into a defensive formation, flanked by sentinels responsible for protection. The entire squad marches rapidly towards their target on the electronic map of the mechs. Approximately 50 kilometers west of the drop zone lies a blind spot detected by a space surveillance satellite. A region shrouded in darkness on military maps, likely housing counter-detection jammers. This location is situated between 2 cities besieged by the Empire, 30 kilometers apart to the north and south, with a road passing nearby. Most plausibly an enemy Air Force base. Radar and electronic countermeasure facilities are generally not established close to roadways, and the Federal Air Force has long suspected that this site was constructed during the landing of the enemy's colossal transport ships, subsequently modified into an anti-air missile base. Given that missiles intercepted multiple times from the 2 cities have been launched from this direction, the Federal Military Intelligence Department has preliminarily assessed this dark spot to be a hybrid Air Force temporary airfield combined with a missile base. A judgment enticing enough to warrant an assault by a special operations squad. However, the hefty man finds the location somewhat peculiar. If it were indeed an Air Force or missile base, the airborne operation would not proceed so smoothly. Yet, if it were neither of these, what could it possibly be? Soon, they are less than 10 kilometers from the objective. Squad leader Jason halts his platoon to remain as a reinforcement force. Under Rashid's command, they swiftly form a circular defensive formation, with the sentinels observing the perimeter automatically moving into positions 500 meters away. Since the commencement of their movement, Tian has been scrutinizing his subordinates, whose performance convinces him that he is part of a well-trained unit. The soldiers demonstrate a resolute silence, decisive judgment, swift actions, and tactical maneuvers that are both precise and adaptable. 1. Antenna, and 1. Fury. Mech detached to assist in defense, while the others continue forward without pause. Entering the range of the jammers, they could encounter patrolling enemies at any moment. Tian, accompanied by 3 warrior pioneers, leads the front, ensuring the safety of the squad's advance. The hefty man selects a small hillside to the southeast of the base, from where he can observe the entire facility from an elevated position. The 2 platoons of special reconnaissance troops place their unwavering trust in the hefty man's choice, switching their mechs to stealth mode and following the lead of the battered mech as it weaves through the terrain. All are struck by the oddity that this once smoke-emitting, clattering mech now moves like a felid stalking its prey through the jungle. Its motions graceful and silent. If not for their proximity, they would have nearly lost track of it, as the dilapidated mech seemingly melds into the night's wilderness. This phenomenon renders the hefty man increasingly enigmatic in their eyes. Under his guidance, they have penetrated to within approximately 1 kilometer of the base. Along the way, the leading battered mech periodically unleashes concentrated heavy particles, penetrating hollow trees and various burrows, each harboring enemy sentries. These sentries are swiftly and silently eliminated, their unarmored bodies obliterated by the penetrating force of the heavy particles. Yet, who would anticipate that a heavy particle machine gun would manifest in the hands of a mech? The soldiers of the following special reconnaissance squad remain oblivious, only sensing that this journey has been unusually smooth. Logically, 5 kilometers from their target is typically their minimum distance for launching an ambush. Logic's radar detects an enemy mech patrol, comprising an Imperial Iceman I-type mech and a squad of infantry, who are currently patrolling parallel to the base's perimeter. In 10 minutes, this leisurely patrol will reach the location of the hefty man and his team. The base, still silent in the night, lacks the sounds of aircraft taking flight or transport vessels landing, traits inconsistent with a combat airfield. Whether to initiate a full-scale assault lies in Rashid's hands. The hefty man halts, raising Logic's mechanical arm high in a fist. Once concealed, the signal is relayed back to Rashid. A minute later, the leader mech issues the order for a full-scale assault. Chapter 18. Time and time again. The antenna activates its electromagnetic interference, covering an area with a radius of 5 kilometers. Within half an hour, unless directly destroyed, the antenna becomes the undisputed master of this domain, with no signal escaping its confines. Even if the Imperial forces possess more powerful electronic countermeasure weapons, extricating themselves from this disadvantage will take at least half an hour. 1. Fury. and 6 warrior pioneers remain to protect the antenna, while the other individual mechs have entered the assault line. Once the electromagnetic interference is engaged, it resembles a stampede of wild horses. The mechs launch a collective assault. The charge of armored combat units on the battlefield carries a terrifying momentum. The onslaught of dozens of individual mechs is nothing short of earth-shattering. This feigned attack proves effective, triggering alarms within the base, and the sounds of the alert mechs are distinctly audible 500 meters away. The charging federal mechs fire their first barrage of missiles. Each time the hefty man witnesses such a missile salvo, he marvels at its resemblance to scenes from educational documentaries, particularly the segment depicting sperm missiles assaulting the fortress of an egg, truly captivating. He has often pondered how these documentaries were filmed, only to discover that they utilized computer simulations based on real imagery, a realization that left him somewhat disappointed. The missiles precisely strike the gates and temporary steel walls, and with the resounding explosions, the gates and walls are flung high into the air, clouds of dust swirling as nearly a 100-meter breach is created in the perimeter, directly leading into the mech parking area where Imperial soldiers in shorts frantically scramble to board their mechs. How could the hefty man allow them to mobilize? He is the first to charge forward, the battered mech lunging ahead in a bizarre manner, akin to a raucous baboon. Everything within sight is swiftly obliterated. Such a sudden assault typically encounters minimal resistance, for the power of energy machine guns and missiles is sufficient to incapacitate foes barely roused from their stupor. 2 rows of barracks are quickly cleared, and no one in the parking area manages to reach their mechs. The hefty man has a rule in combat: deny the opponent any opportunity, offer no mercy, and strike decisively. Yet, his timid nature has always confined such thoughts to his mind. Prior to his military service, this fellow had never engaged in a fight. Despite inwardly seething and mentally fortifying himself during conflicts, he ultimately deflated and sought to avoid trouble. I was born a pacifist. Far too compassionate, I cannot bear to witness bloodshed. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly do this or that. It would be an extremely bloody, violent, and brutal scene. He would boast to friends. This time is not merely a brawl but a genuine struggle for survival on the battlefield. Perhaps having already taken lives during their escape, he has crossed a psychological threshold. Perhaps in war, human psychology undergoes varying degrees of mutation. In any case, the hefty man no lunge as the artillery fire began to extend. Missiles and shells surged toward the base, and some of the more distant Imperial mechs finally emerged. Some were patrolling nearby, while others had survived the barrage unleashed by the federal mechs. The firepower of the federal forces began to be suppressed. Just as all the federal mechs methodically approached the base gate, splitting into 2 arrows for a deep assault, the rotund figure had already collided head-on with the oncoming Imperial mech. 20-1. The rotund figure swiftly assessed the situation. A missile flew forth, striking Logic squarely in the chest, causing the battered mech to collapse instantly. A tremendous explosion blasted a gaping hole through Logic's chest, exposing the damaged circuits to the air, crackling with sparks as it emitted plumes of black smoke. The Imperial soldiers found it utterly perplexing. What was this dilapidated contraption that dared to charge first? When had the Federation sunk so low? Nevertheless, the ambushing federal troops had breached the base. The guard company responsible for the entrance defense could hardly muster any resistance amidst such dense artillery fire. Leaving no time for contemplation as the Imperial mechs rushed past the destroyed federal mech. 1 mech, still uneasy, casually fired its energy cannon at the pile of wreckage on the ground, but received no response, nearly causing a direct collision with another Imperial mech that was charging toward the gate. This scene left the soldiers of the Special Reconnaissance Company in shock. Surely not. The deputy commander, who had only arrived this afternoon, had already fallen. Fatty. How cunning he was. How did he go berserk once the fighting began? The mech was undoubtedly totaled. Who knew if the pilot was still alive, with such a gaping hole in its chest? He must be dead. All units, storm forth, retrieve the deputy commander's mech. Avenge him. Avenge him. The communications channel of the Special Reconnaissance Company erupted in chaos. No one expected that this rotund figure, whom they had only just met, would be so swiftly felled by the enemy. Had this fatty taken some fire drug? Charging in alone. Just as they believed Tian had sacrificed himself, from behind the 20 or so Imperial mechs, the battered Beast 3 miraculously rose once more. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company were moved to tears. This was a heroic moment as the battered beast appeared to rise from the depths of hell. Two missiles striking the Imperial mechs that dashed past it. Then, the beast's mechanical arm seized another Imperial infantry mech, delivering a devastating blow to the cockpit. What a tragic scene it was! Behind the resurrected Beast 3 surged at least 40 to 50 Imperial mechs. 40 to 1! A few energy shells struck the battered Beast 3. The mech fell once more, heroically engulfed in flames. Fatty, attack. Give me a fierce strike. Charge. Avenge the deputy commander. The enraged federal soldiers commenced their charge. As two mechs responsible for fire support, Fury, let out furious roars, 6 energy cannon barrels unleashing hundreds of shells, like a ribbon dancing through the night, obliterating everything in its path. .2 missile launchers fired high-explosive missiles almost without pause. The thunderous explosions reverberating skyward. .2 infantry mech arrows swiftly maneuvered, slicing through the incoming Imperial mechs, now devoid of communication and command, their radar and weapon locking systems malfunctioning. How could these manually operated Imperial mechs stand a chance against the trained and proactive Federal Special Reconnaissance soldiers? The battered Beast mech rose once again. Several soldiers from the first company were in tears. Wasn't this courting death? They thought. The deputy commander was too valiant, too fearless, amidst the thronging Imperial mechs. The Beast fell. The soldiers of the Special Reconnaissance Company began to feel strangely. The Beast rose again. The Beast fell. The Beast again. Time and again. Imperial mechs, desperately charging forward amidst the fierce artillery, fell one after another to the ambush of the worn-out mech. Fatty, relishing the sweet taste of success, became increasingly adept at his act of feigning death amidst the battle. Fatty, what on earth are you doing? Came the frantic shout from Rashid over the channel. All the Federal soldiers felt their tears dry up. They felt as if they had been played by that lecherous Fatty. Despicable. The channel erupted with collective curses. Chapter 19. Must do the radar and weapon locking systems of the mechs were disrupted. Their communication systems entirely severed. The base's defending forces, scattered like grains of sand, could no longer coordinate, forced to fight individually. Under the relentless siege of the Federal Special Reconnaissance Company, they could no longer withstand the pressure and were swiftly annihilated. The master of feigned death, Tian, earned great merit, having destroyed a total of 15 Imperial mechs. His performance of falling tragically and then rising from the flames became a classic scene in future war melodramas. His skilled acting, sincere emotions, and vivid portrayal not only effectively deceived and numbed the ill-fated Imperial defenders, but also brought tears to the eyes of the First Company soldiers. This battle was revered by the Reconnaissance Company as a classic of underhanded tactics, leading the soldiers of the First Company to modify their mechs. Henceforth, the simulation armor invented by Tian became widely adopted, its realistic electro-optical and acoustic simulation characteristics earning the First Company the highest honor of the Phoenix, a title bestowed in later years. According to surviving Imperial soldiers who encountered this unit, they all piloted 7th-generation standard Federal mechs, their assault and firepower exceedingly fierce. Their specialty lay in executing wide-ranging maneuvers to encircle and divide the enemy, eliminating them one by one. Most frustrating was the phenomenon where some destroyed mechs, despite being engulfed in sparks and billowing black smoke, would inexplicably rise again when the Imperial forces least expected it. Not to mention, the sheer murderous aura of this relentless cycle of mutual destruction had left many soldiers who battled against them trembling in fear. After clearing the Imperial mechs surrounding the base, the First Company faced no further effective resistance. The base's defenses had been utterly obliterated. Once they swiftly occupied the interior of the base, they finally understood its true purpose. It was neither an air base of the Gashelan Empire nor a missile deployment site, but rather a hellish prison camp. Within the electrified compound, divided by barbed wire and wooden stakes into several open areas, hundreds of emaciated, ragged Federal prisoners were herded together like cattle. Adjacent to them, separated by a mere net, lay a mountain of executed prisoners, their bodies piled high, the ground stained black-red with blood, exuding a nauseating stench. When Tian, having exited his mech, beheld this scene, he nearly vomited bile. These bloodied, mangled corpses were carelessly discarded like refuse, pale and stiff in disarray. Tian Xingjian's feet, The body of a female federal soldier lay askew against the pile of corpses, her chest pierced with a gory hole. Her eyes staring blankly at the sky. The surviving prisoners were swiftly rescued, their joy at being saved overshadowed by a lack of exuberance. They merely walked out silently, numbly obeying the commands of the First Company soldiers. Many remained within the enclosure, staring blankly outside, as if that confined space were the only safe haven. The soldiers of the First Company tried to pull them out. Some obediently followed like children, while others stubbornly clung to the barbed wire, refusing to budge, and still others curled up in terror as if encountering the most dreadful demon, shaking their heads and crying out, adamantly refusing to exit. Behind the enemy lines, being immobilized meant losing one's life. Dozens of kilometers to the north and south lay the main enemy forces besieging the federal city. Moreover, there were certainly enemy troops following the flight path of the transport ships, and perhaps in a matter of minutes, they would be surrounded. Thus, no matter how they attempted to lead these prisoners away, there was no feasible route. The only option was to contact the Air Force. But they could not provoke the enemy's defenses, and without breaking away at a long distance, there was no safe place for the transport ships to land. What to do? Would they abandon these people here? Tian Xingjian and Hillard exchanged glances. Fatty. Two petite figures dashed over and threw themselves into Tian Xingjian's embrace, sobbing, "It's really you." Fatty was in a fluster, lifting the tear-streaked faces buried in his chest. Meiduo? Naya? What are you doing here? Fatty was on the verge of collapse. Had these two women become addicted to being captured? Woo-woo. Like a torrent bursting forth, Meiduo and Naya cried as if the heavens had darkened and the sun had dimmed, unable to utter a single word. Eventually, Meiduo simply fainted from the weeping. Naya's mental state was also quite poor. Both of them had clearly lost weight, their appearances gaunt and haggard in such a hellish concentration camp. The fact that the two women could still recognize Fatty was nothing short of miraculous. Without needing them to speak, just by looking at this prison camp, Fatty could imagine the mental torment they endured with each passing day. Faced with the imminent threat of execution, witnessing living comrades being shot and transformed into heaps of corpses piled high behind a mere net, such psychological pressure was unimaginable without experiencing it firsthand. Fatty laid Meiduo down gently, pinching her philtrum, and finally, she slowly regained consciousness. Her tear-filled, hazy eyes gazed unwaveringly at the hefty man, pleading, "Please, take me away." Meiduo's voice was imbued with profound sorrow and weariness. Beside her, the federal soldier could not help but turn his head away, tears welling in his eyes. The previously dazed and numb captives seemed to have their emotional dam burst open, soft sobs gradually emerging, eventually escalating into heart-wrenching wails that stirred deep sympathy. Tian Xingjian held Meiduo tightly in his embrace and, after a long silence, reassured her, "Do not fear. No one can harm you again." As Meiduo and Nia began to calm, Rashid pulled Tian Xingjian aside and inquired, "What shall we do? If we take them with us, we surely cannot escape." Tian Xingjian gazed at Meiduo in the distance, still looking at him, and replied, "You all proceed as planned. I will stay behind to try and lead them to safety." Rashid exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you mad? Do you realize where we are? How could you possibly escape with them on your own?" Tian Xingjian chuckled softly and said, "Have you forgotten? I am an expert at fleeing. Even if I cannot succeed, I cannot allow myself to abandon them. Not only Meiduo, but all those here, they are our comrades. Heroes in the fight against invasion." He took a deep breath. There are some things a man must do. Chapter 20. The Art of Escape. Rashid lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, the ember flaring brightly in the darkness before dimming as it burned away, releasing wisps of smoke. After a lengthy silence, he asked, "What do you plan to do?" Tian Xingjian produced an electronic map, inputting a coordinate, and pointed at the faint green glow on the screen, saying to Rashid, "From here, head southeast for 20 kilometers. That leads to the mountains, surrounded by dense forests. If luck is on our side, we might reach the mountains before the enemy discovers us. The Mechs cannot effectively search the mountainous terrain. We should be able to evade them. If all else fails, we can arm these few hundred people and fight back. It is better than waiting here to die." Rashid studied the map intently and said, "But how will you return? Even if you evade detection, you cannot stay in the mountains until the war ends. And while it's easy to find food and water for one or two people, where will you find provisions for hundreds? Tian Xingjian smiled and replied, "We'll take it one step at a time. Our immediate goal is to get them out. The supplies we can scavenge from this base should sustain us for a while. My plan is to wait until they regain some combat capability, then devise a way to capture an enemy logistics base, seize a transport ship, or contact the Air Force to see if they can extract us. If all else fails, I intend to lead them to Rocky City to the south. Although surrounded by the enemy, it will offer more safety." Rashid looked intently at Tian Xingjian and suddenly patted his shoulder, saying earnestly, "Brother, regardless of the outcome, I truly admire your resolve. Making such a decision is no small feat. I'll leave a squad with you, an antenna, and an fury. We'll return to rendezvous with the 3rd platoon and head northeast. If there are pursuers, I'll hold them off for a few hours. Beyond that, you're on your own. No." Tian Xingjian firmly rejected. "Each company has its own mission, and I have already hindered the entire unit. I cannot let my brothers accompany me into danger." Rashid retorted angrily, "Are you belittling me? How can you escape with hundreds alone while I, armed to the teeth with special forces soldiers, cannot? Our mission is to conduct unrestricted rear assaults. If you take them along, it counts as part of your assignment, does it not? You still plan to seize a logistics base, don't you? Without mechs, how do you expect to accomplish that with mere manpower? Nonsense. There's no arguing about this. It's settled. I'll give you Torek. He idolizes you and claims he has never seen anyone as adept at seizing as you." A smile crossed Rashid's face as he recalled the gleaming eyes of the gun enthusiast Torek. And he added, "Do well, and let us all survive. We'll meet again for your welcome feast. We won't leave until we're drunk." Tian Xingjian did not refuse further. At this moment, any words were superfluous. Time was of the essence. He solemnly saluted Rashid, saying, "It's a deal. We shall meet again, not to part until we're intoxicated." Under the yellow glow of the base's streetlights, swarms of nameless flying insects danced around the light, occasionally colliding with the permanent bulbs, their wings producing a crackling sound. These insects resembled Earth's moths, instinctively drawn to warmth and light. There is an old saying in the east of Earth, "Moths fly into the flame." Despite knowing the danger, these moths relentlessly approached the light and heat, undeterred even when consumed by flames. Humanity, at times, mirrors these moths. This Eastern individual, a descendant of ancient Earth, harbored an innate spirit of knowingly marching towards peril. When they set their sights on a goal, they unleash an immense power, fire, blood, molten lava capable of annihilating everything. Who is the moth, and who is the flame? Rashid pondered as he watched Tian Xingjian stride away. "Hurry! What are you waiting for? At least hold them off for 3 hours. I need time, I in the distance." The hefty man's voice interrupted Rashid's thoughts, his demeanor exuding an air of entitlement as if to say, "You promised. Damn it." Rashid, feeling dejected, led the special reconnaissance unit away, harboring a desire to strip the hefty man bare and display him. This guy, adept at turning his back on others, was quicker than me at it. Yet, he understood that this traitor had, without hesitation, entrusted his back to him. Such trust meant they would become brothers bound by life and death, brothers closer than blood. The soldiers departing had already grasped the choice made by their stout deputy. "This is true manhood, true heroism," they all said. As they parted ways, each soldier approached Tian Xingjian, saluting the hero they revered, offering their utmost respect. The hero felt deeply moved, tears brimming in his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to utter a single word, lost in his emotions, the hefty man thought, "Damn it, in a moment of impulse, I've let my bravado take over. What a man should do. Surviving makes one a man. Death renders all equal as corpses." Observing his comrades, it felt as if they were bidding farewell to his remains. The faux hero, having seen off those paying their respects, began to devise his escape plan. Relying solely on 2 legs was out of the question. 20 kilometers through dense forest would take them a day to traverse. The highways to the east and west were also untenable. Venturing onto the roads was tantamount to seeking death. There weren't enough mechs suited for jungle operations, and even divine intervention couldn't conjure more in just a few hours. Moreover, most of the Imperial mechs had been destroyed, leaving insufficient materials behind. Although the logic mech could transform into a small transport vessel, it was ultimately a single-unit mech with a capacity of merely a dozen individuals. Transporting everyone was impractical, and cramming them inside would render it vulnerable in case of enemy encounter. Ground escape was impossible, and air escape was futile. Thus, tunneling underground became the only option. Burrowing underground could effectively evade most radar detection. But should the Empire employ high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, even the deepest tunnel would become visible. Once detected, these individuals would be cornered like rats, easily boiled in a pot of scalding water. How could he prevent them from deploying satellites for targeted scans around the base? The presence of anti-reconnaissance jammers around the base indicated that the Gashulan Empire feared exposure. This universally acknowledged crime would invite condemnation and sanctions from all of humanity, and they would never allow these captives to escape. Pursuit would be relentless. Even if a few pursuers could be eliminated, this was still enemy-controlled territory where they would be perpetually pursued and slain. Only by allowing the pursuers to witness the deaths of the captives could their doubts be dispelled. Tian Xingjian had already determined the location of the tunnel, right beneath the highway adjacent to the base. Following the road, the high-grade surface effectively isolated radar scans, and the durable pavement would show no signs of disturbance from underground cavities. All of this could be executed with a mere sleight of hand, rendering the issue of the tunnel entrance, which could easily attract enemy attention, invisible to their preconceptions. Resolute, Tian Xingjian enlisted the help of the remaining soldiers from the second company. First gathering all available vehicles, weapons, ammunition, and compressed energy blocks from the base. They then dismantled the destroyed Imperial Mechs. A few Imperial Mechs remained, abandoned by their slain operators, becoming the primary focus of the hefty Man-S modifications. The mechanical arms and legs of these Mechs were repurposed to create a mobile drilling system, while the engines were amalgamated to power an energy drill fashioned from disassembled energy cannons. The other vehicles were modified, welding useful parts into cargo compartments, allowing food and weapons to be stored, significantly alleviating the burden on the physically weakened federal captives. Within the carriage, there exists a groundwater extraction device ingeniously transformed by the Imperial drinking water apparatus. Alongside air conditioning units and negative-ion air purifiers assembled within the base's garrison club. The oxygen supply is facilitated by equipment from the base's biochemical laboratory. Like a colossal centipede, an underground drilling vehicle was swiftly constructed through the collective efforts of all involved. With a garrison barrack serving as the entrance to the tunnel, after dismantling a wall of the barrack, this centipede effortlessly burrowed into the earth, its energy cannons, previously disassembled for their explosive mechanisms, now emitting a steady and continuous beam. Unsuitable for assault, yet perfectly adept for tunneling, a 6-meter-wide cavity was formed, with the excavated earth from the centipede's head being displaced to either side, while numerous mechanical arms rapidly compressed the soil against the tunnel walls. Apart from a few individuals required for the ruse, the remaining federal prisoners of war accompanied Torque's reconnaissance unit into the tunnel. Within half an hour, the tunnel had reached beneath the highway and began to veer eastward along it. At this juncture, a voice crackled through the communicator, issuing an order from Tian Xingjian to cease digging. Everyone understood that the performance above ground was about to commence, plunging the entire underground passage into an eerie silence as all prayed fervently. Meiduo and Nia refrained from praying. Tian Xingjian had already bestowed upon them an abundance of surprises. Eye in their eyes, this corpulent man seemed capable of anything, and since he had orchestrated this plan, he must possess a method to ensure their escape. When it comes to fleeing in the entirety of the universe, let alone the Federation, who could rival the prowess of this rotund figure? Chapter 21. The Revelation of Magic Major Raphael. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 32nd Armored Division of the Gashulan Empire Army was exceedingly incensed. During a mandated pursuit, his battalion had inadvertently plunged into the enemy's ambush, suffering a shameless surprise attack, resulting in the destruction of an entire company's mechs, while 2 others barely survived thanks to the support from their rear 2nd Battalion. After breaching the blockade of the Federation's elite mech troops, just as Major Raphael was directing his soldiers to continue the pursuit, he received orders from higher command to abandon the chase. The pursuit would henceforth be undertaken by the 2nd Battalion, while his forces were required to immediately proceed to a prisoner of war camp to search for and eliminate all nearby enemies, ensuring not a single one escaped, and upon completion of the mission, to obliterate the entire camp. This order, transmitted directly from the division headquarters, left no room for negotiation. Although Raphael harbored immense anger over being denied the chance to personally pursue the despicable ambushers, he dared not defy military orders. The Empire's punishment for insubordination could make him regret ever being born. He had no choice but to comply. determined to vent his pent-up fury upon the new adversaries. Raphael urged his soldiers onward, and within less than 20 minutes, they reached the location specified by the division headquarters. The sounds of gunfire erupted from within the prisoner-of-war camp, with skirmishes occurring in nearly every corner. Some battered Imperial Guard mechs were pinned down in a barrack at the center of the base, desperately unleashing their firepower. The camp was teeming with riotous prisoners, their figures flickering in and out of sight behind various cover. Other guard mechs, taking refuge behind the walls, fervently suppressed the riotous prisoners within the camp. These detestable federal insects, charge! Major Raphael commanded without hesitation as soon as his 2 companies of mechs stormed into the camp. None would be able to withstand their assault. The riotous prisoners would be reduced to mere pulp. Perhaps witnessing the Imperial mechs charging and prompted the riotous prisoners to realize escape was futile. And the artillery fire suddenly intensified. After an onslaught of reckless cannon fire, a massive explosion detonated the ammunition depot, followed by a series of catastrophic chain explosions. The powerful shockwaves not only flattened the entire camp, but also toppled Raphael, who was the rotund fellow hastily shifted the topic, continuing, the sentry mechs and the artillery engaging them were operated remotely from behind cover. The positions of those shelters were meticulously prearranged. Although they appear to be scattered throughout the base, the truth is that as long as everyone reveals themselves briefly when the enemy arrives, they can swiftly retreat back to the barracks where the underground hideout is located, following the direction of the shelters, perfectly evading the enemy's line of sight. Naturally, the adversary would never suspect that under such fierce firepower, our people had managed to infiltrate this very barracks. Once everyone was inside the hideout, I was the last to leap in, utilizing my mechanical arm to seal the entrance, ultimately detonating the pre-buried explosives. As long as the backfilled earth was concealed by the collapsed barracks, it would suffice. The rotund fellow felt a swell of pride in his clever ruse, boasting, the secret to this trick lies in visual deception and the inertia of thought. The Imperial troops will surely think that since the barracks is still occupied by Imperial guards, any captured Federal soldiers must be outside, with no place to hide. When the explosion occurs, they will undoubtedly perish, and upon witnessing the carnage, it would take a particularly astute mind to see through the ruse. You truly are a master of deception. You've led us all to our doom, Meduo remarked, entwining her arm with his, her cheek pressed against his in a playful reproach, her expression radiating sweetness that belied the accusation. Indeed, I shall strangle you, you deceitful rogue, Nia chimed in from the side, playfully pinching the soft flesh at the rotund fellow's waist with a mischievous grin. Chapter 22. Nia's confession since her rescue. Nia seemed to have developed a penchant for teasing I in an effort to divert her attention from the tender flesh of his waist that felt as though it might burst. The rotund fellow racked his brains for a solution. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he grasped Nia's hand, in a manner he hoped was playful rather than inappropriate, and inquired, "Now, it's time you tell me how you found yourselves captured here." As Nia felt his hand on hers. Warmth crept into her cheeks. She shot him a sidelong glance, but did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it as she began. Meduo and I were aboard a medium transport ship, intending to return to New Rome. As you know, to reach New Rome, we had to traverse through enemy-controlled territory. As we re-entered the atmosphere, we found ourselves targeted by enemy fighters. Our escorting ships were outnumbered and swiftly destroyed, but they bought us some time, allowing 2 of the 3 accompanying transport ships to escape. However, our vessel sustained damage to its anti-gravity system, rendering it unable to ascend and forcing us to make a forced landing. After being captured by enemy ground forces, we were escorted to that prisoner camp. The rotund fellow was taken aback by Nia's compliance, momentarily stunned, his palm feeling as if it grasped a searing hot potato, neither able to discard it nor relinquish his hold. Nia appeared lost in the torment of her memories from the prisoner camp, suddenly falling silent. After a lengthy pause, she softly recounted, every day in the camp, someone would be taken for experiments, some conducted right before our eyes, only to be discarded like refuse. In a one, this is indeed a piece of good news, for relying on subterranean tactics to burrow through like a rodent is hardly a feasible means to reach the federal-controlled territories over 1,000 kilometers away. Not to mention the formidable natural barriers posed by rivers, lakes, and mountainous terrains. Even traversing a flat expanse would render energy resources insufficient to sustain such a journey. The second piece of news, however, is far less encouraging. The rear disturbance vanguard, composed of special forces, has achieved considerable success, yet the emergence of a mysterious imperial army has inflicted significant losses on the federal special forces. Reports indicate that this imperial force, which engaged in the encirclement of the federal rear disturbance vanguard, is none other than the infamous Gashulan Empire's Special Legion, the Mythical Legion. This elite force, organized along the lines of a legion, has taken part in nearly every conflict waged by the Gashulan Empire, thriving in warfare for centuries, earning accolades within the empire. Its extensive combat history and intensity are unmatched in the annals of human warfare. Under the onslaught of the Mythical Legion, over 20 federal special operations battalions have been entirely annihilated, and more than 10 special forces units have been utterly routed and scattered. This revelation tightened the heart of Tian. From the moment of air deployment until now, fewer than 20 hours have elapsed, and even without resistance, such a number of special forces could have been decimated within a few hours. What manner of beast is this special legion? Mythical Legion, the corpulent man murmured, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense that this ferocious and merciless creature, whose very profession is war, would pose his greatest threat. Chapter 23. Tactical Analysis Upon Exiting the Antenna. Tian sought out Torek. He handed over the intelligence he held, inquiring, "What do you know about this Mythical Legion from this communication?" Torek examined the electronic document with a start. 20 Special Forces battalions entirely wiped out? He furrowed his brow and continued, "I've heard of the Mythical Legion before, although mostly through hearsay. After the war commenced, we discovered that the enemy's special forces were not as formidable as the rumors suggested, leading us to believe that the Mythical Legion was merely a figment of exaggerated tales. I never anticipated their actual prowess to be so formidable. If the rumors hold any truth, I fear we have indeed encountered grave trouble." Tian urged, "Tell me about these rumors. According to the intelligence, this legion is far from ordinary." Torek sighed wryly. In reality, this so-called Mythical Legion originated merely as a logistics armored transport battalion. Centuries ago, under the command of a war-mad battalion leader, the soldiers of this unit trained with a fervor and intensity surpassing even that of the special forces of the time. Lacking advanced weaponry, they devised their own means to seize arms from the enemy, modifying them according to their needs. Thus, they became a fixture on the battlefield, transforming from logistics transporters into frontline combatants. Remarkably, under their warlord leader, this battalion earned a fearsome reputation, achieving victory in every engagement they partook in. Beyond mere annihilation of foes, they engaged in assassination, ambush, sabotage, poisoning, rumor-mongering, and intelligence gathering. There was nothing they would shy away from or could not accomplish. Several Special Forces units, once besieged, were rescued by these very soldiers, who fought their way in without the need for airdrops. Upon their return, the rescued Special Forces immediately sought to join this logistics battalion. Eventually, due to their overwhelming accomplishments and burgeoning fame, other Special Forces units paled in comparison to this logistics battalion. The Gashulan Military Command thus established a special regiment centered around this logistics battalion, naming it the Mythical Special Regiment due to its origins and development being akin to a myth, directly under the jurisdiction of the imperial crown. Over the centuries, this special regiment astonishingly evolved into a Special Forces division, self-styling as the Mythical Legion, a Special Forces unit. Such a large structure is, in essence, a waste. Yet their role in warfare transcends that of small-scale special operations. This division can decimate foes several times its size on the front lines, excelling in both offense and defense. Although perplexing, there have long been whispers suggesting that energy cannons and missiles are virtually ineffective against their individual exosuits. Their combat approach resembles that of private mech units, excelling in close-quarters combat. The more Tian learned, the more astonished he became. This Imperial Special Army had surpassed his wildest imaginings. How could a logistics armored transport battalion transform into a royal force of the Gashulan Empire? Centuries of warfare had not diminished this unit. Rather, it had grown in strength, evolving into a division-sized force. Not only were they adept at special operations, but they also excelled in entrenched assaults and defenses. More crucially, their mech combat methodology had fundamentally upended the entire history of mech warfare. No wonder, all advanced mech designs stored within the laboratory's computers, including Milan's prototype number 1, pointed towards close-quarters combat. with extreme enhancements in defense and maneuverability. Torek, appearing troubled, remarked, in several centuries of warfare, there exists perhaps only this one armed force that has not suffered a cataclysmic blow. Even the most elite units among the superpowers have been repeatedly reconstructed after prolonged, intense conflicts. This army, unwaveringly loyal to the Gashulan imperial crown, is the very guarantee of the royal family's continued dominance over the Gashulan Empire. Countless uprisings and revolts over the centuries have been quelled by this very force, displaying a ruthlessness against external foes and equal bloodshed within. They are born warriors. What, then, is the purpose of this army's presence here? Tian Xingjian pondered as he entered his mech, unfolding the electronic map delineating the intricate combat zones around Malak Star. Deep in thought, this army would not have been dispatched solely to eradicate the federal special forces operating behind enemy lines. Furthermore, they would not have anticipated the Federals' sudden offensive. Therefore, their arrival must harbor a specific purpose. What could it be? The cities still encircled each hold potential as targets for this army's assault. While their involvement could expedite the resolution of the conflict, there were no indications of any attacks on these cities thus far. What, then, could their true objective be? This question puzzled the Federal Frontline Command as well. However, with the Thunderbolt campaign already underway, halting was not an option. To avert an assault from this Imperial Super Special Army, the Federal Command dispatched reinforcements to bolster the defense of the capital, Gallipalin, as it was the most likely target for enemy attack. In the ensuing days, subterranean movements persisted, yet as they approached the eastern mountainous region, the geological conditions grew increasingly complex. Ultimately, when the road reached a tunnel, Tian Xingjian ordered the excavation to cease, for further digging held little significance. After meticulously surveying the ground with logic, he decided to await further developments in this relatively secure area. If possible, he wished to wait for the Air Force vessels to arrive. The antenna continued to receive messages relayed from Rashid. After a series of organized defensive maneuvers, the Thunderbolt campaign had entered a brief stalemate. Subsequently, through the combined effects of aerial strikes and rapid ground troop infiltration, the enemy's defensive lines were once again breached at several points. 6 army groups advanced westward in succession, pressing the Imperial forces with relentless pursuit, leaving them no time to establish new defensive lines. The progress of the campaign proceeded swiftly. 2 or 3 city corridors surrounding the offensive route had been breached, allowing the Federal Army to flow steadily into the peripheries of these cities, while the encircling Imperial forces were compelled to retreat. Otherwise, they would face the prospect of being encircled by Federal troops. Observing the military situation map, which resembled a toppled tree, Tian Xingjian felt an ominous premonition. This operation was progressing too smoothly, so smoothly that it seemed unbelievable. When had the enemy become so weak? Had the Gashulan Empire, having lost its aerial supremacy, become less formidable than the Federal Defense Forces of yore? Despite their multiple attempts at resistance, to Tian Xingjian, it all appeared to be a tactical ruse to lure the enemy deeper. Consumed by his thoughts, he tirelessly conducted simulations on the Mech's computer, while Mido and Nia, recognizing his intense focus, refrained from disturbing him. Countless simulations led Tian Xingjian to conclude that the Imperial forces were insufficient in number to halt the Federal advance. He ought to feel relieved. However, that nagging sense of foreboding only intensified alongside the Federal offensive. When 6 days later, he received a combat statistics report from Rashid, who had returned to the Federal-controlled zone, he finally grasped the underlying reason: the Imperial Army's losses. Although the Federal forces were achieving victory after victory, the enemy's losses did not reflect a state of incapacity leading to a forced retreat. Recalling the Space Fleet's engagements, the Imperial Space Fleet had not been annihilated by the Federal Fleet but had retreated after a series of battles. Similarly, there had been no reports of the Gashulan Empire's Air Force suffering catastrophic losses in the struggle for aerial supremacy in the atmosphere. Rather, it was these special forces conducting operations behind enemy lines that had inflicted the most significant losses on their aerial assets. Tian Xingjian redefined the enemy's space fleet, atmospheric fighters, ground forces, and the enigmatic mythological legion, integrating them into a computer for strategic simulations. Throughout this process, it appeared that these military forces, which could merely match the Federation, did not hold any significant advantage, seemingly lacking the potential for a turnaround, especially in the face of overwhelming defeat. The prospect of redeploying troops for a counteroffensive seemed exceedingly challenging, and the distribution of forces on the map did not suggest any possibility of ambushing the Federation's main force. However, when Tian ultimately incorporated the enemy's actively retreating forces surrounding the city into the simulation, he was astonished to discover that, as the Federation divided its forces to rescue the city, the balance of power on the main battlefield west of Kato City would fluctuate with the progression of the situation. This shift, subtle and gradual, was undeniably systematic and deliberate, as the Federation's main force found itself under the strain of a robust counterattack from the enemy. Tian positioned the mythological legion strategically, a cold sweat instantly saturating his back. 200 kilometers west of Kato City lay the Katas Canyon, a naturally advantageous ambush site. By demolishing the military airport atop the canyon and seizing control of the Air Force and missile bases, the aerial corridor established by the Federation's Air Force would be severed, granting the enemy Air Force dominance over a 300-kilometer radius centered on the canyon, thereby forcing the logistical supply line to detour 300 kilometers through treacherous mountain paths. The total of 31 divisions of Federation troops would resemble a rabbit desperately pursued by a vicious dog. Achieving this objective did not necessitate the enemy's space fleet and atmospheric fighters to exceed the Federation's military strength. Under conditions of equilibrium, concentrating forces could accomplish this within 24 hours. Coupled with a masterful airdrop, the Federation would once again face catastrophic repercussions. Almost immediately, Tian leaped to his feet, rushing to the antenna to command an immediate connection with Rashid and relay this simulation to the frontline command center. Time ticked away, and aside from the perspiring communications officer, the entire tunnel fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 24, Dilemma. War simulations are an exceedingly complex undertaking. Computers cannot entirely predict all potential combat outcomes. Even minor, unforeseen events can dramatically alter the course of a war. Identical troop deployments, identical conditions, identical terrain maps, and identical simulation systems can yield vastly different results depending on the capabilities of the simulation personnel. Since the invention of war gaming in ancient Earth, simulations have become an indispensable tool for modeling the dynamics of both sides and formulating operational plans. With the advent of the space age, simulations have branched into numerous schools of thought, each arising from the fundamentally different modes of operation and environments of space warfare compared to ancient terrestrial conflicts. The element of chance in real battle scenarios inevitably becomes a conundrum for simulations. To address this nearly insurmountable challenge, countless simulation experts have devised various methods to mitigate the influence of randomness on the battlefield. Some schools are dedicated to refining operational directives, striving to eliminate the occurrence of chance events, meticulously detailing every aspect of the environment, weaponry, and timing. Undoubtedly, such simulations can be exquisitely detailed, equipped with comprehensive plans for managing unforeseen events, yet the vast computational demands and the complexity of soldiers executing orders restrict these simulations to skirmishes at the regiment level or below. Other schools calculate the probabilities of random events and their impact on the battlefield. Low probability, low-impact events may be ignored, while high probability, high-impact events necessitate adjustments to operational plans. Still, some schools adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards randomness, proposing to resolve battlefield emergencies through overwhelming superiority and maintaining ample reserve forces to compensate for the deficiencies of the simulation. And of course, no operational plan is flawless, nor can a battlefield remain perpetually advantageous. Warfare is a military contest between two or more parties, a continuation of political agendas that encompasses not only political necessities but also international dynamics, public sentiment, economics, technology, and military capabilities, an intricate web of factors. More importantly, simulations are not unilateral. As one side conducts simulations and formulates military strategies and deployments, the opposing side is doing the same, and may even excel due to superior intelligence or capabilities. Inadequate simulations lead to ineffective military strategies, akin to a chess match where one is continually manipulated by the opponent, a scenario military strategists often refer to as being led by the nose. Within military academies, the study and assessment of simulation techniques occupy a significant portion of the curriculum. Students with a knack for simulations are often recommended for internships at senior military command centers, directly assigned to prestigious roles as commanders or strategic advisors upon graduation. No school or simulation prodigy can confidently guarantee the absolute accuracy of their simulations. The ignorant are often undeterred. Within the confines of the tunnel, a portly individual boasts his certainty. This individual, having studied a peculiar Eastern Earth simulation method for merely 6 months, remains blissfully unaware of the complexities inherent in simulations. He is only cognizant that, through thousands of simulated exercises based on intelligence and simulation methodologies, his accuracy in predicting enemy movements reached an astonishing 99.75%, while calculations concerning the enemy's combat capability, mobility, offensive and defensive strengths, and operational range achieved an accuracy of 90%. This Eastern Earth simulation school, alongside ancient texts like Sun Tzu's Art of War, surprisingly incorporates the I Ching. Its computational methods are uniquely unconventional. Consequently, aside from this individual, few express interest in such a system. In an era dominated by technology, these seemingly inscrutable tools for calculating fortune employed in simulations are seen as utterly ludicrous. Initially, the portly individual himself held skepticism. Yet the complexity of the simulation system appeared profoundly enigmatic, compelling him to engage in simulations as a testament to his diligence. The results from thousands of battle simulations indicated that this methodology undoubtedly surpassed many contemporary simulation schools in scientific validity. Thus, he became thoroughly captivated by this simulation technique, which encompasses the I Ching's theory of the Great Transformation, where myriad phenomena spring forth from a singular essence. This method also offers distinctive solutions for unmanageable random events, leading him to exclaim in admiration in its military theory, unresolvable chance occurrences are not treated as isolated battle conditions. Rather, they are integrated into the overall battlefield context. Through small units, advantageous actions are executed at opportune times and locations, effectively countering the adverse consequences of random events on the grand scale. The contingency plans employed are exceptionally refined. The core principle of this simulation technique can be distilled into 8 characters: seize the key, follow the flow. Regardless of how the Great Transformation manifests, grasping the serpent's head allows for the retention of initiative. These 8 characters signify that this is a science applicable to the dynamics of warfare, adaptable to the evolving battlefield, rather than a rigid, preordained operational blueprint. The current focal point lies in Katas Canyon. The portly individual possesses unwavering confidence in his simulation, yet what of the frontline command? This battle is orchestrated and directed by the Federation's military high command. The Garipal frontline command merely executes the plans. Would they recognize the significance of this simulation and trust the insights of a mere lieutenant from a special reconnaissance unit? Hours passed, and the perspiring communications officer dejectedly stepped away from the Albert Cipher communication device, reporting to Tian that Rashid had not responded, and the 2 point-to-point communication devices had lost contact with one another. Tian found the world almost surreal. Often the moment one fears calamity, it is precisely then that misfortune strikes. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more it seems to manifest, if communication with Rashid remained elusive. Direct contact with the Federation forces through the antenna would likely expose their position. In a hostile environment, teeming with mechs, survival without mobility seemed an insurmountable feat. He insisted on continued attempts to establish contact. Regardless of the odds, it was imperative to connect, even if it meant reaching out against all reason. Do it. The communications officer promptly complied, though the absurdity of the command was not lost on him. Such orders had become commonplace in the military. Nonetheless, he harbored a lingering curiosity. Was there truly nothing this unit's second-in-command could manage? Was it not absurd to risk everything to relay a simulation based merely on a mech's rudimentary computer? As if failing to do so would herald the apocalypse? Were those commanders and operational advisors truly inept? Such thoughts naturally reflected on his face as he diligently executed the order, but before he settled into the cipher communication position, he subtly pursed his lips at the other members of the same mech unit. Tian undoubtedly noticed this, managing only a wry smile. If this unverifiable simulation were to jeopardize the lives of everyone present, it was unlikely all would consent. If the simulation proved accurate, then before the Federation forces arrived to rescue them, the enemy would certainly have enacted their combat plans, rendering escape a mere fantasy. Faced with a choice between his life and a potentially accurate assessment, the outcome was all too evident. Such is human nature. Fortunately, as observed from the military situation map, the time has not yet arrived for the Imperial forces to execute their plans. After all, at this juncture, the Federal Army is still concentrated along the trunk of a route akin to a grand tree, with only a few branches extending outward, thus maintaining the integrity of the main force. There is still ample time. Communication will eventually be established. Tian Xingjian silently reassured himself. A day passed. Yet contact remained elusive. Observing the serious demeanor of the special reconnaissance soldiers, it was evident to all that something was amiss. And the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. There is still time, Tian Xingjian continually reminded himself. We must endure until the very end. Another day slipped by, and according to the simulation, the federal forces on the main battlefield had scattered to a precarious extent. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly retreating imperial troops had begun to gather strategically before them. Tian Xingjian could no longer sit idly. He could not bear to witness the unfolding events. He yearned to rush out and establish direct communication with the frontline command via the antenna. But a voice within him questioned, "What if your simulation is flawed? A mistake would mean leading hundreds to their deaths based on a baseless assumption. If he ventured out with the antenna? Without it, an entire squad of Mech soldiers would also face demise. Was he truly mistaken? Tian Xingjian was caught in a dilemma. Lieutenant, may I pose a question? A voice sounded beside him. Chapter 25. The route of advance. Tian Xingjian turned to find Colonel Peter, the highest-ranking officer among the rescued federal soldiers from the POW camp. This quintessential gentlemanly officer, despite failing to lead everyone to freedom, had garnered the trust and affection of all due to his genuine concern for the soldiers in the camp. Of course, please have a seat, Colonel, Tian Xingjian replied with a smile. Thank you, and please forgive my intrusion, Colonel Peter said, fully aware of his position and refraining from exerting his authority despite his higher rank. After being rescued by the Special Reconnaissance Unit, he had diligently cooperated in managing the captured federal soldiers, performing remarkably well. Tian Xingjian found pleasure in conversing with such an individual, especially as the current discussions were rife with speculation. It was essential to calm the collective emotions, necessitating collaboration with Colonel Peter. You know, after all, you are the commander of this temporary unit. I merely wish to inquire about the nature of the troubles we face. Perhaps I could be of assistance, Peter inquired, taking a seat. Tian Xingjian did not conceal anything, laying the situation bare and presenting the simulation results and calculations to Peter. Initially, Peter appeared somewhat taken aback. To him, it was difficult to comprehend how a deputy commander of a special reconnaissance unit could engage in such substantial battlefield simulations within this cave using a Mech computer. However, after he meticulously reviewed the simulation and conducted his own calculations, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally lifting his gaze to say, Lieutenant, I must concede. Although I do not quite grasp how you arrived at this conclusion, the data suggests a significant likelihood of such an occurrence. You are undoubtedly the most remarkable special operative I have encountered. Perhaps it was a mistake for the federal military not to place you in a combat command position. You are fully capable of serving as a military staff officer. Tian Xingjian offered a wry smile, responding, I am honored by your praise, but the paramount concern now is how to relay this simulation to the frontline command. I dread the prospect of the predicted events materializing, for it would spell catastrophic losses for the Federation, and we might find ourselves trapped here for the rest of our lives. Moreover, Tian Xingjian continued, his expression grave, could we refrain from using you to address each other? Sir? Peter chuckled heartily, replying, very well, Lieutenant. If you prefer to call me Peter rather than Sir, I am more than willing to dispense with formalities. He then stood and added, besides myself, we have two exceptionally capable military advisors among us. I believe this simulation should also be shared with them, for any decisions made should not rest solely on your shoulders. These words resonated deeply with Tian Xingjian, and he felt fortunate to have such an understanding officer within this beleaguered group. Despite the colonel's overly refined demeanor and gentlemanly disposition, nevertheless, overall, he was a trustworthy individual. The opinions of the two military advisors were starkly divided. One firmly supported the simulation's conclusions, while the other vehemently opposed them. The dissenting voice, Major Pierce, could not fathom how a single airdrop could secure the Army base at the base of Katas Valley and the Air Force base atop the left side of the canyon. Moreover, this area lay within the patrol range of several military airfields in Katas City, and the advantages of the space fleet would not be easily relinquished. The carrier battle groups in the space above Katas City could provide immediate reinforcements. How could a Special Forces unit possibly seize such a well-fortified pair of bases? It is impossible, Pierce declared with a smirk, adding, even if this special unit were an entire division. The other advisor, Caleb, concurred with Tian Xingjian's simulation and countered each of Pierce's arguments, leading to an increasingly heated debate between the two. This exchange of words drew the attention of all present, regardless of their understanding of the simulation. Everyone voiced their opinions, creating a lively atmosphere that surpassed even the operations command. Despite the ongoing debates, there was a consensus. With the Imperial troops' voluntary withdrawal from various cities, their losses had not been substantial, and they could regroup at any moment. The question of whether to advance or remain lingered, with opinions varying widely. Regardless of the simulation's accuracy, this dilemma had been laid bare before them, and transmitting intelligence to the forward command would inevitably expose their position. Dispatching someone to relay the information, once discovered, would attract the attention of Imperial search teams, and should the search yield no results, military satellites would conduct targeted reconnaissance, leaving the cave exposed to the light of day. Using the antenna posed the same risk, as the transmission signals would reveal their location, and if the simulation were intercepted by the enemy, they would likely act preemptively. An Army Armored Division lieutenant exclaimed. Chit-chatting is futile. We should send the simulation to the forward command, and they can choose to believe it or not. We'll find our own way to escape. After all, we already survived near-death experiences. And I fear nothing. Suddenly, the previously boisterous cave fell silent, as the gravity of life and death decisions rendered everyone's expressions solemn. Peter turned to the taciturn Tian and asked, Lieutenant, the lives of everyone here are in your hands. Now, they entrust their fates to you once more. Tell us, if we were to attempt to escape on our own, do you believe we stand a chance? Tian shook his head. No. The distance to the federal-controlled zone is a staggering 400 kilometers. This distance is insurmountable unless we are all equipped with mechs. A collective sigh filled the space. Such a response was anticipated, yet hearing it from the remarkable Special Reconnaissance Lieutenant brought a sense of disappointment among the group. However, Tian finally resolved to articulate his long-held plan, despite the challenges it posed for a commander lacking experience and for a group of escapees armed only with light weaponry. When all other paths seemed blocked, regardless of how arduous the remaining route may be, one must persevere. We can initiate an assault here to procure the equipment we require. Tian opened an electronic map and indicated a coordinate. Isn't this the logistics base that Captain Rashid attacked a few days ago? A soldier from the Special Reconnaissance Unit recognized the coordinate and asked, puzzled. Indeed, this location is pivotal as a logistics base. Imperial supplies are funneled through here, and it is likely to be re-established. Even if it is not rebuilt, we can intercept a significant quantity of materials. If our hypothesis holds, these materials will undoubtedly include mechs for troop reinforcement. Even if we don't acquire mechs, we could at least obtain components. Furthermore, while transmitting intelligence to the forward command, we should simultaneously request them to advance towards this location, thereby shortening the distance between us. Additionally, this position could provide us with air support. Although transport vessels cannot land, high-speed armored aircraft could coordinate with us. Taking a large sip from the water handed to him by Meiduo, Tian continued. I conducted a simulation regarding our route of advance, and since the others in our unit returned to the federal-controlled area after attacking this site a few days ago, we possessed the most detailed intelligence on this location. The simulation results also indicate the highest success rate here. Presently, with the involvement of the Mythical Legion, the Federation has suffered significant losses among its special forces behind enemy lines, and many units have retreated to the federal-controlled area for recuperation. If we proceed along this route, while we may not catch them off guard, we can certainly surprise them. As soon as Tian finished speaking, another round of debate erupted. Finally, Peter raised his hand to quell the discussion, turning to Tian and asking, I trust your simulation. Tell us, what is the likelihood of success? 30%, Tian replied. That is sufficient, Peter decisively concluded. Gather your gear, divide the teams, and prepare to depart. Chapter 26. The escape begins with the operational plan firmly established. The long-cultivated discipline among the federal soldiers rendered any further debate unnecessary. 2 majors, 2 captains, and Colonel Peter, in accordance with their ranks, automatically assumed command of this makeshift unit. Over 200 federal soldiers were divided into 5 teams, with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams composed of soldiers from the Armored Division, all possessing extensive experience in mech operations. The 2nd team consisted entirely of ground-based aviators, although they had some familiarity with mechs. Their proficiency was limited to merely activating them. Nevertheless, due to the unique training requirements of aviators, they had undergone survival training behind enemy lines, and thus were relatively adept in foot travel and weaponry, qualifying them as competent infantry. The 1st team, personally commanded by the colonel, served as the reserve force, consisting of the cream of the crop among the soldiers, endowed with superior physical fitness and combat qualities. Tian continued to lead the Special Reconnaissance Company's 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, comprising 10 warrior pioneers, along with 1 antenna and 1 fury. He assumed the role of overall commander of the combined assault team. Weapons and provisions were evenly distributed among all, as they prepared for a grueling journey, each soldier silently organizing their gear. Under Peter's direction, everyone gathered in the vehicle for a pre-mission briefing. To ensure a team with a clear objective, decisive action, obedience to orders, and high morale, a motivational speech and operational plan were imperative. Standing in the center of the vehicle, Tian commenced his inaugural address as he truly engaged in warfare, a genuine test for him. Before him stood a hastily assembled group, 200 individuals who had been rescued mere days ago, now resembling mindless shells of their former selves. He had to transform these disheveled federal soldiers from prisoners of war back into capable fighters. Dear comrades of the Federation, I believe we are ready to flee. This statement elicited a wave of laughter, for typically, the initial words of a pre-battle address in the Federal Army would be, "We are prepared for victory." This rotund figure had irreverently altered that phrase. Indeed, I harbor no shame in fleeing. Today, what I wish to convey is not some lofty rhetoric about humanity or the Federation. Instead, I wish to speak from the heart, the musings of a coward. Do you understand? Since the enemy's invasion, I have fled 21 times. This time, I will lead you through my 22nd desperate dash. This journey will be fraught with excitement, peril, and bloodshed, as we become a band of primitive men, armed only with a few wretched firearms to confront mechs and aircraft. Does that frighten you? Those with weak hearts may take their leave. However, before this film concludes, outside lies a bottomless abyss. There will be no path to follow. Yet, since we cannot tear up our tickets to this show, you may choose to tear yourselves apart, aiming a gun at your head. With a mere pull of the trigger, before you feel pain, you will already be dead. The advantage of such an act is that you will not have to endure the horrors of a POW camp. A profound silence enveloped the space, if no one departed. Then we would all partake in this game together. We stand upon the precipice, with no one to lean on. Our only reliance must be on ourselves and our comrades. This is a game called the speed of life and death. And in this game, those with weak will shall be eliminated. Those who disobey orders shall be eliminated. Those who abandon their own shall be eliminated. And even the unlucky shall be eliminated. I do not know how many of us will ultimately emerge victorious from this game. But I can assure you that it will not be all of us. The opportunities are equal. Every individual possesses the right to survive, and this right is entirely equal among us, regardless of status. To escape, we must unite, treating those around us as extensions of our own selves. Perhaps, the person you assist on the cliff will shield you from a bullet aimed at your head during the treacherous journey ahead. The entire vehicle remained silent, save for Tian voice resonating. I have just confessed to being a coward, and that is indeed true. I seldom have the chance to confront my innermost thoughts before so many. I abhor war because I cherish life. Of course, you may interpret this as a fear of death. Since the age of 6, I have been orphaned by the tragic accident of a spaceship. I lived alone, fortunate that my parents' legacy spared me from a life of servitude. I fear death. Ever since I lost my parents, I have kept all the lights on at night, believing that only light can dispel fear, a fear that has accompanied me for 16 years and continues to this day. It is not that I have become brave. Rather, like you, I cannot escape that I refuse to be a deserter, facing the disgrace of execution. Thus, I have come that I refuse to abandon my friends, which is why I remained. I refuse to surrender my life to my adversaries, which is why I stand here speaking to you. Each life is singular and irreplaceable. No one can take it away. Life belongs to us, eternally. Yet, some things are more precious than life itself. Kinship, love, friendship that I often ponder. If my parents could return, I would willingly exchange my life for theirs. I can scarcely imagine the atrocity of trampling upon life. And when I finally arrived at the POW camp, I was struck with shock and fury. This anger is ineffable. I nearly expelled my bile, contemplating that I would never become one of the corpses piled high. Whoever seeks to take my life must pay the steepest price. I can envision the torment and indignity you endured in such an environment, the scars it left upon your hearts. Peace has long departed from this land that has remained tranquil for over 3 centuries. Now, we find ourselves with no avenue of escape. Since there is no route for retreat, we shall not flee. If the enemy craves war, then we shall grant them the death that war brings. We would rather perish fighting than exist as lambs awaiting slaughter. Thus, my 22nd escape shall no longer be termed as such. It shall bear a noble title. Fight for survival. Some began to chuckle. If I should inevitably meet my end, please inscribe upon my tombstone. A coward who dared to survive against all odds, he fought throughout his life for existence. A paragon for all cowards. Laughter erupted among the crowd. A laughter devoid of burden, light-hearted and joyous. The inscription upon that tombstone would not solely belong to Tian Xingjian, but to each and every individual present. Tian Xingjian too laughed, concluding, "Let us proceed, dear heroes of the Federation. There is no turning back, no choice left. Grasp your weapons tightly and eliminate any enemy that stands before you." The game has commenced. The centipede roared to life once more, its form obscured by the dirt of the tunnel as it angled upward. After shattering the hardened ground beneath, it entered the highway tunnel, which would be detonated post-departure to thwart pursuing enemies from the west. The team moved in an orderly and swift manner, soon preparing to embark on their journey. All awaited in silence. The antenna powered up, and 3 minutes later, communication with the Federal Forward Command was established. Once the transmission of documents was complete, with a decisive command from Tian Xingjian, the team set forth amidst the thunderous explosion of the tunnel, embarking on a path from which there was no retreat. This was a group awakened from a nightmare, each member feeling buoyant as they proclaimed, "Let us go, comrades, we hail from hell, and we shall stride towards heaven." Before long, they departed the highway, plunging into the dense forests of the mountainous terrain. The initial phase of their advance proved challenging. The primordial jungle of Malak Star was damp and oppressive, with an overwhelming density of trees that suffocated the air. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves from various plants, and a serrated leaved weed posed considerable trouble. A moment's inattention could result in a cut upon one's leg from these ubiquitous thorns. Tian Xingjian commanded, Fury, to lead the way. This mech, the largest among them, possessed 4 powerful mechanical legs, 2 auxiliary legs, and 4 mechanical arms, resembling a giant crab. Fury executed its task of clearing the path admirably. As it traversed the terrain, uprooting smaller trees and plants, thus creating a temporary route for the infantry. The mechanical arms tirelessly cleared away the weeds along the way, significantly increasing the speed of the advance. Torek, leading a squad of warrior pioneers, flanked the team, tasked with protecting the entire unit and the antenna, situated in their midst. The antenna's holographic scanners diligently searched the sky, aware that the Imperial forces could not ignore communication signals in their own territory. Soon, unmanned reconnaissance drones and fighter jets would take to the skies. The antenna needed to issue a warning before the enemy detected their presence, buying precious time for concealment. Otherwise, a few incendiary missiles could decimate half their numbers. The Federal Forward Command had already responded, agreeing to dispatch troops for support and requesting the fleeing team to remain close to the Federal Air Force's control zone to secure aerial assistance. In light of the previously mentioned circumstances surrounding the prisoner of war camps in Rashid's report, which included recordings from the battlefield recorder, a heightened level of concern has arisen among the federal leadership, including the command and the presidential office. They have instructed the Malak Resistance Front to devise a means of extracting this contingent. The exposure of the prisoner camp situation could lead the Federation to secure a significant victory in the realm of international public opinion, garnering increased sympathy and assistance, and potentially provoking direct intervention from major powers regarding the military actions of the Gashulan Empire. As for the strategic assessment submitted by Tian Xingjian, the operational staff at the Forward Command merely signed a receipt for the document without providing any specific feedback or evaluation. This news left the entire fleeing group disheartened. Regardless of their differing opinions on the assessment, each individual had risked their life to convey this message, hoping to assist the Federation. Half an hour had elapsed, and the team had only covered a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers from the tunnel. This was the limit of their pace in the mountainous terrain. The antenna finally raised its mechanical arm, signaling the enemy's presence. As soon as Tian Xingjian issued the command, the entire unit, arranged in a long serpentine formation, dispersed into the dense jungle. The mecha centered around the antenna sought cover among the lush canopies. employing the antenna's anti-metal scanning system for camouflage. Moments later, the roar of fighter jets echoed through the sky. Chapter 27. Pursuers as an Imperial Iron Eagle armored fighter screamed past overhead. Tian Xingjian breathed a sigh of relief. The reconnaissance systems aboard such aircraft could not detect the antenna's concealment. The biological radar capable of distinguishing between humans and animals could only be mounted on medium vessels, and the high-speed aircraft faced numerous restrictions when navigating the complex mountain terrain, making low-altitude flight exceedingly difficult. As long as the aircraft did not land atop the treetops, it would be unable to spot the hidden group within the mountainous jungle. Indeed, the Iron Eagle circled repeatedly in the air, conducting a clockwise search centered around the tunnel. Although it flew over the group several times, it ultimately yielded no results and departed. Once the team regrouped, their pace quickened. After the Iron Eagle's departure, it was certain that the Imperial forces would employ other reconnaissance methods and deploy Mecha to search the area. The team needed to reach the designated attack point and acquire the necessary weaponry before the enemy discovered them. Otherwise, they would find themselves trapped in the mountains, unable to proceed. The scarcity of food alone could render the group completely ineffective in combat. However, it seemed the Empire was resolute in their intent to eliminate this team. As aerial reconnaissance continued unabated, with dozens of aircraft conducting carpet searches, perhaps the satellite surveillance had detected the tunnel, for the Imperial forces' attention was finally diverted. Logic's holographic radar indicated they were now searching in the opposite direction along the tunnel. Silently, the foot soldiers followed the Fury, traversing the treacherous mountainous path. Although the Mecha led the way, the steep cliffs, protruding rocks, and slick moss and soil frequently posed challenges, and human stamina was ultimately finite. Some individuals, unable to endure, were supported by the Mecha. After a brief respite, they would quickly descend, allowing others a chance to rest. Despite the long road ahead, fraught with perilous uncertainties awaiting them, each person gritted their teeth and pressed on toward their goal. As dusk descended, Tian Xingjian had led the group deeper into the mountains along the foothills. If they could traverse the mountain range to the northeast, they would reach the location of the Imperial Logistics Base, where the Federation's aerial forces could roughly provide support. Although the area was relatively secure, the fat man felt no relief. Rather, a growing sense of unease intensified with the passage of time, and his sixth sense alerted him to impending danger. The antenna halted, its head-mounted radar rotating incessantly, emitting a series of beeping warnings eye in the sky. A small Imperial transport craft, adorned with peculiar insignia, flew toward the hillside the group had recently traversed. Everyone held their breath, intently observing the transport vessel, uncertain of its presence. Had the Imperial forces already discovered their location? A chill ran down Tian Xingjian's spine. The pursuers had indeed arrived. The hillside of that small mountain served as the only passage leading from the tunnel toward the Federation-controlled area. The towering mountains on either side appeared gentle, yet due to geological issues, Mecha were entirely immobilized. This was knowledge gleaned from Logic's geological analysis. Thus, the appearance of this small transport vessel at such a critical juncture signified the arrival of a truly formidable predator. Endowed with keen senses, the ominous symbol of the mythical legion was unmistakable, leading a contingent of 200 infantry against a mythical legion capable of annihilating 20 special battalions and overwhelming numerous elite units. Tian Xingjian felt a bitter irony. The small transport vessel hovered momentarily at low altitude before departing. The antenna reported that its radar had detected 10 small dots which quickly vanished, likely the enemies disembarking from the transport. These were piloted by Mecha equipped with anti-detection stealth capabilities. Tian Xingjian scrutinized Logic's holographic radar. Although these stealth mecha could evade the antenna's detection, they were insufficient against Logic's advanced holographic radar. Logic quickly pinpointed the positions of these mecha and calculated their size and maneuverability based on radar scans. How arrogant of the mythical legion! Tian Xingjian was certain they had not previously detected the team's movements but had merely estimated their composition based on tunnel intelligence. Regardless, dispatching a single squad for ground reconnaissance without knowledge of the enemy's mecha strength was excessively presumptuous. If he were leading an entire special reconnaissance company, would they have the confidence to secure victory? Tian Xingjian swiftly formulated a plan of action, instructing the team to continue along the predetermined route while attempting to delay contact with the enemy. The lead mecha was replaced with a warrior pioneer. Other mecha, including the antenna and Fury, were concentrated at the rear of the group on alert. Should the enemy draw near, they would opt for an ambush. The ambush needed to be executed within 30 minutes of the antenna's electronic attack limit. Otherwise, once the signal interference was lifted, these mecha would attract countless enemies. If the enemy headquarters could not confirm the safety of this team within that time frame, they would dispatch troops to conduct a focused search in the area of their disappearance. The only way to achieve a decisive victory was to strike when the enemy least expected it, eliminate them, and then utilize the enemy's mecha communication devices to send out safe signals. Deceiving the enemy while also obtaining their mobilization plans. This was crucial for a successful escape. However, considering the legendary combat prowess of the mythical legion, could a single squad of warrior pioneers, alongside one Fury and one Antenna, accomplish the mission? If it were an ordinary mecha squad from the Gashelan Empire, Tian was confident he could annihilate the enemy within 5 minutes. Yet, facing a mythical legion that had seldom seen the battlefield for centuries, he felt no assurance, even with the Antenna and Fury by his side. Logic scanning continued, gradually piecing together the types of enemy mecha. They appeared to be beast-type mecha, classified as individual combat units, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility. The radar indicated these enemies were advancing in the direction of the Federation team, their search party maintaining a scattered formation, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination. The distance between the mecha was almost precisely measured in centimeters. Should one be attacked, the farthest mecha could arrive within 5 seconds, forming a semicircular defensive formation. This battle would not be easily won. Based on the enemy's direction and speed, they would catch up to the Federation team in about an hour. Moreover, as they became more familiar with the terrain, the speed of these mythical mecha would only increase. Tian ordered the team to quicken their pace, leaving Caleb's third squad behind. They would remain at the back of the group alongside the mecha, preparing to establish a frontal ambush. The only 3 anti-armor individual energy cannons available to the team were allocated to them. All members were instructed to utilize their light weapons to target the enemy mecha's vulnerable moving parts. Some individual mines were gathered together to form explosive devices. If absolutely necessary, these explosive devices would be employed for a mutual destruction scenario. Finally, after the team had advanced another 10 kilometers, at a location flanked by modest hills, Tian commanded the ambush unit to separate from the front team and commence the construction of crossfire points and ground fortifications on the 2 hillsides. In 20 minutes, the enemy would arrive. And to evade detection by their radar, all mecha had to shut down their engines and take cover around the antenna. This meant the third squad would independently confront the enemy's 10 mecha for nearly 5 minutes. The plan was met with unanimous agreement, and the third squad promptly executed the orders. These brave soldiers smiled and waved goodbye to the other squads before wholeheartedly dedicating themselves to the construction of the ambush positions. Along their journey, Meiduo and Nia observed Tian relaxed demeanor as he issued commands, while his lecherous gaze roamed over them. They recognized that this rotund man, burdened with the responsibility for multiple lives, was no longer the jovial figure who still found time to indulge in trivial pleasures during their flight. Deep within his eyes lay an unwavering resolve and a calm indifference to life and death. Who transformed him into this? Was it the brutal war, the inescapable dire straits, or the 2 women who had, in their shared tribulations, fallen hopelessly in love with him? It was all of these, yet none at all. This seemingly lascivious man, like all the finest men in the world, would not abandon the women he cherished, nor would he forsake his principles. In his heart, there existed an unwavering standard, one that dictated they would rather perish than allow their dignity to be trampled upon. What was this standard of the portly man? He was fearful of death, thus he vowed to defend life. He was vain, hence he upheld his dignity. He was lustful, which compelled him to protect women. Whether they were those he loved or those who loved him, as they departed, Meiduo and Nia both planted kisses on Tian cheek. Meiduo declared, "No matter what, you must return alive. I will wait for you. If you dare abandon me again, I shall turn back, even if it means dying together." Nia added, "Not just for Meiduo, but for me as well, oh you see." Nia unfastened her clothing, and Tian gazed greedily. But what he beheld was not her body, but several individual hand grenades. This audacious woman taunted the portly man, proclaiming, "They shall never capture me again." Chapter 28. The charge of the warriors. The portly man remained a thoroughly heartless scoundrel. The words of Meiduo and Nia merely ignited his fantasies. "Damn it, I must survive. I am still a virgin, after all," a three-way. Just the thought makes me tingle. 20 minutes passed swiftly, and the Mythos Legion's mechs arrived punctually at the ambush site. The sky was overcast, dusk approaching, and the light in the jungle was dim. Imbued with a sense of foreboding. 10 Mythos mechs emerged silently before the third squad, resembling beasts prowling for prey under the cover of night. Caleb was commanding in his first real combat scenario. This prodigy from the Steel Combat Academy's command department had been assigned to the Army's Armored Division after graduation, becoming an operational advisor sketching out warfare on blueprints and plans. Yet, what he cherished most was the art of command in battle. After the onset of the conflict, he had followed the 22nd Army Armored Division to Malak Star, repeatedly requesting to be placed in a combat command role, only to be rebuffed. Little did he know that his inaugural command would unfold under such circumstances. Caleb chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just days prior, he had been assigned to the 9th Marine Division stationed in New Rome, a newly reformed armored division following the opening of this space corridor, and he had been poised to assume the role of company commander. However, as fate would have it, the transport ship was shot down en route, leaving him a prisoner of the Imperial Army. Truly a life as fragile as paper. He surveyed his surroundings. The soldiers of the third squad had already taken their positions, awaiting orders. Clearly, relying solely on the third squad would not suffice against the 10 mechs of the Mythos Legion. Without a fortified position, the 60-odd soldiers of this squad would likely falter within a minute in a direct confrontation on the plains. Caleb's mind was consumed by the lieutenant's directive regarding the 5 minutes. The scattered formation of the Mythos mechs halted before the position, evidently having detected the ambush site. They paused, perplexed, questioning whether these escaped federal prisoners had lost their minds, wondering if such a small group could possibly cover their larger force's escape. The Mythos mech refrained from launching an immediate attack. The obviously prepared federal prisoners did not fire a single shot even as they entered the ambush zone, creating an eerie atmosphere. Their mech radar anxiously scanned the surrounding kilometers. "Don't fire. We surrender," Caleb called out from behind the makeshift fortifications. Seizing the enemy's hesitation, he decided to exploit this opportunity. "Stay put, you pitiful creatures," one of the Mythos mechs called out, its voice cold and contemptuous through the electronic amplifier. All right, Caleb replied, fear evident on his face as he retreated behind cover. Perhaps after confirming there were no hidden foes nearby, the lead mech shouted to Caleb, "Major, have your soldiers drop those pathetic weapons and come out one by one. Anyone who dares to fire will be killed on the spot." All right, Caleb glanced at the time. 3 minutes had passed. Seeing Caleb merely reply without taking action, the lead mech grew impatient, barking, "Hurry up," however, at that moment. Caleb thought, "I damn well don't want to surrender now. You son of a bitch, Gashelin." He erupted in laughter from behind the fortification, prompting all the federal soldiers to join in. Their laughter was brazen and mocking, akin to deriding fools. "Open fire," Caleb commanded, seizing the moment while the enemy was momentarily taken aback. The federal soldiers unleashed a torrent of firepower, the searing energy rounds shooting forth like fire-breathing dragons, illuminating the air with dazzling brilliance. The shock waves from the energy projectiles sent soil flying, trees splintered, and debris scattered. Dust, leaves, wood shavings, and smoke mingled, enveloping the entire front line of the position. "Fools, extend my warmest regards to your mothers." Caleb's voice echoed amidst the cacophony of gunfire, resonating with a wild bravado. Most of the energy rounds, bullets, and laser beams struck true against the Mythos mechs. Yet, aside from dodging a few anti-armor energy blasts, they remained largely unperturbed, akin to elephants facing a swarm of ants. The Mythos mechs awaited, biding their time for the command. "Kill them all," the lead Mythos mech coldly uttered, its voice slithering through the din of gunfire like a venomous serpent. The 10 beast-like mechs of the Mythos Legion sprang into action. The rumors proved true. These mechs favored close-quarters combat. Without firing a single shot, they charged through the smoke and chaos, lunging toward the federal positions. The distance of several dozen meters evaporated in an instant, and the crossfire points on either side of the federal line strained to suppress the assault. Yet, the ferocity of the Mythos mechs was too swift. Amid the swirling dust, they appeared as mere flashes of light, elusive and indistinct. The federal soldiers barely managed to aim before they lost sight of their targets. The resistance was feeble, and facing the mechs, The infantrymen lacking anti-armor weaponry stood little chance of victory. At the forefront of the position, several beast-like mechs extended their bloodied claws and fangs, the first to engage being 12 federal armored soldiers stationed at the front line. In the blink of an eye, the temporary fortifications were breached, and the mechs, plunging into the shallow trenches, became merciless harbingers of death. How could flesh contend with steel? The combat style of these mythos mechs was brutally effective. One federal soldier was seized by a mech's claw, which was sharper than any blade, and the soldier's head was crushed as if 10 steel knives had simultaneously pierced a watermelon. Yet, the mech did not relent. With a swift motion of its other claw, it eviscerated the soldier, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his body, trickling down to the earth. Throughout this ordeal, the soldier's hand remained tightly clenched around the trigger of his energy weapon until his body was discarded. His limp arm curled strangely. The physical assault against the mechanized behemoth unfolded with a fervor unmatched, as their charge was directed towards the annihilation of this beastly machine that had once been a comrade. The energy shield of the mechanized entity had already diminished to a crimson hue, leaving it utterly unprepared on the battlefield. It had witnessed countless instances of mutual destruction, yet it had never encountered humans embarking upon such a relentless charge against a machine. This onslaught was executed with remarkable precision and vigor, rendering even the other beast-like machines amidst the ranks of the Federation soldiers powerless to intervene. These valiant fighters honed in on a singular target, launching themselves into a fray of unyielding resolve. Ultimately, out of 11 Federation soldiers, only 4 managed to reach the front of the first beast-like mechanized foe in an instant. 7 had fallen along the way, 2 at the hands of other machines, while 5 perished to the energy cannon unleashed in the chaos and shock by the very mechanized beast they aimed to confront. It turned out that these machines were not limited to close combat. Proximity was merely a display of the mythic legion's might, for they possessed long-range weaponry as well. Humiliation and rage drove this mythic mechanized soldier into a frenzy, and in a flurry of panic, he clumsily fired the energy cannon against several Federation soldiers who posed no real threat to him. How long had it been since he last wielded such a subpar weapon? He could scarcely recall. Yet today, a horde of Federation prisoners engaging in a suicidal charge had rendered him so disoriented. 4 individuals sufficed. The charging Federation soldiers laughed heartily, their mirth tinged with mockery, as if they were the feline predator and this mechanized behemoth merely a hapless rodent. 3 Federation soldiers clasped the energy-shielded beast-like mechanized foe, their arms securing together a bomb crafted from bundled fusion grenades, one explosive sufficient to obliterate a machine with little energy shield remaining. And they had employed 3. Another Federation soldier, devoid of explosives, stood brazenly before the beast-like mechanized adversary, laughing uproariously with a grin. He addressed the bewildered machine. "I shall keep you company." He had no intention of accompanying the enemy. Rather, he sought to share this moment with his comrades. His words flowed with an ease reminiscent of attending a jovial gathering. Amidst the chaos of cannon fire, his nonchalance transformed into a fierce audacity. As he offered his life merely to jest with the despairing mechanized entity, a resounding explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the entire battleground. The Federation soldiers, fearing the bombs might lack potency, had nearly bound all their grenades together. This marked the first loss of a mechanized unit from the Mythic Legion, a casualty amidst the clash of steel and flesh, a fact too incredulous for all squad members to fathom. They remained oblivious to the fate awaiting the Imperial Mechanized Squad, which had assumed the role of predator, destined to become the sacrificial offering for the Federation's ascent from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Unbeknownst to them, behind the slopes, a cadre of Federation mechanized units, led by a battered Monster 3 model, stood poised for a lethal strike. Rage ascended the hillside, revealing a grotesque smile beneath the sanguine sunset. Chapter 29. Ambush of the mechanized units. As 3 energy cannons manifested from rage, they unleashed a torrent of frenzied flames. The elevated advantage allowed rage to exert its firepower with remarkable efficacy. A mere distance of several meters proved trivial for a mechanized unit. The energy projectiles danced through the air like vibrant ribbons, undulating with rage's movement, completely enveloping the unsuspecting mythic beast-like mechanized foe. The electronic assault of Antenna had already initiated prior to rage's offensive, entirely disrupting communication signals in the area, including the mechanized computer systems of the mythic beast-like machines, weapon locks, and radar functionalities. Within half an hour, Antenna would reign supreme in this domain. 9 valiant vanguard units formed a crossfire formation, and as Rage relentlessly unleashed energy projectiles, the Imperial mechanized units were compelled to evade. The vanguard's firepower simultaneously sealed off the flanks of the beast-like mechanized foes. This sudden strike resulted in the instantaneous destruction of 3 Imperial machines. Despite the Mythic Legion's extensive combat experience honed through prolonged warfare, machines, after all, are machines. They might disregard the energy rifles in the hands of Federation soldiers, yet they cannot ignore the anti-armor energy cannons. The loss of 3 machines in such a sudden assault was the best outcome they could achieve through rapid evasion. Had it not been for their ingrained instinctual evasive maneuvers developed during years of conflict, the number of destroyed machines would have likely doubled. The directions chosen for evasion by these beast-like machines did not lead to the flanks sealed by the vanguard but rather straight ahead. The remaining 6 beast-like mechanized units, deprived of coordinated communication, made a collective decision in an instant, converging upon Rage. This Federation heavy firepower posed a dire threat that must be neutralized or driven from the battlefield in the shortest possible time. As for the other vanguards, they scarcely cared. These mechanized units had claimed numerous lives from the Mythic Legion, and compared to the specialized beast-like machines of the Mythic Legion, the vanguard units were considered inconsequential. Once the Magic Tiger closed in, the vanguard's weaponry would become ineffective, its claws easily rending apart the chest compartments of the vanguards, obliterating their power systems along with their operators' flesh. The 3rd squad began their retreat. In the mechanized slaughterhouse of the battlefield, infantry were forever fodder. There was no longer a need for their involvement in this combat. They had completed their mission, and their current objective was merely to survive. Caleb bent low, scrambling with hands and feet to navigate toward the rear of the slope, keeping his head down as energy projectiles whizzed overhead. As the last to retreat, he had one final task: to detonate the buried fusion grenades when the beast-like mechanized units approached the mid-slope. His gaze swept across a thicket behind the slope, where an astonishing sight rendered him speechless. The battered Monster 3 machine, deemed inconceivable by all Federation soldiers, was engaging in an activity entirely at odds with its dismal appearance. It was transforming. As a shimmer of light coursed across its surface, the entire machine seemed to melt away. Moments later, it had morphed into a mechanized unit identical to those of the Mythic Legion. Had Caleb not witnessed this transformation with his own eyes, he would have never believed that this beast-like machine was indeed the dilapidated unit belonging to the corpulent Lieutenant Tian. This was utterly despicable. Caleb felt a chill run down his spine. He had long pondered why that lieutenant piloted a machine inferior to even that of ordinary soldiers, and now he understood. This fellow was a master of cunning tricks and deceit. An expert in underhanded tactics, a voice pierced through his thoughts. The reconnaissance squad leader Torek shouted, "Bombs, hurry!" Abruptly awakened from his reverie, Caleb hastily activated the remote control device in his hand. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending earth and debris skyward, creating a crater on the hillside. An Imperial beast-like mechanized unit sustained damage to its mechanical leg and collapsed, rendered immobile. The other beast-like machines suffered little loss. Only their aggressive momentum was momentarily disrupted. Caleb himself was tossed by the shockwave. As he rolled to the foot of the slope, his gaze remained fixed on the transforming machine. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the disguised Magic Tiger crouched low, deftly maneuvering around the hillside and slipping into the obscurity of the haze. Though it vanished from sight, Caleb could envision the chaos that would ensue among the Imperial mechanized units as a camouflaged machine identical to their own infiltrated their ranks. A wave of nausea washed over him. That cunning, rotund individual was truly despicable. As the disguised Magic Tiger stealthily advanced, it resembled not a killer but rather a fox, its fur matted with feathers. Preparing to pilfer chickens, its furtive demeanor eliciting a sense of dread. The 5 Magic Tigers of the Mythic Legion appeared utterly unfazed by the loss of half their combat strength. After a brief moment of disarray, the squad swiftly regained its composure, moving with even greater agility and decisiveness. It was as if the disconnection of their communication systems had made no discernible impact. Without hesitation, all Magic Tigers advanced towards the Federation mechanized units, their paths twisting and turning, rendering their next maneuvers nearly impossible to predict. Their speed was so remarkable that the silhouettes of these machines flickered before the eyes of the Federation soldiers. The mechanized units instinctively aimed and fired, but their shots only struck the air behind the magic tigers. Rage became the primary target of these beast-like mechanized units, and the 9 vanguards flanking Rage were determined not to allow any threat to approach their heavy firepower. They quickly altered their firing strategy, maximizing their firepower and unleashing a relentless barrage directly ahead. A dense curtain of fire materialized before the Federation mechanized units, promising catastrophic repercussions to any machine daring to traverse this lethal barrage. However, the 5 Mechs did not pause. The first one leapt up with sudden ferocity. The several Federal pioneer Mechs instinctively aimed their weapons at the soaring Mech, but they had erred. Although the airborne Mech was injured in its movement system, the subsequent 4 Mech swiftly surged forward the moment a gap appeared in the barrage, their advance rapid and synchronized, an undeniable testament to their extensive combat coordination. Nu Hua was compelled to retreat as 9 pioneers converged, and despite the desperate firing from the leading 2 pioneers, they could not halt the advance of the Mech. These 4 Mechs closed in like a cheetah pursuing an antelope, their robust frames unleashing tremendous power. They leapt ferociously, their specially designed sharp claws violently tearing apart the reinforced exoskeleton of the 2 pioneers, creating a gaping maw of blood and flesh. No, the remaining Federal Mechs were filled with rage. Witnessing their 2 comrades slaughtered under such advantageous conditions was utterly intolerable. They emitted anguished roars, channeling all their energy into firepower, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Several Mech deftly evaded amidst the hail of bullets, their energy shields flickering with the impact of projectiles. Under such ferocious firepower, they spread out slightly, retreating to utilize the terrain and the fallen pioneer Mechs as cover, preparing for their next assault. Maintain formation, fall back, Torek commanded. At this moment, the Federal Mechs required defense. Only by increasing their distance could they ensure safety. These beast-like Mechs were undoubtedly born killers, vicious and adept in close combat, with straightforward and effective mech technology. If they closed in, the pioneers would be helpless against the lethal strikes of these Mechs. Nu Hua had retreated to a safe distance, and their reconfigured firepower surged once more. With the suppression of Nu Hua, the Federal pioneer Mechs dutifully executed Torek's orders, forming a semicircular defensive formation in front of Nu Hua. By time, cover the deputy. The Federal Mechs received Torek's command, having spotted that behind the 4 Mech, another identical Mech had stealthily infiltrated, insidiously lurking in the shadows, observing the 4 Mech with predatory intent. They were doomed. The communication channel echoed with the thoughts of all Federal soldiers. Torek watched the 4 unsuspecting Mech, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. They were unaware that the most unscrupulous, despicable, and cunning Mech hunter was upon them. Chapter 30. The True Enemy, the Real Contest under Torek's leadership. The Federal Mechs swiftly disengaged from contact with the enemy. Although they had suffered the loss of 2 comrades, they did not allow the remaining Mech any further opportunity to close in. Meanwhile, the so-called Mech hunters, described as the most vile, unscrupulous, and cunning, were trembling. Damn it, we've encountered true experts this time. Observing the movements of the Mech, Tian was certain that these soldiers from the mythical legion were 10 times more dangerous than ordinary special forces. Their piloting skills were extraordinary, fierce yet straightforward, honed through the life and death struggles of the battlefield, entirely focused on the act of killing, exuding an icy aura of menace in close quarters with these Mech. The speed and power of ordinary Mechs were utterly inadequate. Amidst a hail of gunfire, relying solely on sheer skill to evade ranged attacks was a level of training that the Federal Special Forces had never even contemplated. No wonder energy cannons and missiles were ineffective against these Mechs. Had they not initially been caught off guard, and had Tian not disabled their Mech computers, forcing them to resort to manual control, their overall combat effectiveness would not have diminished. Originally, after half a year of rigorous training in the gravity chamber focusing on hand speed and piloting techniques, Tian had considerable confidence in his skills. However, after witnessing the combat prowess of these ordinary Mech from the mythical legion, that confidence was reduced to a mere half. This remaining confidence was built upon many unorthodox fighting techniques that had aided him in defeating formidable foes in the war simulation network. Moreover, his training in the gravity chamber had significantly enhanced his speed. Even against these Mohu, he believed he could outpace them. His natural quick hands were his greatest asset. Yet, there was a substantial flaw in his mech combat compared to the enemy. He had never been tempered by the crucible of blood and fire. In life-and-death battles amidst a storm of bullets, the calmness, poise, and precise judgment required could only be cultivated through countless confrontations. He was, after all, merely a novice in mech combat who had experienced only a few skirmishes in the war simulation network. Damn it, enough of this today. I will fight with all my might. Whether I stand or fall, death will be like falling asleep. Killing one will break even. Killing two will yield a profit. Tian Xingjian began to envision himself as a ruthless individual. Merciless to his enemies and equally so to himself. In recent battles, he had discovered an inexplicable aspect of his nature. Cowardly by default, he would evade danger at all costs, yet when evasion was impossible, he transformed into a reckless fighter. The more perilous and intense the battle, the more exhilarated he became. Feeling a frantic urge akin to madness, his mind consumed with thoughts of killing, he felt as though he had nothing left to lose. Akin to a broken pot that could be smashed without care, he even suspected he was suffering from a form of split personality. A slight provocation sent him into a frenzy, and while that was manageable during wartime, in peacetime, a moment of madness could lead to unintended deaths. How many lives would he owe in compensation? The plump figure gradually maneuvered the mech closer to a Mohu ahead. Toric's cover allowed him to blend in effortlessly. The continuous barrage of gunfire blocking the assault avenues of the four Mohu, forcing them to evade while seeking opportunities. They remained blissfully unaware of the stealthy Mohu that had emerged. Tian Xingjian's target was deliberately controlled by the energy cannon, the soldiers from the Special Reconnaissance Unit providing special treatment to this Mohu. Should he advance even slightly, he would be repelled by the overwhelming firepower. While the other three Mohu unknowingly created distance from him, the opportunity arose when the trailing Mohu was once again pushed back by the firepower. The concealed Lujix quietly appeared beside him. The prey had not reacted at all, mistaking this as a comrade, albeit perplexed by the unusual maneuvers of this supposed ally. However, due to communication system interference, he could not discern the true identity of this Mohu. Such thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, too swift for him to ponder. Almost simultaneously with his contemplation, this comrade had already dismantled his abdominal power system with its claws. This is not our mech. How is this possible? The ensnared Mohu pilot was filled with fury and panic. He could only remain there, awaiting victory or defeat. He simply could not fathom how the power system of a mech could be so easily compromised by this disguised Mohu. Could it be that the specialized mechs of the mythical legion had been compromised? The Mohu soldier felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, a mix of indignation, fury, and helplessness, as he witnessed the treacherous disguised Mohu stealthily approach his other comrades. The overwhelmed soldier could hardly catch his breath and fainted once more. The first Mohu was dealt with, and the plump figure felt a surge of excitement. He had never encountered such a mech before. But Lujix's scanning had completely analyzed its data. As a mech expert, Tian Xingjian could certainly deduce the structure of this mech from the schematics and data. Once its structure was known, Lujix's specialized mechanical arm could dismantle any mech into parts in the shortest time possible. A surprise attack does not necessarily require weapons. An energy cannon ambush could at most eliminate one, after which he would be exposed by the sound of the cannon and the explosion of the mech. Furthermore, capturing an intact mech was a crucial part of the battle plan. Now that such a splendid opportunity had arisen, failing to seize it would invite divine retribution. Tian Xingjian silently nudged the enraged mech into the crater behind him with the rear leg of his mech. Causing the recently revived Mohu mech pilot to faint again, he felt as though he had been treated like a chicken by the wily weasel that had fully embraced its thieving state. Lujix took the place of the fallen Mohu, bouncing around energetically, playing its role earnestly. Under the cover of the Federal Mech's firepower, Tian Xingjian swiftly approached the nearest mech, this moment, with firepower more concentrated. The Federal Mechs found their defense considerably eased, while the remaining 3 who felt mounting pressure. The incoming barrage was fiercer than before, and their maneuvering space was diminishing. They were wholly focused on piloting their mechs, struggling to evade the gunfire, their hands nearly cramping from exertion, leaving them no energy to attend to anything else, let alone realize that one of their comrades had been unceremoniously shoved into a crater by a treacherous foe. The second mech could not escape its fate either. Its experience mirrored that of the first, losing its power system and being stealthily pulled into the crater by the crafty Tian. The overarching situation has been determined. There is no suspense left in dispatching the remaining 2 magic tigers. The rotund figure is quite pleased, having nearly vanquished 2 legendary mechas without shedding a drop of blood. At that moment, he even finds his initial caution laughably excessive. This sense of triumph momentarily lowers his vigilance, unbeknownst to him that just as he prepares to launch his final assault, the magic tiger leader has already detected his presence. Ignoring the barrage of gunfire, the magic tiger lunges forward with ferocious force, its body, close to the ground, propelling itself with astonishing speed, appearing before Tian in an instant. With a piercing screech, the front claws of the magic tiger embed deeply into the back of logic. Tian spins around violently, the mecha rolling forward along the trajectory of the magic tiger's claws. The vest is where logic's external simulated armor is located, which lacks the hardness of biometallic alloys. In such close combat, the energy shield is rendered utterly ineffective. A deep claw mark manifests on the back as logic rolls. The wound, while not fatal, is enough to startle Tian significantly if he had been piloting an ordinary mecha. The might of that claw could have easily incapacitated the mecha's operational systems. Having freed himself from the grasp of the magic tiger's claws, Tian yanks the left control stick sharply while his right hand dances across the keyboard. Logic responds swiftly, its hind legs propelling it forward with great force. However, the magic tiger is not sluggish. Almost simultaneously, this mecha closes in on logic. The 2 entangled magic tigers, one real and one disguised, grapple as if they were true kings of the jungle, raising clouds of dust amidst their thunderous roars. Unable to shake it off, a cold sweat suddenly breaks out on Tian brow. This magic tiger is far more formidable than he had anticipated. A sudden halt and a change of direction push logic to its speed limits, the abrupt maneuver causing his vision to blur. The magic tiger does not relent in its pursuit. The experience of this mecha squad leader far exceeds that of Tian having honed his instincts through years of warfare. Too inexperienced, the leader smirks coldly, recognizing that this mecha made no feint whatsoever. Such a direct change in direction is something any soldier of the legendary squad could accurately predict, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. The magic tiger's front claws lunge forward, nearly making contact with the rear of the disguised magic tiger. Still unable to escape, Tian can almost feel the bone-chilling sharpness of the magic tiger's claws. His hands become a flurry of light, the control stick shifting 12 times in an instant, his speed escalating to 14 movements per second. His right hand strikes the keyboard with urgency, issuing commands to over a dozen parts of the mecha. Each joint's power adjustment meticulously calibrated. Logic's tail strikes fiercely at the head of the magic tiger, its entire body sliding to the right as it executes a tail whip, akin to a drifting race car, narrowly evading the sharp claws of the magic tiger. In that moment, the boosters, which Tian had carelessly placed at the rear, suddenly ignite, propelling the mecha forward with a tremendous thrust. The magic tiger can no longer halt its forward momentum, watching helplessly as the slippery disguised magic tiger mecha executes an astonishing maneuver to escape its grasp. Without any feints, relying solely on the mecha's performance and the piloting skills of its operator. Despair washes over him. Like a cheetah that has just sprinted 300 meters only to lose its prey, the leader of the legendary squad suddenly feels drained of strength, his body going limp as his mecha collapses under its own inertia. It does not rise again. The sensors on the mecha's head are shattered by the hard mechanical tail of the disguised magic tiger, and the already damaged control system is rendered completely inoperative. Defeated, in less than half an hour, an entire squad of legendary mechas has fallen to an ambush by an equal number of federal mechas. though these federal mecha soldiers are deemed unworthy even to carry the legendary Squad S shoes. In this meticulously planned ambush, the arrogant, magic tiger squad unwittingly stumbled into the traps laid out by their adversaries. The other, magic tiger, is, of course, unable to escape either. Federal mechas have already surrounded it, and the ferocious firepower of Fury utterly obliterates any chance of continued resistance, shattering its front claws. 4 mechas have been destroyed, and 6 have lost their operational capabilities, marking an unprecedented defeat for the legendary squad. The federal mechas cautiously surround the incapacitated Magic Tiger mechas, prying open their hatches only to find the Imperial mecha soldiers have chosen to end their own lives, using their sidearms to pull the triggers with the weapons positioned in their mouths. Fragments of skulls, mingled with blood and brain matter, splatter across the interior of the cockpit. 6 mechas, all identical in their tragic outcome, with no alternative methods of suicide or soldiers opting for surrender. One legendary soldier, who had not yet taken his life when the hatch was opened, merely held the gun to his mouth and, upon the hatch's opening, offered a strange smile to the vigilant federal soldiers before pulling the trigger. Tian rummaged through the pockets of the fallen leader and retrieved a manual of soldier conduct from the legendary squad. The first page, the first rule: failure equals death. A chill crawls up his spine. These soldiers of the legendary squad are as ruthless to themselves as they are to their enemies. They never compromise, nor do they surrender. A single failure signifies the loss of life, and they would resolutely and mercilessly take their own lives. These pursuers are merely equivalent to a squad of federal mecha soldiers. What kind of ferocious beast is this special forces unit, organized at the level of a division? Tian cannot bear to imagine such an enemy. They are the true adversaries. How many more such foes await on the path ahead? Chapter 31. The uncertain future. After clearing the corpses from the Magic Tiger, Tian swiftly climbed into the mecha piloted by the leader of the legendary squad. Soon, on the left side of the control panel, he discovered the fixed communication signal generator. This specific device is designed to work in conjunction with the battlefield Skynet system, continuously reporting its location and indicating safety. Generally, mechas activate this system upon leaving the base, so that in the event of danger or disappearance, the Skynet system can record their last known coordinates, aiding in search and rescue efforts. Aside from confirming safety, the signal generator can also guide Skynet-S missiles to conduct laser-guided strikes. When a mecha identifies a target and locks it with a laser, the Skynet system calculates the trajectory and inputs the precise calculations into the missile's guidance system. Such laser-guided missiles can be launched from over 10,000 kilometers away and will accurately hit any target, provided they are not intercepted in the air or subjected to guidance interference. During large-scale battles, when all mechas on the battlefield transmit signals to the Skynet system, it can analyze these signals to assess enemy troop strength, movement direction, allied losses, and battle deployments, producing results that are remarkably close to reality. This often provides valuable intelligence and data for strategic deployment or battle simulations to the command center. However, computer systems are ultimately programmed, and there are instances where the system can be deceived. Tian is currently preparing to deceive the Skynet system of the Kalen Empire. Since this mecha squad has already caught up to him, turning off the signal generator would only lead the Skynet system to classify this squad as missing within a matter of minutes, thus attracting even more pursuers. It is obvious how far a ground-based team can travel in such a time frame. Therefore, Tian decides to take a bold approach. He will restore the signal, deceiving the Skynet system while also reaping some benefits. At the very least, once the deception is successful, the location of this squad will be marked as a searched area, and the Skynet will absolutely not dispatch troops to search the same area again. Such orders can only be given manually, but without further intelligence or reports from the mecha squad, who would issue such commands? The dilemma that had long troubled Tian was how to deceive the Skynet. Due to potential disruptions in signal transmission caused by geomagnetic interference, mountainous terrain, or mecha malfunctions, the Skynet system recognizes signals on a squad basis. A squad of 10 mechas cannot have its signal interrupted for more than an hour. Exceeding this time will prompt the Skynet to report to the command center, which will reach out to the squad through other communications to inquire. If contact fails consecutively for a total of 15 minutes, a search team will be dispatched. Additionally, another scenario that would prompt a search team's deployment is if the squad S signal drops below 60%, which is considered abnormal. The Skynet will modify its data to indicate a warning in red and report it to the command center for further investigation. In either case, any occurrence of these situations would spell doom for this Federal escape squad. As long as there is one signal generator, Tian is confident that through modifications, he can decompose or replicate one signal, generating 10 signals to deceive the Skynet. Currently, among the 6 surviving mechas, 5 signal generators are still operational. Initially concerned that the similarity of the decomposed signals might lead the Skynet system to deem them anomalous, he now realizes that with 5 signal generators, a slight modification allowing each to split into 2 signals, combined with some minor changes in signal characteristics and cross-exchanging them, the Skynet system would be utterly incapable of detection. Tian swiftly dismantled several signal generators, consolidating them and procuring wires and electronic components. He meticulously disassembled the signals, and after a mere 10 minutes, 5 original signal generators successfully activated the subsignal transmitters. Emitting a flickering green light that signified safety, Tian then affixed these signal devices to 5 Mohu units. The electronic interference from the antenna was gradually subdued. It simulated a form of geomagnetic disturbance. The signal generators re-established a connection with the Skynet's reception system. The ensuing minutes felt like centuries, when another green light, signifying Skynet's acknowledgement, illuminated. All the Federal soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. This mechanic, hailing from a background in repairs, had brought them immense surprises. Without him, relying solely on these special reconnaissance soldiers, they could not have achieved their current standing. They would have been forced to charge out using only mobility and firepower. With the walking Federal prisoners inevitably sacrificed, the Federal Mechs began to transport several Mohu units, along with the remaining parts and 2 Pioneer units that had suffered destruction of their control systems, to pursue the earlier advancing squad. Half an hour later, in a canyon among the northern mountains, the Federal Mech successfully caught up with the anxious vanguard. Upon seeing the few Mohu units they had brought, the special reconnaissance soldiers were surrounded by a jubilant crowd. This hard-won victory signified that, having evaded their pursuers, the fleeing team would gain greater room for survival, which held immense significance for the battles to come. After conferring with Peter, Tian decided to establish a camp in the canyon, as dusk had fallen, and repairing the incapacitated mechs would require time. Of the 6 Mohu units, 2 had their power systems removed, which could be easily reinstalled. Point 1 had its head's sensing system damaged, which could also be simply replaced with a rudimentary sensor. Materials were plentiful, albeit their movements would no longer be as agile. However, both the walking and firepower systems remained intact. The issue lay with the 3 mechs that had their mobility systems destroyed. The damage was localized to their mechanical legs. The Mohu mech's beast-like mobility system was exceptionally unique, featuring reverse joint mechanical legs that were entirely biomimetic in design, with practical leg drive and shaping. Its hind legs boasted tremendous explosive power, while the forepaws served not only as auxiliary propulsion and steering systems, but also as close combat weapons. Due to the complete dissimilarity of mech types, the Federal humanoid mech's toolbox lacked compatible parts for these units, and both the antenna and rage were classified as multi-person mechs, significantly larger, lacking any parts that could match the Mohu. Ultimately, the 3 mechs were reassembled, 2 of which were successfully repaired. After Tian modifications, the forepaws and hindpaws barely formed 8 functional limbs. The remaining unit was disassembled, and its main body was repurposed alongside the 2 damaged Pioneer capsules. Cut and reconfigured, then re-welded into a large capsule accommodating 6 individuals, which was fitted with a power system and control system. The 4 mechanical legs from the Pioneers served as the primary means of locomotion, while 4 mechanical arms were positioned beneath the mech as auxiliary systems and climbing tools. A strangely shaped combined mech took form, stripped of all weaponry, retaining only mobility functions to augment the team's operational capacity. At 2 in the morning, the Mohu mech's computer received intelligence from the Gashulan Empire's Skynet system, indicating large-scale activity of Federal aircraft at coordinates 1213.2230 eastward, advising the Imperial ground forces to remain vigilant against potential strikes from Federal aerial forces. This news rejuvenated everyone's spirits. The coordinates were less than 30 kilometers away, and if they could successfully seize the Imperial logistics base 20 kilometers distant, under the cover of air support, the team could feasibly escape the enemy's control zone. There was initially more good news. Contact with the antenna and Rashid had finally been restored. The Albert Cipher communication device's point-to-point system was the only channel through which the team could communicate with the Federation. However, subsequent news left the Special Reconnaissance Squad soldiers astounded. When inquiring why communication had faltered over the past couple of days, Rashid replied that upon the Special Reconnaissance Company returning to base and reporting on the mission circumstances, higher-ups suddenly issued a directive specifically ordering the company to undertake a mission, which resulted in their airdrop deep into enemy-controlled territory 600 kilometers away, targeting an airbase. This task nearly obliterated the entire company. Among the casualties were 30 warriors, including a newly assigned antenna, 2 rage units, and squad leader Balak. All perished. Those who returned to the base were all wounded. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the Special Reconnaissance Battalion Commander Nadal, who led a rescue force, and the mobilization of an armored air squadron and 2 medium transport ships, the entire company would have been lost. Upon returning to base, Rashid discovered that just 3 hours after they had departed for the mission, the command had issued orders for the company to rest in place and maintain contact with the rear deputy squad leader, Tian, preparing for the reception of returning prisoners of war. The command had been oblivious to the earlier orders, and upon learning that the company had been dispatched on a mission, the command was shocked. They immediately dispatched orders to recall the transport ships involved in the airdrop. Yet, the airdrop had already been completed, leaving the command to pursue the author of the orders while simultaneously deploying forces to assist the company, ultimately rescuing them just as the company faced near annihilation. However, the investigation into the origin of the orders was halted at a colonel in the operations headquarters, who, implicated in the forgery of orders and collusion with the enemy, committed suicide out of guilt. This revelation incited both shock and fury among Tian and all soldiers in the 2nd Platoon. Since the onset of the campaign, spies and traitors from the enemy had infiltrated the Federation's ranks, permeating the military's upper echelons. Before the Thunder campaign, 16 high-ranking officers had been arrested across various military departments, logistics, equipment, and research sectors, while over 100 colonel-level military advisors were under scrutiny, with 39 confirmed to have participated in the theft and sale of military secrets. Some of these individuals were operatives sent by the Gashulan Empire, who had gradually risen through bribery and other means to high positions before the war, while others were coerced or bribed after the outbreak of hostilities. Even more disgraceful were those who, witnessing the Federation's successive defeats, proactively contacted the Gashulan Empire's military to sell intelligence for their own survival. 2 space fleets, each costing over 100 billion lire, were utterly destroyed. 2 star systems and 5 immigrant planets fell completely into enemy hands, displacing hundreds of millions, with cities obliterated and their inhabitants either resisting or executed. Nearly 80 resource planets were occupied, and over 1 million ground resistance troops fell or were captured, all due to the treacherous betrayal of these individuals. How many more of these despicable traitors remain hidden in the shadows? How many lives will be lost because of their treachery? Now, to cover up the situation regarding the prisoner camp, yet another enemy lurking within the military has emerged, a mere colonel, capable of forging orders through stringent review processes, leading an entire special reconnaissance company to their doom. During the issuance of this order, how many were complicit in granting him the green light? How many were negligent in their duties? How many turned a blind eye? Playing both sides, Tian felt a surge of dread. Could the team's trajectory, their condition, and his strategic assessments truly fall into the hands of genuine federal soldiers? Throughout the layers of reporting, how many individuals involved were traitors, and how many remained complacent in their positions? The federated military and government of this once illustrious nation were now riddled with wounds. Could they secure victory in this war? Chapter 32. New Plans. There was no time to delay. Should another mishap occur within the Federation, these individuals would pay with their lives. Having reached this conclusion, Tian instructed the antenna to immediately contact Rashid, as the next steps required his assistance. Rashid swiftly relayed detailed information regarding the Imperial Logistics Base and endorsed Tian proposed route, noting specific areas warranting caution. In any endeavor, the last stretch is crucial. If any oversight occurs, all prior efforts may prove futile. Tian responded, insisting that Rashid must contact the highest military commander at the frontline command, Bernadotte, to minimize intermediary channels regarding intelligence about their team. This was a course of action Rashid would have taken regardless. Since the incident involving forged orders, the frontline command had been under near total lockdown, with every individual's records meticulously scrutinized. Due to the involvement of the highest command and the presidential office, the rescue efforts for the fleeing team had escalated to the highest levels of execution. 2 air squadrons, 3 special forces battalions, an airborne marine mech division, and a transport squadron had already assembled. For the sake of domestic morale and international public opinion, and to provide a resolution for the frontline soldiers, this team must be rescued. The one under the most pressure was General Bernadotte. All intelligence concerning the fleeing team was classified as absolute secrets, and orders issued for the rescue effort required his direct signature. Any personnel obstructing the rescue or neglecting their duties, regardless of rank, would be arrested on suspicion of treason. This news brought a sense of relief to Tian, who couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for having caused such a significant stir. Taking great honor in the attention from the Supreme Command and the presidential office, he also found a certain satisfaction in the urgency displayed by Bernadotte, who had dispatched him to the front lines. At 3 in the morning, Tian and Rashid finalized their action plan, which received the personal endorsement of General Bernadotte, who commanded the assigned troops to execute it immediately. With the full support of the frontline command for this operation, Tian completely abandoned the earlier notion of attacking the logistics base to gain mobility and supplies in the new plan. The attack on the logistics base remained unchanged, but the objective shifted. Given the flat terrain and the presence of an airfield suitable for medium transport ships, which could evacuate all personnel within 6 minutes, this base was still designated as a target if this site were not attacked. Medium transport ships, unable to land in the mountainous areas, would have to rely on elevators to gradually lift personnel, exposing them to prolonged vulnerability, a glaring target for enemy missiles and aircraft. No amount of fighter jets could ensure the safety of the transport ships. The issue of extracting troops with mecha from behind enemy lines remained a challenge for special forces, not to mention infantry that could barely leap a meter off the ground. Furthermore, the anti-gravity systems of medium transport ships could turn any infantry beneath them into mere pulp. Before 10 o'clock the following day, 2 Federal air squadrons would carve out an air corridor from east to west, leading directly to the coordinates 1201.2210, the enemy logistics base. All enemy bases within a 50-kilometer radius of this coordinate would fall within the strike range from the air. Suspected targets on either side of the corridor would be ambiguously neutralized by missile units. Once the air corridor was established, 3 battalions of special forces would parachute in to seize control of the base, ensuring it could withstand the assault of a mecha division for over half an hour. Meanwhile, the evacuation team would set off in the early morning, moving eastward to reach the designated location before 10 o'clock. Tian would lead 5 Magic Tigers and a mecha squad on an initial mission to infiltrate the base, sabotage anti-aircraft weapons and stealth jammers, coordinating with the Special Forces assault. The initial phase of the operation would use yet another Federal airstrike and the illusion of rear harassment to cover the opening of the air corridor and eliminate ground threats. The mid-phase would focus on controlling enemy forces within a 50-kilometer radius of the base and securing the target. The final phase would see all personnel retreating within half an hour. The duration of the mid to late stages of the operation would not exceed 2 hours, constituting a full-force lightning rescue. The opportunity was singular. Failure would preclude the Federal forces from organizing a similar operation in the near future, and the exposed evacuation team would not have a second chance to escape. At 3:20 in the morning, Tian led all mecha into action. For the next few hours, the evacuation team would have no mecha protection. But fortunately, this area had already been catalogued by the enemy's Skynet system as a search zone. Thus, they could linger without concern until the signal deception was uncovered. 5 Magic Tigers were assigned to 5 special reconnaissance soldiers, as piloting different types of mecha was part of the Special Forces training. Although they had never encountered the specialized mecha of the Mythical Legion, the control systems bore little difference from those of other beast-type mecha. Within half an hour, the movements of these Magic Tigers became entirely fluid. The remaining 5 valiant pioneers were allocated to the 5 best mecha technicians selected from the squad, who would also participate in the ambush operation. Exiting the canyon to the east, the mecha squad advanced 15 kilometers before finally entering a hilly region, where the terrain gradually transitioned to plains. After another 5 kilometers, they would reach the enemy logistics base. Upon issuing the command to activate mecha stealth mode, Tian opened the logic, holographic radar. The extensive presence of stealth jammers indicated that this logistics base had been rebuilt. The previously anticipated open ground had become a mere illusion. Now, all he could hope for was that the base would not be garrisoned by an overwhelming defensive force. The results from the holographic radar showed that the base's defenses were not particularly tight, which eased Tian concerns. Using concentrated heavy particles, they cleared the hidden sentries around the base, and the mecha squad successfully arrived at the base under his leadership. Nestled among the mountains, This logistics base served as a junction for high-grade transport highways that traversed countless tunnels and bridges, facilitating the movement between 4 medium-sized cities and 1 large city, 2 of which had already fallen, with 3 others still under heavy imperial siege. Geographically, this location was indeed a natural logistics hub. Besides the mountainous barriers providing cover, transportation was relatively convenient, capable of accommodating medium and larger transport ships. It was no wonder that after its destruction, the enemy had rebuilt it once more. Tian left the federal Mecca in the jungle, deciding to take only 5 magic tigers, with stealth capabilities to execute the mission of destroying the stealth jammers. Before 10 o'clock, he needed to locate all the jammers and install timed explosives. Otherwise, the aerial fighters would be unable to strike, and the medium transport ships could not land here, forcing the special forces to deploy from 10 kilometers outside the anti-detection range. Transforming logic, once again, the 6 magic tigers encircled the base, attaching timed explosives to all the perimeter jammers before arriving at the base's southern gate. Under the bright glare of searchlights, they swaggered past nonchalantly. Chapter 33. Entering the base. The entrance to the base was a fortified alloy gate with an energy shield, and the surrounding walls were similarly constructed from alloy materials, with a flickering blue energy shield. It seemed that since the last ambush by Rashid, this strategically important base had bolstered its defenses, even resorting to expensive alloy walls to deter mecha attacks, and maintaining such a vast energy shield incurred staggering energy costs. Under the searchlights flanking the gate, 3 Holy Armor 22 units and several sentinels were on guard, while a few Cerberus medium mecha patrolled the vicinity. This type of mecha was also standard for the Empire. Known for its formidable long-range offensive capabilities, though its defensive and mobility traits could not rival the Federal Honor 15. The 6 magic tigers emerged like phantoms from the shadows, silently confronting the base's guards. These beast-type mecha, emblazoned with the emblem of the mythical legion, symbolized the fiercest aspect of the Imperial Army. Within the ranks of the Empire, none dared show disrespect to the members of the mythical legion, who represented the imperial family of the Gashulan Empire, serving as loyal guardians, cold, brave, ruthless, and powerful. Tian maneuvered his mecha to slowly approach the guards, remaining silent. Before him stood a junior officer, clearly the highest ranking among the sentries. The 5 special reconnaissance soldiers trailing Tian felt a bead of sweat form in their palms. The forces stationed outside this gate could not be handled by a few federal soldiers piloting magic tigers, and any gunfire would summon a swarm of enemies from within the base within a minute, ready to tear apart these federal soldiers who could not grasp the essence of the magic tigers. Yet, Tian felt no apprehension. The skills from the manual realistic imitation had been mastered to perfection by this trickster. Moreover, in his previous communications with Rashid, he had made it a point to gather information about the Gashulan Empire and the Mythical Legion. The Gashulan Empire was a realm with a rigidly stratified hierarchy, primarily due to its imperial nature, which formed the foundation of its governance, in this multi-ethnic and multiracial nation. The ruling class, comprising royalty, nobility, wealthy individuals, and officials, held the highest status and power, while among the common populace, the royal race known as the Vibo people was considered the most noble. This race was, in fact, the first generation of Earth immigrants. At the dawn of the space age, only the affluent and powerful could emigrate. The very first planet they settled was named Vibo, and as the space age progressed, the immigrants from Vibo gradually coalesced into a group wielding immense wealth and power. Over time, with the success of the second, third, and even up to the 50th generations of Earth immigrants, a system of classification based on the order of immigration unconsciously took shape, establishing a hierarchy. However, while the order of immigration was a crucial standard for determining status, some races transcended these limitations through their own efforts and a stroke of luck. For instance, the 32nd generation from the Gonari planet achieved a rapid technological advancement and rich resources, propelling them into the ranks of the top 10 noble clans. As long as human civilization has existed, war has persisted alongside it. The fragmentation of the Earth Federation during the later stages of the Great Space Exploration era led to the dispersion and amalgamation of these clans, redefining human society as a whole. Some clans vanished, others became singular racial nations, while many mixed together, forming multi-ethnic states. Thus, nearly every country today is home to these clans, imperial nations, the ruling class clans. Their allies and certain clans holding significant positions in the cosmos of human civilization are regarded as the upper echelon. Those populations that have been nearly extinguished or are economically underdeveloped or have immigrated to Earth relatively late have become the subjugated lower class. In countries governed by Republican and Democratic federal systems, there is no clear demarcation between the upper and lower classes, although some radical factions may exploit these distinctions. Nonetheless, the structure of the state dictates the equal rights of all citizens. On the surface, this appears commendable, at least ostensibly so. Conversely, in imperial states, the division between the upper and lower classes is an absolute fortress. With laws that explicitly define the hierarchy of populations. One of the most astonishing laws strictly prohibits intermarriage between the upper and lower classes. Moreover, disparities in profession, education, and social interaction are vast. Lower-class individuals are forbidden from engaging in advanced scientific research, entering politics, or pursuing careers as doctors, lawyers, educators, or military officers at the school level. They are relegated to the most menial jobs and afforded only the most basic education, even when upper and lower classes find themselves in the same social setting. The lower class must bow and withdraw. Consequently, military service has become the most viable option for many young individuals from so-called lower races. Although they cannot attain the rank of school-level officers, retiring as captains can secure them a relatively respectable job, thus allowing them to lead a life slightly superior to that of the majority of their lower-class peers. Certain military units categorically prohibit lower-class individuals from serving, with the Myth Legion being the most renowned among them. For nearly a century, every soldier in the Myth Legion has undergone the most stringent political scrutiny to ensure their lineage is exclusively from the same race, the Royal Vibo clan, one of the top 3 races in all of human civilization. Within this unit, no other races are permitted, not even the esteemed noble class of the Gashulan Empire. The imperial royal family's obsession with the purity of this unit's bloodline borders on the pathological, with lineage reports tracing direct ancestry back 6 generations. Commanding a Myth Tiger, emblazoned with the Legion's insignia, signifies not only high prestige within the imperial army but also a status that transcends the rigid hierarchy of military ranks. This lieutenant, in his 30s, would not exist among the upper class of the Gashulan Empire. When a Myth Tiger stands silently before him, lower-class Lieutenant Ali understands precisely how to conduct himself. Recently, the youth of the Vibo clan have been quite unruly within the empire, vehemently rejecting the presence of lower-class individuals, often assaulting any they encounter or attacking businesses owned by them. Ali has witnessed numerous such incidents within the military. Thus, he promptly bows and greets, "Esteemed soldier." Imperial citizen Ali extends his regards to you. This is a typical social formality. Even within the military, Ali can only express himself in this manner. Tian returned the greeting with the front claw of the Myth Tiger, his voice cold and disdainful. "Lieutenant, we are in pursuit of some escaped prisoners of war, and we hope for your cooperation." Ali paused momentarily before nodding. "I am more than willing. What would you have us do?" Tian Xingjian's voice remained frigid as he replied, "Prepare energy. We will require it shortly. Now, we need to inspect the base to ensure no prisoners have infiltrated. I would rather not have to return after covering 100 kilometers due to your oversight and place you before a military tribunal." The 5 special reconnaissance soldiers, eavesdropping on their conversation, were nearly driven to madness. A special forces sergeant is typically just a staff sergeant, and to address an officer of a higher rank in such a manner, was this portly individual seeking death? Or was he merely jesting before escalating to conflict? The special reconnaissance troops, poised for an assault, were stunned by the response they heard next. Lieutenant Ali replied with utmost certainty, "I believe you are correct. Esteemed soldier, we will immediately cooperate with your actions. The energy will be ready within 10 minutes, and you may proceed inside." The jaws of the 5 Myth Tigers dropped in disbelief, just as Tian Xingjian, reveling in his success, led a few incredulous Myth Tigers through the gate. He heard Lieutenant Ali's voice call out, "Please wait, esteemed soldier." Tian Xingjian forced himself to regain his composure and turned his mech around. Lieutenant Ali wore a perplexed expression. "You see," he held up an electronic recorder. "As you are aware, this is a required registration item. Your name." Chapter 34. The battle begins. Tian Xingjian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly relieved that he had taken precautions by removing the identity tags of the Myth Legion soldiers. Otherwise, he would have surely been exposed. He glanced at the identity tag in his hand, nearly squeezed to the point of dripping, and in a voice devoid of any inflection, recited, Staff Sergeant Ralph, 1st Squad, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment of the Royal Myth Legion of the Gashulan Empire. Ali examined the electronic recorder in his hand, nodding. Thank you for your cooperation. Your name is recorded in the Skynet database within 50 kilometers of the base. Esteemed Mr. Ralph. I apologize for taking up your time. You may now lead your soldiers into the base. I wish you all the best. The strict hierarchy of races ensures that every lower-class individual understands how to address an upper-class person, even if the latter's rank is lower. Respectful language is a must. Ali's incessant politeness caused Tian Xingjian to feel a pang of sorrow for him. What purpose does this enslaved race serve in the conflict within the Gashulan Empire? Tian Xingjian turned away. Yet Ali's voice called out once more. Mr. Ralph, just to inform you, your companions from Pierre are arriving sooner than expected. They will reach here in 2 hours. Turning back to Ali, Tian Xingjian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What kind of people are these? What seems utterly unreasonable to him is regarded as perfectly natural in their eyes. Despite the emergence of heroes resisting oppression throughout the Gashulan Empire's extensive history, most of these heroes have met their demise at the hands of their own people, who serve the upper class. Behind these heroes, their kin continue to live in ignorance and apathy, enduring oppression without resistance, occasionally reveling in the opportunity to subjugate their own or gain favor with the upper class. The power of tradition is overwhelmingly potent. When a people become accustomed to oppression, when rulers exploit their internal conflicts to perpetually divide them, and when they receive a mockery of an education from childhood, coupled with the harsh realities of societal hierarchy, these peoples have been molded into a true lower class, stripped of ambition, devoid of self-respect. Engaging in theft and debauchery, lazy and unproductive, these are races that even they themselves look down upon. Tian Xingjian departed, unable to bear the sight of that simple, obsequious face destined for execution due to this oversight. Upon entering the base, the 6 Myth Tigers dispersed. They had to place remote control bombs within 2 hours to utterly dismantle the missile defense systems and counter-detection jammers within the base. Tian Xingjian maneuvered his mech slowly through the base, which was shrouded in darkness. Although there were anti-air missile systems and counter-detection jammers, measures had been taken to impose lighting restrictions to prevent aerial assaults from the Federation, especially in the energy and ammunition depots, which had become top priorities. The Myth Tigers entered one barrack and warehouse after another, inspecting any location they required. Such occurrences were commonplace within the Imperial military, let alone the Royal Myth Legion. Even routine inspections conducted by ordinary gendarmes would create chaos. The Imperial soldiers were already accustomed to this, and moreover, the soldiers stationed here were merely part of the logistics division, lacking the temperament typical of frontline combat troops. Some soldiers, roused from slumber by the sudden intrusion of a Myth Tiger into their barracks, simply turned over and resumed their sleep, reasoning with themselves that these soldiers from the Myth Legion were not to be trifled with. And since they were on a mission, it would be unjust to accuse them of obstructing it. After all, there were countless tasks awaiting them the next day. The highest-ranking officer of the base was also roused. He summoned his guards, and upon hearing their report, this colonel, also of the Vibo clan, waved his hand and chuckled. These little rascals. He then burrowed back under his covers, viewing the soldiers of the Myth Legion as if they were his own children rummaging through his home in search of cake, allowing them to create a ruckus. After all, the lazy lower-class soldiers stationed at the base had far too much leisure time on their hands. The placement of the bombs proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within an hour, except for the barracks, which could not accommodate the bombs due to overcrowding, all critical locations, including the energy and ammunition depots, had been rigged with remote-controlled explosives, leaving no missile defense systems or counter-detection jammers untouched. After opening the energy compartment of the mech and allowing the eager base soldiers to refill it, Tian Xingjian concocted an excuse to continue searching for the escaped Federation prisoners of war. Striding confidently out of the base with the special reconnaissance soldiers, returning to the jungle where the Federal mechs were evading, the antenna reported that the Federal aerial operations had commenced. Due to the resolute resistance from the enemy air force, the forward command promptly deployed the prepared air squadrons into battle, bolstering our aerial strength to 3 squadrons. An additional squadron was urgently assembled as a reserve in this narrow stretch of land. Over 400 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide, 3 squadrons of armored aircraft engaged in fierce combat against nearly an equal number of Imperial fighters, the intensity of which is unimaginable. This aerial operation, which began at 5 in the morning, faced unexpected resistance from the Imperial forces, ultimately compelling the Federation to deploy 5 air squadrons in succession. By 8 o'clock, temporary air superiority was achieved, allowing our aircraft to commence operations to eliminate all enemies within a 50-kilometer radius of the base. A squadron of transport ships took off urgently, racing towards the base to facilitate the airdrop of 3 battalions of special forces, tasked with aiding the retreating units in fending off the enemy ground troops. Tian led a special reconnaissance team that had already infiltrated to within a kilometer of the base. With the activation of his remote control device, a series of explosions erupted, immediately throwing the base into chaos, particularly the thunderous detonation of the ammunition depot, which was astonishingly powerful and triggered numerous secondary explosions. The bombs scattered throughout the base obliterated it completely, leaving the soldiers of the Special Reconnaissance Unit in shock. They had not anticipated that the modified fusion grenades, bundled with solid energy blocks and enhanced with explosive devices from energy guns, could yield such devastating power. The enemy's base descended into pandemonium, flames illuminating the morning sky, while personnel and mechs evacuated in disarray around the perimeter. It was time for an assault. Artillery fire covered the area, and a charge was ordered within 100 meters. Tian issued the command. The electronic assault of the antenna initiated first, as the Federal mechs and 5 Magic Tigers split into 2 teams as planned. Fury and 8 warrior pioneers surged in from the left, while Logic led 5 Magic Tigers to delay their attack by 5 minutes before striking from the right. Chapter 35. Do not provoke the fat man. The Imperial soldiers, startled by the sudden explosions at the base, were attempting to regroup when someone in the chaos shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Before the words could fully escape their lips, energy shells and mech missiles began to rain down amidst the panicked crowd. Without the protection of mechs, the Imperial soldiers fell like wheat under the scythe, their severed limbs and blood propelled high into the air by the force of the explosions, creating a veritable downpour of blood. After a few seconds of bewilderment, the crowd erupted in a stampede. In such an onslaught of artillery, the human body proved to be fragile, and the gruesome scene compelled most to flee instantly from this hell that claimed lives with every passing second. Some soldiers, seemingly paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, wide-eyed as they observed the chaotic dispersal around them, oblivious to the blood rain that splattered across their faces. In the midst of the throng, a young soul, perhaps upon sighting the 2 Titans ahead, the fleeing, dilapidated mech hesitated, its movements slowing. Yet, the 5 Demon Tigers, pursuing from behind, drew ever closer with alarming speed. In a moment of panic, the mech opted to circumvent the Titan by veering 50 meters to the left. Without a second thought, Titan 079 lunged forward, swiftly obstructing the escape route of the damaged mech. The operator within seemed to have succumbed to despair, frantically flailing its mechanical arms and emitting a series of desperate howls as it lunged at the Titan. Its clumsy strikes reminiscent of a child's brawl, prompting Titan 079 to chuckle heartily. With a flick of its ion blade, 079 prepared to deliver a decisive blow, akin to cleaving sugarcane, intending to bisect the wrecked mech from head to toe. This was the preferred method of extermination for the Titan, relishing the intoxicating essence of wielding overwhelming destructive power. However, the battered mech was now less than 10 meters away, finally felled by the rapidly advancing Demon Tigers. A pack of beast-like mechs that tore into its back with ferocious claws, creating gaping wounds. The internal circuitry was thrown into chaos, sparks flying in a horrifying display, and after a few convulsive jerks, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the theft of his plaything, Titan 079 felt a twinge of irritation, cursing inwardly at the pack of wolves. Yet, with communication disrupted, he hadn't had the chance to warn the Demon Tigers. He decided to let it go, as a group of Federal mechs nearby were blissfully unaware and continuing to fire in their direction. The 2 Titans signaled the Demon Tigers to join their ranks, preparing to leverage the unique high speed of their mythic mechs to charge directly into the Federal mech formation. The addition of the 5 Demon Tigers bolstered the confidence of the 2 Titans, ensuring that no Federal mech would escape. The Federal mechs, feeling they had reached a safe distance, assumed a defensive formation, ready to flee at a moment's notice, their fire becoming increasingly dense and accurate. Titan 051 waved his hand, issuing the signal for all to advance. His Titan accelerated, its short, stout mechanical legs demonstrating a speed that belied their appearance. The hybrid propulsion system developed by the Empire combined the movement of treads with humanoid legs. Achieving both stability and swiftness in an instant, Titan 051 surged forward over 100 meters, the Federal mechs ahead thrown into disarray, their firepower posing little threat to him. However, he failed to notice that the Federal mechs, well practiced in the art of ambush, concentrated their fire on Titan 079, preventing it from launching immediately and delaying it by several crucial seconds. Only the 5 Demon Tigers, flanking 051, gave him a subconscious sense of collective charge among the mythic mechs. Titan 079 was incensed, nearly beside himself with rage, as the Federal mechs relentlessly attempted to thwart him with their firepower. No defense, no matter how robust, could withstand such concentrated attacks. Watching as the 5 Demon Tigers and Titan 051 charged ahead while he was forced to evade the onslaught, the dormant figure of Tian stirred. Though the Mech-S scans had only completed 85%, this was the only opportunity. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, the battered mech stealthily lunged toward Titan 079 from the right rear, its booster igniting with tremendous force, akin to a missile skimming the ground. The distance of over 10 meters was nearly negligible for a mech, and Titan 079 felt a sudden shift as the decrepit mechanical hands clamped tightly around his weapon-bearing arm. Startled, Titan 079 quickly realized that the seemingly lifeless mech was attempting a surprise attack. The pilot within the cockpit smirked coldly, maneuvering the mech with astonishing speed to flip over and leap into the air, its powerful legs delivering a series of strikes aimed directly at the chest of the damaged mech. Damn, that was fast. Tian cursed under his breath, pulling back on the controls. With a graceful maneuver, he evaded the 2 mechanical legs, swinging like a monkey clinging to a branch, all the while refusing to relinquish his hold on Titan 079's arm. Having never encountered such unscrupulous tactics, Titan 079 found the tenacious mech infuriatingly akin to a persistent leech. Realizing time was running out to join the battle on the other side, he twisted his wrist, sending the ion blade slicing toward the elbow joint of Logic. This sudden attack sent Tian into a cold sweat. In a mere tenth of a second, he relinquished control of Titan 079's arm and propelled himself into the embrace of the Titan. Logic clung to Titan 079 like a tattered sack, its legs wrapping around the Titan's waist in a most undignified manner. The rotund pilot was resolute in his determination to remain attached. Titan 079 was infuriated, his eyes sparkling with fury as he clasped the returning ion blade and plunged it toward his abdomen, executing the move with unyielding precision and swiftness, as if intent on piercing through both the wretched mech and himself. This is life-threatening. The overweight pilot found his limbs cramping as he flailed at the controls, his fingers dancing erratically across the keyboard. Logic, akin to a monkey scurrying down a tree, narrowly avoided a fatal blow, only to be grazed by the ion blade, leaving a deep gash across its back, the simulated armor torn asunder, just managing to evade a critical hit. The ion blade halted a mere 10 centimeters from Titan 079's cockpit, leaving the mythic soldier in disbelief at the unforeseen turn of events. Without a moment's pause, Titan 079's wrist twisted once more, redirecting the blade toward the crown of Logic. Observing the mech sprawled on the ground, the mythic soldier within the cockpit grinned maliciously, reveling in the prospect of a decisive blow. "Let us see how you evade this." Cursing his misfortune, the overweight pilot was pushed to the brink. Having teetered on the edge of death multiple times in a span of mere seconds since the ambush began, cornered, he gritted his teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, tightening his grip around Titan 079's legs. And with a fierce headbutt, he toppled the Titan to the ground. With a sudden surge of strength, Logic seized Titan 079's ankles, lifting the Titan's entire form and swinging it around. "Take that. I am piloting an 8th-generation mech, specially designed for heavy lifting." The overweight pilot bellowed in the cockpit. Logic forcefully smashed Titan 079 into the ground with a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupting as the tremendous weight of the alloy created a massive crater. In terms of sheer strength, My logic far surpasses yours. The pilot screamed in rage, continuing to rain blows upon the Titan, shaking the earth with each strike, sending the ion blade flying from Titan 079's grasp. In the cockpit, the mythic soldier was rendered unconscious by the first blow, leaving no room for resistance. The pilot, oblivious to the consequences, was determined to revel in his vengeance, having been nearly reduced to tears by the earlier bullying. In a frenzied storm of dust, the battered mech swung Titan 079 like a windmill, striking it down repeatedly, wild and deranged. Ultimately, after countless brutal impacts, the once proud Titan lay in ruins, staring blankly at the severed limbs of logic. The pilot was momentarily stunned, coming to grips with the destruction he had wrought. In the distance, the Federal mechs, having concluded their battle through ambush and overwhelm, were collectively losing their minds. A group of them had exerted tremendous effort to take down just one mech. Only those who had battled such machines understood their difficulty. Despite the overwhelming numbers, they had still lost two of their own. Who would have thought that the overweight pilot, in a fit of madness, could dismantle a Titan with a single, dilapidated mech? What manner of beast was this? Titan 051 met a fate more unjust than that of Titan 079. The overweight pilot seized Titan 079. He had already surged over 100 meters ahead. The unparalleled speed of the Titan made him feel like a fierce tiger, while the Federal mechs appeared as mere sheep before him. Adrenaline coursing through his veins. Slaughter was the duty of all the mythic soldiers. They existed solely for the purpose of destruction. With thoughts consumed by bloodlust and fervor, a sudden surge of concentrated fire erupted towards him. A stark contrast to the previously sparse barrage. Though the Titan boasted formidable defenses, the opposition had specialized long-range support from Wrath, and several other valiant mechs possessed firepower rivaling that of standard medium mechs. Thus, Titan 051 opted to change course, a smirk playing on his lips. Once he and the 5 demon tigers closed the distance, the Federal mechs would be rendered obsolete. Close-quarters combat was the mythic army's ace in the hole. Although many nations had begun equipping their forces with close-combat mechs, true experts remained the mythic soldiers, who had not seen the battlefield in centuries. While others believed the demon tigers were the exclusive mechs of the mythic army, in truth, they were products slated for gradual decommissioning, while the true close-combat mechs were the Titans. A missile howled through the air, and due to the overwhelming firepower, Jingang had no time to adjust its stride. With a cold chuckle, 051 unleashed a decoy projectile from a small aperture on Jingang's shoulder, which spun in the air. The incoming missile seemed to be magnetically drawn, plunging violently into the vortex created by the spinning decoy, resulting in a mid-air explosion. The debris and shockwave from such a distant detonation were utterly negligible to Jingang. .051's sardonic laughter grew ever more fervent, as he could vividly imagine the astonished faces of the pilots within the Federation's mechs. Though Jingang was not the finest mech of legend, it was the standard mech designated for mythical purposes. It was gradually supplanting the Mohu, possessing not only greater speed but also superior defense and combat capabilities. Furthermore, it boasted formidable long-range firepower. With a fierce press of his left thumb on the energy cannon button atop the control stick, the energy cannons on either side of his head roared with ferocity. Their caliber exceeded that of standard energy cannons, with faster velocity and greater destructive power. Two unsuspecting vanguard warriors desperately attempted to evade, yet the energy cannon projectiles still sheared away half of their shoulders. Ha ha ha! The Federation fools must be dumbfounded. 051 bellowed with glee from within Jingang's cockpit, reveling in the disarray of the Federation mechs, aiming to instill a lasting fear of Jingang within their very souls. Even if they were to become mere phantoms, however, his triumphant laughter abruptly ceased after 2 seconds, as 5 Mohu suddenly pounced, forcefully bringing Jingang crashing to the ground. Their sharp foreclaws relentlessly assaulted the mech's mechanical legs, the only accessible target for the Federation soldiers lacking structural analysis of the mechs. The armor on Jingang's other areas was far too thick. AS-051 bellowed, maneuvering Jingang to wield its ion blade against the hyena-like Mohu. He realized that even the seemingly obsolete mech's specially designed claws could still demonstrate their might, with one mechanical leg sustaining damage to the hydraulic system, unable to support Jingang's massive frame any longer. As the Yimohu dispersed, a barrage of deathly artillery enveloped the half-kneeling Jingang. The battle concluded, and the rumbling of transport ships filled the sky as the Federation mechs converged around Tian. It appeared that no further enemies remained in sight. Just as everyone gazed skyward, an energy bullet struck one of the Mohu, producing a sharp ping sound, followed by another. The bullets hit the energy shield, creating ripples of blue energy, prompting the Federation mechs to swiftly form a defensive perimeter. Yet, there was no anticipated overwhelming firepower, only a persistent stream of bullets emerging from the woods, one after another. Finally, an Imperial soldier emerged from the thicket, brandishing an energy rifle, advancing while firing at the same Mohu. Fully aware that such a weapon posed no real threat to the Mohu, and that any one of the mechs could easily send him soaring, he nonetheless approached his identified foe step by step, firing with unwavering determination. Chapter 36. The death of Ali. Tian sighed, recognizing the individual before him, the honest and obsequious face he had seen just hours earlier under the harsh glare of the base's floodlights. That of Ali, a 30-something lieutenant from the Gashulan Empire, stationed at the base. That face was now pallid, devoid of anger or sorrow, only reflecting a profound numbness, a numbing so deep it penetrated to the bone. Tian understood that Ali had reached an impasse, a fate sealed since the moment he had been allowed to pass. No matter the circumstances, survival was not in his cards today. This was his final act of defiance. A soldier's attack against the enemy that had brought about his demise. Surrender, Lieutenant. You can choose to live, a special reconnaissance soldier could not help but shout. The firing did not cease. Ali maintained his previous actions, mechanically executing a soldier's march while shooting. A burst from the energy machine gun pierced Ali's chest, the force of the bullet knocking him to the ground, his energy rifle slipping uselessly from his grasp. His pale visage betrayed no expression, not even the slightest twitch as his eyes fixated on the bosom of the female medic before him. The rotund man found his thoughts far removed from any lascivious notions. Instead, recollections of his initial encounter with the magic tiger flooded his mind, specifically, the movements of its 10 mechs and the harrowing struggle against Titan that had unfolded like a cinematic reel in his mind. The simplicity and efficacy of those maneuvers, the lifelike feints, the precise dodging techniques amidst a chaotic barrage that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and the relentless pursuit of the ion blade that seemed to dance after him. All these vivid images opened portals to broader realms of understanding, leaving him profoundly enlightened. Despite the several life-and-death confrontations he had faced, which he had navigated through his unorthodox and largely unfamiliar tactics, he knew that luck played a significant role. Moreover, the adversary, having fallen prey to an ambush from the very beginning, was fighting under inequitable circumstances. Had it not been for the antenna disrupting the enemy's mech control systems and the element of surprise in their stealth assault, a direct confrontation devoid of logic would undoubtedly have led to his defeat. The beautiful female medic, having completed a blood pressure check on the soldier beside the rotund man, lifted her gaze to find him staring vacantly, his expression one of unseemly fixation. Following his line of sight, she discovered her collar gaping open, exposing her delicate skin to the lascivious gaze of this lecherous individual. Overcome with embarrassment and fury, she delivered a sharp slap to his face before storming off with the electronic blood pressure monitor. Chapter 37. The detonation plan. The rotund man was jolted from his reverie by the stinging slap, his face abruptly shifting from left to right, a droplet of saliva arcing gracefully from the corner of his mouth to rest against his right earlobe. At that moment, the electronic loudspeaker in the transport ship's cabin crackled to life. Lieutenant Tian, please report to the captain's quarters immediately. Taken aback, the rotund man wore an expression of innocence as he watched the medic depart, wiping away the saliva in a somewhat frantic manner before making his way to the captain's office. Inside the captain's quarters, apart from Nadal and Rashid, there were 2 colonels, a full colonel, and a senior colonel present. One of the colonels, donned in an Air Force uniform, was evidently the captain of the transport vessel, while the other colonel and the full colonel were military advisors from the operations department. Upon seeing Tian stand at the door and report, Rashid hurriedly pulled him inside, gesturing towards the senior colonel as he introduced him. This is Major General Zhou Jisen, commander of our 16th Armored Division of the Aerospace Marine Corps. Zhou Jixin was a quintessential Eastern figure from the Earth era, and judging by his name, he was likely of Han descent. Not particularly tall and somewhat slender, he possessed a pair of bright, narrow eyes that conveyed a sense of martial prowess. Standing there, he naturally exuded the aura of a seasoned general. The 16th Armored Division of the Aerospace Marine Corps was a premier force within the Lolei Federation Army, a heroic unit inherited from the War of Independence, ranking 12th among the 300 Army Armored Divisions and 200 Aerospace Ground Armored Divisions, just 2 places shy of entering the elite ranks. To serve as a division commander in such a formidable unit necessitated exceptional military command skills and a fierce leadership style. Upon hearing Rashid's introduction, the rotund man stood at attention, adopting the standard pose of a disciplined soldier. Executing a crisp salute as he proclaimed, "Greetings, Major General, Lieutenant Tian Xingjian of the 16th H Division's Special Reconnaissance Company reports for duty. Please provide your directives." Major General Zhou Jixin returned the salute, stepping closer to scrutinize the rotund man who had extracted a motionless, unarmed unit with merely a mech squad from behind enemy lines. "Your surname is Tian, of Han descent?" Zhou Jixin inquired. "Yes, sir," Tian Xingjian replied, maintaining his facade of a steadfast soldier with utmost seriousness. "Very well. At ease. Kindly refrain from the excessive formality," Zhou Jixin said, having already heard from Nadal about this rotund individual who had been specifically assigned by Bernardo to lead the rescue operation. He had conducted thorough research on the commander of this rear unit. The rigid rotund man quickly transformed his demeanor, replacing his stiff formality with an endearing, earnest expression. Zhou Jixin smiled, saying, "Excellent, Tian Xingjian. A gentleman ought to strive for self-improvement. Your name is quite intriguing, evoking the essence of our ancient Eastern cultural heritage." As he spoke, he leisurely approached the computer control console in the captain's quarters, gesturing for Tian to follow. "Without further ado, I am quite pleased with your performance during this operation. Now, please elucidate the strategic simulation you presented to the forward command." Upon reaching the computer display, Tian Xingjian noticed that the strategic simulation based on his own analysis was currently being showcased. This represented a method of integrating simulation data and combat plans into a digital representation of the actual battlefield, where animated soldiers symbolized combat units engaged in simulated warfare, providing a clear visual during the explanation of the strategy, essentially a modern evolution of the ancient war table. This system was second nature to Tian Xingjian, and upon receiving the inquiry from a senior colonel, he promptly articulated the simulation process without hesitation. After pondering Tian's report for a considerable time, Zhou Jixin asked, "Did you derive all these insights from the mech's computer simulations?" Despite his desire to respond that it was merely a product of his dreams during slumber, understanding the adage that fame breeds peril, Tian knew that with so many witnesses in the tunnel, and with this individual being his superior's superior, the repercussions of deceit could be dire. Ultimately, he nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, sir, I believe the forward command should make timely deployments to avert such scenarios." Zhou Jixin smiled, motioning for everyone to take a seat on the sofa in the captain's quarters, and waved his hand toward Tian, saying, "This simulation was only presented to the forward command yesterday." Noticing the perplexed look on Tian's face, the colonel military advisor seated beside him awkwardly explained, "This simulation had been concealed by a traitor, unbeknownst to the operations department, IT. Was only when reviewing the documents handled by this traitor that we discovered the simulation's reference number. By then, the original simulation had gone missing. We ultimately located a copy in the electronic archives at the receipt station." Observing the flush on his face, it was evident that this traitor was none other than his colleague, the military advisor who had forged orders leading the Special Reconnaissance Company into a perilous trap. Just then, a steward entered with tea, causing an abrupt silence as the topic of the traitor was seemingly avoided. Zhou Jixin picked up the tea before him, delicately blowing on it, and remarked nonchalantly, "Every nation, every ethnic group, at any time, will inevitably harbor traitors. This is not surprising." After taking a tentative sip, he found it too hot and set the cup back down, fixing his gaze on Tian Xingjian. "We have reviewed your simulation and can confidently say, it is remarkably precise. To be candid, the reason I personally led this operation, aside from being specifically requested by the forward command, is that my assignment includes verifying the enemy's troop deployment and the results of the detonation plan." Tian Xingjian, bewildered, asked, "The detonation plan?" The military colonel advisor retrieved a document from his folder and handed it to Tian, stating, This was a plan hastily formulated by the command post in the early hours of yesterday. Following the analysis of your simulation upon its arrival at the command post, it was deemed that the anticipated outcomes were highly plausible. To mitigate potential risks, the command post has dispatched 3 Army armored divisions and 2 air squadrons to bolster the defenses within a 200-kilometer radius around the Katas Valley. Zhou Jisen interjected, taking over from the colonel advisor. As a result, merely an hour after the orders were issued, the forward command received intelligence regarding the enemy's large-scale troop mobilization. It appears we have traitors within our ranks. The moment our orders were issued, they initiated their actions. To alleviate the colonel advisor's potential embarrassment, Zhou Jisen elaborated on the situation regarding the traitors. He continued, "Our intelligence is also robust. Indeed, once the enemy began to move, we detected that the areas of troop mobilization coincided with the operational scope of this rescue mission. Therefore, to ascertain the enemy's actual strength and to ensure that the bomb hanging over our heads detonates from a safe distance, we have resolved to utilize the deployment of the rescue operation to eliminate the enemy forces gathering in this region." Tian Xingjian suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So that's why 5 air squadrons have been mobilized. No wonder I heard reports of fierce enemy resistance. This must be their assembly area." Seeing Zhou Jisen nod in agreement, Tian Xingjian, still puzzled, inquired, "What about the mythical legion? Have their gathering points been discovered?" Chapter 38. Not aspiring to be a hero, Zhou Jisen shook his head, replying, "No. At this point, that is no longer of consequence. We have just received news that the enemy's reassembled space fleet has launched an attack on our forces. The aircraft carrier battle group supporting ground operations has been compelled to retreat to rendezvous with our fleet. Meanwhile, the enemy has taken advantage of the carrier's departure. Ground-based aircraft have begun striking their assembled forces, seizing control of the Bafuli Pass, which poses a direct threat to our logistics route. The forward command has ordered a withdrawal of our forces. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the situation will revert to its previous stalemate. As the current front lines are intermingled, and it is likely that a major confrontation will soon ensue. Indeed, it was the mythical legion that seized the Bafuli Mountain Pass. Our air squadron, along with 2 divisions, was utterly incapable of thwarting their ferocious assault. From this perspective, as well as considering the enemy's overall response, your deductions were undeniably accurate." Observing the furrowed brow of Tian Xingjian, Zhou Jisen remarked with a smile, "Nevertheless, we have successfully detonated this bomb without allowing it to explode in the most critical position. The outcome has only resulted in minor injuries. We have already achieved a victory, at the very least. Our forward troops are no longer at risk of being encircled." Tian Xingjian pondered deeply for a moment, then said, "I have always felt that our analysis was incomplete. I sensed that the enemy had designed a backdoor or acceleration route somewhere. Little did I expect that the adversary had already opened this backdoor here. Even in the event of a failed plan, they have ensured that the Federation cannot gain any advantage." Zhou Jisen waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "You are merely the deputy company commander of a special reconnaissance unit. Achieving this level of insight is commendable. Had we not observed your analysis in a timely manner, the Federation might have suffered unforeseen losses. Moreover, your opponent possesses experience 1,000 times greater than yours. You will soon be dealing with him directly in every conceivable aspect. You are undoubtedly a hero of the Federation and deserve accolades and protection. The front line is no longer suitable for you. The forward command has decided to transfer you to the operations planning department as a military advisor. These 2 officers are here specifically to escort you to Gallipalin." The colonel advisor sitting beside Tian Xingjian smiled as he retrieved an appointment letter from his bag, extending his hand and stating, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Compton, director of the 2nd Research Division of the Operations Department. Lieutenant Tian Zhong. From this point onward, we shall be colleagues in the Operations Department. Welcome aboard." The plump man, bewildered, shook his hand and accepted the appointment letter. Upon opening it, he found the contents rather straightforward. Lieutenant Tian Xingjian of the Special Reconnaissance Company, 16th Armored Division, is hereby appointed as an operations advisor under the frontline command of the Malak Resistance, effective immediately. Below were the date and the official stamp of the forward command. He scrutinized the appointment letter multiple times. Having been assigned to the reconnaissance unit for less than a month with only 1 mission under his belt, it was indeed peculiar to be transferred to the operations department as an advisor. He mused internally. Last time, I became a hero and was sent to the front lines under the pretense of imparting experience. nearly losing my life in the process. Now, after becoming a hero again, I am being brought back. What is this incessant back and forth? Do they think I am some sort of omnipotent being? They say I should be protected, likely fearing that if this new hero were to accidentally perish, it would create complications for their public relations. Where will I be sent next if I become a hero again? They tell me heroes must brave danger, with the entire Federation watching, going wherever the peril lies. Upon realizing the immense implications of this deduction, the plump man resolved to feign indifference and no longer aspire to be a hero. He thought, let the others chase after that title. I shall simply enjoy my time in the operations department. As he departed, he earnestly requested Commander Zhou Jisen not to involve him in any promotional activities and to consider keeping his name confidential, stating that he did not wish to become a hero nor a target for the press. He insisted that all he had done was fulfill his duty as a soldier of the Federation. Zhou Jisen regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction regarding his request, replying, if necessary, cooperating with the promotion is also part of your duties. However, since you have made this request, I shall speak to the forward command about it. He chuckled, patting the plump man's shoulder. Well done. It seems you grasp the essence of Eastern culture, achieving success without seeking recognition, for only by not seeking can one truly attain. The uneducated man left in a daze, pondering the meaning of seeking and not seeking. Meanwhile, in the outer space surrounding Mech, both fleets were locked in fierce combat. Thus, the medium transport ship did not exit the atmosphere, but rather traversed the temporarily opened aerial corridor under the protection of fighter jets. Arriving at the military airport in Kato City, naturally, the Supreme Command and the Presidential Office seized this excellent opportunity for propaganda, organizing a fervent and heartfelt welcome ceremony. Almost all reporters remaining on Mech were mobilized, and the military even provided a dedicated military network to facilitate the live broadcast of this welcoming event across the Federation. The plump man, slipping away through the maintenance door of the transport ship, was oblivious to the scene of the welcome. He was instead engrossed in the following day's edition of the Federation's Freedom Press, which reported, the airport was already filled with soldiers and civilians who had received the news, and under the escort of countless fighter jets, the transport ship descended slowly. Family members of the local Mech soldiers, who had already gathered at the airport, could no longer contain their tears. Their emotions proved infectious, causing many others to weep as well. These Federation soldiers had endured tremendous suffering, and now, they were returning home. When Colonel Peter, the highest-ranking rescued prisoner of war, first appeared at the hatch, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, tears streaming down their faces as they called out the names of every captured Federation soldier. The scene was both fervent and deeply moving. A temporary information board displayed the details of all the rescued soldiers, and each soldier emerging from the hatch received a hero's welcome. Indeed, they were the heroes of the Federation. These soldiers fought for Mech, for the freedom of the Federation, and for its glory. They were truly deserving of the title of heroes. The soldiers, standing in formation, awaiting the return of their comrades, stood silently, strong yet with reddened eyes. They told reporters that they felt proud and honored to be born in such a glorious nation, one that spared no effort in rescuing POWs. They believed that in future battles, the Federation would leave no beloved child behind, and all troops would fight to the bitter end against invasion. Tian sighed and set down the newspaper, gazing out the window of the transport ship bound for Gallipalin, lost in thought. In the Federation, the fact that these soldiers, who had been captured for experimentation, could return alive was more significant than winning a grand battle. This nation's reverence for life and freedom was a cherished tradition. Most of the populace cherished peace, valued life, and respected every individual around them. He seemed to envision Ali's honest and endearing face, which, in a moment of confusion, turned pale and numb with the sound of a gunshot echoing in his ears, resonating with Torik's voice. Therefore, I shall never allow this damned country to become our ruler. Chapter 39. The plump man stands up. Tian felt a tinge of sadness, pondering for whom he felt this way. Was it for Ali or Torik? Even he could not ascertain. When bidding farewell to his comrades in the first company that morning, it was undoubtedly the entire squad of the second platoon that found it hardest to part with him. Having fought alongside Tian through life and death, forging an unbreakable bond amidst blood and fire, they revered him immensely for his leadership. Particularly, Torik shared many heartfelt words with Tian recounting tales of his ancestors and his own life. Torek belonged to the Mark tribe, a group that ranked low in both technology and culture. Even within the Federation, some referred to them as inferior people. Torek expressed his disdain, saying, "I hate them. Anyone who dares to call me inferior, I will surely punch them." However, such individuals were exceedingly rare within the Federation. He deeply mourned for his kin struggling in the Gashelan Empire, and personally killing Ali was a sentiment he could not articulate. Their people had endured far too much suffering. He yearned to end it all, yet he was merely a special reconnaissance squad leader. Special reconnaissance soldiers were warriors who risked their lives in perilous endeavors. Torek often feared for his life and was reluctant to see his comrade Tian Xingjian leave. Yet he understood that Tian Xingjian's transfer to the operations department might help fulfill a part of his wish. At parting, Torek's eyes glistened with tears as he said, "Lieutenant, had it not been for you, not only those prisoners but even my squad would have been left behind. I know your capabilities. Give it your all. Let that country, which discriminates against our weaker tribes, be driven from the Federation's territory." When the small transport ship landed at the training airport of the Galapalan Military Academy, the plump man finally regained his senses. He gazed at this place he had departed from less than a month ago, feeling as though an eternity had passed. Torek's words spiraled through his mind, and after a long moment, he bitterly chuckled to himself. Why ponder so deeply? I am but a mechanic shuffled from one place to another. Meanwhile, Meduo and Nia, who shared the transport ship, were required to remain with other rescued Federation POWs. They would await a special aircraft sent from the capital in Galapalan. The capital had prepared an even grander welcome ceremony for them, and for the next few months, their primary task was to assist with propaganda efforts. Their future paths were also largely determined. These POWs would not be reassigned to their original combat units, but would instead serve in various logistics departments in safer environments, embarking on new lives and duties. Under Colonel Compton's guidance, Tian Xingjian first reported to the Operations Department's Officer Management Office, filling out a series of forms. This young military advisor with the rank of lieutenant drew the attention of many, and after arrangements for accommodation were made, Tian Xingjian was granted a 3-day leave since his specific assignment to a research division within the Operations Department had yet to be finalized. However, the beautiful officer from the Officer Management Office reminded him that, as the front command had indicated, General Bernard might summon him at any moment, once he was free from his current engagements. Therefore, she advised him to refrain from leaving the academy. With nothing to occupy his time, the plump fellow's first destination was, of course, the laboratory. Had it not been for the unwavering support from Boswell, Milan, and the entire laboratory, he would not have survived to return. The transformative capabilities of logic played a crucial role in this mission. Moreover, in practical combat, the plump man conceived numerous innovative ideas regarding the mechas, particularly those concerning antennas. If they could be integrated into logic, it would significantly enhance the comprehensive capabilities of the mechas. Additionally, the ion blade belonging to the Titan nearly cost him his life, imparting a profound lesson on the importance of a good weapon in close combat. Not to mention, even a physically frail individual wielding 2 kitchen knives could pose a formidable challenge to a group of unarmed men. With such thoughts in mind, the plump fellow grew impatient. After contacting the laboratory through the internal phone, he awaited someone to escort him at the elevator door. After a short while, a graceful figure appeared before him, Milan. This stunning woman, known for her domineering presence, immediately twisted the plump man's ear upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Well, look who has acquired some prowess. I just received a call from Nia, and she was saying she wanted to settle accounts with you. How dare you come here uninvited? Come with me." She dragged him into the elevator, only releasing his ear at the entrance of the experimental clean room, as he needed to shower, leaving one of his ears painfully red and throbbing. With his head bowed low, the plump man emerged from the shower, looking fresh, only to be once again tugged by Milan into the laboratory. As they entered, a wave of laughter erupted from the entire hall, and the plump man, devoid of any masculine bravado, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Although he contemplated resisting Milan's aggression, he ultimately lacked the courage to do so, submissively trailing behind her like a pig caught by a butcher. Struggling into her private laboratory, upon entering, the furious and formidable scientist Milan seized a miniature energy submachine gun, pointing it at him and shouting, "Don't think." Boswell, with his peculiar temper, began to manifest his irritation and, with a stoic expression, remarked, I presume that after all your lengthy explanations, aside from your deceitful external armor, my biostable metal mech would be deemed worthless. However, it seems it can indeed assist you in eliminating an advanced enemy mech. The rotund fellow, aware of the old man's fragile pride, quickly sought to placate him, saying, "What a thing to say! The biostable metal you have researched is unparalleled in the cosmos. This is entirely a reflection of my own inadequacy. Truth be told, the strength of your mech is unrivaled globally. It is no wonder that this mech, despite being decades obsolete, is still employed for heavy lifting. It appears that your early structural research with your esteemed mentor has placed you decades ahead of the world. Not only now, but even in a few hundred years, this structure will remain the finest among humanoid mechs." Flattered by the torrent of compliments from the rotund man, Boswell's demeanor softened slightly, and he waved him off, saying, "You should proceed to Milan. There are several research projects related to what you just mentioned. Go take a look while I delve into this data." Upon hearing Milan's name, Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness as he approached the door, only to hear Boswell continue, "I have heard you have been reassigned to the operations department as an advisor. Since you are here, do make an effort to visit the lab when you have time. I will share some insights with you." The rotund man eagerly accepted, for his background as a mechanical repairman left him genuinely intrigued by such matters. The rest of his knowledge was merely a desperate acquisition for self-preservation. Just as he hesitated at the entrance of Milan's laboratory, a familiar researcher, with an air of mystery, pulled him aside and inquired, "Fatty, I hear you've become a hero? What's the story? Share it with us." Tian was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Damn it, who in their right mind would want to be a hero? If things go awry, I might be sent back to the front lines. I just arrived today. And already the rumors are rampant?" He quickly shook his head, vehemently denying, "Look at my physique. You know me well enough to understand that I could never be a hero." He wore a face of disbelief and retorted, "What have you heard?" The researcher, half convinced, replied, "The entire Federation is abuzz, claiming that a Special Forces company commander single-handedly rescued over 200 prisoners from deep behind enemy lines. Its even said that this commander orchestrated the battle simulations." After a pause, the researcher added, with admiration, "Incredible. Yet that commander has repeatedly emphasized the importance of anonymity. The whole Federation is left guessing who it could be." Han Xingjian, feeling a swell of pride, thought, "Of course it's me. Who else could have pulled that off?" Yet, on the surface, he scoffed, "That individual is a fool. If it were me, I would have taken credit. The riches and admiration would all be mine. What a thrill that would be." Internally, he chided himself for the misfortune of being called a fool. The researcher, unwilling to relent, pressed on. "So, did you return with those prisoners on a transport ship? I saw it firsthand this morning at the airport testing area." Not wanting to become the target of scrutiny, Tian prioritized his safety. "I don't even know who those people were. I wasn't part of any special forces unit, but rather a mere reconnaissance battalion. There's a vast difference between the two." A sudden inspiration struck him. He pointed toward Boswell's laboratory door, conspiratorially whispering to the researcher, "My reassignment to the operations department was all thanks to the professor's behind-the-scenes assistance." Given Boswell's temperament, it was well known that he would not entertain inquiries unrelated to research. Shifting the blame for this perceived betrayal onto Boswell felt surprisingly fitting. The researcher, disappointed, remarked, "So it really isn't you." Upon seeing Tian nod affirmatively, the researcher finally conceded, muttering as he shook his head while departing. Tian chuckled inwardly, resolute in his refusal to acknowledge any heroics. He would not accept a medal or be sent to the front lines as a so-called hero. Caution was his guiding principle. Turning around, he noticed that Milan's door had opened at some point, and she was gazing at him with an air of triumph, her fair hand covering her mouth in amusement. Knowing the severe consequences of any potential exposure, Tian shamelessly approached her, disregarding her disdainful glances, and circled around her, incessantly pleading for confidentiality. He thought to himself that, having lost all sense of shame, he might as well employ some tactics to utterly bewilder her. If all else failed, he would resort to forceful conquest, or perhaps eliminate her entirely to erase any traces. Milan twisted and turned, refusing to meet his gaze, busily moving about the laboratory with an air of feigned importance, occasionally bursting into laughter, which only fueled Tian irritation. "It's a loss," he sighed, "dear Sister Milan. What do you wish for me to do? Perform for you or offer myself? Milan's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him, retorting, get lost. Who's your dear sister? Who needs your offerings, you two-timing rogue? She pushed the hapless Tian Xingjian aside, declaring, move aside. Don't obstruct my experiments. Upon the mention of experiments, Tian Xingjian quickly leaned in again, saying, Sister, the professor asked me to come take a look. He mentioned that several projects relate to my mech. The term sister was laced with an intentional hint of intimacy. Milan, amused by his antics, chuckled and placed her hands on her hips, inquiring, do you still hold any regard for the professor? I wonder how long it will be before I find out that I've been sold out by my own sister. Tian Xingjian, a classic opportunist, leaned closer and confessed, I was compelled into this situation. Besides, considering our relationship, would I really sell you out? I would rather be the one sold, Milan retorted. What relationship do you think we share? And what is it that you wouldn't part with? You've already framed the professor, and just earlier, you were more than willing to strike me. Perhaps recalling the earlier incident was too embarrassing, or perhaps it merely invoked the complexities of affection. But a rosy hue returned to Milan's fair cheeks. Even the most beautiful and rational of women experience the stirrings of affection. Amidst the monotony of laboratory experiments, the playful camaraderie with a male peer over the course of half a year inevitably breeds a sense of intimacy. How could Tian Xingjian, who fancied himself a master of psychology, be oblivious to this? Yet, in his heart, he remained haunted by what could only be described as a one-sided crush, as the image of another would often intrude upon his thoughts. Was he truly enlisting in the military under the absurd pretense of weight loss? Deep down, it was likely for her sake. If this sentiment were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly be the greatest farce in the universe. He would be labeled the most innocent and pure-hearted virgin in existence, enshrined in a museum for all to gawk at. Tian Xingjian stared blankly at Milan, whose cheeks were tinged with crimson, as if finally unable to face her, and lowered his gaze in dejection. Noticing his despondent silence, Milan felt an uncharacteristic pang of sympathy and ceased her teasing. She retrieved several documents from the central computer. Scoffing, you foolish fatty, take a look at this. I'll let you off this time. With that, she turned and gracefully exited the laboratory, gently closing the door behind her. Once the door clicked shut, Tian Xingjian broke into a smile. He had been playing a part all along. This was the classic performance of emotional con artists, their faces adorned with a hint of sorrow, their eyes gentle and clear, concealing the pain of unbearable memories and loneliness. These expressions were ones he had practiced diligently before the mirror. Carefree, he hummed a tune and settled down. Opening the research materials Milan had left behind. One project immediately captivated his attention. This was a study on the instantaneous transformation of biostable metals, with the explicit goal of altering a mech's physical defenses in an instant. Just imagine, when an enemy's blade strikes the mech, the point of impact suddenly increases by several centimeters in thickness. Even if wounded, it could rapidly transition between states for effective repairs. What a concept that would be in close combat! The second document equally thrilled Tian Xingjian. This research proposed the application of electronic attack devices, originally developed for super-heavy mechs and space vessels, to standard mechs. These devices surpassed the electronic attack technology of antenna significantly, with their diverse and ferocious methods of electronic signal deception, simulation, control, and assault. However, the system's greatest drawback was its substantial energy consumption within a short time frame. And this document was merely a conceptual proposal still under examination. This did deflate Tian Xingjian's spirits somewhat. Next were several projects aimed at making detailed modifications to logic. While their effects were not as significant as the previous two, they were meticulously considered. If implemented fully, logic's combat capabilities would see a notable increase. Upon reviewing the list of researchers heading these studies, he noted that, without exception, Milan's name filled the position of lead researcher. Tian Xingjian was momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware of the laboratory's research protocols. Whoever proposed a project, once approved, became the lead researcher and was tasked with significant responsibilities, while others merely assisted. This meant that during his absence of over 20 days, Milan had single-handedly proposed a year's worth of work for logic. It was evident that, in her mind, aside from logic, she had likely contemplated no other research topics. It seemed he owed this sister, with whom he had spent half a year, a tremendous debt of gratitude. Tian Xingjian thought to himself that he must find an opportunity to repay Milan handsomely. Faced with a beautiful woman, newly awakened to the whims of love, one might consider that helping her in her time of need could be deemed a form of gratitude, even if it were to be misconstrued. Such a wretched creature, with a heart of stone, dares to indulge in such fantasies. Chapter 2. The Smy Grand Hotel. Upon exiting the laboratory, Tian Xingjian beheld Milan, her enchanting visage marred by a look of bewilderment. Seated at an empty desk in the lobby, her chin resting in contemplation, in that moment, she appeared both serene and captivating. Unable to restrain himself, the plump fellow approached her, gently tapping her shoulder and exclaiming, "I have returned alive. For such a momentous occasion, you must treat me to a meal." Milan turned her head to find him, her cheeks inexplicably flushing, and retorted, "Pa, you should have perished. What of it?" With a chuckle, Tian Xingjian replied, "Very well then, allow me to treat you instead." After a brief hesitation, Milan finally rose, huffing, "Well, since I have nothing to lose, I shall go to the Smy Grand Hotel." The Smy Grand Hotel, a 7-star establishment in Gallipoli, is renowned for its opulence and luxury. Before the war commenced, it served as the prime gathering place for the elite. Now, however, the clientele consists primarily of high-ranking military officers, as the dignitaries have fled back to the Central Star region. Tian Xingjian, with a smile, readily agreed, "Splendid, my dear junior sister." Milan seemed particularly prone to bashfulness, her face reddening at his words, with a playful glare. She commanded, "Wait for me outside while I change." She then dashed away. After an hour of idle waiting at the entrance, Tian Xingjian finally spotted Milan emerging. She donned a charming short dress adorned with delicate floral patterns, complemented by a white lace blouse and a beige crocheted vest. Her long, fair legs were accentuated by crystal high-heeled sandals, exuding a refreshing cuteness. It appeared she had bathed, as her slightly damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her face bore a light touch of makeup, enhancing her enchanting eyes. Standing beside her, Tian Xingjian, clad in his army lieutenant uniform, felt rather like a rustic bumpkin. As they exited the building, Milan waved the keys to a flying car in her hand. Grinning mischievously, "I borrowed a vehicle from my teacher." Upon arriving at the parking lot, the sight of Boswell's vehicle rendered the plump fellow speechless. It was an old Chichi sedan from around 2030. As antiquated as the war machines, this was a rather disheartening realization, and it raised a practical concern about whether the car could even take flight. With no alternative transport readily available, they exchanged glances and reluctantly boarded the flying car. After selecting their destination on the onboard computer, the vehicle trembled slightly as it ascended into the air, gliding smoothly along the flying car lane out of the academy and merging into the flow of traffic on the road. A mere 10 minutes later, the flying car turned onto a side road, ascending a verdant path that wound up the mountain. Moments later, Tian Xingjian's eyes brightened as a magnificent hotel appeared atop a spacious lawn, its grandeur evident. The adjacent parking lot was filled with various luxurious flying vehicles. As they parked and approached the hotel entrance, they were intercepted by a rather aloof doorman, who, with an air of distant politeness, inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?" Taken aback, Tian Xingjian responded, "Are there no available spots?" The doorman, maintaining a facade of insincerity, replied, "Indeed, sir, we have important guests today, and we cannot accommodate those without a reservation, due to the presence of distinguished guests. Management had mandated that only regular patrons could be admitted. Furthermore, the Smy Grand Hotel is the premier establishment in the entire Federation, and those without connections are typically barred from entry." A lieutenant like Tian Xingjian daring to approach the Smy Hotel earned the doorman's silent admiration for his audacity. Ignorance breeds courage. After all, it is known that even the most modest dish at the hotel costs the equivalent of several months' salary for a lieutenant in the Federation. The other doormen watched with bemusement as they spotted the dilapidated Chichi sedan, initially mistaking it for a joke played by some high-ranking official, only to realize it was a bumbling lieutenant accompanied by a mysteriously acquired beautiful woman, attempting to flaunt their status at the Smy Hotel. At that moment, Milan, observing the plump fellow's embarrassment, smiled gently and addressed the doorman. "We do have a reservation. My name is Milan. You may verify it." The doorman perused his electronic list and, to his surprise, found Milan's name. Though taken aback, he courteously stepped aside. Tian Xingjian had not anticipated that, while inviting someone to dine, he would be unaware of the proper protocol. Fortunately, Milan had made a reservation in advance. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite the predicament, awkwardly rubbing his nose in embarrassment. The restaurant was divided into two sections. The outer area comprised a series of small halls primarily catering to walk-in customers, suitable for parties of 4 or fewer, while the circular central area was separated by glass, revealing an empty hall with tables set for guests, indicating a reservation for important patrons. Guided by the attendants, Tian, Xingjian, and Milan wandered to a window-side table, which offered a splendid view of the cityscape of Gallipoli below. It was undoubtedly the finest spot in the small hall point. One could only wonder what means Milan employed to secure such a coveted location. As they settled in and perused the menu, Milan softly inquired, "Is this your first visit, plump fellow?" Tian Xingjian sheepishly scratched his head. "Indeed. I had no idea there were so many rules," with a sly smile. Milan teased, "Well, do prepare yourself. If you cannot settle the bill, you may very well find yourself washing dishes as repayment." Yet, Tian Xingjian seemed unperturbed by this prospect, for he possessed a considerable sum left by his parents. Enough to cover their meal, one would presume. The small hall filled with patrons, yet all appeared rather distracted, glancing around as if awaiting something momentous. The dishes Milan ordered soon arrived. Exquisite foie gras, flaky bread rolls, baked snails, and creamy asparagus soup, culinary delights from ancient Earth, particularly French cuisine, renowned for its sophistication. Knowing her companion's carnivorous tendencies, Milan had even ordered a ribeye steak, seemingly aware that the lighter fare would not suffice. As they enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation, a group entered through the main door into the glass-walled hall, prompting the patrons in the small hall to rise in unison. Some guests quickly produced cameras, capturing the moment with flashes erupting like fireworks. The crowd's sudden movement obstructed Tian Xingjian's view, preventing him from discerning the identity of the important guests the doorman had mentioned. However, it mattered little to him, and he merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to the ribeye steak on his plate. Chapter 3. Not leaving at that moment, the virtual screen in the center of the restaurant began broadcasting a grand ceremony welcoming the rescued soldiers in K2 City. As the transport ship descended, a reporter's excited voice rang out, "Look, the transport ship, laden with the heroes of the Federation, has safely landed." This is an exhilarating moment, as the Lele Federation welcomes back her heroic sons and daughters. The camera panned to the faces of the rescued soldiers' families, reflecting anxiety, hope, and relief, tears cascading down their cheeks. Suddenly, Colonel Peter appeared, somewhat unsteady, at the transport ship's hatch. The restaurant erupted in thunderous applause, startling the plump fellow, who looked up to witness the scene on the virtual screen, unable to suppress a chuckle. That time, he had been seated in the cabin, declining Peter's invitation and pushing the colonel out. Viewing the footage now, he felt a strange sensation, as if time were flowing backward before his eyes. The camera shifted to a massive display beside the hatch, showcasing Colonel Peter's profile in bold letters. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, "Peter, you are our hero." The shot zoomed in on Peter, standing at the hatch, his lips trembling as he struggled to find his voice. Overcome with emotion, he was embraced by another colonel, who wore the same uniform, tears streaming down his face. The reporter's voice quivered as he remarked, "Welcoming Colonel Peter is his dearest friend. They have served together for over a decade in the same unit, bonded as the closest of comrades." The embrace between the two soldiers was fierce and passionate. As they parted, the colonel stepped back, saluting solemnly, his voice resonating clearly. "I nearly lost my best friend. The Federation almost lost its finest warrior. Colonel Peter, welcome back." Peter returned the salute, tears finally spilling down his cheeks, only to be hastily wiped away, only to fall again, as he stubbornly attempted to regain his composure, bloodshot eyes betraying his struggle. The camera faithfully captured the tears cascading down the faces of those around him, many weeping openly. Such is the nature of a soldier, one who would rather bleed than shed tears, a true, resilient warrior. The camera drew closer to the lined-up soldiers of the Federation, their faces wet with tears yet standing stoically, resembling hundreds of stately pines. Perfectly aligned and dignified, in the front row of the formation stood a line of solemn generals. The eldest among them already graying, their epaulets adorned with shining stars. They stood as immobile as ordinary soldiers, perfectly aligned in the most standard military posture. At the forefront of the formation, Commander Bernadotte stood at attention. Chest out and head held high, bellowing. "All soldiers, salute!" The synchronized military salute of the troops was a sight to behold, powerful and grand, echoing the roar of national might that resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. General Bernadotte's voice reverberated across the suddenly hushed airport. "Colonel Peter, the Federation's warriors are proud of you." Tian Xingjian quietly observed the screen, watching Peter, who was respectfully saluting and reflecting on the immense contributions this soldier had made to the entire fleeing contingent. Listening as he uttered two trembling words, "Thank you," Tian Xingjian lowered his head, his eyes slightly reddened, feeling a profound sense of relief that he had brought them back safely. The sound of a reporter's voice came through the restaurant speakers. "The heroic comrades are paying tribute to Colonel Peter. Seeing these soldiers, we firmly believe that the war will come to an end, culminating in the great victory of the Lille Federation. With such loyal guardians, no one can defeat us. With fearless warriors like Colonel Peter, the Federation will ultimately triumph." One by one, soldiers appeared on the screen as the welcome ceremony continued to unfold on the virtual display. Milan looked at Tian Xingjian and softly asked, "Where were you at that time?" Tian Xingjian knew that Nia's good friend could not be unaware of what he had done, and looking up at the virtual screen, he smiled and replied, "Did you see? Over there." The camera focused on a female soldier emerging from the hatch, running towards her family, embracing her parents in a tearful reunion. Many patrons in the small hall were moved to tears by this poignant scene. However, as Milan followed the direction of the chubby man's finger, she could not help but laugh. Nearby the transport ship, a sneaky figure was darting away into the distance. The two exchanged amused glances when a voice interrupted, "Get up, why are you sitting here?" Tian Xingjian and Milan turned in shock to find a group of young men and women, roughly their age, standing beside their seats. The speaker was a well-dressed young man with an arrogant demeanor. Noticing the dazed expressions on their faces, he scoffed. "A mere lieutenant and a woman devoid of any sympathy, who dares to mock a hero, think they deserve to sit here? Get out, you are not welcome." The sting of his words provoked Milan's anger, and she retorted, "Are you blind? Who mocked anyone? On what grounds do you expel us?" A stylish young woman linked her arm with the arrogant young man and coldly replied, "Simply because Mills is the young master of the Smile Hotel." Upon hearing this, the group of young people looked at the chubby man and Milan with scornful expressions, while Mills appeared especially smug. It turned out that Mills' father was hosting important guests, and though Mills had initially intended to attend, his reckless behavior had resulted in a reprimand, forcing him to stay home. However, unable to bear the confinement, he gathered a group of friends and headed to the hotel, hoping to find a spot in the small hall to watch. To his dismay, the small hall was full, and even his usual seat had been reserved by a guest with a VIP card. Feeling embarrassed in front of his friends, Mills had approached his designated spot, only to discover not familiar dignitaries, but rather a lowly army lieutenant and a woman. His irritation grew as he saw the two laughing at the screen, and he seized the opportunity to try and drive them away. Upon hearing the woman's words, Tian Xingjian could not contain his anger and sarcastically remarked, "Is this the standard of the young master of the Smile Hotel? Telling guests to get lost?" Mills, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Don't think that just because you're a lieutenant, you can stay here. Even if you were a colonel, if I wanted you gone, you'd have no choice but to leave." Tian Xingjian, amused by the absurdity, crossed his arms and provocatively asked, "Oh really? What if I refuse to leave? Are you going to bite my eggs?" Milan, upon hearing this, felt both exasperated and amused, giving the chubby man a playful twist. Mills coldly declaring, "You think you can be disrespectful? If you don't leave, I'll make you crawl out of here. Do you believe me?" Had this been in the past, the chubby man, who had never been in a fight, would likely have endured the insult. But now, he was not afraid of confrontation. In the chaos of battle, this individual posed no threat to him. Besides, even a clay figurine has its limits. With a foolish grin, he shook his head defiantly. "I don't believe it." The commotion had already drawn the attention of the hotel manager, a middle-aged man who, upon seeing the young master in a quarrel, inwardly groaned. Today's guests were of utmost importance. And yet, this young man had a stubborn temperament, refusing to leave. After much thought, he realized that to quell the disturbance without alarming the guests inside, he would have to address the lieutenant, without Mills needing to signal. The manager stepped forward and sternly addressed Tian Xingjian. I am the manager of this hotel, sir. Please leave immediately. Seeing the manager indiscriminately ordering him out, the chubby man's fury surged, and he stood up, shouting, "Shut up! I'm staying here today." In moments of impulsive anger, he felt his body tremble from the adrenaline, a physiological quirk he could not distinguish between fear or excitement. Mills, noticing the lieutenant's trembling, assumed he was frightened and laughed mockingly. If you're so tough, why do you look like you're about to be struck by lightning? He turned to the manager and commanded, Get someone to throw these two trash out. Hearing the raised voice of Tian Xingjian, the manager broke into a cold sweat. Although the glass wall provided some sound insulation, the uproar could not be concealed. Knowing that arguing was futile, he quickly signaled the security guards standing by to intervene. Tian Xingjian, suppressing his fury, shielded Milan with his body and coldly warned, I advise you not to do anything foolish. If you truly provoke me, don't blame me for going berserk. This fellow, having been humiliated, was beginning to experience a form of mental unraveling. The security guards paid no heed to his threats. A dozen burly men surged forward, with two leading the charge, aiming to grab Tian Xingjian and forcibly escort him out. This was a task they were accustomed to, resolving disturbances swiftly to avoid disrupting the guests. However, they were utterly unprepared to confront an irate Special Forces soldier. The chubby man swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the first guard, who collapsed like a broken sack, blood pouring from his mouth. Following up with a spinning kick, he sent the second guard crashing into several tables, crumpling to the ground without so much as a groan. The two actions occurred in the blink of an eye, as quick as lightning. All present were left dumbfounded, the guards trailing behind paralyzed with fear, hesitating to advance, forming a chaotic pile on the floor. They were aware that the first two guards were the best fighters in the team, and yet, in a mere second, the lieutenant had incapacitated them. What chance did they have against him? One unfortunate soul, pushed from behind, stumbled forward and was met with a punch from Tian Xingjian, causing him to reel back, clutching his face as tears streamed down. The chubby man growled, Who else dares to come? Truly displaying his might. For a long moment, silence reigned. The young crowd and the manager were both astonished and terrified. Rendered speechless, Mills' girlfriend turned pale, trembling in fear as she hid behind the quaking Mills. Finally realizing they had provoked a creature they should not have trifled with. Every eye in the small hall was drawn to the scene, witnessing the chubby man's actions with a single word, shocking. When this army lieutenant unleashed his wrath, he resembled an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex. His movements exuded lethal intent, as the two most skilled guards fell before him without a clue. The sound of the slap and kick was terrifying, sending chills down spines. The sheer speed and power were insurmountable. Merely imagining oneself on the receiving end was enough to chill the blood of onlookers. It was Milan's first time witnessing the chubby man in a furious state. She had never realized that this seemingly gentle and harmless individual possessed such terrifying strength. The face that typically appeared meek and easily bullied transformed into one that radiated intimidation when enraged. Was this truly the same chubby man she could easily push around? Recalling the playful slaps Tian Xingjian had given her earlier, her cheeks flushed and her ears burned with embarrassment. Pressing the back of her hand against her flushed face in an attempt to cool down, Milan nestled behind Tian Xingjian, reveling in a sense of security. His broad back felt like a sturdy wall, providing comfort and safety. That moment, a man in his 50s pushed through the crowd, visibly agitated and angrily demanded, Who is causing a ruckus? Spotting the manager, he seized his collar, shouting, What are you doing? Don't you know we have guests today? Before the manager could respond, the man's gaze landed on Mills, and without waiting for an explanation, he delivered a swift slap to Mills' face, exclaiming, You little brat. I told you to stay home, and here you are causing trouble. Undoubtedly, this individual is none other than the proprietor of the Smile Hotel. The father of Mills. Although Mills received a slap, he appeared as if he had encountered a savior, lamenting with indignation as he embellished the earlier events. Tiansheng and Milan became the venomous mockers of heroes, while he positioned himself as a righteous youth standing up for justice. Fully aware of his son's character, Mills' father could not be oblivious to the true intentions lurking beneath. With a fierce glare, he exclaimed, We'll settle this back at home. Turning to the manager, he demanded, Is what Mills said true? The manager, unable to dare contradict, nodded vigorously, acknowledging, indeed, Mr. Joseph. Joseph then turned to Tianqing, coldly inquiring, will you leave on your own? Or shall I have someone throw you out? Go to hell. You and your worthless son are cut from the same cloth, Tianqing retorted, his anger giving way to a mocking smile as he shrugged. I don't particularly wish to walk. Perhaps you should just have someone throw me out. Joseph had never encountered such audacity in a lieutenant. Typically, he dealt with generals, and even they had not displayed such insolence before him. He signaled to his 2 bodyguards, resolved to teach this insufferable lieutenant a lesson. His guards, all retired Special Forces soldiers, were far beyond the capabilities of mere security. This detestable rotund man must pay the price for his arrogance. Chapter 5. We bear the burden together. The ones who paid the price were the 2 retired Special Forces bodyguards. It is worth noting that even Balak, the top fighter from the Special Reconnaissance Battalion, had been knocked out by the rotund man after months of training in the gravity chamber. In terms of speed, Tianqing was naturally swift. Regarding strength, the rigorous training in the gravity chamber had endowed him with formidable power. His arms and legs like 4 tremendous iron hammers, ferocious and unyielding. As the 2 bodyguards approached, Tianqing shot forward like a lightning bolt, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey in that fleeting moment. The oncoming bodyguard only caught a glimpse of a moving shadow before hastily raising his arm in defense. With a sharp crack, Tianqing's sidekick struck the arm of one bodyguard, sending him staggering back several paces. His face drained of color as he clutched his arm, which had been brutally broken by Tianqing's fierce kick. With remarkable speed, Tianqing evaded the second bodyguard's vicious sidekick, swiftly grasping the man's ankle and yanking him towards himself. Simultaneously, Tianqing's elbow smashed into the bodyguard's abdomen like a hammer, causing the man to crumple to the ground. Writhing in agony and drenched in sweat, Tianqing dusted off his hands and smiled slightly at Joseph, saying, if you wish to throw me out, I fear you will need to recruit a few more men. Joseph's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his bodyguards would be so woefully inadequate against this rotund man. Frustrated and furious, he suddenly noticed a federal major general striding into the room. Joseph managed a wry smile, addressing the general, General me, I sincerely apologize. You see? The general waved his hand, silencing Joseph, and approached Tianqing with a scornful grunt. What a fine army lieutenant you are, truly a credit to the federal military. Upon seeing a general, Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. He feared no one else, but standing before a general rendered any of his abilities useless. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Having encountered a tough opponent after bullying the weak, the unfortunate rotund man felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just as he was about to explain, the major general, ignoring him entirely, gestured for the guards to take Tianqing away, commanding, lock him up for now, and ensure he is sent to the military police for severe punishment. At that moment, 2 female soldiers emerged from the crowd, positioning themselves defiantly before Tianqing, declaring in unison, "Who dares?" Tianqing was stunned. The bold soldiers challenging a major general were none other than Meiduo and Naya. Following them, more figures pushed through the crowd, standing at attention before Tianqing and saluting. These were the federal soldiers rescued from the prisoner of war camp, now celebrated heroes in the hottest news, numbering 270 in total. When Colonel Peter stepped out from the throng to salute the rotund lieutenant and then turned to the major general to say, "His mistakes are ours to bear together," the crowd erupted in commotion. Some journalists, having entered the hotel as patrons, keenly sensed that this was undoubtedly the most explosive news story. Amidst the flashing cameras, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, filled with shock, confusion, anger, and disbelief, as the expressions on the major general's and Joseph's faces conveyed a depth of emotion that was ineffable. The major general realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. These celebrated federal soldiers would not rally in support of an unknown lieutenant without cause. He inwardly chuckled, pondering that had he heard the rotund man's explanation, or if 2 rash female soldiers had not intervened first, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Suddenly, the major general's gaze fell upon a head peeking out from behind the federal soldiers. The sight of this individual left him both amused and exasperated. Milan stepped forward. Milan, who had been hiding behind Tianqing, pressed herself tightly against the rotund man's back, her heart racing. She had been caught peering out and, recognizing she could no longer hide, emerged sheepishly, murmuring, "Dad." Upon hearing Milan address the Major General, Mills and his friends nearly fainted collectively. They realized the gravity of the situation. A lieutenant had managed to compel all the federal heroes to share in his punishment, and the beautiful girl whom Mills had derided as trash was, in fact, the Major General's daughter. Major General Michi pointed at Tiansheng and Colonel Peter, demanding, "Come with me. You owe me an explanation." He then led Milan towards a secluded corner of the dining area. Tiansheng looked gratefully at Peter and all his comrades who had shared life and death with him over the past 20 days, softly expressing, "Thank you, everyone." Colonel Peter replied with a smile, "It is our honor to stand by you. Even if it means taking the blame. Without you, there would be none of us." His words, though softly spoken, were loud enough for the attentive journalists to hear, and the quick-witted among them connected the dots, causing the crowd to erupt in fervor. The once mysterious company commander was none other than the lieutenant before them. Peter's voice resonated in the hushed dining area. "To share in this punishment is our own decision. From the moment we met you, we became brothers bound by life and death." The eyes of everyone present, Joseph, Mills, his friends, and especially the guests and journalists, were suddenly filled with awe, admiration, and reverence for this army lieutenant. The rescued federal prisoners were heroes, and the Special Forces commander who had led them to freedom and played a crucial role in turning the tide of the conflict was the hero among heroes. How could such a hero mock his comrades who had shared life and death together? How could he engage in baseless brawls? As Tiansheng and Peter approached the Major General, the crowd buzzed with conversation. Joseph's anger intensified. With a sharp slap, he struck Mills across the face, trembling with rage as he exclaimed, "You little wretch! Look at the trouble you've caused. I'll have your head," before Joseph could strike again. Mills slapped his own face, murmuring, "Dad, it's my fault. I'm sorry." Though Mills was often reckless and occasionally bullied others, he was, after all, a spirited young federal citizen. At this age, one naturally idolizes heroes, and his visit here was to connect with those who had fought valiantly on the battlefield and narrowly escaped from enemy territory. Little did he know that the greatest hero stood right before him, yet he had offended him with his petty thoughts. Embarrassed and anxious, he struck his own face several times in regret. Chapter 6. The divide between a lieutenant and a major general. Seeing his son's face swollen and bruised, Joseph understood that his son, despite his faults, had a fundamentally good heart. Having idolized heroes since childhood, this lesson was likely to weigh more heavily on him than on Joseph himself. With a sigh of frustration, he turned away. It turned out that the important guests at the Smile Hotel's banquet were the returning troops preparing to transit through Gallipoli, and Major General Michi was the emissary sent by the Federal High Command to welcome them. There had been growing criticism against the Smile Hotel for its extravagant practices amidst the nationwide mobilization during the war. To rectify this situation and enhance the hotel's image, Joseph had painstakingly secured the opportunity to host a banquet for the federal returning heroes. Little did he expect it to unfold in such a disastrous manner. If news broke the following day, the Smile Hotel would become the target of public scorn. At that moment, Joseph felt utterly despondent. After tonight, his lifelong efforts could very well come to ruin. After listening to Colonel Peter's report and hearing Tiansheng and Milan recount the events leading to this debacle, Major General Michi finally grasped the full scope of the situation. He shot a fierce glare at Milan before casting a curious glance at the legendary rotund man who was dating his daughter. He summoned the guards and commanded, due to the involvement of national secrets, immediately confiscate all journalist recording devices and strictly enforce a news blackout. Every individual present must register their identity. Any leaks will be investigated thoroughly, and those responsible will face a military tribunal. As the guards saluted and prepared to depart, Mickey abruptly exclaimed, "Wait! Inform Mr. Joseph to rearrange the banquet, inviting those journalists and guests. They may dine with the federal hero shortly." The guard complied, and Tian Xingjian could not help but feel enlightened. It was clear why Mickey, a major general, occupied such a high position while he himself was merely a lieutenant. It was evident that Mickey's actions were motivated by a desire to protect the federal hero, deftly transforming a potentially chaotic farce into a well-ordered affair with just a few words, exhibiting a decisive and resolute manner akin to a general commanding on the battlefield. Upon hearing Mickey's handling of the situation, Joseph nearly knelt in gratitude. This approach not only preserved the integrity of the Smile Hotel, but also safeguarded its reputation. The most discontented were the journalists who had infiltrated as guests, their headlines evaporating in an instant. A wave of agitation swept through them as some attempted to protect their photographs and rush out the hotel doors, only to be swiftly apprehended. Ultimately, everyone, upon observing the guards' weapons, came to the realization that they were in a time of war and reluctantly accepted the guards' unyielding apologies. The guests were generally pleased, having merely come for a meal. They were pleasantly surprised not only to encounter the legendary captain, but also to witness his formidable combat prowess. What a thrill it was! The only lament was that such a splendid experience had to remain unshared, a secret kept within their hearts. Some gossipmongers wore expressions of melancholy. Gathering all present in the hotel lobby, Major General Mickey announced that the earlier incident had been a misunderstanding. Motivated by a desire to protect the federal hero, Joseph quickly declared the banquet reopened, with all guests dining free of charge, providing the journalists and attendees an opportunity for close interaction with the federal hero. This news elicited jubilant cheers from the hotel's patrons, and the journalists were equally excited. Though they could not speak of what had transpired, they could interview others, and such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. The dinner recommenced, with the Smile Hotel pulling out all the stops for an extravagant buffet, replete with music, dance, and culinary delights. 3 Enchanting women, Maidu, Milan, and Nia, stood together, whispering to one another, becoming the most captivating sight in the entire hall. The rotund fellow squeezed himself into the group of women, determined to express his gratitude to the two foolishly brave women who had dared to confront a general on his behalf. The complexities of a woman's heart were difficult to decipher. Nia, taking Milan's hand, paid no heed to the rotund man as they turned to leave, giggling and flitting about the venue like butterflies. Weren't you supposed to be on a date? Now look, you've let your date slip away. Maidu, with a gentle disposition, blushed and lowered her gaze, allowing the rotund fellow to lead her while her other hand pinched his soft flesh, muttering, "This is what you get for dating others." Those present watched in bemusement as the lecherous rotund man clung to one woman while chasing after the other two, marveling at his audacity. Look at him, surrounded by a horde of admirers. Now that's what I call a hero. The likes of Mills and his companions were utterly in awe, as the 3 most beautiful women in the restaurant appeared to share a flirtatious rapport with this captain, evoking a unique allure that stirred the hearts of onlookers. A glance at their own companions made them feel like mere handmaidens in comparison, acknowledging the stark disparity. Major General Mickey, feeling immense frustration, observed his daughter being led around the buffet table by Nia, with Milan frequently glancing back at the rotund fellow trailing behind her. When had Mickey ever witnessed his daughter Milan behave in such a manner? Normally, she would bully him within the confines of their home. To add insult to injury, this rotund lieutenant, clad in a drab army uniform, was brazenly holding hands with a shy nurse. Enraged, the general seized the opportunity to confront the rotund man, pulling him out into the garden. "What are you doing pursuing my daughter?" Upon reaching the garden, Mickey cut straight to the chase. "I wasn't. I was pursuing someone else." The rotund man had not anticipated that the general's intention was to interrogate him about this matter. Leaving him flustered and incoherent, Mickey was seething. How dare this lecherous fellow attempt to deny his pursuit, as if he were the one being overly sensitive? Nonsense. I saw you with my own eyes. You not only pursued her but did so repeatedly. Once again, the general's decisive demeanor surged forth. He would not allow this rotund man to evade the truth. The rotund fellow was taken aback. Realizing the major general's fury, it appeared as though Mickey was prepared to condemn him without a fair trial. "Well, if you say so, then I suppose it must be true," he stammered, his face etched with fear. Mickey observed the comical sight before him, the rotund lieutenant, appearing utterly bewildered. He suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. Engaging in a rational discussion with such an individual would likely send him into a fit of rage. Chapter 7. The rotund man's path to glory. After a moment of silence, Mickey turned to see Milan in the brightly lit hall, gazing at them with concern. He sighed and said, "Lieutenant, would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Damn it, you are a major general, and I am merely a lieutenant. Is it permissible for me to decline?" The rotund man nodded dumbly and walked alongside Major General Mickey along the pebbled path of the garden. "Lieutenant, your name is Tian, correct?" Mickey had heard this illustrious name echo through the command center. "Yes, General. Han Chinese," Mickey and Tian Xingjian took a turn onto another small path. Indeed, General. Mickey waved his hand, smiling. Please, do not call me General in this private conversation. I am also Han Chinese, and since you are a friend of Milan's, you may address me as Uncle in accordance with tradition. Tian Xingjian appeared visibly relieved. He had dreaded the prospect of a formal conversation with a general. He beamed, haha, Uncle. How did you come to know Milan? Mickey inquired casually. I am also a student of Professor Boswell, making us senior and junior siblings. The rotund man chose to sidestep the more serious aspects. Oh? Mickey responded, surprised, turning to scrutinize the unremarkable rotund figure before him. Incredulity etched on his face. Professor Boswell has very high standards for his students. Tian Xingjian chuckled, not offering an answer, his expression radiating an air of self-assuredness. I already heard about your exploits at the command center before arriving. Mickey clapped Tian Xingjian on the shoulder, praising, very impressive. Leading over 200 people out safely is no small feat. Your tactical deception and ambushes were executed exceptionally well. The military academy is even preparing to include these case studies in their textbooks. Tian Xingjian felt flattered yet apprehensive, scratching his head. That's quite an honor, but really, I was just winging it. Mickey shook his head. Do not underestimate yourself. The command center has reviewed the battlefield records of your special reconnaissance unit. Your tactical deception and signal misdirection techniques are quite sophisticated, and your timing and location for ambushes were precise. Your operational plans were audacious and innovative, making full use of available resources. As a captain of a special reconnaissance unit, while individual stealth and camouflage may be manageable, applying those skills to a team of over 200 individuals is no easy task. While others would revel in compliments, the rotund man felt increasingly anxious, realizing that should another similar operation arise, he might be the first choice, leaving him at a loss for how to maintain his modesty. Merely repeating, luck, luck. They came to a halt at a fountain, the night view from the mountaintop enchanting. Mickey smiled. I came here to see two things. My daughter and you. I never anticipated our meeting would unfold in this manner. Nor did I expect you and Milan to be friends. Recalling his earlier behavior, Tian Xingjian awkwardly rubbed his nose as Mickey continued. Milan is in Gallipalin, and I worry for her. A girl can easily be harmed in war. Turning to Tian Xingjian with utmost seriousness, Mickey said, May I ask you for a favor? Damn it, is it rude to impose on someone on our first meeting? The rotund man thought, yet he found himself repeatedly affirming. Of course. Lieutenant, please take good care of Milan. I do not wish for her to come to any harm. The tone of Major General Mickey's request left no room for refusal. The rotund fellow instinctively stood at attention. Responding loudly, Yes, General, as soon as he uttered those words, he nearly slapped himself. Mickey had intentionally adopted a commanding tone, leading him to unwittingly submit to the order as a lieutenant would to a major general. Voices called out, and the two turned to see three graceful figures approaching beneath the street lamp. Mickey shot a peculiar glance at Tian Xingjian and quietly remarked, When it comes to personal matters, you may need to exercise more caution. The Federation observes a monogamous system, and if one does not know how to refuse, it may lead to trouble for oneself and others. The rotund man nodded earnestly in agreement. While internally he scoffed, What does this old relic understand? Three's company is the way to go. Milan was the first to reach them. Her cheeks flushed as she took Mickey's hand and tugged him toward the hotel, murmuring softly in complaint. Having long made their intentions clear to Tian Xingjian, Meiduo and Nia each took hold of one of his arms, pinching him while inquiring insistently about what this rival's father had said to the portly fellow. Squinting slightly, the rotund man lewdly rubbed his arms back and forth, secretly savoring the elasticity of the two female soldiers, as he remarked, I asked the Lieutenant General to secure a room for me at the Smile Hotel. The presidential suite, no less. That bed is quite spacious. We won't be returning to the base tonight. We can engage in some playful grappling on that grand bed. I could take on both of you. Or alternatively, you two could take me on together. The audacity of this portly man in making such a request to a lieutenant general was truly astonishing. Both Meiduo and Nia flushed in unison, fiercely twisting Tian Xingjian's arm, and spat, Bah, dream on. If you wish to play, do it by yourself. With that, they dashed away, leaving the portly man alone in the garden, brooding. These women, how could playing alone ever compare to the enjoyment of three together? Ultimately, Meiduo and Nia had refrained from joining the portly fellow for a game of intimacy. After all, they were both virgins. How could they cast aside their dignity for a three-way? Such a wretch was purely deluded in this regard. On the following day, they boarded a special flight back to the capital with their unit. Before departing, the two female soldiers, with a hint of melancholy, pinched the portly man all over, hoping that perhaps a bit more pinching would spark some enlightenment in his wooden head. In the ensuing 2 days, Tian Xingjian collaborated daily with Milan in the laboratory on several projects. Although Milan had quieted considerably, she still had the habit of twisting the portly man's ear when angry. However, her demeanor had shifted from that of a master to that of a young wife overseeing her husband. Her gaze, reminiscent of a tranquil pool of water, made the portly fellow feel uneasy. Fearing that he could not restrain his desires and might err, leading to a decisive and punitive response from Lieutenant General Mech. Thus, the two of them conducted their research amidst a peculiar atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. On the 3rd day of their leave, General Bernadotte finally sent someone to escort the portly man to the frontline command office. The office remained unchanged, with several generals observing Tian Xingjian as if he were a curious spectacle. Their eyes filled with intrigue. After the customary salute, General Bernadotte approached with a beaming smile, grasping Tian Xingjian's hand as he exclaimed, "Lieutenant Tian, you have imparted a valuable lesson to me. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Heroes are heroes, regardless of their circumstances." Chapter 8. The highest honor. Bernadotte was a renowned academy-trained military commander of the Lille Federation, a notable figure among the long-absent generals of the Federation, particularly during the ground resistance campaign on Malak Star. His command was characterized by its steadiness and meticulousness. This time, he had voted in favor of the Thunder operation devised by the command headquarters, not only participating in its formulation but also overseeing the unified command of the entire army and ground-based air forces. While the operational plan was fundamentally sound, its effectiveness was compromised due to a leak, rendering it neither sudden nor covert. Consequently, the enemy's main forces proactively retreated from various cities before being encircled. Although the Federation appeared to have reclaimed considerable territory, the scattering of troops had unwittingly led to a perilous strategic predicament. Had Tian Xingjian not identified this issue through simulation, in a few days, when the forces of the Gashulan Empire completed their assembly, their mythical legion would have airdropped into Katas Valley, leaving the Federation's forward troops as easy prey. Fortunately, Bernadotte was a wise commander. Upon noticing the simulation results, he promptly dispatched 3 armored divisions and 2 air squadrons to bolster defenses at Katas Valley, drafting and implementing the detonation plan overnight. This command ushered in a series of changes that confirmed Bernadotte's correct course of action. At present, the Gashulan Empire had only seized the Bafuli Pass, and the two sides remained in a standoff. Moreover, it appeared that the Federation had gained some advantage from the previous actions. Therefore, before the transport vessel for rescuing enemy prisoners of war took off, he issued a second order to assign Tian Xingjian to the operations planning department as a military advisor. Upon seeing Tian Xingjian again, Bernadotte naturally greeted him with exceptional warmth. The portly man was one who shone brightly when given the slightest encouragement, and he reciprocated by showering the generals with flattering remarks, likening Bernard to a war god, while the general humbly insisted that he was merely a soldier under the illustrious leadership of the generals. If the general lacked discernment, even the most precise simulations would be meaningless. The two shared an understanding, a mutual admiration between heroes, with one being the discerning eye and the other the precious jewel. Bernadotte smiled as Tian Xingjian took a seat and inquired, "Lieutenant Tian, I hear from Commander Zhou that your request for confidentiality regarding your commendation is quite strict. May I ask why?" Feeling somewhat awkward under the curious gazes of the generals, Tian Xingjian nodded and replied, "It is only right to contribute to the Federation. The true heroes are those Federation soldiers who have suffered torment in enemy POW camps. I am merely a soldier executing a rescue mission and should not overshadow their contributions." As soon as he finished speaking, the generals erupted into laughter, both at the portly fellow's eloquence and because the Federation government's propaganda strategy was also focused on the horrors faced by POWs in their camps, aiming to garner sympathy from the international community and support from the outraged populace. Most importantly, this operation had initially been Tian Xingjian's spontaneous suggestion. At the time, no one could have anticipated that he would truly bring back those prisoners. The Federation only began earnest rescue efforts when they saw a glimmer of hope for success. Thus, many matters were difficult to articulate. Coincidentally, at a critical moment, Tian Xingjian had requested confidentiality from Commander Zhou Jisen. After deliberation, the presidential office decided to deliberately downplay this aspect, which would also portray the Federation government as modest. Now, the Lilei Federation had generated immense enthusiasm among the populace due to the government and military stance, as well as this enigmatic captain, causing support for both to soar. This unexpected outcome had everyone smiling broadly while simultaneously increasing interest in the lieutenant. Bernard laughed heartily. Lieutenant Tian, although you request confidentiality, this achievement cannot be erased. Consequently, after careful consideration, the Federation government and military have decided to award you the Purple Badge of Freedom in recognition of your significant contributions to the resistance war. Of course, respecting your wishes, we will keep this medal confidential. The portly man was taken aback, incredulously confirming, the Purple Badge of Freedom? Receiving the Purple Badge of Freedom is the highest honor for a Federation soldier. It signifies that upon retirement, even without employment, one will be supported by the Federation for life. It also means that one may knock on the doors of the presidential office or command headquarters at any time to voice opinions and suggestions. Furthermore, it implies that regardless of rank, be it marshal or general, should they encounter a medal bearer, they must salute first in acknowledgement of the contributions made to the Federation. The permanent stipend is indeed an enticing benefit. The prospect of who to approach or who should salute first holds little significance for the portly man. However, upon witnessing Bernard draping the medal around his neck, the sight of several generals standing at attention in salute filled him with a sense of vanity that lingered long after he exited the command headquarters. The special reconnaissance team accompanying Tian Xingjian was collectively awarded the highest commendation, while individual members received first-class honors, and the entire Special Reconnaissance Battalion was elevated to the status of a Special Reconnaissance Regiment. Nadal spent his days near the Special Forces camp, indulging in reading and newspapers, reveling in his newfound status. Soon after, announcements regarding new appointments were issued. Despite having been recently promoted over a month ago, Tian Xingjian's rank remained unchanged as he was assigned to the 6th Research Room of the Operations Department, becoming the lowest-ranking operations advisor therein. In the Operations Department's building, aside from a few military interns, even those responsible for logistical duties were lieutenants, making the presence of a mere lieutenant advisor rather awkward. The portly man, however, seemed unconcerned, greeting everyone with a jovial slap on the shoulder. "Hello, sir." The director of the 6th Research Room was a portly middle-aged colonel named Pat. In his 50s, with a genial demeanor, he had just assumed the role of director, following the suicide of his predecessor, Colonel Frederick, due to forgery and collusion. Thus, upon entering this research room, Tian Xingjian sensed an odd atmosphere. Others in the building regarded the 6th Room's advisors with disdain and caution, while those within the 6th Room appeared unable to lift their heads, maintaining a somber silence as they busied themselves, rarely exchanging words. Only during meetings convened by Pat to discuss plans did they engage in a few brief exchanges. This led to the 6th Research Room's area within the Operations Department resembling a dim and dreary corner that no one wished to approach, with its occupants hurrying in and out, devoid of any vibrancy. While the portly man found the work environment peculiar, he was quite content to work in such conditions. Firstly, it was low profile and safe, attracting little attention, and secondly, it allowed for a flexible schedule. Pat was a nice guy with little assertiveness. As long as the assigned tasks were completed, he largely left other matters unattended, in terms of specific duties. The portly man was assigned to oversee several defensive simulations for encircled cities. These simulations hardly constituted a job. They merely required attention to the details of the plans and the reliability of the data, inputting the provided information directly into the computer program, after which the extensive calculations would be handled entirely by the computer. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all defensive plans originated from other research rooms. While the 6th Research Room seemed to be relegated to menial tasks in the midst of his leisurely work, aside from returning home, the only place the portly fellow frequented was the laboratory. There, he engaged in playful banter with a budding beauty, indulging in flirtations before being playfully chastised by the blushing damsel, all while conducting research aimed at enhancing mech performance. Upon returning home, he was greeted by scheduled phone calls from Meiduo and Nia, exchanging light-hearted jests and enjoying a fleeting sense of superiority. For this aimless scoundrel, such days felt nothing short of divine. As the portly fellow's life settled into a steady rhythm, the simulation warfare network had recently stirred considerable excitement. Chapter 9. This plan is rubbish. The stir was attributed to two primary reasons. First, a month prior, the infamous invincible god SM01314, known for his lewd antics, re-emerged in the online arena, drawing throngs of spectators eager to witness his battles. This time, this enigmatic figure exhibited even greater prowess than before, particularly relishing close combat, with fighting stances so peculiar they would shame even the creators of the notorious 72 moves of lovemaking. The second reason for the buzz was the impending public release of the ordinary version of the simulation warfare network in all nations of human society, meaning that soon, masterful players from around the globe would clash in a singular gaming experience. The multinational giant, Yuli Technology Company, headquartered in the Federation, had acquired the operating rights for the ordinary version of the warfare simulation network. Renowned for its private mech manufacturing, this company ranked 33rd internationally and was poised to ascend into the top 20. Leveraging the advantages of local enterprises by securing these rights from the federal government. Financial projections suggested that within a year, this game could generate hundreds of billions in revenue for the Lele Federation, serving as a much-needed tonic for a nation embroiled in conflict. The ordinary version differed drastically from the military variant, as the military had excised all sensitive data. Yuli Company organized over 30 workgroups to design this wargame. Centered on private mechs, capable of international connectivity, aptly named Skyfire of War. The unveiling of Skyfire of War sent shockwaves through human society, as major corporations realized that the operating rights would not be entrusted to foreign entities, given the sensitivity of certain data. Nonetheless, the prospect of immense profits drew these companies into the Lele Federation, where, after fierce competition, they divided the secondary promotion rights among themselves. Almost overnight, vibrant red billboards advertising Skyfire of War adorned the busiest streets of every city in the universe. Newly developed simulation gaming pods flooded into shopping malls, heralding the most realistic and liberating game in human history. Aside from a few necessary plot elements, the game primarily focused on interaction, allowing players to replicate real-world scenarios. With battles between mechs, warships, and nations rendered so vividly they instilled fear. As the countdown to the official launch commenced, the most eagerly anticipated and joyous individual was Tian. The laboratory served as the primary research institution for the simulation system, with all participating researchers receiving accolades for their contributions. Thus, as the de facto second-in-command of the laboratory, it was a trivial matter for the portly fellow to procure a high-end gaming pod in the name of the laboratory. Yuli Company promptly delivered the gaming pod to his dormitory upon his request. The close-quarters combat of mechs had left an indelible impression on Tian, leading him to predict a future dominated by such encounters on the battlefield. In warfare, once the artillery fire ceased, victory would hinge on who possessed superior close-quarters strength. Consequently, private mechs, primarily relying on close combat as their main offensive tactic due to stringent regulations on energy weapons, were destined to shine brilliantly in the theater of war. Who could be unaware of this? This was one reason behind the immense popularity of Skyfire of War. Countless military trainees and soldiers would soon flood into this authentic virtual realm, gaining invaluable combat experience against warriors from around the globe. The hidden agenda of the Lele Federation was straightforward. Was the Gashelan Federation not a nation perpetually at war? Did it not boast a mythical legion that had not seen battle for centuries? Your wealth of combat experience would only be enriched further, albeit our level may be inferior, allowing our experience to escalate more rapidly. Once everyone's combat experience was sufficiently bolstered, the advantages would surely diminish. Tian eagerly counted down the days until the launch of Skyfire of War. Anticipation made the days feel interminable, as he languidly stared at the incessantly refreshing data on his computer in the office. Suddenly, the door swung open with a forceful kick. Startled, the distracted portly fellow instinctively jumped up to look, only to find a furious colonel storming in, followed by a cadre of military advisors. The colonel slammed a document onto the desk beside Tian, seething with rage, and exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing?" Confused, Tian picked up the document to find it was the new Roman defense plan sent over from the second research room. Among the three proposed plans, only one was deemed reasonable after simulations and data analysis, yet the colonel had brought him a particularly poor version. After scrutinizing the document for an extended period, Tian could not discern his error, feeling vexed by the arrogance of these individuals. Scratching his head in bewilderment, he retorted to the colonel, "This is my calculation, and it's correct. I remember this rubbish." Who authored it? Inwardly, the portly fellow mused, what a joke. If I were to display my medals, even generals would have to salute me first. What are you insignificant little beans to me? This individual possessed an innate tendency to bully the weak, and he never hesitated to exert his influence, especially when provoked. With a facade of innocence, he seemed to imply that the plan was indeed trash, merely stating a fact. The colonel's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes blazing as his entourage gasped in disbelief. A major stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Tian, berating him. What do you think you are? How dare you call Colonel Karen's plan rubbish? The atmosphere in the 6th research room had never been so lively, as researchers from other rooms on the same floor flocked to witness the commotion, squeezing into Tian office. Maintaining his guise of earnestness, the portly fellow stammered, this shoddy plan is rubbish. I merely spoke the truth. Colonel Karen, fuming with rage, seized Tian by the collar and shouted, dare to repeat that? Tian, feigning innocence, nodded timidly, replying, all right, this plan is indeed rubbish. I am not making it up. Some advisors watching from the sidelines could not contain their laughter, remarking on the absurdity of this naive, portly fellow. Enraged, Karen swung a fist, only for this seemingly foolish lieutenant to deftly intercept the strike. Gripping the colonel's fist tightly, rendering it immobile and painfully trapped. With a cold smirk, Tian taunted, what is it? You can endure the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, but can't handle a mere word? You resort to violence over me calling your plan rubbish? With a twist of his wrist, he deftly pinned Karen's arm behind his back, the intense pain forcing the colonel to submit, pressed against the desk. Chapter 10. Kneeling in Apology. The advisors were primarily individuals of considerable intellect but lacking physical prowess, and they could scarcely fathom how a seemingly docile, portly fellow could so easily turn the tables. Witnessing Karen, who had appeared so imposing moments ago, subdued without a hint of resistance, they were left in collective astonishment. It seemed this portly fellow was a master manipulator. Tian waved the document in his left hand, placing it before Karen's face, mockingly stating, you still refuse to believe it's rubbish. If you were to implement your plan, do you have any idea how many lives would be lost on the front lines? Just look at your defense map. You neglect the enemy's obvious flanking maneuvers while stationing heavy troops at point, or a single side assault could completely encircle those forces. Do you think warfare is merely a matter of numbers on the front lines? Spitting on his fingers, he flipped through a few pages, pointing at a particular statistic. Do you think ground-based air forces are omnipotent? Do you think they do not eat or sleep? You dare to claim an air squadron's sortie rate at 1,200 sorties per hour? Are you out of your mind? Moving armored forces to the west, even if the Air Force can deploy, how could that possibly withstand the enemy's full-scale assault from point E to point H? Releasing Karen, he tossed the document at him with disdain, sneering, look closely. The current front line is not a straightforward line. It's a tangled web. The enemy is within us, and we are within the enemy. Even if it were a parallel line, you have eliminated any depth. Without 2 armored regiments as reserves, how do you expect to withstand the enemy's multi-point infiltration for 3 hours? Dream on. Are you just calculating your own whims? How old are you, anyway? Karen retorted furiously, you're talking nonsense. Without placing forces at Region R, we won't be able to fend off a frontal assault. The enemy has a fully mechanized infantry reinforcement regiment stationed on the heights. How could they possibly launch a successful assault there all at once? The major standing behind Karen finally came to his senses, sneering, a lieutenant responsible for computer simulations dares to lecture a high-achieving student from the Capital Military Academy. Truly, the world has turned upside down. At that moment, the director of the 6th research room, Pat, happened to return. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, he hurried over to mediate, smiling as he addressed Colin and the group of staff officers. Surely, there is room for discussion. Lieutenant Tian has only just arrived and is unfamiliar with many circumstances. I ask that you all show a bit of understanding. Several staff officers from the 6th research room chimed in with supportive words, and Colin's expression softened slightly. However, the major continued to press on, exclaiming, what is going on in your 6th room? Are traitors to be treated as justified? A mere lieutenant dares to speak recklessly about our plans, refuses to acknowledge his mistakes, and even resorts to violence, then expects us to show understanding. How can we tolerate such collusion among you miscreants? As soon as those words were uttered, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Despite the sixth room enduring scrutiny due to the previous director's actions in the operations department, they were still colleagues. While they may have exchanged disdainful glances behind closed doors, such overt conflict had never occurred before. The scene became chaotic as the staff officers of the sixth room, having long endured insults, could no longer contain their outrage. Pat, although transferred from another department, was now in charge of the sixth room and felt considerable irritation at having his well-meaning nature insulted publicly. He coldly inquired, "Then pray tell, how do you propose this matter be resolved?" The major, realizing he had overstepped, hesitated but, accustomed to looking down on the sixth room, decided to double down, asserting, "Let that hefty fellow bow down and apologize to us. And the sixth room must issue a public apology." An uproar ensued. Pat retorted with a smirk, "What if the issue truly lies with your plan?" The major, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Colin, a distinguished graduate of the Capital Military Academy. Colin exuded confidence and certainly did not believe a lieutenant could challenge him, decisively stating, "Impossible." The major, clearly reliant on Colin's backing, immediately retorted, "If our plan is at fault, then we will bow down and apologize. And from this point forward, the second room shall avoid the sixth room." The ever-observant Tian wore an expression of undisguised derision, remarking, "What position do you hold in the second room? Can you truly represent them?" The major faltered, recognizing he had overstepped, and in a fit of embarrassment and rage, snapped, "That is none of your concern. Regardless, you shall bow down." The major's brazen insolence ignited the staff of the sixth room, who could no longer hold back, voicing their grievances in a chorus of indignation. The staff accompanying Colin from the second room were equally unwilling to back down, with the facade of civility shattered. And knowing that the sixth room was already held in contempt, they anticipated that even if a brawl broke out, the sixth room would ultimately bear the brunt of the fallout. As tensions escalated and a brawl loomed. The director of the second room, Compton, rushed in, panting as he intervened between the two factions. "What is going on? No one is allowed to throw a punch." Upon his arrival, the second room's personnel fell silent, though the major remained reluctant, sarcastically commenting, "Director, a mere lieutenant from the sixth room is bullying you." To his surprise, Compton, having caught his breath, was the first to reprimand him. "What of a lieutenant? He is far superior to you. You good for nothing. Instead of focusing on your plans, you come to the sixth room to stir trouble. Get back to your duties." The major, thoroughly embarrassed by Compton's public scolding, stammered as he tried to retreat, only to be halted by Colin. "Director, this matter cannot be blamed solely on him. I insisted they accompany me. This lieutenant miscalculated my plan's data." Compton retorted angrily, "Even if there was an error, does that justify a physical confrontation?" Turning to the composed Tian Xingjian, he added, "Lieutenant Tian was personally assigned to this position by the command. You should consider your own worth. If he lacks the capability, why would he take on such a challenging task?" The major, being rather dim-witted, failed to grasp the implications of Compton's words and, displaying open disdain, replied, "He is merely a lieutenant, suited only for calculating data in the sixth room. What is so remarkable about that?" Compton felt the weight of frustration bearing down on him, wishing he could discipline this fool thoroughly and then display him publicly as a lesson. Caught between the two pressures, upholding the command's promises while maintaining the dignity of the sixth room, Compton was at a loss. With a smile, he turned to Tian Xingjian, "Lieutenant, since your calculations and the plan seem at odds, why don't you explain it to them? It may help persuade them, and I will refrain from further involvement." After casting a significant glare at the major, Compton departed. The moment he left, the second room erupted again, clamoring, "Yes, clarify the matter. If you cannot, prepare to bow down and apologize." They believed the director secretly endorsed their provocations. Eagerly anticipating how the lieutenant would embarrass himself, Tian Xingjian pulled up the new Roman map on his computer and inquired of the group, "So, if I am correct, you will all bow down and apologize?" The major and Colin exchanged glances, and upon hearing encouragement from other staff, declared, "Of course." "Excellent." Tian Xingjian had no intention of prolonging the argument, pointing at the simulated map displayed on the screen. "Look at this enemy base located 200 kilometers from the E and H points. Do you see it?" The staff officers from the second room gathered closer, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. This was a temporary base housing an Imperial Armored Division, reportedly in the middle of a rest period. Yet, With only a 200-kilometer stretch of plain to the side of New Rome, this unit could be combat-ready within 2 hours. For a fully mechanized infantry regiment to withstand an armored division for even an hour was nothing short of a fantasy. The hefty fellow, arms crossed, observed the pallor of the officers' faces and chuckled derisively. If this plan isn't trash, what is? Even the scheme I concocted is superior to yours. Colin, his head bowed in shame, was met with the major's defiant retort. What is so impressive about merely pointing out flaws? Without reallocating flanking forces, how do you propose to defend against 3 times our enemy's strength head-on? The hefty fellow scoffed. You really are a simpleton, aren't you? I merely handle calculations. Those are your concerns. If your bra is torn, do you strip off your pants to cover your chest? Besides, you've left nothing behind, not even a pair of underpants. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and marked a line on the operational map, tossing it to the major. You think 3 divisions can simultaneously launch an attack on 2 armored divisions positioned on high ground from 10 kilometers away? Do you believe these mechs are as tiny as rodents? If the right flank infantry defense isn't established on the high ground a kilometer out, what heroics can you expect on flat terrain? Even if the enemy breaches, the defensive forces at T-point can establish a support line behind our point in 3 minutes. Just turn the gun a bit. You fail to see such basic facts. What sort of bird staff officer are you? Seeing them speechless, the hefty fellow waved dismissively. I don't even need you to bow down. Today, I treat you like a fart. If you treat planning so lightly again, I'll wipe my nose and throw it back at you. Make sure you have confidence before coming to me. Now, get the hell out. While the second room's officers felt a mix of shame and anger. The relief of not having to bow down lifted their spirits, and they hurriedly retreated with the major and a red-faced Colin. The onlookers from other research rooms, who had been watching the spectacle, dispersed with expressions of embarrassment. They had gained insight into the sixth room's capabilities. Those who had previously looked down on it found themselves in a precarious position, realizing that their plans ultimately depended on the calculations of the sixth room. If a mistake were pointed out, their faces would be thoroughly disgraced. The officers of the sixth room felt a wave of vindication wash over them. The grievances they had endured were finally addressed, and the previously somber atmosphere was now filled with excitement as they celebrated Tian Xingjian's victory. Some older members smiled knowingly, while others, less reserved, erupted into laughter and applause. Pat, smiling at the scene, left a parting remark about the sixth room's dinner that evening before departing, his inherently good-natured demeanor revealing a subtle mischief. The officers of the sixth room turned to the hefty fellow, asking, "How did you spot the issues with Colin's plan?" He waved dismissively. "Damn it. I initially thought his plan was good and memorized it to impress the command, only to be met with scorn. Given this chance, why wouldn't I retaliate? Whatever the command said to me, I'll say back to him." The sixth room collectively broke into a sweat, feeling relieved. Following the incident, the staff of the sixth room transformed into hot commodities, especially after several absurd plans were returned to the second room by the sixth room's officers. Requests for meals and pleas for favors poured in. As military officers valued their reputation, offending the sixth room meant that every operational plan would be scrutinized meticulously. Even if there were no errors, they could easily be found out. Only a small fraction of people were aware of the conflict. But those who had interacted with the hefty fellow dared not challenge his authority again. Though he may not have garnered universal approval, in the hearts of some, the most skilled officer in the operations department was undoubtedly the hefty lieutenant, who spent long hours deep in thought in the sixth room's quiet chamber. There are also keen speculations suggesting that the astute lieutenant is indeed the talented company commander behind that classic simulation. Yet he has faced outright denial from Compton. Inquiries made among friends from the previous command yielded similarly negative responses, but such denials only served to render this lieutenant, who was entrenched before his computer calculating strategies, all the more enigmatic. Ironically, this portly individual possesses a face that seems to invite disdain, lacking any semblance of a masterful demeanor. As long as he does not offend anyone, he consistently presents a servile and cringing demeanor. Many harbor discontent, with that major leading the charge, slandering him both in public and behind his back. The portly fellow has become emblematic of the brutish and uncouth, a representative of ignorance stumbling upon fortune. His reputation effectively obliterated. Particularly, some female secretaries or aides have grown increasingly averse to this lecherous fat man, having heard unsubstantiated rumors. Finally, The inferno of war commenced as scheduled, and the portly man, taking a day off, eagerly occupied the simulation pod, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In mere minutes, the universe's mech warriors would flood into this virtual realm to engage in combat, and the mere thought of competing with such masters sent him into a frenzy. Leaving him restless and trembling, however, upon entering the game, the portly fellow was taken aback. It was a new recruit training camp. The instructor wielding a large blade bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous clumsy instructor. The reborn portly man nearly shed tears of dismay as he reluctantly joined the training camp. After navigating through various assessments, he received his personal metrics for intelligence, strength, speed, and endurance, which were rather commendable. Upon graduating the training camp, he acquired an ET mech from 7 centuries past, and his joy was boundless. In the online realm, no one knew his identity, and he proclaimed, like a nouveau riche, "Masters, here I come." Yet, the prowess of the masters meant little to him, as he found himself surrounded by an ocean of ET mechs, none of which paid him any heed. How could he engage in combat with such mechs? No matter how adept his control, it would be of no avail. Tian wallowed in frustration for hours, only to calm himself and meticulously study the game system settings. The ET mech he received from the recruit training camp could be continuously upgraded. But the parts required for upgrades could only be obtained through undertaking missions or defeating bandits. Once the requisite parts were gathered, he could apply for upgrades at the mech modification facility, where he would find a plethora of renowned private mechs from various eras, ranging from the most basic to the most advanced. However, the portly fellow deemed them all unsatisfactory, opting instead for the profession of a mechanical repairman. This choice stemmed not only from his prior expertise, but also because the system designated this profession as one capable of crafting one's own mech, as long as the parts were assembled correctly according to established patterns. A quality mech would materialize. Haphazard combinations, however, would yield nothing but scrap, with parts rendered useless. The success rate for such synthesis was exceedingly low, and even in the event of success, the resulting mech would hardly compare to those developed by professionals. Owing to the game's realism, the intelligent game core's judgment on mech manufacturing adhered to real-world logic. Without specialized knowledge and adept modification skills, constructing a mech was akin to scaling a mountain. Many viewed the mechanical repairman profession merely as a cost-saving auxiliary role, but for the portly fellow, it represented the foundation for wealth creation. After all, this game was developed based on the war simulation network in which he had participated, and he was more knowledgeable than anyone regarding these data. Provided he had suitable parts, he could craft superior mechs. The only regret was that biometal was classified as an absolute secret, rendering it impossible to incorporate that data into the game. He could only utilize publicly available materials and components. After completing a series of tasks, the portly man successfully transitioned to the role of mechanical repairman and received an automatic mechanical repair arm. Gazing at this familiar apparatus in his hand, he squinted with a self-satisfied grin. Chapter 12. Big-headed Carl. After toiling for hours against bandits and completing countless tasks, the portly fellow found himself with only a collection of shabby parts, many of which were redundant. Impatient to confront the masters and relish the thrill of overpowering others, he grew weary of the slow pace. How long would it take to acquire a mech comparable to modern standards? The schemer began to entertain devious thoughts. First, he modified the mech. The ET began to gradually transform under Tian Xingjian's guidance, shedding unnecessary components. The portly man focused on enhancing speed, aiming for a velocity double that of the antiquated ET. He had sufficient parts on hand, primarily for overhauling the transmission system, as the engine could not be altered due to a lack of suitable components. The modifications to the transmission system rendered the ET a swift creature with nearly negligible offensive capabilities. Thus, an unconventional bandit emerged from the gathering of mechs within the game's bandit stronghold. This character, designated SM-01314, took advantage of his speed. Upon witnessing bandit mechs being vanquished, he would dash in and seize the spoils with astonishing swiftness. In a whirlwind, he would snatch at least 3 parts from a pile of tin, and in no time, the portly man became a pariah, despised by all. Eventually, others wised up, coordinating their efforts to defend against this mech. But SM-01314's tactics were astoundingly nefarious. Employing stealthy techniques, he would target the isolated and lay in ambush, his camouflage and stealth skills rendering him nearly impossible to counter. Moreover, as the game progressed, his speed only increased, maintaining an advantage over the fastest mechs currently available in this global game. Factions were primarily delineated by national lines. The Lille Federation's denizens had grown accustomed to SM01314's antics, no longer surprised. This individual would not spare a fellow countryman if there were spoils to be had, leaving nothing unclaimed. The Federation allowed him to pilfer freely, acknowledging his status as a celebrity within the war simulation network, dubbed the undefeated deity SM01314, a reputation that warranted some respect. However, other nations were less accommodating. Most participants were either military scholars or soldiers, with numerous high-ranking officers and even generals present. Who had ever endured such indignity? Witnessing valuable parts slip away into SM01314's grasp provoked an ire that was simply indescribable. Thus, they established the Anti-SM Alliance, a name that may have seemed humorous, yet no one dared mock an alliance composed of millions of players, capable of both opposing SM and enacting SM upon others. The portly man remained unfazed. His ET had undergone a complete transformation, designed and constructed according to his own principles, akin to a virtual world of Warcraft. He sequestered himself within the system's workshop, as the creation of this virtual mech was no less challenging than in reality. Every component and contour was meticulously crafted. The logic project remained in the laboratory, and this virtual mech would become another iteration of logic. He envisioned piloting this mech to duel against the galaxy's mech masters in the network, determined that when he next encountered the mythical legion, he would not be a mere novice awaiting slaughter. The war raged on, with the situation in Cato growing increasingly dire. The forward troops were compelled to retreat, creating a tangled and complex front line. The armies of the Gashulan Empire had finally assembled, launching a sudden assault as the Federation's forces withdrew. The rear guard of the Federation fought valiantly, with both sides demonstrating utmost resolve, one side desperately pursuing, the other defiantly refusing to yield. Thanks to the Federation's current air superiority, the battle remained evenly matched. Eventually, the Federation forces retreated to the Katas Valley, establishing a new defensive line bolstered by the valley's heights and the surrounding mountains. Several high grounds were fiercely contested, resulting in harrowing combat. The soil and rock of certain heights had been eroded away by artillery fire, leaving nothing but debris and shrapnel in their wake. Through the analysis of combat plan data he had handled, Tian could gauge the severity of the situation by observing the changes in frontline unit designations. Thus far, the Federation had deployed 10 armored divisions and 16 mechanized infantry divisions to the right side of the valley, specifically to Mount Garo, which could only accommodate 2 armored divisions and 4 mechanized infantry divisions. This meant that 8 armored divisions and 12 mechanized infantry divisions had either been decimated or completely annihilated in battle. Such warfare appeared exceedingly brutal to Tian, especially in recent days, as both sides had suffered daily losses of 1 or 2 armored regiments, along with a full mechanized infantry division in their struggle for several strategic locations on Mount Garo. This place had become synonymous with hell, a river of blood flowing ceaselessly. Yet, for big-headed Karl, this level of warfare was merely par for the course. In his words, such conflict among several major powers embroiled in war was utterly commonplace. It seemed that if these nations did not lose tens of thousands of lives in a day, it was as though they had not engaged in battle at all. Karl was an intern in room 6. Of modest height and a rather slender build, with a disproportionately large head perched atop narrow shoulders. A pair of glasses perched on his nose lent him an amusing appearance. Ever since witnessing the portly man erupt during the Colin project, Karl had become his fervent admirer. Initially, the portly fellow found this reticent individual in the research lab rather dull. However, as they grew closer, he wished he could silence this chatterbox. Karl was the type who scarcely uttered a word during the day but would blabber in his dreams at night. The portly man suspected that if this big-headed oddity were captured by the enemy, they would need no interrogation. Simply confining him to a room with a recording device would yield all the intelligence they required. Nonetheless, this individual was a brilliant military strategist. The portly man often found himself astounded by his combat plans. In this regard, he had developed his own military philosophy, crafting schemes more audacious than anyone else's. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that such audacity was grounded in remarkably sound tactical arrangements. However, at a certain juncture, he was walking a tightrope. Should he be discovered by the enemy, there would be no turning back. Conversely, if he succeeded, The fruits of victory would be enough to drive one to madness. In the realm of strategic warfare, Karl, as a student of the Steel Military Academy, had encountered far more experiences than the half-hearted Tian Xingjian. Within the academy, he had been exposed to countless battle cases. These campaigns were classics in the annals of human warfare, where the battlefield ran red with blood, and the families of fallen soldiers were plunged into inconsolable grief. To the instructors and students of these military academies, however, such tragedies were merely a collection of cold, hard data. From the moment they stepped into the military academy, they understood one fundamental principle: mercy has no place in command. A great general may be intelligent, ruthless, decisive, or valiant, but he must never be kind-hearted on the battlefield. Thus, witnessing Tian Xingjian's seemingly empathetic demeanor while perusing battle reports, Karl would sneer, accusing the rotund man of ultimately losing his capacity for sound judgment. In response, the stout fellow would retaliate with a fist, intent on proving his own ruthlessness towards the enemy. Chapter 13. Natural enemies. The entire operations department was bustling with activity, while Tian Xingjian and Karl found themselves as mere spectators to the war. Enjoying an unusual leisure, their most significant task each day consisted of inputting verified data into the computer and awaiting the results to be relayed to other research facilities. Consequently, most of their time was spent in the office, engaged in idle chatter. When it came to the specifics of frontline combat, Karl, who had never truly participated in battle, certainly lacked the authority to speak. However, when discussing international circumstances, military strength, and classic campaigns, the stout man was relegated to the role of a listener. Have you heard of the Battle of Talar River? I suspect you haven't. It is a classic conflict of the army. Karl's large head bobbed as he gesticulated animatedly, his saliva flying. The uninformed Tian Xingjian could only admit his ignorance. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to enter the operations department, Karl remarked, bewildered. His expression suggested he was heartbroken over the shattering of his idol. Waving his fist, the stout man indicated that if Karl did not return to the main topic, he would face stern consequences. Having been pummeled repeatedly by a reconnaissance-trained heavy-set individual, Karl quickly learned to read the room and promptly continued. The nature of that battle was similar to the one we are currently engaged in. However, in terms of troop deployment, equipment standards, and command techniques, we have yet to reach the level achieved by the great powers of the Ryan Republic and the Naga Federation a decade ago. Let alone compare ourselves to those superpowers. Tian Xingjian remained unconvinced, retorting, if we cannot reach that level, how has the Garakulan Empire managed to do so with half our economic strength? We merely need to drive them out. What concern is it of ours if other countries are stronger? Karl exclaimed. War is an art. The Battle of Talara River is a classic example of the art of warfare. Furthermore, do you think it is so simple to engage the Garakulan Empire? You don't even comprehend their motivations for waging war. As soon as the topic of war arose, Karl became animated. Were it not for his fear of Tian Xingjian's fists, the spittle might have reached the latter's face. Tian Xingjian inquired curiously, aside from resources, what other motivations could there be? Karl felt a profound sense of shame for having once idolized Tian Xingjian. Apart from his prowess in simulations, the man seemed woefully ignorant. Observing the stout fellow's clenched fist, he exerted considerable effort to maintain composure and began his lecture. You are aware of the histories of these nations, correct? Tian Xingjian nodded, replying, yes, I learned about human space history. Relieved that he would not have to start from scratch, Karl exhaled. For thousands of years, the capital amassed during the disintegration of the Earth Federation has been nearly exhausted. The superpowers in the central region have continuously explored territories devoid of development value or uninhabitable planets. Humanity now resembles a pack of wolves trapped in a cage, engaging in fratricidal conflict. Tian Xingjian chuckled. After all this, it still boils down to the struggle for resources. Karl shook his head. It is different. The conflict between the Federation and the Western Alliance is intensifying. Our war with the Garakulan Empire is merely a microcosm of the larger backdrop of human society. Tian Xingjian nodded. I understand that. But in the past few centuries, no nation has been completely annihilated. Karl sighed. Just because it hasn't happened before does not mean it won't in the future. We find ourselves in this vortex, unable to escape. The current Supreme United Council of Humanity is practically a mere formality. If two superpowers engage in conflict, a true cosmic war may erupt. Presently, The Garakulan Empire is merely executing the Western Alliance's strategic plan of strangling the periphery and mounting a combined assault on the center. Tian Xingjian fell silent, recognizing that the Lele Federation was merely a small to medium-sized nation in human society. With only 3 star systems, one had already been occupied, and their adversaries were merely a smaller, dictatorial military regime. If a full-scale cosmic war were to unfold with the involvement of other nations, how long could the Federation endure? It was hard to muster much confidence for exploring the depths of the known universe. Under the auspices of the Supreme United Council, humanity had been pursuing this endeavor for over a millennium. This past millennium had seen the fastest development in human history. However, despite the surge in population and technological advancement, no additional resources had been uncovered. Conflicts and friction had finally emerged among several resource-strapped superpowers, akin to a parched individual drinking poison to quench their thirst, heavily investing in armament races while simultaneously fearing being devoured by others. The few starving wolves stood in opposition, depleting their scant resources on military buildup. This, undeniably, reflects a tragedy for humanity. In recent centuries, under the indulgence and instigation of these superpowers, several medium to large nations had remained in a perpetual state of warfare. With the flames of conflict spreading ever wider, now, even the marginal states of Garakulan and Lele, both small nations, had been drawn into the fray. Carl was correct. This war was but a microcosm of the broader human narrative. In such a dire situation, it was exceedingly challenging for the Federation to secure a space for survival. This was indeed a frenzied world. Carl's thoughts began to leap, shifting the topic. The Federation's experience in warfare is woefully inadequate. Beyond economics, military strength, and technology, a skilled commander can determine the outcome of an evenly matched battle. Unfortunately, the Federation lacks even a single commander of renown on the international stage, suddenly producing an album from seemingly nowhere. He flipped it open, pointing to various photographs. Look here. These individuals are the most esteemed military strategists in human history. With a sigh, he continued, among the currently active generals, none from the Lele Federation are featured in this compilation of military geniuses. While our adversary, the Garakulan Empire, boasts. Flipping through the pages swiftly, Carl pointed to a gaunt middle-aged general, around 40. There he is, Russell, a general of the Garakulan Empire. It is said that he single-handedly devised their invasion strategy. Tian Xingjian scrutinized the ordinary-looking, slender man in the photograph, dressed in the Garakulan Empire's general's uniform, his gaze tranquil. The more he looked, the more the stout man felt a mysterious connection with this individual. Sensing a kinship or perhaps a natural enmity, as if they were long-lost friends or adversaries fated to cross paths. Shaking his head, Tian Xingjian chuckled softly. Such a figure was the opponent of the Supreme Command's General Mihailovich. Not someone like himself, a mere mechanic turned half-hearted military advisor. The prospect of becoming friends with such an enemy seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 14. Renowned generals in turbulent times. Look at this individual. Carl turned to the first page, pointing to a man clad in the uniform of a marshal of the Rhine Republic, Hastings, the only marshal of the Republic, hailed as the god of war. My idol. Even in his ignorance, Tian Xingjian had heard of the name Hastings, though he had never seen his photograph before. The image depicted Hastings, in his 50s, with a handsome, resolute visage and a gentle expression, resembling a film star or an elegant university professor. However, the military strategist's tactical philosophy was at odds with his appearance. He was known for his fierce and ruthless methods, decisively cutting through when necessary and sacrificing parts for the sake of the whole. In the 12 grand battles he commanded, he had never suffered defeat. Despite heavy casualties, he ultimately achieved victory. On the first page, there was another photograph, and the only military strategist who could be compared to Hastings was General Sobel of the Binalt Empire. Sobel was relatively young, appearing to be under 40 and quite handsome, though he bore a somewhat brooding demeanor, his thin lips pressed together, giving him a cold aspect. He is the craftiest military strategist in all of humanity. Carl's assessment of Sobel was ambiguous, neither wholly complimentary nor disparaging. During our time at the academy, we studied nearly all their battle cases. Sometimes we even questioned whether these individuals were truly human. They were so composed that, in the face of rapidly changing circumstances, they could always seize upon the most crucial elements and execute the most reasonable commands. I truly wish to see them face off against each other. Carl yearned as Tian flipped through the photographs, gazing at the military leaders depicted. Some young, some aged. In a moment of reverie, it felt akin to perusing an ancient tome of romance of the Three Kingdoms, where the heroes of a chaotic era materialized before his very eyes. Heroes are born from chaos. Is turmoil truly upon us? There was also this volume, Mecha Warrior Rankings, with the flourish of a magician. Carl produced yet another book. And this one, Battleship Commanders, along with Ace Pilots list. Take the time to peruse them. Do not remain so uninformed. Carl continued to extract his cherished tomes, one after another. Paying no heed to Carl's jests, Tian mechanically leafed through the richly illustrated character introductions. He felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He seemed to have squandered an inordinate amount of time. Compared to the individuals in the photographs, he felt like an ant beneath a giant's foot. One gentle press of their finger would spell his doom. A profound sense of crisis enveloped the portly figure. His heart racing, instinctively warning him that these figures would transform the world into a hellish realm. Go achieve greatness. Countless bones lie in the dust. Among the myriad of corpses, perhaps his own, along with those he knew, would lie. A chill ran down Tian spine. A week later, within heavenly flames of war, as the mecha's rank ascended, the long-awaited array of combat maps gradually unlocked. The expansive central observation room was packed with spectators, a sanctuary where the system rendered attacks ineffective. Thus, when SM-01314 swaggered into the observation chamber, the furious glares surrounding him were so intense that if they could have transformed into arrows, he would have been pierced 1,000 times over. Tian entirely disregarded these glares. He was electrified by the impending battle. The mecha enhancements were complete, and both speed and power met his satisfaction. This was his first privately crafted mecha, a feat he had never envisioned achieving. It must be noted that in times of peace, private mechas were the exclusive domain of the affluent. The beast was not a private mecha. It was a military model from the Lele Federation, dating back 30 years. Thus, despite its obsolescence and the data no longer being classified, the beast employed long-range attack methods, excluding it from the catalog of mechas eligible for manufacture in the system. When the beast made its appearance in the observation room, it inevitably stirred a commotion. Players were astounded. This mecha was evidently the first of its kind crafted by a player, if it could be created. It indicated that aside from resembling the beast, this virtual mecha possessed exceptional close combat capabilities akin to that of private mechas. Components for virtual mechas were notoriously difficult to acquire, forcing most players to settle for parts with lower requirements, let alone attempt self-modification. After much effort to assemble a mecha's components, a single mistake during modification could lead to total destruction. The presence of the beast raised two significant questions. First, SM-01314 had hoarded enough components to construct a mecha. Second, this dubious character was undeniably a master-level mecha modifier. What does it mean to be a master modifier in the world of private mechas? It entails reverence, desperate pleas, and being a rarity that is both sought after and elusive. The directions of development for private and military mechas diverge entirely. Aside from specially authorized teams, no private mechas would dare to incorporate energy weapons, thereby confining combat to hand-to-hand engagements, as cutting-edge instruments that transform the nature of warfare. Mechas encompass a multitude of disciplines. Mastering these theories is already a formidable challenge, let alone possessing the exquisite skills necessary for modification. Typically, modifying a mecha demands a vast team working in concert. Such a team could scarcely exist in the realm of individual players, and moreover, the system's mecha modification chamber could only operate under single-user conditions. Any theoretical error or operational misstep would yield but one consequence. Both the mecha and its components would be rendered inoperative, reverting to ET status. Thus, SM-01314 could rightfully be hailed as a genius mecha master. He not only accomplished the modification independently, but also transformed a formerly long-range military mecha into a new form. The astonishment was overwhelming. Within the limitless confines of the central observation room, players from nearly every nation congregated, with a significant portion from the anti-SM alliance present. Yet, some among them felt privileged to have had parts pilfered by such a modification master. Would those components have transformed into a mecha had they remained in their possession? For such a figure, being friend is infinitely more advantageous than being foe. However, when SM-01314 entered his name into the challenge list, Millions of challengers swiftly coalesced behind him. This dubious figure had offended far too many, and as for the close combat prowess of the beast, they would need to witness it firsthand before forming a judgment. The portly figure gazed with satisfaction at the list before him, the mecha striking a bizarrely flamboyant pose, as if selecting livestock, until the dazzling array of names and summaries overwhelmed him, prompting him to hastily tap a selection, which the system automatically transported into the combat map. Chapter 15. Swift strikes. The map before him was a plain, with few resources available. Nevertheless, since the portly figure had come with the intent of training, he would refrain from employing excessive tactics. After all, the mythical legion would not afford him the luxury of laying traps. Soon, the opposing mecha approached him. It was a relatively modern machine, among the better models currently available in the network. This mecha seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against the portly figure, charging at him the moment they crossed paths. Having offended far too many, he could not recall any specific vendetta against this particular mecha. Regardless, a confrontation ensued, both machines engaging without exchanging pleasantries. Upon the initial clash, Tian immediately sensed a marked difference. This mecha exhibited exceptionally refined close combat techniques, far surpassing those of the Lele Federation's novices. Moreover, the mecha's performance under its operator was nothing short of spectacular, fully capitalizing on its speed advantage as it circled Tian, leaving a trail of shimmering light in terms of speed. The portly figure had yet to encounter anyone swifter than himself. Thus, he was unwilling to concede. The beast executed a swift sidestep, creating distance as it mirrored the opposing mecha's rapid maneuvers. The two combatants exchanged blows in a whirlwind of speed, becoming entangled in a fray. The sound of their strikes resonated like a barrage of gunfire, the two mechas trading 7 punches and 6 kicks in an instant before separating, only to launch themselves at each other again. Their rapid exchanges leaving the spectators in the observation room spellbound. The operator of the opposing mecha grew increasingly alarmed. The beast was a modified military mecha. Not only did it match the speed of the opposing machine, but it appeared to be accelerating further. His own hand speed had nearly reached its limit, while the opponent seemed to possess boundless potential. The portly figure, however, grew increasingly exhilarated. There were truly many skilled players internationally. Each random selection yielded someone of such caliber. The opponent's speed was no less than his own, and such rapid combat offered immense advantages for mecha control. Where else could one find adversaries of this caliber? Realizing that the current trajectory would inevitably lead to the beast overpowering him with its speed, the opposing operator gritted his teeth, maneuvering his mecha to evade the opponent's side kick, suddenly accelerating. He leaped into the air, directing both fists towards the chest cockpit of the beast. This sudden burst of speed had previously secured many victories for the operator of the opposing machine. However, SM-01314 was swifter. He arched backward, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely in the abdomen of the approaching opponent. With both mechanical arms supporting him on the ground, the beast pressed against the opposing mecha, enveloping it in an embrace, flipping it over and pinning it down. Having immobilized the enemy mecha, the portly figure, well-versed in mecha mechanics, seized the opportunity. With a soft click, a makeshift repair arm, cunningly installed beneath his mecha's abdomen, extended outwards. After a few deft folds, it reached the left rear flank of the opposing mecha, detaching its transmission electronic board. Though the two humanoid mechas were entwined in a rather chaotic manner, the victor was clear. "Ugh, you bully!" A woman's voice echoed from the opposing mecha's speaker. The portly figure froze. His nearly cramping opponent was, in fact, a female mecha pilot. He opened the data panel to discover her identity: Margaret, a major in the army of the Tian Republic. The system automatically closed the map, and both the beast and the opposing mecha were returned to the observation room, in full view of the audience. The portly figure awkwardly extricated himself from atop the opposing pilot. The observation room collectively gasped, unable to move as the opposing cockpit ejected. A tall, blonde beauty, her hair styled in an elegant bun, emerged, her delicate skin and swan-like neck accentuating her tear-streaked face, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Margaret shouted at the portly figure, "Despicable scoundrel, come out here." The portly figure dared not even access his data panel. In such a realistically rendered network, how could he possibly exit the mecha? Should his face be revealed, he would likely find himself pursued across the universe in various electronic publications, television broadcasts, and online platforms. It's just a single victory, and she's a major from a superpower. She can't handle losing. The portly figure grumbled internally, aware that his final disassembly move had indeed been rather mischievous. With a flick of his mecha's rear, he sidestepped to observe the other matches, resolutely thinking, "A true gentleman does not engage in combat with a lady. I shall pay her no mind. Next time, one must be discerning when selecting an opponent." Women are indeed a source of trouble, Margaret, relentless in her pursuit, noticing that the SM01314 paid her no heed, resolutely chose to sit beside the warcraft, weeping profusely as she incessantly lamented, "Come out, sob, you are so wicked. Show yourself, stealing from others and employing such despicable tactics in a competition, you are truly inhuman. Come out, so you can modify a mecha, how impressive. You scoundrel, will you come out or not?" Tian Xingjian found himself utterly overwhelmed. When a woman becomes unreasonable and begins to wail, it seems there is no end in sight. He could no longer concentrate on the battle at hand and finally said, "It is surely impossible for me to come out. Pray tell, what must I do for you to let me be?" Margaret, still crying, spat defiantly, "Humph! I shall not let you off. You've ruined the parts one painstakingly gathered for thee, and you must come out." The hefty fellow sighed in relief, saying, "Is it not just a broken mecha? I can simply reattach the circuit board for you." Gradually, Margaret's tears subsided as she cautiously and skeptically inquired, "But how did you remove the circuit board? Isn't it true that the system doesn't damage mecha parts?" The hefty fellow mused inwardly. "I chose a mechanical repairman, and the idea of dismantling parts during battle was a program I suggested to Milan. What use would it be to share this information with you? If I were to encounter a skilled opponent who could directly dismantle my cockpit door, I would be left with my face exposed in broad daylight. And that would be disastrous." Fearing that this woman would dig deeper, he slyly remarked, "My dear, I am quite accustomed to removing women's garments. It has almost become a talent of mine. It appears rather simple to disassemble mechas using this method. Shall we descend and have a friendly spar?" Margaret felt both embarrassed and enraged, knowing that this SM01314 was shameless and realizing that further conversation might lead to his lewd advances. She sulkily closed her mouth and awaited the hefty fellow to repair her. Once he had finished, she leaped into the mecha and logged off. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the Feyang Republic, a blonde beauty clad in scanty attire, throwing objects and shouting for vengeance, was causing quite a scene, while the hefty fellow was completely captivated by the ongoing mecha battle before him. Chapter 16. The Imperial Assault among the two mechas facing off. One was the iconic model, Divine Armor, a remarkably powerful private mecha designed 120 years ago by the Royal Mecha Master Palace of the Binalt Empire. This mecha was the only private model among his lifetime creations, initially intended for the royal offspring's personal training. Officially revealed and put into production exactly a century ago, it signifies that even after 20 years of use by the Binalt Empire's royalty, it could still be mass-produced as a competitive product, thus showcasing its formidable strength. The other mecha, piloted by Margaret, was the E, which, despite lacking the renown of the Divine Armor, was nonetheless a product of over 80 years ago and, in various respects, did not pale in comparison to the Divine Armor. The clash between these two mechas drew the attention of nearly everyone. They battled in a valley map, skillfully maneuvering through dense forests and intricate terrain. Both displayed remarkable speed, alternating between attack and defense. The Divine Armor, with its powerful strikes and swift execution, appeared less flashy than Tian Xingjian's quick style, yet he could tell at a glance that the Divine Armor was undoubtedly superior to him. Each of its assaults targeted the weak points of the E, akin to a skilled surgeon wielding a scalpel, with precision that was nothing short of extraordinary. Just because it seemed not faster than Tian Xingjian did not imply it was truly slower. For millennia, the mecha control system had evolved into a classic mode combining a control stick and command keyboard. Regardless of the mecha, the control system adhered to this established framework. Most individuals, after training, could achieve a speed of 10 actions per second, but reaching 20 actions per second was far more complex. This meant that if one's left hand operated the stick for 10 directional changes, the right hand's 5 fingers would need to average 2 movements each. Without rigorous training, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to accurately control a mecha at such speeds, let alone execute 30 actions per second with precision. The current divine armor unquestionably exhibited a speed of 30 actions per second. Each movement issued a command, and apart from the directional changes of the control stick, the remaining 20 actions could send forth 20 commands. These commands were combinations that every mecha operator must learn. The number of required command combinations could exceed several thousand. Unique mecha maneuvers were achieved through these command combinations. For instance, to execute a right-footed aerial kick, the commands would include 3 actions for the control stick, 2 changes, and 1 lift to maintain body balance and direction. The command keyboard would require 2 actions to push off the ground and leap, followed by 2 actions to retract and extend the right leg. This totaled 7 actions. If the speed was 10 actions per second, the maneuver could be completed in 0.7 seconds, while at 30 actions per second, it could be accomplished in 0.23 seconds. The disparity between these times is staggering. The difference of 0.23 and 0.7 seconds means that, each second, one could issue several more commands than the other. However, speed alone does not determine victory. One must also consider the mecha's responsiveness, the rationality of combination actions, the accuracy of command execution, and the time consumed by the mecha's physical maneuvers. If a mecha's aerial kick required 2 seconds, even the fastest hands would have to wait. Yet, modern mechas have evolved to such an extent that speed correlates directly with reaction time. An aerial kick, from takeoff to leg extension, would not exceed 0 for seconds. Furthermore, even if the mecha's movements lagged behind the commands, the mecha's computer could store commands in preparation for successive actions or allocate excess time for other commands, such as movement, hand defense, connective actions, or explosive energy reserves. Thus, a mecha operating at 30 actions per second against one at 10 actions per second resembles a grown adult playfully toying with a child. Tian, through training in the gravity chamber, supplemented by his innate talent, could consistently achieve a rate of 27 actions per second, and with strenuous effort, he could reach 32 actions per second. However, the divine armor had maintained its impressive pace of 30 actions per second for over half an hour. The E also astonished the hefty fellow. Amid the relentless onslaught of the divine armor, the E stood resolute, its mechanical arms forming a protective barrier that deflected all attacks. Its footwork was uncanny and unpredictable, often evading the deadly strikes of the divine armor at the very last moment. The more he observed, the more familiar its movements appeared, as though he had encountered them before. Whenever his mind sparked, the Yi would counterattack, its concealed mechanical legs springing forth with the vigor of Tian Xingjian's heartbeat, targeting the vulnerabilities of the divine armor. Upon reviewing the divine armor's profile, he noted the operator's name, Garrett, a major in the Binal Empire's army. Tian Xingjian recognized this name from the thick tome Mecha Warrior rankings by Carl, where Garrett ranked 182nd, noted for his fierce offensive style. He remembered him because Carl had just flipped to that page, and Garrett's intimidating visage complemented his technical prowess. The operator of the Yubora Han Chinese name, Zhang Qing, a mecha instructor at the Victory Military Academy of the Ryan Republic. Observing his skill, the hefty fellow surmised that this individual likely belonged on the Mecha Warrior rankings as well. As Tian Xingjian continued to watch, he became increasingly alarmed. Had this been in reality? Encountering such an adversary would surely result in severe consequences. It appeared that amidst the novice ranks of the Lele Federation, he had been somewhat myopic, for engaging with such opponents constituted genuine mecha combat. Ultimately, this battle concluded in a draw by mutual agreement, leaving Tian Xingjian wanting more. He lingered to watch several more contests, identifying a few opponents who were nearly on par with him. The human world is vast. With billions of inhabitants, how could it not yield a handful of skilled fighters? Due to the system's configuration, victorious participants could only face others with similar records, thus limiting the number of challengers for the hefty fellow to merely tens of thousands. He opted not to engage in battle, but instead settled down to observe others' control techniques, enriching his knowledge and experience. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, the simulation pod was abruptly yanked open. The hefty fellow turned to see Carl, drenched in sweat, urgently exclaiming, "I've been searching for you everywhere. Quickly check the battle report. Fighting has erupted on the front lines." Although Carl's phrasing was somewhat clumsy, the hefty fellow understood without question that he referred to the front lines west of Kato. Days prior, while analyzing the battlefield with Carl, they had each conducted a simulation, though their processes differed. The outcomes were strikingly similar. Based on the enemy's troop movements and deployment intelligence, Karl had predicted a large-scale assault from the Gashulan Empire in 6 days, while the hefty fellow speculated that the absolute limit for their offensive would be 4 days. And they would not exceed this time frame. Yes, it happened. Today marked the 4th day, and upon arriving at the operations department, the hefty fellow discovered that the Gashulan Empire's total assault had indeed commenced at dawn. The members of the operations department moved about with grave expressions, their pace hurried. The Empire's actions this time were not entirely unexpected. The intelligence reports had largely hinted at their strategic deployments. However, the method of launching a full-scale offensive was rather peculiar. The front line at Jialuo Mountain had surprisingly revealed the shadow of the mythical legion, and the combat was extraordinarily fierce up to this point. The Federation had already dispatched 1 armored division and 2 fully mechanized infantry divisions. Meanwhile, the flanks remained eerily calm, with minimal troop deployments suggesting the scent of a conspiracy. As he perused the battle reports, the corpulent officer suddenly recalled a photograph from the compilation of illustrious generals. An ordinary visage, a gaunt physique, and eyes that were tranquil yet profound. General Russell, the supreme commander of the Gashulan Empire's forces. What schemes are you concocting this time, after you previously opened a backdoor? Chapter 17. A dire situation on the virtual battlefield display in the operations department's hall. The red arrows symbolizing the Gashulan Empire relentlessly battered several key high grounds at Jialuo Mountain, while the blue defensive line representing the Lei Federation teetered precariously under the onslaught. This frontline position west of the Katas had transformed into a hellscape, with countless artillery shells raining down upon the mere 600 square kilometers of mountainous terrain, eroding several crucial high points by 20 to 30 meters. INA, concealed command center less than 10 kilometers from the Jialuo Mountain frontline. General Bratt, the chief of staff overseeing the operations, wore a somber expression as he scrutinized the electronic sand table. He had already dispatched 2 fully mechanized infantry divisions to the D1 high ground, both of which were fully staffed main divisions. Yet, the pleas for assistance from the front line continued to flood in, with the only change being that those who had initially called for help were now deceased, and the reinforcements who followed were also quickly reaching for the phone in desperation. A fully mechanized infantry division stationed at D1 had not a single survivor to return. All had perished on the battlefield. The fighting was unbearably brutal. The fortifications at D1 had been flattened, and the 2 reinforcements were equipped with makeshift structures, which were utterly inadequate to withstand the enemy's artillery fire. The only thing they could hope for was to buy time for the soldiers to excavate new defenses using engineer mechanized arms. How many reserves should be prepared for deployment? The Gashulan Empire was engaged in an almost ceaseless, frenzied assault on D1, suffering greater losses than the Federation. Yet, the Empire's commanders seemed resolute, determined to seize this strategic point that lay in their path as they sought to traverse Jialuo Mountain and bypass the Katas Canyon. D1's position was situated at the forward edge of the left flank of the Jialuo Mountain battle zone, resembling a pyramid with one side sheared off. The steep rock face facing the enemy posed a nearly 80-degree incline, making it a formidable challenge for both infantry and mecha to ascend. Consequently, this high ground became a tooth of the enemy's offensive route, capable of delivering strikes from an elevated position, thus becoming the primary target of the Imperial forces. What vexed General Bratt was that the fire support systems had become inoperative. 6 self-propelled artillery units had been obliterated by the enemy's counter-battery fire, 4 of which belonged to the direct artillery battalion of the D1 Mechanized Infantry Division, and 2 were from the Reserve Artillery Battalion of the Jialuo Mountain Frontline Command. The annihilation of these artillery units was primarily due to the Skynet system being rendered virtually incapacitated in the unprecedented high-intensity electronic warfare. Self-propelled artillery was essentially a simplified version of mecha, with oversized artillery mounted on articulated mechanical legs, enabling it to traverse various terrains with enhanced concealment and deployment capabilities compared to traditional tracked self-propelled artillery. Within the mechanized infantry divisions, this fire support system would continuously provide precise artillery coverage based on coordinates relayed by the Skynet system. However, the unceasing electronic warfare since the conflict's onset had rendered the Skynet systems of both sides completely inoperative, leaving no system capable of surviving such intense electronic combat. In modern warfare, whether in space or on land, electronic warfare is the first line of engagement, aimed at crippling the enemy's communication, command, battlefield surveillance, firepower allocation, and strike positioning systems, a form of warfare devoid of gunpowder. Electronic warfare merely continues the ancient Earth terminology. In reality, modern electronic warfare encompasses a superlative range of tactics, including electronic transmission, optical imaging, signal deception, simulated troop movements, camouflage, and feints. The methods of attack have diversified, including powerful jamming, virus infections, system intrusions, program vulnerabilities, laser blinding, signal disruption, information infiltration, microwave radiation, pulse attacks, and targeted destruction of individual soldiers, among others. The emergence of advanced electronic attack devices has expanded their range and intensified their power. In warfare, the strength of electronic combat on both sides dictates the overall trajectory of the conflict. Should electronic warfare falter, combat units would suffer catastrophic losses, unable to locate the enemy or provide accurate fire support. With communication and command systems rendered inoperative, forcing reliance on primitive battlefield communications, fire support points become vulnerable once they engage, easily identified and eliminated under the enemy's Skynet command. Currently, both sides are locked in a battle of artillery numbers. Self-propelled artillery units from both sides are systematically destroyed following their exposure. Not only at D1, but the entire Jaluo Mountain Theater has reached a loss threshold that weighs heavily on General Brat's psyche. He gazes at the electronic sand table, diligently cross-referencing the enemy's troop deployment data against intelligence reports, uncertain how long his remaining reserves can hold out. The available fire support has dwindled to its bare minimum. With only a few armored divisions left, and the fully mechanized infantry divisions suffer severe attrition upon deployment. If this assault continues for another day, he will have no choice but to request the reassignment of defensive forces from Bernadotte. But who would dare to make such a withdrawal? Even if one were bold enough, from where could they draw forces? The entire area west of Katas had plunged into a meat grinder of combat, and no location could afford to send troops elsewhere. Aside from Gallipalin, forces were stretched thin across other regions. Even if troops were extracted, the process of gathering, transporting, and ultimately engaging in battle would require 2 days. The only units that could be spared with minimal delay were those stationed in Gallipalin. Yet what if a mishap occurred in their absence? What troubled him most was the uncertainty surrounding the Empire's sudden and all-out offensive. Was it merely an attempt to secure a route to Katas, leading to another bloody confrontation with the Lele Federation for the vast strategic expanse east of Katas? Although General Brat understood that aside from Jaluo Mountain, there were several alternate routes to attack Katas, the Empire's aggressive push at Jaluo was likely due to heavy defenses along those routes. Moreover, Jaluo Mountain and the adjacent Katas Canyon housed 3 military bases of the Federation Army and 2 Air Force bases, enabling rapid troop movement across the open terrain behind Jaluo Mountain, which could easily lead to the encirclement of any deep penetrating Imperial forces. However, such an attack seemed evidently illogical. Intelligence indicated that the Empire's renowned general, Russell, had personally arrived on Malak to command the ground battle. Given Russell's tactical prowess, he would not initiate such an assault without a numerical advantage in Imperial forces. Preparation was essential. Unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion, General Brat sent the situation report to the command center at Gallipalin, hoping to uncover a strategy for defending Jaluo Mountain and discern the hidden intentions of the enemy. Aware that he could not stand against the Gashelin's famed General Russell alone, he realized that only the collective wisdom of a united front could provide a solution. Time was of the essence. Only a day remained. Chapter 18. Concealed Intentions. General Brat's report swiftly reached the frontline command center at Gallipalin. Upon reviewing the document, Bernadotte convened an emergency meeting to discuss the situation while simultaneously distributing the report to the operations room, issuing orders for each research team to devise simulations and action plans. Every staff officer in the operations room engaged in deep contemplation, occasionally sketching scenarios on the simulation map as they speculated on the strategies of the Imperial General Russell. Some officers whispered in discussion, and as differing opinions escalated, heated arguments erupted, each steadfast in their views. The calmest among them was Tian, who was responsible for calculations in Room 6. Unlike the others, Room 6 was not tasked with simulations or planning. Tian found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at Russell's dossier. He muttered through gritted teeth, "This man is no mere human. He is a veritable war machine." The intelligence department's investigation into this Imperial general was thorough. With the data stored in the computer nearly double that of other Imperial commanders, encompassing every aspect of Russell's profile, 42 years of age, an orphan who grew up in a children's home. His origins were shrouded in mystery. He possessed a reclusive personality and struggled with communication. Due to his physical traits resembling those of the Vibo race, he was admitted to the Imperial Military Academy at the age of 6. And by the time he officially joined the Gashulan Imperial Army as a second lieutenant at 20, he had already established himself as an outstanding military prodigy among his peers. Aside from a month of vacation he took upon graduation, this individual scarcely departed from the military academy. His self-discipline has reached an almost unfathomable level. During his youth, Russell exhibited little of the tumultuous restlessness typical of adolescence. As an adult, he possesses a calm demeanor, enduring resilience, and a remarkable aptitude for leading troops in challenging engagements. His mind remains cool and adaptable, allowing him to assess situations with exceptional accuracy, often guiding his soldiers to exploit the enemy's most vulnerable points. His tactics are cunning and varied, employing seasoned and ruthless methods that frequently create traps undetectable to foes. Ever since Tian Xingjian learned from previous intelligence that the targeted airdrop operation over the Katas Valley was orchestrated by Russell, he has harbored a deep-seated fear of this man. Russell had already devised an intricate scheme in the Galileo star system based on the Federation's offensive movements, executing it with effortless mastery, akin to a skilled artist casually sketching on the battlefield, weaving hidden threats amidst apparent chaos. By the time the entire tableau reveals itself to the enemy, it is irrevocably too late. Relying solely on a remarkable deductive technique combined with a mere suspicion of the mythical legion, he nonetheless effortlessly neutralized the Federation's advantages using a backdoor in his strategy. Even after the plan's failure, Russell's reputation only grew, as he now personally directed combat operations on Malak Star. The disheartened Tian found himself powerless, akin to witnessing a malevolent act unfold right before his eyes with no means to intervene. He pondered in frustration. If resistance proves futile, he might as well surrender, but having previously disrupted their plans, he has left the Gashulan Empire's royal family in a precarious position. How would he account for this? Once discovered, his own fate would be sealed. The operations department delivered the calculated combat plans, which Tian scrutinized closely. Most of them consisted of reactive measures, a disappointing realization. By the time the enemy revealed their true intentions, it would be far too late. Despite being acutely aware that the adversary had ulterior motives, he could not fathom that such vexation could drive one to madness. Thus, Tian could only glare at Russell's photograph, gritting his teeth as he fantasized about eliminating this man once and for all. The 201st Mechanized Infantry Division of the Lele Federation had descended into chaos. 2 artillery regiments directly under the division had been obliterated an hour ago during an enemy counter-battery fire. Were it not for the command post's artillery suppression, the entire 201st Division would have perished. The infantry of the Gashulan Empire surged forth like a tide, spreading into a charge line, emboldened by the cover of Mechs, fearlessly launching yet another assault. This marked the 46th time since the 201st Division assumed defensive positions. In previous charges, the Imperial forces had repeatedly breached the defenses, only to be repelled by the desperate hand-to-hand combat of the Federal soldiers wielding fusion grenades amid the enemy ranks. The division's sole mech battalion had dwindled to a mere company after several counter-assaults, and with the next enemy advance, it remained uncertain whether they could fend them off again. Such brutal warfare had not been witnessed in ages. The melee combat seemed reminiscent of distant, ancient Earth, yet in this present era of aerial and remote warfare, the conflict had devolved into close-quarters combat, rendering the intensity of the battle almost unimaginable. The electronic warfare had thoroughly dismantled the command and coordination systems, and the losses of self-propelled artillery were even greater. After a desperate barrage lasting mere minutes, they were met with an even fiercer counter-barrage from the enemy. Now, neither side possessed substantial fire support. Missiles targeting the Mechs flew blindly above the opposing positions, as no infantry dared to provide laser guidance in such relentless gunfire. It would be tantamount to suicide. The aerial conflict was equally devastating. Thousands of aircraft from both sides had unleashed ground missiles, scouring the entire battlefield, followed by mutual locking attacks. Within a few hours, over 1,000 aircraft had been either shot down or exploded mid-air over Gauro Mountain. The remaining aircraft remained entangled in a chaotic melee, their electronic systems disabled, forcing them to engage in primitive combat without long-range radar locks or infrared tracking. All that remained were the thunderous roars of energy cannons and missiles launched by instinct. They resembled a cloud of vultures, ferociously tearing into one another amidst the dim sky, relentless in their slaughter, fire, As the enemy infantry closed once more within range of firepower, Colonel Gutierrez of the 201st Division bellowed his command. This towering giant, standing at 2 meters with bulging muscles, hoisted a heavy energy cannon that required 2 men to operate, unleashing a torrent of fire while simultaneously shouting in fervor. The resounding battle cries melded with the cacophony of gunfire, enveloping the entire battlefield in a haze of gunpowder. The Federal infantry defending their positions unleashed a barrage of mixed weaponry, their energy weapons raining down fire that sent the advancing soldiers of the Castellan Empire tumbling. The momentum of the Castellan offensive was abruptly halted. Lines of scattered infantry fell as if harvested like ripe grain. Yet soon, as the Imperial Mechs advanced, these battle-hardened soldiers of the Castellan Empire rose once more. Following their Mechs toward the Federal defenses, that moment, the soldiers on the Federal side heard a piercing shriek from the sky. It was a warning of the enemy's mixed artillery shells about to descend upon the positions. Experienced soldiers immediately took cover in the hastily dug trenches. The subsequent series of deafening explosions transformed what could no longer be called trenches into countless deep craters. Damn, this crater is fantastic. 2 Federal soldiers, having survived the nearby explosions, gleefully leaped into the newly formed shell hole, relishing the fact that they no longer needed to dig for cover. Seemingly unfazed by the barrage of shells exploding around them, one soldier took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to his comrade. The 2 lit their cigarettes, inhaling deeply, feeling as if they were in a state of bliss beyond that of the divine. Chapter 19. Once again, demonic tiger. Though long absent from the battlefield, the soldiers of the Lille Federation, once they encountered artillery fire, would exhibit an audacious nonchalance. Colonel Gutierrez did not seek cover. He stood resolute, his energy cannon never ceasing its fire. Suddenly, he tilted his ear, his expression shifting as he dove into a nearby trench just as a shell exploded in the very spot he had occupied moments before, sending his cannon reeling from the shockwave. Observing the soldiers in the trench laughing at his predicament, Gutierrez clumsily rose, spat in disdain, and took a swig from a military flask filled with liquor. Cursing, "Damn these shells, they really know how to find their mark. I nearly got blown to bits," he winced, pouring the alcohol over his leg, revealing a large shard of shrapnel embedded in his thigh. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his belt around the wound and pulled out the splinter. Despite narrowly missing a major artery, blood continued to seep from the gash, and medics rushed over to administer urgent care. Gutierrez examined the shard, marveling at how such a substantial piece of shrapnel had not severed his leg, chuckling with pride at his own quick reflexes. The earth-shattering bombardment persisted for several minutes. With Federal soldi crawling to a different position, Gutierrez commanded the communications officer to call for artillery cover. He could instantly discern that these beast-like mechs were undeniably perilous. Their movements were swift and agile, exhibiting seamless coordination, precise positioning, and formidable firepower. Furthermore, these mechs demonstrated extraordinary survivability amidst the bombardment, their rapid evasions allowing them to dodge the majority of threatening energy projectiles. Even when struck, they were supported by powerful energy shields. Yet, these were not the gravest threats to D1 heights. The most infuriating aspect was that these beast-like mechs could sprint up the steep cliffs at angles of 70 to 80 degrees as if traversing level ground. Should they breach the defensive lines, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The Federation's self-propelled artillery soon roared in response to the urgent summons from the front lines, unleashing a barrage that blanketed the area extending several hundred meters before D1 heights. Particularly the positions of the 4th Regiment. At the request of the communications soldier, the artillery fire concentrated most heavily on the front line of their positions. Amidst the countless Imperial infantry, the beast-like mechs did not retreat in the face of the bombardment. Rather, they accelerated towards the 4th Regiment's positions, weaving through the rain of bullets and roaring defiantly. The remaining 100 or so mechs from the 201st Division's direct mech battalion engaged in resistance, striving to blockade the path ahead of these beast-like mechs with their artillery fire. This tactic yielded some success. Under the artillery's cover, several beast-like mechs found their routes obstructed, and as their energy shields shifted from blue to red, they ultimately erupted into fiery explosions. However, a single company was far too few to contend with an opponent that had deployed at least a battalion to assault the 4th Regiment's positions. Gutierrez surveyed the situation and decisively issued 2 commands to a communications soldier. First, to urgently request reinforcements, urging the command center to dispatch an armored division to assist, for the D1 heights could no longer be defended solely by infantry divisions. Second, to take back his battlefield recording device to identify the markings on these mechs, as they were likely the enemy's Royal Special Forces mech division, the Mythical Legion. Subsequently, Gutailais ordered the deputy regiment commander to take over his command. Knowing that it was typically the deputy who directed combat operations, without a trace of the consciousness expected of a regiment commander, he dashed towards the 4th Regiment with a company of soldiers. The appearance of the Mythical Legion in this locale, the consequences of a single battalion's frontal assault on an infantry division that had already exhausted its portable missiles, and the potential for rescue or survival were no longer matters of concern for Gutailais. All he knew was that the most critical task was to aid the 4th Regiment in enduring this assault. Despite the fact that their commander, a man with eyes like a sickly chicken, clashed with him at every encounter as comrades in arms, he could not allow them to perish before his eyes. A sudden urge to laugh washed over him. Should he survive and return, he would become the savior of the sickly chicken, able to strut with pride and say whatever he wished in future encounters, leaving that pitiful figure unable to retort. What a delightful sensation that would be! As Gutailais led his soldiers towards the 4th Regiment's positions, a grand space battle was concurrently unfolding in the vast cosmos beyond Malak Star. Chapter 20. A Point of No Return. The combat in space first erupted in the 6th sector of the Newton star system, where the 1st Mixed Fleet, composed of the Federation's 4th, 6th, and 7th space fleets, encountered a well-prepared enemy, a coalition of 4 Imperial space fleets. The two sides began to maneuver from a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers apart, entering an unavoidable fierce battle. The aircraft of the aircraft carriers were deployed like bees swarming from a hive under attack, instantaneously released from the densely packed launch tubes of the carriers. Soaring and scattering into formations in the vastness of space, this was a magnificent sight. To maintain a safe distance, the warships of the fleet had to keep their spacing, allowing room for maneuvering and evasion, thus creating an imposing presence for the entire mixed fleet. The signal lights of the space fleet flickered against the blackness of space, resembling a school of sardines, moving swiftly in seamless coordination. The initial option in space combat was, without a doubt, electronic warfare. Both sides unleashed their electronic countermeasure devices to their fullest capabilities. However, due to the ample energy and space available to space warships for utilizing anti-attack instruments, coupled with the thick armor of the vessels providing resistance to interference, electronic warfare in space devolved into a mere formal declaration of battle. This declaration of combat was equally intense. No one could afford to be careless. A moment's negligence could result in the enemy capturing or destroying communication and command systems, rendering further combat unnecessary. As distances gradually dwindled and the warships entered firing range, the battleships of both sides, having fully charged their main cannons, fired almost simultaneously. Massive energy projectiles blazed like a dense meteor shower, illuminating the space between the two fleets, each racing towards their respective targets. Warships struck by the energy projectiles flashed as their energy shields flickered, akin to ripples spreading across a pond in the rain. Some of the vessels caught directly in the line of fire disintegrated almost instantaneously, scattering debris across the vastness of the cosmos due to the explosions triggered by energy, munitions, and oxygen within. The cruisers of both sides had maneuvered to the flanks, initiating nightly assaults. These light vessels, while possessing slightly less firepower, were quick and agile, tasked with infiltrating the enemy ranks to engage in close-quarters combat and provide cover for the aircraft behind them. The intensity of the battle resulted in a series of collisions, with the battleship main guns unleashing concentrated fire every 4 minutes. After 5 minutes of rapid advancement, the flanking cruisers finally collided, their mutual slaughter not being their primary objective. Both sides left their respective cruisers to the aircraft behind them, and after 2 rounds of rapid-fire exchanges, they swiftly disengaged, resembling a flurry of interlacing arrows, leaving behind only the wreckage of a few unfortunate cruisers that had been destroyed. More agile than the cruisers were undoubtedly the squadrons of aircraft. These nimble machines, devoid of resistance to the bombardment of the main guns, danced like lethal hornets. Even the mightiest of creatures would succumb when enveloped by a swarm of these venomous insects, with the forces at a disadvantage. If the loss rate continued at a 1-to-1 ratio, the Federation would find itself in a dire situation after losing more than half its forces, with ship losses escalating to 2-1 and 3-1, ultimately leading to the annihilation by the numerically superior Imperial fleet. Observing the losses among his cruisers and aircraft, Major General Snyder, the commander of the 1st Mixed Fleet of the Lille Federation, resolved to take decisive action. He commanded that the cruisers be disregarded, ordering the aircraft to launch a full-scale assault to assist their cruisers in breaking through the blockade, aiming to leverage local superiority to eliminate the enemy's aircraft. This order would later be recognized in the annals of military history as the command that saved the entire Lille Federation, and Major General Snyder would achieve renown as a result of this battle. The fleets faced each other like two schools of fish, swiftly navigating the vastness of space, relying on their anti-lock systems to evade each other's fire. The flanks of the fish schools began to intertwine, while the main battleships maintained their distance. The balance of victory and defeat in war hung in the balance at this very moment. The Federation fleet had made a critical error. Their cruisers and aircraft were positioned too closely together, an arrangement ill-suited for managing overwhelming forces in a conventional battle. Yet now, under the keen direction of the Federation commanders, this flaw transformed into a tactical advantage. Unexpectedly, the Federation aircraft allowed the Gashulan Empire's aircraft to encounter a devastating fate as the suddenly dispersing cruisers unleashed a torrent of concentrated fire, forcing the Imperial aircraft to scatter in that instant. The Federation fighters that emerged from behind the cruisers, in a perfectly coordinated formation, targeted the now dispersed Imperial aircraft. They could not betray the trust of the battleship crews who shielded them from enemy fire. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, indeed, the Federation battleships were sacrificing themselves to absorb the enemy's fire, buying time for the cruisers and aircraft on the flanks. The unimpeded Gashulan Empire cruisers surged towards the Federation battleships with ferocity. The beleaguered Federation fleet began to shift formations at the cost of lives, tightly protecting the aircraft carriers while the main guns of the battleships disregarded the enemy's fire to decimate the rapidly approaching cruisers. If the enemy cruisers breached the Federation's main formation without the Federation's cruisers and mixed aircraft group delivering a devastating counterstrike against the enemy's aircraft, the scales of victory would abruptly tip in favor of the Gashulan Empire. The Federation fighters accomplished their task, swiftly eliminating the enemy's aircraft. The coordination between the cruiser's main guns and the aircraft was remarkably harmonious, with each cruiser working in tandem with a squadron of fighters to confront several disorganized Imperial aircraft, leading to results that spoke for themselves. The Imperial cruisers accelerated continuously, racing against time to penetrate the defenses of the Federation's battleships before their own aircraft were overwhelmed, as long as the enemy's battleships were disrupted. Their own could unleash greater firepower without the threat of return fire or maneuver to delay until their aircraft and cruisers returned. What they were unaware of was that their own fleet was no longer able to assist them. From the very moment they scattered, the fleet had fallen into a trap of being forced to fight individually, devoid of cooperation, lacking unified coordination, and without any focal point for breakthrough. Once targeted by the enemy's fighter formations, their fate was sealed. They would become nothing more than a burst of flames in the black expanse of space. The Federation's battleships completed their maneuvering as the enemy advanced within 1,000 kilometers. Two-thirds of the battleships began to retreat while recalibrating their main cannons to target the enemy battleships, maintaining a firepower standoff. Meanwhile, the remaining third of the battleships started to turn, using their bodies to shield the main forces and deploying their numerous secondary guns to resist the Imperial cruisers' assault. Chapter 21. Who rescues whom? Predestined sacrifices often bear the most tragic weight. Every soldier aboard those battleships understood that this was the last fleeting moment of their lives, from the captain to the cook. Each was acutely aware. Yet, they seemed to carry on as if nothing was amiss, performing their duties as usual. The captain calmly observed the enemy's cruisers, issuing commands for the actions of various departments aboard the ship, while the cooks in the kitchen continued to prepare dinner, cursing rudely over the lack of spices, maintaining an eerie calm. Since the day these solitary soldiers had traversed the spatial jump point to reach the Newton star system, they had long ceased to regard their own lives as significant. The mixed formation of Federation fighters and cruisers was more frenzied than the fleeing enemy. Kill. The fighter formations maneuvered to evade the Imperial fighters, which were unleashing a barrage of fire one after another. The Imperial fighters were annihilated under the overwhelming assault of the formation. The mixed formation finally broke through the enemy's fighter screen, obliterating the majority of the Imperial aircraft and leaving a few squads to continue pursuing the enemy, preventing them from regrouping. The remaining cruisers, along with the fighter squads, launched a full-scale assault on the cluster of Imperial battleships. Gutierrez and his soldiers located the bloodied commander of the 4th Regiment, whose beast-like mechs had already breached their lines. Fewer than 100 Federation mechs were desperately assisting the 4th Regiment in their resistance. This frail commander, whom Gutierrez referred to as the sick chicken, was fervently firing an energy cannon, his bloodshot eyes emanating a fierce intensity. The encroaching mechs were none other than the legendary Beast Tigers of the mythical Legion. A single battalion of Beast Tigers had penetrated a defensive position manned by merely a company of mechs. The outcome was all but inevitable, pure slaughter. The Beast Tigers moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the infantry, their claws and weapons trading blows, unleashing a torrent of carnage. The Federation soldiers stood no chance against the speed of the Beast Tigers, and the mechs assisting in defense were utterly helpless against the rampaging beasts, unable to fire. The soldiers of the 4th Regiment were unable to scatter. Each shot fired at the enemy mechs failed to inflict harm, while the flesh and blood Federation soldiers faced certain death. The following Beast Tigers continued to invade the trenches, and behind them surged more Imperial soldiers. If these Beast Tigers were not driven back, the entire D1 Heights would be lost. A soldier, cornered and facing a Beast Tiger, unhesitatingly activated his fusion grenade, which obliterated him, yet only caused the energy shield of the Beast Tiger to flicker momentarily. However, this grenade, harmless to the mechs, sounded the charge for the soldiers of the 4th Regiment. Unable to escape the onslaught of the Beast Tigers, they seized fusion grenades and ammunition boxes. An entire company of warriors, amid the frantic explosions, sent themselves to their fates, momentarily stalling the Beast Tiger assault. With no reservations, the soldiers at the rear began organizing a barrage of energy cannon fire, allowing the Federation mechs to unleash their artillery without restraint amidst tears. The sickly commander clutched his energy cannon, leading the fewer than a battalion of remaining soldiers to unleash a furious barrage against the Imperial mechs at the front line. The cacophony of cannon fire was deafening, and the cries of battle echoed across the heavens. Gutierrez tore off his shirt, baring his arms to wield a mixed machine gun, and upon seeing the sickly commander, he felt a newfound respect for this frail figure, who exhibited no less valor than himself. A 2-meter-tall man, aspiring to be a savior, Gutierrez spat at himself in frustration. What a delusion! Would such a man require saving from another? An unexpected reinforcement from the 3rd Regiment temporarily bolstered the 4th Regiment's defenses against the enemy's onslaught. However, as more mechs and Imperial soldiers breached their lines, the entire position began to teeter once more. Fire! Artillery! Fire upon the 4th Regiment's position! A Federal communications officer, curled in a corner, frantically shouted into a military phone, while the commander of the 4th Regiment, standing beside him and firing with determination, turned and bellowed, "Tell them to hurry! Indiscriminate bombardment! Damn it!" Gutierrez was taken aback. This sickly commander had morphed from a timid figure into a madman. Insisting on a blanket artillery strike on their own position, that would be mutual destruction. With a deafening boom, a shell landed directly on the position, obliterating an unfortunate Beast Tiger. The self-propelled artillery's oversized shell struck true, instantly shattering the already weakened Beast Tiger. The commander and his soldiers simultaneously discarded their weapons and scattered, their agility surpassing that of the Beast Tigers. To hell with it, run! Gutierrez was no fool. He had already led his men in a tactical retreat, clearly signaling as the first shell landed. This 2-meter-tall hero was fleeing faster than a rabbit, rolling down the slope behind their position. After covering nearly 100 meters, the 4th Regiment's position was engulfed in a series of continuous explosions. Gutierrez seized the collar of the sickly commander, fuming, "You cursed chicken, are you trying to make a fool of me?" The commander rolled his eyes and replied, "If I don't call for artillery cover, the 4th Regiment will fall, and the enemy will charge straight into your 3rd Regiment's position. Is this how you repay the 4th Regiment's sacrifice for your salvation?" Gutierrez felt his anger boiling over, shouting, "Get lost! I came to save you." Bullshit. It was clearly the 4th Regiment that saved you amidst the chaotic artillery fire. Two colonels of drastically contrasting physiques engaged in a reckless argument, surrounded by a crowd of soldiers who stood shoulder to shoulder, grinning as they watched the spectacle unfold. Before the Federation's self-propelled artillery could be suppressed by the enemy, reinforcements surged forward swiftly, the 16th Armored Division of the Lele Federation Marine Corps. Called in from the highlands of Katas. This was one of the last two armored divisions under General Blad's command. The 16th Armored Division rapidly infiltrated the position, and due to the artillery cover, the Imperial forces lost their opportunity to secure the breach and could not expand their foothold. When the commander of the Special Reconnaissance Regiment, Nadal, led a battalion of vanguard Mechs onto the battlefield. The position had already been reclaimed by the two Mech battalions that had arrived earlier. The 201st Fully Mechanized Infantry Division handed over the defense of the position to the 16th Armored Division and retreated. Their casualty rate had surpassed 60%, yet they were the only infantry division among the three stationed at D1 Heights to make it back alive. The combat units of the preceding two divisions had been entirely wiped out, including two division commanders who had personally charged onto the battlefield. What remained were only the logistical units of the division headquarters, who were back at the temporary base, asking everyone they encountered, "Have you seen our division? How is the front line holding up?" Chapter 22. Stay vigilant. Safety first. Tian Xinjiang was utterly overwhelmed, as a torrent of operational plans flooded into the 6th research room. Each person, including in turn Carl, was assigned an immense volume of calculation tasks. Those who had previously been mere spectators were now too engrossed to worry about being criticized for errors. They even hoped that the portly figure would uncover flaws in their plans. For this battle was of utmost importance. Losing Katas would mean the Federation would entirely forfeit its strategic initiative. The command meeting had been ongoing for 4 hours, showing no signs of abating. As frontline reports streamed in continuously, every member of the operations planning department exerted every ounce of strength they had, for the Imperial Army's offensive was relentless, and the defending forces were on the brink of exhaustion, with no sign of the enemy letting up. Where were they getting their reinforcements? The portly strategist, fixated on the computational data, ruminated intensely. The Imperial offensive was evidently abnormal, based on simulations and known intelligence. The troop concentrations amassed by the Imperial Army were insufficient to sustain such an intense assault on the Galro Mountain combat zone. As the attacking force, their losses should be significantly higher than those of the Federation forces, who held the high ground. Yet, even now, the intensity of their assault showed no signs of waning. Where were they sourcing their manpower? Why were they launching what appeared to be an ill-advised attack on the hard nut that was Galro Mountain? Moreover, the opposing commander was renowned in human society as a master tactician, known for his calm demeanor and cunningly versatile strategies. For the first time, the portly strategist felt his once quick mind, which would typically spark countless ideas when his life was in jeopardy, faltering under the weight of overanalysis. His head throbbed painfully from the strain. Another report from the front arrived, indicating that the 16th Armored Division, which had originally been stationed beyond the Katas Gorge, had been deployed to the front lines. This division was one of the main reserves for the Galro Mountain front. I am uncertain whether the Special Reconnaissance Unit has also been drawn into the fray. In such direct combat, special forces do not possess a significant advantage over ordinary soldiers. It is entirely a wasteful endeavor. The mythical legion has re-emerged, casting its ominous shadow across several high grounds in Galatian since the Empire's all-out offensive began, with D1 high ground being the latest target. Had it not been for the swift reinforcement of the 16th Armored Division, a battalion of demon tigers would have nearly seized the position. The current state of the Empire resembles that of a ferocious boxer, relentlessly delivering left jabs to its opponent, while its hidden right hand waits for the opportune moment to unleash a devastating hook that could fell its adversary in one blow. Even the mythical legion has committed its left jab. One cannot help but wonder what formidable force lies behind that right hook. Tian Xinjiang calmly scrutinized the map time and again, not analyzing the battlefield, but rather desperately seeking an escape route to preserve his life. Galapalin is considered a rear base. If Cato falls, based on the Federation's losses, there will be scant forces left to impede the enemy's rapid advance. Within a week, Galapalin could very well become another besieged city. Should that dire moment arrive, the only viable means of escape would be the assistance of the space fleet, retreating to the Central Star region, which would signify the complete failure of Malak's resistance. Where could one find a space battleship? The plump man's mind raced as he frantically plotted his own survival. Perhaps Bernadotte would resist to the end, leaving no option for the command center to withdraw. If the commander does not flee, where could the foot soldiers go? The most promising avenue for retreat is the laboratory of the Gallipalian Military Academy. Good grief, the laboratory even houses a general's daughter. Surely, a warship must be arranged. The second-in-command, Tian, cannot be neglected. He must secure his ticket first. Preparedness has always been the chubby man's survival philosophy. First, he must find Milan. If the situation becomes irreparable, no matter what, he must escape. Absolutely no sacrifices. He is still a virgin. Just to be safe, perhaps he should first seduce Milan, employing his charming physique to completely conquer her. By then, even if he wished to sacrifice himself, Milan would surely not want to become a widow, right? The lecherous man, lost in his thoughts, hurriedly made his way to the laboratory. Milan, deeply engrossed in her work, was oblivious to the chubby man's entrance. Recently, there had been significant progress in the research project on logic. The modifications for instantaneously altering physical defenses had been completed. However, with the chubby man's current speed and manipulation skills, he could not fully master it, as the technique necessitated a hand speed exceeding 40 per second. Otherwise, accurately determining the point of impact at the moment the enemy strikes would be impossible, thereby failing to activate the bistable metallic transformation at that location. Approaching Milan, Tian gazed at the serene and focused woman, feeling a tingling sensation within, wishing he could remain there indefinitely. He had never regarded the tumultuous world around him with any seriousness. Such individuals were either masochists or fools. The chubby man's greatest aspiration was to be a small landlord in ancient times, cherishing a beautiful wife and living a tranquil, contented life. Occasionally, he would enjoy the company of some sycophants, bullying the common folk and teasing the lovely ladies by the roadside, far more pleasurable than being a general or a president. From his vantage point, he noticed that Milan's neckline was somewhat loose. As she leaned over the table, the delicate skin within was fully visible. A fine sheen of sweat glistened upon her smooth forehead, and her ears tinged red, a reaction to her intense concentration. After such rigorous research, Milan would often languidly sleep for an entire day. The chubby man's gaze lingered on Milan's exposed neckline. He was taken aback by her voluptuous figure. She was not wearing a bra. The sight of her quivering pink treasures was utterly captivating. The chubby man drooled, mesmerized, fully aware that both the war situation and Milan's frenzy posed equal dangers. Yet, the thrill of crisis exhilarated him. This lecherous, just 2 or 3 minutes later, when he mustered the courage to return to that narrow alley with his stick in hand, the police had already arrived, taking the girl and those several delinquents away. At the very moment he turned to flee, a patrolling officer happened to pass by, yet the flustered boy did not look back until he had dashed out of the alley. From that moment onward, the girl ceased to acknowledge the boy, and she could never forgive him. Whenever the boy gazed from afar at the beautiful campus belle, observing her radiant smile blooming amidst a constellation of admirers, watching her dance gracefully on stage to the sound of applause, and witnessing the attentiveness of increasingly remarkable youths presenting her with flowers, his heart ached with an indescribable sorrow. He constantly devised various means to capture her attention. Yet all his efforts were in vain. Subsequently, the boy descended into a state of despair. He appeared increasingly dull, lewd, lascivious, and despicable. All the most negative traits of humanity seemed to coalesce within him. However, the boy was acutely aware that he had committed one unforgivable error: selfishness. From the moment the girl had turned her back and followed the police away, he could no longer afford to be selfish. This boy, of course, was Tian. Thus, during the times behind enemy lines, he would tell Rashid that there are certain things a man must do. He resolutely led a group of prisoners of war, devoid of combat capability and mobility, step by step out from behind enemy lines, refusing to give up. Yet, did that girl know any of this? She remained as gentle and beautiful as ever, mesmerizingly lovely. Her soft, pristine demeanor was as immaculate as snow. Her fairy-like, fair skin and silky hair would forever linger in Tian Xingjian's dreams. The beautiful figure approaching was engaged in discussion with a female officer, oblivious to the existence of the boy she once knew. The two passed each other quietly in a world fraught with war. Amid the bustling corridors of the academic building, Chapter 24. Pierce's signal. How could she be here? Tian Xingjian's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind until Carl shook him vigorously several times to rouse him from his stupor. Returning to the office in a daze, Tian Xingjian stared at the battle reports on his computer, his his concentration utterly shattered. The girl's appearance had stirred the softest corners of his heart, the once despicable, shameless man, now a stout figure with a heart of steel, was overwhelmed by memories, his expression a peculiar mix of sadness, pain, and fierce resentment. Carl, bewildered by this sudden change, watched in trepidation as the stout man suddenly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Damn it, if I could kill you, I would have done it already. Who knows what you're thinking? How could I strike?" Startled, Carl was taken aback as the stout man, in a fit of madness, turned to flee but was grabbed back by him. "Carl, analyze for me. What exactly does Russell intend to do?" Carl's large head shook vigorously, casting doubt on the endurance of his slender neck under such strain. Eventually managing to utter, "The gap is too vast. I can't analyze it." With a sigh, the stout man, in resignation, pulled up the battle data and began to simulate the situation. He had conducted this simulation numerous times, each yielding the same conclusion, revealing no hint of the enemy's hidden intentions. Carl stood by, watching as the stout man deftly inscribed strange symbols on the map, occasionally inputting sets of data into the simulation program. Although the symbols were indecipherable, the data was clear to Carl. If he were to conduct the simulation, it would take a considerable amount of time to analyze the intelligence to derive such figures. Watching the stout man sketch and redraw on the map with ease, Carl felt dizzy and confused, unable to comprehend it all. The strategic deployment map from the simulation emerged, and the stout man scrutinized it deeply while Carl leaned in closely, both straining their necks without uncovering any clues. Based on the intensity of the Imperial Army's assault and the casualties among the Federal defenders, Tian could easily infer the strength of the Imperial forces. However, the source of these troops remained an enigma, leaving him vexed. According to the derived troop strength, the Imperial Army could potentially advance all the way to Gallipoli in just a few hours, without reallocating forces from other defensive lines. The Federal Army would undoubtedly be unable to hold Gallipoli. Russell merely needed to maintain this offensive until nightfall, at which point his right-hand fist could strike. This formidable blow would inevitably find its mark. Whether attacking Gallipoli directly, forcing a breakthrough, or flanking the Federal forces compelled to withdraw troops to support Gallipoli. Carl retrieved a document on the computer, presenting it to the stout man, saying, "This is the battle report from our space fleet's engagement with the enemy. Look, just like Gallipoli, Russell has even deployed a fleet." The stout man did not glance at the intelligence. He stared blankly at the military map, mechanically turning his head to Carl, asking, "Do you believe that if I told you Russell was sending the Imperial Army to their deaths?" Carl turned to leave, thinking the stout man had completely lost his mind. If he went berserk, it could lead to disaster. The stout man shook his head, not believing it himself. The signal symbol on the map, resembling a signal, was merely a coincidence. After simulating for half the day with no breakthrough, the stout man slumped in his chair, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Yet, the image resembling Pierce's signal persisted in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The Pierce signal was a renowned space signal from the Earth Federation era, devised by a colonel named Pierce. His birth coincided with the dawn of humanity's space age, just as natural wormholes were discovered, enabling spatial traversing. Much like the age of exploration, countless adventurer vessels set sail into the vast cosmos, seeking unknown worlds. It was a grand era, where adventurers etched legendary tales into history among the stars. However, due to the relatively primitive state of technology, most endeavors to traverse space ended in disappearance, especially among the numerous private explorers whose unreliable communication and aerospace equipment often led to their vanishing without a trace. The information recorded by their spacecraft outside the leap points was frequently corrupted by cosmic heavy particles or destroyed by passing meteors, making it exceedingly difficult for later travelers to uncover what vessels had ventured through which points. These myriad shortcomings prompted the Earth Federation to ban private exploration, placing space exploration under federal jurisdiction. Only senior governmental agencies possessed a formal space exploration support system, ensuring that every exploration vessel dispatched by the Federation maintained contact with a vast ground command and control center. However, this governmental exploration, while ensuring safety, faced public outcry due to exorbitant costs and minimal exploration output. Nevertheless, such regulations could not quell humanity's curiosity about space, with waves of adventurers still embarking on perilous journeys for wealth or fame. Becoming yet another entry in the missing persons files.it was during this time that Colonel Pierce of the Earth Federation's Air Force designed a system of miniature luminescent powders to disseminate information signals across space. After testing, this symbol system was mandated for installation on every spacecraft that launched, heralding the true dawn of space exploration. The Pierce signal system could scatter micro-luminescent powders containing electronic signals at the leap points traversed by adventurers. Subsequent vessels merely needed to utilize decoding instruments to uncover the embedded information. These micro-powders, radiant in the vastness of space, were visible from great distances and served as excellent markers for distressed vessels seeking rescue. In the early days of space exploration, Pierce's system was instrumental in humanity's rapid advancement and became one of the most renowned signal systems. With the continual evolution of communication technology, more convenient and reliable methods emerged. And today, the Pierce signal is scarcely utilized, yet it remains a classic in graphical signaling, often covered in military academies. The stout man had encountered this system, adapted into reconnaissance codes for operations behind enemy lines. During his time in the Scouts training camp, the signal symbol on the map was inescapably thought-provoking, as it was simply constructed from the points and lines of the attack positions, conveying a straightforward message: "Kill me, or you shall perish." Chapter 25. Battle Situation Analysis Meeting. Damn it, if I could kill you, I would have acted long ago. How can I strike when I don't even know what you're thinking? The stout man was filled with indignation. After circling back to the beginning, the despondent Tian commenced completing his calculations. These were extraordinary times. If he were accused of neglecting his duties due to delays in his calculations, it would be an egregious injustice. He swiftly verified several operational plans, placing the electronic folders into the computer's card slot and extracting data to begin calculations. Having completed his immediate tasks, he casually clicked on the battle report of the space fleet that Carl had earlier retrieved. Currently, in the Newton star system, several space fleets were locked in fierce combat. Not only the first mixed fleet, but also the second mixed fleet stationed at the entrance of the space leap point, which was under attack by an Imperial Space Task Force nearly double their number, including 6 aircraft carriers. The preliminary assessment of the intelligence suggests that these fleets are a conglomeration of the Imperial Space Forces drawn from the Galileo star system, assembled while the 3rd and 9th fleets of the Federation were engaged in disruptive operations behind enemy lines, returning through the public star domain to replenish their resources in the Central Star region. Their intention is to completely annihilate the Federation's aerial forces within the Newton star system, thereby creating favorable conditions for ground warfare. Aside from the sheer number of vessels, the battle prowess of the seasoned Imperial fleet and the combat capabilities of its soldiers far surpass those of the Federation, which can only rely on fervent zeal. It is disheartening to realize that the situation in space mirrors this dire state. If the space fleet fails, Malak's star will be doomed. Russell's decisive strike has been both precise and ruthless. It is evident that he meticulously orchestrated this intricate trap since the inception of the Federation's Thunderbolt campaign. The retreat and regrouping of ground forces, the failed attempt to seize the Buffalo Pass, the pursuit of ground troops, the attritional assaults in the Garo Mountains theater, and the accurate estimation of energy resources of the Federation's raiding fleet. All these elements have been intricately woven together to calculate the precise moment for a counteroffensive, affording the Federation merely a single day to react. Such mastery of military command is chilling. From the outset, the entire situation has been a game of chess in Russell's mind, one that he has almost calculated to its conclusion. As Tian was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open, and Carl pulled him up, exclaiming, "The command post is convening a war analysis meeting. Colonel Pat has instructed me to summon you to the Grand Conference Room." The two hurried to the Operations Department's Grand Conference Room, which was already filled to capacity, with nearly every chief staff officer from the various research teams gathered there. The rotund figure could not help but sigh inwardly. The tense atmosphere indicated that the Forward Command's meeting had yielded no definitive conclusions. Typically, such war analysis meetings are confined to a few generals and the heads of research departments, with no precedent for an expanded assembly. The research teams below are merely responsible for analysis and submission of operational plans, with the final review submitted to the Forward Command, which then issues orders based on the comprehensive conclusions drawn from these plans and simulations. It appears that, since the Forward Command could not reach a conclusion, they had to convene a broader meeting to seek insights into the enemy's hidden intentions. Upon reaching the conference room door, Pat waved for Carl to leave. The unfortunate Carl had no choice but to cast a glance back at the rotund figure as he walked away. Upon entering the conference room, Tian Xingjian was momentarily taken aback. All the staff present seemed to fade into the background, for his gaze was solely fixed upon the woman seated in the third position on the left side of the circular conference table, and lay. She was engrossed in examining documents, her silky long hair cascading gently over her left shoulder, her expression one of intense focus, and her slightly pursed lips as beautiful and endearing as he remembered. After standing in a daze for a moment, Tian Xingjian regained his composure and took a seat in a corner against the wall, a position that allowed him to gaze upon the little girl he could never forget. The meeting's host, General Bernadotte, nodded at Tian Xingjian, disregarding the hushed exchanges among the staff, and announced the commencement of the meeting. The first to speak was Colonel Cullen from the second research room, who pointed at the virtual battle map projected in the center of the circular conference table and began his analysis. Being selected to participate in such an important war analysis meeting, Cullen appeared quite buoyant as he opened the electronic documents on the table and declared, "Based on my analysis, the offensive momentum of the Gashulan Empire's forces will not sustain past 4 o'clock this afternoon. They are merely posturing, attempting to compel our forces to divert troops from other defensive lines to reinforce the Garo Mountains theater. This conclusion has been reached through countless simulations and the current intelligence on enemy troop deployments. And we have no reason to doubt the capabilities of the intelligence department. The Imperial legions must maintain sufficient offensive pressure to prevent the encircled Federation forces from breaching their lines. And our space fleet has maintained spatial superiority over Malak prior to their attack. They cannot possibly redeploy troops from elsewhere." Before Cullen could finish, the entire conference room erupted in commotion as various staff members from other research rooms clamored to voice their opinions. Bernadotte nodded and said, "Since there are differing views, let us hear them all, one at a time, to pool our wisdom." With the general having set the tone for the meeting's discussion, the staff members felt unencumbered. Colonel Azabor from the first research room was the first to rise, stating, "I completely dissent from Colonel Cullen's analysis. The situation at the front is already quite evident. If our forces do not provide immediate reinforcements, the enemy will undoubtedly breach the Garo Mountains defense line and advance on Kato. The defensive troops surrounding Kato have already been summoned to the Garo Mountains theater. Should the enemy seize Kato, it would mean that the strategic space of the entire Malak Star would be firmly in their grasp. The subsequent dozen cities, including Garipalan and Kato, would be encircled by the enemy's heavy forces. And if such a scenario unfolds, the resistance war on Malak Star would be irrevocably lost." A staff member from the third research room stood in agreement with Colonel Azabor's viewpoint and pointed out, "The current frontline situation clearly indicates that the Gashulan Empire has indeed received reinforcements. The sudden appearance of these reinforcements is a result of negligence on the part of the Federation's intelligence department. There can be no doubt about their dereliction of duty," Cullen retorted. "The situation at the front is merely a smokescreen created by the enemy pouring all their forces into the Garo Mountains theater. Russell, as a military commander with a wealth of war experience, would never make such a blunder of inflicting harm on himself while attempting to slay 800 foes. This is clearly a trap. Among the current defensive lines, only Garo Mountains can sustain such a large-scale offensive. If forces are diverted from other lines, it would only take 3 armored divisions, or merely the mythical legion, to breach the defenses and achieve the same strategic objective." A staff member from the fifth research room nodded in agreement, affirming, "Colonel Cullen makes a compelling argument. The enemy cannot afford such a costly breakthrough at Garo Mountains, and their forces lack the capacity to sustain such an offensive until the conclusion of the Garo Mountains campaign. The best course of action would be to divert troops from other Federation defensive lines. After all, the terrain restricts troop deployment, and these lines are currently unassailable. If we treat Garo Mountains as a grinding wheel to deplete our forces gradually, then the Gashulan Empire will seize the opportunity to capture one of our defensive lines and advance directly on Kato. Most importantly, the strategic advantage of Garo Mountains, once our forces are exhausted, will render us incapable of responding to the enemy breaching our rear." Cullen nodded. "If we must assert that the enemy's forces have increased, regardless of whether the intelligence department has faltered, these additional troops must have a source. Reports from encircled cities reveal no indication of diminished enemy forces, and the blockade of the space fleet has prevented the enemy from reinforcing Malak from other planets. Thus I am quite certain that the enemy's offensive will not extend beyond 4 o'clock. Azabor pointed to the simulated battle map, highlighting the data on Federation troop losses, and asked, "How do you explain our casualties?" According to simulations, if the enemy had not received reinforcements, they would have been incapable of sustaining such an offensive until 10 o'clock in the morning. A staff member from the 7th Research Room also stood up, asserting, "Indeed, this is an undeniable fact before us. If we continue to turn a blind eye, who will be responsible when the enemy truly breaches Garo Mountains?" The staff member from the 3rd Research Room supporting Azabor seized upon this issue, saying, "Exactly, if you can resolve this doubt, we will concede that the enemy is merely bluffing." Evidently, this question had not been thoroughly considered by Cullen. He exchanged glances with the staff member from the 5th Research Room, both appearing hesitant. At this moment, Colonel Wakely from the 1st Research Room stood up, stating, "Amidst this smokescreen, the critical issue is that the Mythical Legion has engaged in a frontal assault on Garo Mountains. The combat power of this unit is well known, and their involvement has resulted in substantial casualties among our frontline soldiers. I believe this may be the reason for the increased enemy troop data and simulations. In reality, it is not an increase in numbers, but rather an enhancement." This explanation seemed quite logical, garnering immediate support from Cullen and the 5th Room staff. However, Azabor remained unconvinced, shaking his head and replying, "I have reviewed the combat reports from the Mythical Legion, and during their frontal assault on Garo Mountains, they deployed fewer than a battalion's worth of forces in total. The largest single assault involved sending a company to contest D1 height, while the other heights where the Mythical Legion appeared did not exceed a company. Such a minimal force, even if led by celestial beings, could not possibly account for the extent of our casualty figures." In an instant, the two sides held firmly to their positions, engaging in a heated debate. Both Cullen and Azabor seemed to possess ample rationale to substantiate their perspectives. Bernadotte and several generals exchanged wry smiles. This expanded war analysis meeting was nearly a mirror of the earlier command post discussion, where essentially, these two opposing views had been debated by the generals countless times, with neither side willing to yield, and no one able to convince the other. Such a debate could yield no resolution. Finally, Tian Xingjian shifted his gaze away from Enlay. Amidst the arguments among the research room staff, he found himself pondering the enigmatic peer symbol. Russell, a renowned military strategist of considerable repute in human society, had orchestrated this intricate trap from the very beginning, with the most crucial elements firmly in his grasp, akin to a magician performing a ring toss. Tossing rings, magic? Tian Xingjian felt as if a fleeting thought had crossed his mind, akin to a flash of lightning that suddenly illuminated the darkness before vanishing once more. As the debate continued to revolve around these two aspects, General Bernadotte, in disappointment, waved his hand dismissively, instructing the advisors sent by various research departments to exit the expanded meeting. At this moment, he needed to convene with several generals to reach a decision, even if that decision proved to be erroneous. Tian Xingjian also stood up, moving with the departing crowd from the conference room, when he suddenly heard General Bernadotte call out, "Lieutenant Tian Xingjian, please stay behind." Upon hearing his name, Tian's instinctive reaction was to glance at an Lei. Lei appeared momentarily taken aback, looking up towards the doorway. When her gaze met Tian Xingjian's, a fleeting yet complex emotion flickered across her expression, though her demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he were merely an unrelated individual. With a bitter smile, Tian chose to remain. His heart heavy with despair, Lei casually picked up the pen that had slipped from her grasp in the chaos, lowering her head to continue her notes. With the advisors gone, the once spacious conference room now felt eerily vacant. Save for a few generals and department heads who continued to ponder with furrowed brows, General Bernadotte smiled and addressed Tian Xingjian, "Lieutenant, the reason I asked you to stay is to hear your perspective on the situation at the front lines. Although the 6th Research Department is tasked with calculations, I believe you may offer us a fresh perspective." The portly officer's mind was a tumultuous mess. He stood there, mechanically, stammering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. In Enlay's presence, he felt utterly out of control, as this woman represented the deepest scar in his heart. Lei raised her gaze to Tian Xingjian, her face devoid of any expression, seemingly waiting merely for a report from a lieutenant advisor. Seeing Tian Xingjian's prolonged silence, Colonel Kadour, the head of the 4th Research Department, urged, "Lieutenant Tian, your opinions are highly valued by the command. General Bernadotte specifically requested that you attend this meeting. Feel free to share your thoughts for everyone's consideration." Thoughts? Should I inform you that Russell is evidently seeking his own demise for unknown reasons, and has even inscribed a symbol to indicate this? Yet I am at a loss as to how to ensure his actual demise. Should I tell you that this individual is performing a magical trick, a trick akin to a ring toss? Yet I remain oblivious to the mechanics of the magic. Regardless of the general's disappointment, Tian Xingjian remained silent. When he noticed a hint of disappointment in Enlei's eyes as well, he finally steeled himself, thinking, if I am merely a cowardly fool in your eyes, then I shall act foolishly once more. Chapter 27. The Battle Situation Analysis Meeting 3. With newfound resolution, Tian's thoughts began to crystallize. Although this line of reasoning was rather absurd and likely to invite ridicule, he decided to cast aside his reservations. After all, was he not a fool to begin with? Approaching the simulation map, he seized the electronic pin from the table, marking several points on the map to delineate the entire offensive posture of the Gashulan Empire's forces. Addressing General Bernadotte, General, I have discerned that Russell has conveyed a signal to us through the Gashulan Empire's assault at Mount Gallo. A Pierce symbol. I cannot ascertain whether this is mere coincidence, yet I hope it proves beneficial for our analysis of the battle situation. The generals gathered around the simulation map exchanged perplexed glances. Having long since lost touch with the Pierce signal, the intricate symbols were not easily comprehensible to all. With his eyes shut, the portly officer felt a twinge of embarrassment, lamenting his impulsive disclosure of this seemingly impossible hypothesis. Was he still, as in the past, attempting to draw her attention through outrageous claims? A sudden silence enveloped the conference room as the generals stared at the symbol, bewildered. It was Enlei's clear, melodic voice that elucidated the symbol's meaning. This is a double-ring symbol, symmetrical in design, conveying the message, kill me, or you shall perish. Hearing Enlei's voice, the portly officer could not help but open his eyes and gaze at her. She stood there, serene and graceful, a lotus blooming in tranquility, her flawless visage still bearing the traces of the beautiful girl she had been a decade ago. Her fair skin and flowing hair exuded an aura of purity, akin to a sweet peach, always the focal point of men's gazes, a naturally beautiful and gentle woman. When Tian Xingjian directed his gaze towards her, Enlei felt an inexplicable rush of emotion and slightly turned her head away. She had not anticipated encountering this person, this fool in her memory. He should still be leading a comfortable life on Capital Star, and the notion of participating in battle seemed entirely at odds with his character. Despite the silence among the generals, a note of derision inevitably arose from Colonel Cadour, who expressed his impatience. Lieutenant Tian's imagination is rather extravagant if he believes that presenting a Pierce symbol to the enemy on the battlefield is a viable strategy. This situation is merely a coincidence. Most of the research department heads present appeared to concur with this sentiment, dismissing the symbol entirely. Tian Xingjian shook his head. I cannot determine whether it is a coincidence or not. However, if this symbol holds truth, then all our issues may be resolvable. Oh. General Bernadotte's interest was piqued as he gestured for Tian Xingjian to sit down, asking, Lieutenant Tian, please do not hold back. Share your thoughts with us. The portly officer, embodying the archetype of an unwavering bachelor, felt emboldened by Bernadotte's encouragement and replied candidly, I will share, but I am uncertain of Russell's intentions. I will first assume the symbol's authenticity and then draw conclusions. Exchanging glances with the other generals, Bernadotte waved his hand. Do not concern yourself with Russell's intentions. Focus solely on the battle analysis. Tian Xingjian nodded, rotating the electronic pin in his hand as he contemplated. Striving to maintain a relaxed tone, the current situation is quite evident. Based on our casualty data from the simulations, it is implausible that the enemy's mythical legion could inflict such losses with merely one regiment. Despite their prowess, they are still soldiers, and I have faced them in direct combat. In a frontal assault, the more formidable the Mech soldiers, the more they squander their combat effectiveness. Their advantages cannot be exploited in a direct offensive, which is why they have thus far deployed less than a regiment's worth of troops. As the generals, particularly Enlei, listened attentively, Tian Xingjian's easily satisfied vanity bolstered his confidence and sharpened his clarity. He continued, moreover, our space forces had held absolute superiority in the Malak star system during the initial stages, rendering it impossible for the Gashulan Empire to redirect reinforcements from other locations to Malak. Therefore, Russell's only option is to utilize the existing forces on Malak to launch an offensive. He performed a magic trick. The portly officer stood, gesturing towards the simulated combat map, captivating every individual in the conference room. This lieutenant was not merely spouting nonsense. His analysis was clear, coherent, and logically impeccable. This magic trick only became apparent to me moments ago. It resembles a ring toss technique. The only secret to this trick is that the ring with an opening remains firmly in the magician's grasp. The other ring and the linked rings are merely props. In this battle situation, that opening represents the suddenly appearing reinforcements. Tian pointed at the Gallo Mountain battle zone on the simulation map, stating confidently, without this opening, the trick could not be performed. Similarly, if the magician inadvertently reveals the ring with the opening, the trick is exposed. The formation of this opening in Russell's hands occurred here. Everyone's gaze followed the electronic pin's trajectory to a line representing the Empire's counterattack, which also marked the retreat line extending hundreds of kilometers after the capture of the Bafuli Pass by the Federal forces. Tian asserted with conviction, firstly, the troops retreating from various fortified cities have not fully returned but are gradually converging with the Empire's main force at the Cato confrontation line. Russell's strategic deception aims to maintain pressure on the besieged cities. Intelligence indicates that in the days leading up to the Gallo Mountain engagement, the attacks on various cities were almost indiscriminate, causing the defenders to be overwhelmed and unable to assess the enemy's troop movements. However, we can analyze from the data that the enemy is utilizing the appearance of offensive maneuvers to create the illusion of unchanged troop strength. A murmur of excitement rippled through the conference room as attendees began discussing the reliability of this hypothesis, with some eager generals immediately poring over the surrounding city's battle intelligence and casualty data for further insights. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Tian continued, "At present, we find ourselves ensnared by Russell's performance. Our attention fixated solely on Galician, consumed by deliberations on whether or not to mobilize our troops. In truth, we have already succumbed to a passive stance. The enemy's forces are sufficient, and regardless of our decisions regarding troop movements, the outcome shall remain unchanged." Chapter 28. Tactical Analysis Meeting, Part 4. Amidst the clamor, the plump man's voice resonated clearly. Should we refrain from mobilizing our troops, the Imperial Army will launch a vigorous assault on Galician, relentlessly pursuing their strategic objective of capturing Cato. Conversely, if we do mobilize, we can utilize the Galician theater to gradually draw in the forces from other federal defenses, grinding them down, exhausting them, and then select the most opportune defense line to breach, thereby achieving the same strategic objective. The root of this predicament lies with us, for we have been captivated by the magician Russell's display, perpetually speculating on how he could interlink the seemingly impossible steel rings. The suddenly augmented troop strength resembles an unbroken steel ring, while Galician and the surrounding defensive lines form two additional interconnected rings, flawless in their design. Our focus has been drawn entirely to his offensive at Galician, completely overlooking his hand. In reality, if we were to pry apart his fingers, we would uncover the gap through which he stealthily assembles his forces via a counter-offensive route. This is, in essence, a rather simple game. The strategic data he has crafted is impeccable. Even the involvement of the mythical legion is merely a ruse to confound us. Were it not for that symbol, I would never have arrived at such a conclusion. He has made it abundantly clear. Kill me, or you shall perish. I cannot fathom Russell's motivations behind such actions. Thus, this conclusion may merely be another facet of his intricate trap. Having concluded his thoughts, the plump man sank into his seat, dejected. These deductions were the sole explanations for the current state of the battlefield, yet he felt a profound sense of frustration, unable to discern how to unravel this conundrum. Faced with a legendary general capable of influencing one's very thoughts and emotions, he was overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. Then, Enlai gazed at Tian and gently inquired, "How can we pry open this magician's hand and thwart his trickery?" "She spoke to me." The plump man's youthful heart brimmed with joy. 1 phrase, 2 phrases, 100 phrases. Marriage, children, living life. Chaotic thoughts left him momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Enlai's slightly furrowed little nose. The brilliant idea that had flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt re-emerged, and he strained to seize this inspiration. His expression peculiar, he took a moment to regain his composure, casting a sidelong glance at Enlai, ineffectively avoiding her clear gaze, and declared, "Actually, it is quite simple. Look here." Adopting a pose of sagacious insight, the plump man pointed to a location above the right side of the Galician defense line, asserting, "Since his symbol indicates that we must kill him, it implies that we possess a means to turn the tide in our favor. We must maintain pressure on both Galician and the other defensive lines, so that regardless of whether the Federation decides to mobilize or not, we can swiftly launch assaults on suitable targets. Thus, The Imperial Army's assembly point must be here. The low ridge jungle. Just like a magician performing a ring trick, the gap in his steel ring must always be positioned between the index and thumb for easy insertion of other rings. The plump man cast another glance at Enlay, swallowed hard, and thought, if it weren't for my childhood desire to nip that adorable nose of yours, I might never have arrived at this conclusion. He marked several points on the map, stating, only here can we conceal our forces amidst the destruction wrought by both sides' reconnaissance instruments during this intense electronic warfare. Furthermore, this location serves as the apex between the Galician Theater and the Third Road defense line, as well as the Mealy Gorge defense line. An assault from here can reach any of the lines within 6 hours. This is Russell's hidden right hook, gazing at Enlay's beautiful face, which was intent on listening to him. The plump man felt a surge of happiness. 10 years after that incident, this was the first time Enlay had initiated conversation with him. While it may not signify much, it is indeed a positive beginning, he continued. If we gather at the low ridge jungle, we can take the initiative and pry open that tightly clenched fist. The forces from the Third Road defense line and the Mealy defense line can converge on this area, allowing us to disregard the enemy's aimless attacks on the cities behind them and launch a counteroffensive, constraining their strategic space. We can deplete the reserve forces amassed in the low ridge jungle, causing that fist to evaporate like water under the full-scale offensive of our army, thereby unraveling the Galician predicament. If my calculations are correct, our forces at Galician could even join the full-scale assault. Stunned, all present in the conference room stared at the plump man, rendered speechless. Regardless of whether his deductions were accurate, the audacity of his reasoning was sufficient, utterly astonishing, and it resolved the previously insurmountable dilemma. Russell is human. He cannot conjure reinforcements out of thin air. Therefore, if we can discern the intent behind Russell's signals, everything falls into place seamlessly. However, why would Russell act in such a manner? This remains a Gordian knot. Several generals, who had maintained silence until now, exchanged knowing glances and rose to applaud vigorously. Bernadotte exclaimed, Lieutenant Tian, we are genuinely impressed. To unravel a problem that has eluded even those of us with the keys. Bringing you to the operations department as an advisor was the wisest decision of my life. Holding the keys? Others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about what General Bernadotte meant. Did they comprehend Russell's intentions? Observing the looks of confusion, Bernadotte smiled. Indeed, the moment Lieutenant Tian mentioned the Pierce symbol, we realized that this symbol was undoubtedly a deliberate display by Russell. Bernadotte pointed to Enlay, stating, this is Major Enlay, a liaison officer from the Intelligence Bureau. Just now, she conveyed a crucial piece of information, which confirmed that Lieutenant Tian's deductions were entirely correct. Only such reasoning aligns with logic and can elucidate the current battlefield situation. Some department heads, recalling how their subordinates had just criticized the intelligence department during the tactical analysis meeting, felt their faces flush. Russell's personal arrival at the front line was for this very plan. However, this plan was not one that had been mutually agreed upon. Our inability to grasp Russell's intent has led us to today's predicament. Major Enlay, please share the intelligence with everyone, Bernadotte directed. Enlay rose to respond, yes, General. Her demeanor was never that of a bold warrior, always exuding a gentle grace. The Federation uniform accentuated her figure, rendering her appearance quite elegant, devoid of any harshness. Enlay's voice was imbued with femininity, crisp yet soft, compelling one to wish for her to continue speaking indefinitely. Chapter 29. Alga-Fal. A few days prior, the Lalais Federation Military Intelligence Bureau had received a representative from the largest anti-government resistance organization within the Gashulan Empire. Known as the Free Front, I believe this organization is familiar to everyone. It is a military entity spontaneously formed by the so-called lower-class individuals in the Gashulan Empire aimed at overthrowing the royal family. Within Gashulan, they have already instigated several uprisings and remain highly active. Enlay paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, the Federation has been providing this organization with military assistance for several years now, employing this as a tactic to stall the Gashulan Empire's military expansion. However, due to the discriminatory nature of the Gashulan domestic populace, its members are unable to rise above the rank of captain, leaving us in the dark regarding their leader's identity. We only know that he holds significant prestige within the military's upper echelons, a scenario that seems nearly impossible to conceive. No esteemed general would lead individuals from other ethnicities to overthrow his own kin's rule. Another uproar ensued. Anyone with even a modicum of logical reasoning could deduce that this leader was none other than the individual hailed as the foremost military strategist of the Gashulan Empire, Russell. A Vibo personage unrivaled in standing within the Gashulan military. What could this man possibly be scheming? Unlay allowed a moment of silence to pass before continuing. Their envoy conveyed a message, stating that due to our recent discernment of Russell's intentions regarding the Katas Valley, they have reason to believe that a certain general within the Federation possesses sufficient military acumen to coordinate with their operations. Thus, the enigmatic leader of the Free Front intends to provide the Federation with an opportunity during an impending major conflict. An opportunity he will create, and whether we seize it will depend on the Federation's capabilities. Colonel Pat, head of the 6th Research Department, could not contain himself and inquired, "Is this Galashan battle the opportunity they refer to?" Unlay hesitated, glancing at Tian Xingjian before responding. "Based on Lieutenant Tian's analysis, I believe there is no other rationale to explain Russell's daring actions, especially since that symbol is quite explicit." Colonel Pat pressed on, "What if we cannot ascertain their intentions?" Onlay remarked, "There is no alternative." The envoy stated that their leader is their only hope and must remain undisclosed. There can be no traces left in this plan, so this opportunity must be seized solely by us. Without sufficient military analytical capabilities, we cannot expect to be partners that their leader can rely upon. In such circumstances, their leader would unhesitatingly annihilate us from a purely military standpoint, showing no mercy. The director of the 4th Research Room, Kadul, could no longer contain himself and urgently inquired, "What advantage does Russell gain from this?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. Onlay nodded and smiled slightly, saying, "The Gashulan Empire is a nation that prioritizes military might. In their conflicts with surrounding nations, they have yet to encounter a foe that could truly threaten them, with the sole exception being the Lele Federation. The Federation surpasses the Gashulan Empire in both technological and economic strength, although their combat experience may be lacking and their military might appears inferior. These shortcomings merely require time to rectify. According to our analysis, this will be Russell's or that mysterious leader's only opportunity. He needs a formidable opponent to deplete the Gashulan Empire's military strength. Moreover, there are numerous fighters from the Free Front within their ranks who require a reason to remain hidden and escape military control. The analysis provided by Lieutenant Tian dovetails perfectly with these conditions. I believe this battle represents the best opportunity for the Free Front." Everyone inhaled sharply. If Russell truly is the leader of the Free Front, doubts arose about how long the imperial royal family could withstand the pressure. Russell's military genius needs no further elaboration. His high position, combined with his clandestine maneuvers, makes him an exceedingly formidable adversary. He not only meticulously planned the entire campaign from the outset, but also devised an escape route. The envoy's proposal is one that the Federation simply cannot refuse. The success of this plan rests solely on the Federation's ability to seize the opportunity presented. Should they fail to grasp it, they would only have their own foolishness to blame. Russell would, without hesitation, embrace the entire Malak planet, thereby acquiring yet another accolade to his illustrious reputation. Should the opportunity be seized, the Free Front would expand once more, and those soldiers who have infiltrated with their equipment would form a powerful armed resistance. The regular army of the Gashulan Empire would suffer significant losses, greatly benefiting the ultimate goal of overthrowing the imperial rule, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. While the senior command personnel of the Federation remained in stunned silence, within the concealed command center of the Gashulan Empire's military, General Russell stood before a map, intently observing the frontline situation without uttering a word. Beside him, a captain anxiously checked his watch. Without turning his head, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Russell addressed the captain. "There is still time. If that general from the Federation can perceive this opportunity, he certainly will not let it slip by. Hamid, you remain as impulsive as ever. You should consider tempering that disposition." Captain Hamid immediately calmed down, standing quietly in place, not uttering a word, while the clock on the wall ticked incessantly. He suppressed his desire to glance at it. For him, Russell was a figure of near-divine stature, and his words were akin to divine decree. Russell was of modest height, with brown hair and an ordinary appearance that would not attract attention in a crowd. Yet, his gaze was extraordinary, often calm and profound, but when angered, his eyes bore a sharpness that few could withstand. He was a true military genius, a general cloaked in the aura of a war god, and a rebel scheming in the shadows to overthrow the imperial reign. Noticing Hamid's silence, Russell turned and said with a smile, "Tired of looking? Pour me a cup of coffee. Let us have a discussion." Russell's words were a command. Hamid promptly turned to pour him a cup of coffee and then sat down, adopting an expression of attentive reverence, serious and earnest. Russell smiled faintly, fully aware that if he required Hamid to kneel and kiss his feet, he would execute the command without hesitation. Setting down the coffee, Russell remarked, "Since the Federation is able to see through my plan regarding the Katas Valley, they should likewise be able to discern this one." Hamid seemed disdainful of the military capabilities of the Federation's generals, pouting as he said, respectfully, "Al-Ghafil, I find it hard to believe that these Federation generals can see through your plans once again. Is this one perhaps too subtle?" Al-Ghafil, a name typical of the lower-class Kintai people. Chapter 30. Military and Political, Part 1. Russell shook his head, stating, "War is not solely under my control. There are too many unpredictable factors. The Federation's resistance on Malak has become more resolute than before, with tactics more agile. I believe these Federation generals, lacking practical command experience, have gradually matured. Furthermore, I not only sent Pol Sheriff to the Federation to remind them, but I also provided them with clear signals on the battlefield. With just a bit of thought, they should be able to grasp the entire plan. This is as much as we can do. If it is too obvious, we will expose ourselves." Hamid expressed his concerns. If the Federation truly perceives this plan, it would undoubtedly be a monumental victory for the Just Free Front, crediting you, esteemed Al-Ghafil. However, such a significant defeat, even for you, would likely be difficult to justify to the damned Gashelan royal family. It would surely tarnish your reputation and adversely impact the long-term development of the Free Front. Just thinking of this makes me anxious." Russell waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Hamid, you only see the ground battlefield, but you have overlooked the battle occurring in outer space, which is the account I owe to the Imperial royal family." Hamid hesitated momentarily, cautiously asking, "Are you suggesting?" Russell's gaze transcended him, as if piercing through the entire room to witness the brutal combat raging in the cosmos, observing the furious exchange of energy projectiles between two space fleets. The aircraft entangled like wasps, and the battleships shielding against enemy fire at the cost of lives. He envisioned the cruisers, like spears of dignity, piercing into the heart of the enemy's battleship formation. And his voice annotated the unfolding conflict. "Since the day I discovered my true identity, I have resolved to eradicate the filthy hierarchy. God bless me. Though I am a mixed blood, I bear no trace of the Kintai. Only a visage of the Wibu. Al-Ghafil. This name is the sole inheritance my parents left me. Regardless of whether I am Kintai or Wibu, I only know that my parents perished for their love, for my protection. The Gashelan imperial family shall be my lifelong adversary. Yet, this enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that even in my current identity, I cannot overthrow them in a single stroke. Thus, I have found an opponent, a worthy adversary capable of vanquishing them. Before the Free Front becomes sufficiently robust, that premonition was not misplaced. These individuals are born conquerors of chaos, indifferent to the sanctity of life. Their existence serves merely to transform slaughter into a form of art, which they then present to the audience in a spectacle of blood. These people shall rend the world into fragments." A hurried sound of footsteps echoed outside, as General Bernadotte's confidential secretary, Una, entered the silent conference room. Bearing a document, the joy radiating from her face heralded the outcome. Bernadotte nearly snatched the battle report from her hands. After casting a few glances, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded." The conference room erupted in cheers. A general rushed forward to seize the report for a closer inspection, while several others strode toward Tian Xingjian, clapping him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, old chap. After this battle, we must treat you to a drink." "Old chap?" Tian Xingjian found himself both amused and bemused. Nodding repeatedly, Anne Lay sat quietly, observing the man encircled by several generals, her heart aflutter with shock and a tinge of sweetness. Aside from her father, no one comprehended the vital role this fool played in her life. After that incident, her father had informed her that Tian Xingjian could not remain under her protection indefinitely. He must endure all that a true man should experience, rather than becoming a worthless wretch sheltered by a woman. Each time she witnessed him engaging in foolish antics to capture her attention, she felt a deeper sense of discomfort, disappointment, and embarrassment than he did. Why, she wondered, Could he never discern what he truly desired? Why was he perpetually so foolish upon receiving her military academy acceptance letter? She wept freely, and despite her nature, she would have preferred to become a dancer or a teacher. Yet, she found herself applying to the military academy, a choice even she could not fathom. Perhaps it was to redeem the life of that runaway boy from her youth, or perhaps it was a silent reproach and farewell. Ever since entering the military, Enlay had nearly forgotten him. The memories of her youthful infatuation had gradually faded, and given his character, there would likely be no further intersection with her life's trajectory. However, she had not anticipated his appearance on Malak's star, where he had become an exceptionally skilled military advisor. Why had he enlisted? What had he accomplished? How could he possibly become an excellent military advisor in such a short span without attending a military academy? Enlay was beset by a multitude of questions, eager to pull him from the throng of generals to seek clarity. Chapter 31. Military and Politics, Part 2. The cruiser and fighter hybrid formation of the 1st Combined Fleet finally shattered the enemy's battleship formation after suffering a 40% loss in combat capability. This was a brutal conflict, with both sides desperately assaulting the enemy's core. Ultimately, one of the aircraft carriers of the Gashulan Empire fleet was destroyed during the assault. The explosion of the carrier, a brilliant display of fireworks, shattered the morale of the Imperial fleet, as the flagship, hidden among the formation, was also affected by the blast. Without unified command, some battleships began their retreat while the command signal had yet to be transferred from the flagship to the deputy vessel. These battered battleships, already grievously wounded, were utterly intimidated by the reckless tactics of the Federal fighters and cruisers. These lesser soldiers comprised 60% of the crew aboard the vessels, and their morale was plummeting rapidly. Upon witnessing the flagship in distress, one battleship's first officer, without waiting for the captain's orders, seized the opportunity to evade enemy fire and turn the ship around, never looking back. Meanwhile, the 1st, 2nd, and 8th fleets of the Federation, stationed at the spatial jump point, finally faced their adversary, a mixed formation of 6 Imperial fleets. The appearance of 6 aircraft carriers drew gasps from the personnel of the Federation's 2nd Combined Fleet. The enemy had appeared just 2 hours prior, 30,000 kilometers away from their fleet, advancing at a speed of several thousand kilometers per hour. In 2 hours, the enemy's vanguard would engage with the 2nd Fleet. Fleet Commander General Cheval had received prior reports from the Federation's 1st Fleet, and upon learning that the 1st Fleet was entangled with another Imperial fleet, he realized that they could only rely on themselves. The Federation's 3rd Combined Fleet was still assembling in the Central Star region and could not reach the Newton star system in less than a week via the spatial jump point. Gashulan Empire sought to achieve a decisive victory, and the presence of so many enemies at this moment indicated that the Imperial military had dispatched over half of their stationed forces in the Galilee star system to the Newton star system. Taking advantage of the Federation's 3rd and 9th space fleets as they returned to the Central Star region for supplies. Without the restraint of the Federation's 2 fleets, they acted without hesitation. The 3rd and 9th space fleets were likely en route to the capital through the public star region at that moment. General Cheval was faced with 3 choices. One was total annihilation. The second was to retreat while the Imperial fleet remained over 10,000 kilometers away, and the third was to return to the Federation's Central Star region. The most reliable option was to retreat to the Central Star region, but this would also be the most humiliating choice. All efforts would be in vain. Neither the 1st Combined Fleet, still stationed in the Newton star system, nor the ground resistance forces on Malak would receive any supplies. Attempting to reopen the spatial jump channel would demand sacrifices tenfold more severe than before. What of the first option? Although the Federation fleet had significantly improved its combat capabilities in recent battles, the disparity in power was insurmountable. They were facing a mixed fleet of 6 Imperial fleets. Engaging in a desperate struggle would yield the maximum result of total annihilation for their side. While the enemy would only suffer a 40% loss in combat capabilities, in terms of choices, it seemed that only the second option remained, but Cheval knew this was the least viable option. The fleet had already appeared on the enemy's radar, and without sufficient time, they could not disappear from sight. Given the environment of the Newton star system, there were few places to conceal their forces. Deprived of supplies, the fleet would become like a sheep wandering in the desert, slowly consumed by the enemy. Moreover, if the 2nd Combined Fleet fled without delay, the Imperial fleet would immediately split their forces. At that point, not only would they lose the spatial jump point, but the 1st Combined Fleet, having just gained a slight advantage, would undoubtedly fall prey to the enemy's onslaught. Fight or flee. No one knew what General Cheval was truly contemplating at that moment. Nor could anyone predict what the outcome would have been had he ordered a retreat to the Central Star region. In any case, the Second Fleet, under the commander's orders, formed a defensive formation and activated the energy reserve for the spatial jump assist device. Each passing minute felt like an eternity. The Gashulan Empire's fleet was now less than 20,000 kilometers away, and the officers of the flagship gazed anxiously at their frowning and silent commander. Their emotions a tangled web.at that moment. A major responsible for radar observations in the flagship's command room suddenly exclaimed. On the radar, the enemy fleet had slowed its advance, and a friendly fleet appeared on their flank. This fleet was effectively assisting the Second Fleet's commander in making a decision, stalling the enemy's rapid advance, like a moth bravely darting into the flames. They were not foolish, remaining beyond the reach of the enemy's firepower. This fleet executed a graceful arc as they collectively turned, veering toward the enemy fleet's rear. The communication signals indicated that this fleet was not some divine intervention appearing from nowhere, but the Newton local fleet that had previously suffered heavy casualties during the assault on the jump point. A second-rate fleet within the Federation. Their actions stirred the spirits of all personnel in the Second Combined Fleet. This fleet, having been nearly decimated during the spatial jump point battle, retained only 30% of its main force, with the remaining vessels all bearing wounds. Due to the overall plan's requirements, they had initially received little reinforcement. Only after the other main fleets had been replenished did the Federation divert some local forces from other star systems to form a new Newton local fleet. Now, this fleet was offering a masterclass to the Second Combined Fleet, a demonstration using blood and life as props, titled Sacrifice. The Newton local fleet sacrificed lives to buy time. The First Fleet was currently in a position of strength, and what they needed most was time. The Gashulan Imperial forces had fully deployed, and within this star system, it was unlikely they had any remaining forces. What was required now was time. The Newton local fleet was fighting for time, for the sake of the Second Combined Fleet, and for the First Fleet to arrive promptly after the battle. How long would this time need to be fought for? No one knew. The First Fleet might very well encounter failure under the enemy's superior numbers. Failure would render the sacrifices of the Newton local fleet utterly meaningless. The Second Combined Fleet was undoubtedly no match for the massive Imperial fleet before them. Was it possible to avoid such a sacrifice? The answer, of course, was no. Even in the face of ultimate defeat, the soldiers of the Federation would fight to the bitter end for even the slightest chance of survival. Chapter 32. Military and Politics, Part 3. The Second Mixed Fleet has ceased the energy reserves of its space jump drive. In truth, by the time the commander issued this command, most of the warships had already taken similar actions. They could not bear to watch the Newton fleet struggle alone, nor could they allow the precious jump point, secured through the blood and sacrifice of the Newton fleet, to be forsaken. They declared that, since the local fleet had entrusted this position to them, they would not disgrace that trust unless it cost them their lives. The Newton mixed fleet split into two arrows. Lacking aircraft carriers, and with only a few battleships, the majority comprised light cruisers and a handful of nearly obsolete destroyers. A portion of the Gashulan Empire's cruisers prepared to repel the harassing Federal fleet, maintaining the formation of the main force as they charged against the Federal Second Mixed Fleet stationed at the jump point. The relentless training of the Newton local fleet since the onset of hostilities bore fruit. Upon a single command, their fleet scattered like a disturbed hive. In that instant, the Gashulan Empire's warships, tasked with the expulsion, lost their coordination. By the time they assigned their respective targets, the situation had drastically altered. These cunning Federal ships darted in and out, dazzling the Imperial vessels with their maneuvers, while the main guns, locked onto the enemy's movements, threw the Imperial fleet into disarray. The reports from the Space Fleet were promptly relayed back to the forward command. At this juncture, ground combat had fully erupted. After several encircled urban defensive forces launched counterattacks and broke through, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Both sides intermingled around the low hills, fighting for every inch of territory. With the proactive offensive of the Federal defensive forces at the Third Road and the Miali Canyon, the Empire's momentum in the Gallo Mountain Theater began to perceptibly wane, regardless of the actions taken by the Imperial forces in the low hill jungles. They could not alter the overall strategic disadvantage, besieged on all fronts. General Bernadotte, upon reviewing the battle reports, proclaimed, "We can now practically celebrate victory in advance." The enemy's ground forces are encircled by our troops and are being systematically annihilated. While their space fleet has fallen under our control, the first mixed fleet has attained absolute superiority, and the second mixed fleet is prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Now, it is imperative that the Newton local fleet holds back the enemy's advance until the first mixed fleet concludes its engagement. Once back in the Lele Central Star System, the 3rd and 9th fleets will emerge unexpectedly from the jump point, and the Gashelan Empire's forces will suffer a catastrophic defeat. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The operational plans from each department must be meticulously detailed. We cannot afford any errors at this critical juncture. Dismissed. As the operational meeting concluded, Bernadotte and several generals irritably whisked away on Lay. Reflecting on the gentle clarity of her gaze as she departed, the portly man stood in place for a long while before deciding not to let this opportunity slip away. Since his dream girl had appeared, he resolved to seize the moment, for in wartime, who could predict what might transpire in the next second? The confidential secretary, Yuna, barred Tian Xingjian from entering the office, expressionless as she informed him that the generals were occupied with a very urgent matter and had no time to meet with a lieutenant, that insufferable woman, determined to enter the office. The portly man quickly returned to his quarters, retrieved the purple badge of Freedom Medal, and returned to Bernadotte's office. Just as he arrived, he encountered Anlay emerging from another office with a document in hand. Their eyes met and Tian Xingjian awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say. Anlay, however, composedly remarked, "I have something to attend to, but I'll talk to you shortly." "All right." Overjoyed, Tian Xingjian eagerly nodded. "Sure. I'll wait for you outside." Anlay offered a subtle smile before stepping into Bernadotte's office. The portly man felt both exhilarated and anxious, pacing back and forth at the office entrance, the minutes dragging on painfully. Yuna, unable to contain her irritation, snapped, "Lieutenant Tian, this is not the place for your romantic pursuits. I've heard tales of your shamelessness, but this exceeds all bounds. Do not impede my work. Leave." Tian Xingjian, taken aback, responded, "How am I shameless?" Yuna, a stunning woman in her 30s, often wore a frosty expression as if someone owed her a fortune. This demeanor was typical for someone in her position as Bernadotte's chief secretary, likely shaped by overhearing disparaging comments about the only lieutenant in the operations department. Given the tense state of affairs, both the generals and she were busy, and the audacity of this man, loitering in front of a major's secretary waiting to court women, was intolerable. Hearing Tian Xingjian's question left her momentarily speechless. Though she had seen him in the meeting room, she was unaware of the specifics discussed. Few secretaries were so perceptive. Rumors of his unscrupulous behavior clung to him, but she could not pinpoint any truly heinous act he had committed. As Yuna hesitated, Tian Xingjian chose not to engage further. Unable to leave, he casually pinned the medal to his chest and, to Yuna's astonishment, knocked on Bernadotte's door. "Enter." The voice of the general echoed from within. Upon entering, Tian Xingjian found several generals, including Bernadotte, gathered around the desk in discussion. Upon seeing him, the generals instantly rose and saluted. Anlay nearly fainted, realizing the man still bore his usual irreverent demeanor, boldly intruding as if he had every right. As she shot him an anxious glance, she noticed the purple badge of freedom adorning his chest. "Oh my goodness!" Anlay gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this medal be worn by such a fool? Bernadotte, smiling, beckoned, "Lieutenant Tian, your arrival is fortuitous. We were just about to seek your assistance for a mission." The portly man, with a grave demeanor, replied, "Yes, General," while stealthily positioning himself beside Anlay. Chapter 33. Military and Politics, Part 4, Anlay. Feeling flustered as this man brazenly leaned closer in front of everyone, could only press her forehead, overwhelmed with a headache. Bernadotte nodded and addressed Tian Xingjian, "Lieutenant, this mission is quite perilous. We require your assistance to rescue someone behind enemy lines." Upon hearing behind enemy lines, Tian Xingjian's heart sank, and he instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon glancing at Anlay beside him, he found himself involuntarily saying, "Yes, General." Simultaneously, Anlay, in a panic, exclaimed, "No way," feeling all eyes upon her. Anlay's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, I mean, such an important mission should be entrusted to special forces. Lieutenant. Lieutenant is merely a combat staff officer." Bernadotte laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Major Anlay, you worry too much." Lieutenant Tian is indeed the most suitable candidate. Whether it's escaping behind enemy lines or engaging with the mythical legion, his experience is unparalleled. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is the very lieutenant who led over 200 immobilized and under-equipped captured soldiers to safety from enemy territory. Onlei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the portly man, her delicate hand covering her mouth once more, her shock immeasurable. Good heavens, this fool, a hero of the Federation? How is that possible? Bernadotte, unfazed by Onlei's astonishment, continued to address Tian Xingjian, Lieutenant, after much deliberation, I believe this mission truly falls to you. Come, let me explain the details. The portly man inwardly grumbled. What mission could possibly be so crucial that it must be entrusted to me? Seems like this old coot has gotten too accustomed to relying on me. Bernadotte personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Tian Xingjian, stating, the individual we need to rescue is none other than the renowned general of the Gashulan Empire. Russell, Tian Xingjian, incredulous, retorted. Russell? Bernadotte nodded. We suspect that Russell may currently be under house arrest by the Empire, for the knowledge of his position as the leader of the Free Front has leaked through Colonel Cater, the head of the 4th Research Room, who himself is a traitor in the employ of the Gashulan Empire. Some details were left unspoken by Bernadotte. The Federation's Military Intelligence Bureau had received a list of spies marked from the Malak Frontline Command during the reception of Russell's emissary and conducted thorough investigations on these individuals, confirming their identities before passing the list to the political office of the military for apprehension. However, following discussions with Bernadotte, the political department decided to temporarily suppress the matter, as the current battlefield situation in Malak might necessitate the exposed spies to relay deliberately fabricated false intelligence to the Gashulan Empire. The proposed operational plan from the envoy was taken with utmost seriousness by the Federation. However, their considerations ran deeper. If the leader of the Free Front was not Russell, once the battle plan was confirmed, the Federation would swiftly arrest the knowledgeable spies to safeguard the leader of the Free Front. Conversely, if Russell truly was the leader, the Federation's Presidential Office and Supreme Command, after weighing the stakes, resolved to implement an alternative strategy, one of a political nature. Onlay was tasked with bringing this plan to the forefront in Malak, and subsequent battle analyses would soon validate Russell's identity. When Tian Xingjian uttered the symbol of Pierce, several generals already understood that the political plan had commenced. Russell was undoubtedly a military genius. However, his political acumen paled in comparison to the seasoned politicians of the Federation, who had long been entrenched in a web of political intrigue. In the eyes of politicians, there are no friends, only interests. Russell had proven exceedingly formidable. Since the outbreak of war, the Federation's military had suffered significant losses in both personnel and territory due to his command, reaching a point where they could no longer justify it to the populace. Most crucially, the invasion plan against the Lele Federation had been crafted by this military prodigy from the very beginning. If he were not the leader of the Free Front, matters could still be navigated with relative ease. However, if he were indeed the leader, his political calculations had been remarkably astute. Such an individual, rather than remaining comfortably in the Gashulan Empire directing the military's invasion of the Federation, would be better utilized by bringing him over. By placing him under the Federation's control, his military genius could no longer be wielded against the Federation soldiers, and the armed forces of the Free Front behind enemy lines would be thoroughly dominated by the Federation. Moreover, with Russell's reputation in the Gashulan Empire, his defection to the Federation would inflict a severe blow to the Gashulan Empire, marking yet another grand victory for the Lele Federation. The fluctuating public sentiment during the war would elevate both the president and the military to unprecedented heights. The final decision rested with General Bernadotte. Russell's military command artistry was undeniably beyond what the Federation's generals could aspire to. His deliberate ploys were disguised as lethal maneuvers. Had Tian Xingjian not discerned the symbol and drawn conclusions from it, the outcome would have been exceedingly uncertain. For a time, Bernadotte had even contemplated reallocating troops. His focus was entirely captivated by Russell in the Gallo Mountain battle zone. Had he not seen through Russell's plan? The current Federation forces would have already been in disarray, and upon contemplating this, both Bernadotte and the generals were drenched in cold sweat. Once or twice might be fortunate, but what if this perilous partner persisted in such tactics? He could continue to bask in the glory of a renowned general while the Federation languished in suffering. The Free Front was a resistance organization devoid of governance experience. Their political acumen was far surpassed by the myriad of parties that had thrived for centuries within the Federation. The Free Front naively believed that since they were allies with the Federation, they could engage in any endeavor without the fear of betrayal, as they shared a common enemy. However, to the politicians of the Federation, no ally is beyond betrayal. Decisions were made solely based on the Federation's interests. When the benefits of betrayal outweighed those of loyalty, betrayal was executed. Plans were already laid on the president's desk. From the moment Tian concluded his deductions, Russell's fate was sealed. Bernadotte deliberately misrepresented the Federation's 3rd and 9th fleets, which were still en route through the public star system, as having already returned to the Lele Central Star region, poised to reinforce the Newton system at a moment's notice, all to ensure that Cater would relay the information concerning Russell back to the Gashulan Empire. Once Russell's situation was exposed, the Imperial forces, suddenly stripped of their command system, would descend into chaos in the Newton system. The losses on the ground were self-evident, and the battles in space had also been laced with traps laid by the Federation. The intelligence from the 3rd and 9th fleets was not something to be taken lightly. Whether to proceed with Russell's original plan to assault the 2nd Mixed Fleet would require careful consideration from the Empire's fleet commander. Tian listened, perplexed, to Bernadotte's orders: save him or eliminate him, but he must not be allowed to return alive to the Gashulan Empire. Chapter 34. Although he was unaware of how Russell had fallen to such depths, Tian harbored no fondness for such a purveyor of carnage. However, the task of keeping such a figure under house arrest could only be executed by one unit on Malak, the royal family's direct special forces. The Mythical Legion, a ferocious and fiercely loyal hound. Faced with the prospect of encountering the Mythical Legion once more, Tian felt a wave of unease. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. He glanced at Anlay. Her gaze seemed complex, and with a sigh, he resolved that his utmost priority was to head to the laboratory, as logic was his greatest assurance of returning alive to see her again. Watching Tian retreating figure as he exited the office, Anlay's heart grew tumultuous. She had absorbed none of the general's discussions. How could such a perilous mission have chosen him? In Anlay's mind, he was still that little boy she had protected since childhood. So incongruous with the horrors of war, she had never envisioned witnessing him amidst the inferno of battle. Anlay had always believed she would remain composed. Indeed, she had strived to do so when she first laid eyes on Tian. Yet the subsequent waves of shock were relentless. This boy, long buried in her memory and nearly forgotten over time, had transformed into an exceptional military strategist, a recipient of the Purple Badge of Freedom, and astonishingly, a Special Forces soldier, a hero of the Federation who had traversed enemy lines to rescue 270 prisoners of war. Anlay felt her composure slip away. Memories flooded her mind. The boy she had grown up with had finally matured into a true man. Anlay felt a twinge of self-loathing. She did not covet his accolades or achievements, lamenting instead her distance from him in moments of disappointment and her failure to share in his struggles. How much suffering had he endured? How many tribulations had he faced? Her heart ached with an intensity she had never thought possible for another, this infuriating fool, who ultimately remained the one she cared for most. Even more unbearable for Anlay was the sudden realization that this person, who had just restored her tranquility, was about to depart, embarking on an exceedingly perilous mission. The panic overwhelmed her, and amidst the surprised gazes of the generals, Anlay flung open the door and dashed out. Tian stepped out of the forward command's entrance when he heard the hurried sound of high heels behind him. He turned abruptly to see a female officer rushing past him, handing a document to a soldier in a hovering vehicle at the entrance, saying, "Hurry, send this." The flying vehicle roared away. Tian shook his head with a wry smile as he proceeded towards the laboratory, unaware that Anlay had already rounded the corner. After a moment's thought, Anlay headed in the opposite direction. When she ultimately became lost among the vast and intricate buildings of the academy, a wave of inexplicable grievance washed over her, compelling her to crouch down and weep. The preliminary modifications to logic had been completed days prior. Milan was finalizing the last touches. Earlier, her father had informed her over the phone that the laboratory would be relocating to the capital military academy in 3 days. She wished to accomplish something for Tian before her departure. All the finest materials had been lavishly utilized by Milan on logic, although several aspects of the research had yet to be realized. The instantaneous transformation of biometal had passed rigorous testing, and the electronic attack device installed on Logic, though not the original design, was equally more aggressive than Antenna, though the ion light blade had yet to be finalized. A long-range energy sniper cannon for mecha had already been fabricated. This cannon could penetrate the cockpit of an ordinary mecha from several kilometers away. The plump fellow quietly entered Milan's laboratory, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Upon seeing Anlay, his entire being was captivated by her every smile and frown, leaving his feelings for Milan, Maidu, and Nia glaringly irresponsible. As soon as the good man Tian Xingjian approached Milan, his gaze was drawn once more to the alluring vista at her collar, and his thoughts were immediately swayed by base desires. Damn it, men truly are creatures of the lower body. The plump fellow scolded himself inwardly while rising on his toes to steal a glance. So pale, tisk, so tender and white. I could just bite into it. His drool dripped onto Milan's collar. Oh no. Clearly, when the plump fellow's antics caught Milan's attention as she looked up, he found himself facing the most perilous pursuit since the onset of war. Left with no choice, the plump fellow seized Milan in a tight embrace, pinning her against the desk, rendering her immobile. Upon making contact with Tian Xingjian's body, Milan felt an immediate loss of strength, her entire form turning soft and warm, with her voluptuous bosom pressing against Tian Xingjian's chest, two firm little points protruding amidst their friction. The workings of a woman's mind are indeed peculiar. As long as it is someone she cherishes, nothing else seems to matter. In the presence of the man to whom her heart secretly belonged, Milan found herself utterly devoid of any inclination to resist upon inhaling his scent. Gently wrapping her soft hands around the chubby man's neck, she heard him babbling incoherently, attempting to justify his lewd actions. Milan could not help but roll her eyes at him, thinking to herself, no wonder Naya is so exasperated with this fool. Shyly burying her head in the chubby man's embrace, Milan whispered, Dead man, why have you come back? I just called my father, and he said a transport ship will arrive in 3 days. Alas, the consequences of performing an iron-blood, tender feelings. The chubby man, relishing the sensation of the soft and alluring body in his arms, felt both elated and troubled, cursing himself for being such a disgrace. How could a man fall for someone so easily? What was wrong with him, a traditionally good man? Especially when a woman fully entrusted her heart to him, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility to protect her from harm. But what about Anlay? Was he truly fated to be apart from her? If she had appeared just a bit earlier, before he had developed feelings for Milan in the midst of rescuing Meiduo and Naya, perhaps he could have been a good man, devoted only to her, never allowing even a hint of affection for another woman. The chubby man ultimately concluded, I am just a chubby man, neither a Lu Xiaohui nor an emperor with numerous concubines. Isn't this a matter of life and death? Chapter 35. Tiger Special Forces. Noticing the chubby man's distraction, Milan playfully tugged at his neck, saying, I'm talking to you, dead man. What are you thinking about? The chubby man chuckled and replied, That's good. The laboratory should have been moved back to the capital long ago. What are you all doing here? Anyway, Milan stuck out her tongue and said, This laboratory is my teacher's lifelong work. He cannot bear to leave it. Moreover, several research projects were at a critical stage, so we couldn't just leave. After seeing that Garipolin had no issues, we decided to stay. Furthermore, Milan, blushing, buried her head in the chubby man's embrace again, her eyes sparkling, said, If we had left earlier, how would I have met you? This detestable, loathsome, shameless chubby man. As Milan murmured sweet nothings in his arms, the chubby man felt a mix of joy and vexation, realizing he had entangled himself in the web of several women. Faced with choices, he felt momentarily lost, and then there was Anlay. Whenever matters of the heart arose, the beautiful figure that had lingered in his mind for a decade resurfaced vividly. Tian Xingjian shook his head, temporarily setting aside these chaotic thoughts, and gently patted Milan's face, saying, I am here to take Logic away. I have just received a mission that requires it. Milan anxiously lifted her head and asked, What mission? Is it dangerous? Seeing her worried expression, the chubby man couldn't bear to let her fret and simply smiled. It's not a dangerous mission. The situation at the front lines is quite favorable. The Federation will surely achieve a significant victory this time, so don't worry. Milan wrapped her arms around Tian Xingjian's neck, resting her chin on his shoulder, and softly inquired, "Then, when will you return?" "I will leave the day after tomorrow," Tian Xingjian, inhaling the scent of Milan's innocence and delicate fragrance, replied gently. "Soon I promise I will return to see you before you leave." Milan shyly responded, "Then I will wait for you. I have made a dinner reservation at the Smile Hotel." Before she could finish, Milan, overwhelmed with shyness, dared not look Tian Xingjian in the eye, pushing him away and running out. The chubby man's mind was slightly dazed. What was the meaning of this? Why would one feel shy over a meal? Why did this woman run away in tears and embarrassment? The Mechas arrived at the military airport northwest of Gallipoli. When Tian Xingjian arrived at the airport with the transport vehicle, a medium-sized transport ship was already stationed there. Beneath the transport ship, several warrior leader Mechas were lining up to board. Upon seeing Tian Xingjian, a major approached him and extended a handshake. "You must be Lieutenant Tian. I am Major John, responsible for planning this operation for the Federation Military Intelligence Bureau." Tian Xingjian glanced around and asked, "Is Major not here?" Seemingly accustomed to the allure of Enlay, Major John chuckled. "This matter is not under her purview. She has other important tasks and is quite stretched thin." The chubby man sighed in disappointment as he listened to John outline the mission's key points. "You already know the target of the mission. The Military Intelligence Bureau has learned through secret channels that this person is likely in the Low Ridge jungle. The movements of the Myth Legion confirm this, and we must extract him before they do. After all, the current battlefield situation is advantageous for our forces, and the Myth Legion's pace is expected to be slower. If all else fails, the bottom line of the mission is to eliminate him on the spot. Once the target is located, he must not be allowed to be taken away by the Gashulan Empire." Major John was evidently a meticulous and efficient individual, speaking clearly and rapidly, his words tinged with a strong accent from the Baimu star domain. The chubby man nodded and inquired, "Which brother unit will be cooperating this time?" John handed him a map while tidying up a folder blown about by the wind, gesturing towards the transport ship. "Do you see that? The Tiger Special Forces, a reinforced battalion, has just been transferred from the capital. They are the finest special forces in the Federation." The chubby man replied noncommittally. "Isn't there anyone else?" John pointed to a spot on the map. "If you can reach here, a special reconnaissance team from the 16th Airland Brigade will come to support you." The chubby man was astonished. "Isn't the 16th Brigade at the front lines? I heard that the special reconnaissance team has been deployed there too." John chuckled. "They were withdrawn early. Once Gashulan's offensive momentum waned, the special reconnaissance team of the 16th Brigade was ordered to retreat and has since been interspersing with the troops along the Third Road defense line." Upon hearing this, Tian Xingjian cursed inwardly. "These old geezers must have plotted against me from the start, pretending to assign me a task only after the special reconnaissance team had been deployed." After confirming the target's location, the airdrop and retreat routes, communication signals, and so forth with John, the chubby man finally boarded the transport ship, piloting his seemingly dilapidated mecha. The transport ship's anti-gravity device roared to life, and the vessel began to ascend slowly. This was the greatest flaw of such flying vessels relying on anti-gravity technology. They took off at a painfully slow speed. The Tiger Special Forces were the most elite among the Federation's special forces. Any unit that collectively earned over 100 merits would be designated as Tiger Special Forces. Soldiers in this unit wore uniforms adorned with the image of a descending tiger. Currently, there were only 2 brigades of Tiger Special Forces, one in the Airland Brigade's 1st Armored Division and another in the Army's 3rd Armored Division. Accompanying Tian Xingjian on this mission was the Tiger Special Forces from the Airland Brigade's 1st Armored Division, led by a robust and tall colonel named Stewart. Standing next to him, the chubby man felt like a sickly chicken. He often wondered how such a large creature could possibly fit into the heavily modified, Dufu, humanoid private mecha. Damn it, why do all the senior military officers in the Federation, especially at the battalion level, look like such oddballs? As the chubby man pondered this, Stewart clapped him on the shoulder with a force that nearly knocked him out, his booming voice echoing in the cabin. "Lieutenant, don't be afraid. With us tigers around, nothing can go wrong. By looking at your physique, it's clear you haven't seen much action on the battlefield. Have you? Honestly, you ought to lose some weight." Seeing Tian Xingjian's grimace, the soldiers around them erupted in laughter, finding it utterly ridiculous that such a fair and loud chubby man would lead a group of Tiger Special Forces on a mission. The chubby man remained silent, thinking, "Laugh all you want, you inexperienced rookies. Just don't wet your pants when the time comes. Chapter 36. Low Ridge Jungle Operation, Part 1. Stuart seemed to be a restless individual. Noticing the chubby man's silence, he turned to chat with another special soldier, his voice booming loud enough for the entire cabin to hear. "O'Neill, what's your ranking in the war simulation these days?" Upon hearing the term war, the chubby man immediately realized these guys must be spending their days in the war simulation network, eagerly eavesdropping on O'Neill's response. O'Neill replied, "Don't mention it. My ranking is somewhere between 10,000 and a million, pretty much the same level. Most of our battalion ranks hover around 80,000. I'm currently the highest at 15,000. Stuart laughed heartily. "I'm better than you. I am nearly at 12,000. Noticing O'Neill's displeasure, Stuart feigned sympathy. "Not bad, considering over 100 million people are participating in the international network. Ranking in the tens of thousands proves our Tiger's skills are still decent." Lieutenant Colonel O'Neill appeared to hold little respect for the monstrous battalion commander, sneeringly remarking, "What a farce! Many skilled individuals have yet to arrive, and not a single one among the top 1,000 is Lele." It was unfortunate that SM-01314 had vanished after a single encounter. Otherwise, I surmised this fellow could have made it into the top 1,000. The rotund man was taken aback, pondering, "Why am I being mentioned? Have these fellows crossed paths with me?" As soon as SM-01314 was brought up, the cabin erupted like a beehive. The Special Forces soldiers engaged in a cacophony of opinions, some scathing, others laudatory. The criticisms were sharp and biting, while the praises flowed forth like a tide, leaving the rotund man both bruised and elated. Stuart, evidently having suffered at the hands of SM-01314, fumed, "That kid is practically inhuman. Damn it, back on the intranet. I faced him, and he obliterated an entire mountainside with an engineer's bomb, burying me alive. And to top it off, once we entered the international network, that guy swiped at least 20 of my components. I swear, I'll capture him if I ever find out who he is. Heh." Tian cast a wary glance at the creature's imposing physique, his face twitching as he turned away. What a narrow path for enemies. The transport ship began its journey toward the destination under the escort of fighter jets, the cabin buzzing with the lively atmosphere of a marketplace. Tian observed the boasting and banter of the Tiger Special Forces, momentarily bewildered by the exuberance of these warriors who seemed to have seen little combat, as though embarking on a leisurely excursion, devoid of any signs of tension, despite being first-time soldiers on the battlefield. The Tiger Special Forces indeed exhibited remarkable prowess. An hour later, the ship's intercom announced the captain's voice, stating that the transport vessel would enter the target area in 20 minutes and reach the drop zone in 30 minutes. Urging everyone to prepare. Instantly, the cabin fell silent as the seemingly unfazed soldiers rose to use the restroom or sat restlessly, prompting the rotund man to chuckle inwardly. "I thought your nerves were made of iron and your bladders of alloy. Turns out, you're all just putting on a brave face." 10 minutes later, everyone began to board their mechas in anticipation of the drop, the wait proving to be the most excruciating. Time seemed to stand still. The sounds of artillery fire echoed within the cabin as several federal units maneuvered through the outskirts of the low-ridge jungle, engaging in combat with the Gashulan Empire forces. Explosions erupted in succession, casting a fiery glow against the transport ship's windows. Tian was the last to board his mecha, and as the green signal light for the drop illuminated, a battalion of Tiger Special Forces launched from multiple hatches like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. In the dusky sky, it appeared as though a handful of beans had been scattered, with hundreds of towering mechas plummeting toward the earth. As the thrusters roared to life, the federal mechas rapidly converged upon the landing site of the first mecha, descending one after another before swiftly dispersing to form a defensive line. Their movements were swift and efficient, showcasing the rigorous training of the Tiger Special Forces. "Eye in the air." Tian observed these special forces, hastily summoned due to the federal military's strained resources, and finally felt a semblance of reassurance. As he completed his descent, the Tiger Battalion commander, Stuart, issued the command, and nearly 400 warrior leaders activated their stealth mode. 2 squads of mechas advanced as vanguards, while another 2 squads extended nearly a kilometer on either side and behind to secure the main force. The Tiger Special Forces advanced silently and swiftly toward their objective. Tian fixated on the map displayed on his mecha's computer. The route would traverse the flank of the low-ridge jungle, then cut into a hollow deep within the forest along the ridge. According to intelligence, Colonel John was certain that the enemy's frontline command post was concealed somewhere within that vast hollow, the specific location indeterminate, necessitating the special forces behind enemy reconnaissance to uncover it. The rotund man smacked his lips. It sounded deceptively simple. Were it not for the frontline situation compelling the Imperial forces to be preoccupied, were it not for the current air supremacy held by the Federation, and were it not for the involvement of intelligence personnel typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances, pinpointing the command post's approximate location would prove exceedingly challenging, especially one belonging to an Imperial general. Even so, these temporary concealed command posts were often hidden underground and riddled with numerous false command posts, complicating the search. Should they encounter the mythical legion returning from executing house arrest orders, it would surely be chaos. The squad swiftly traversed the jungle surrounding the drop zone, climbing the gentle slope. The low-ridge jungle was a hilly terrain, starkly different from the towering mountains of the high-ridge jungle. Here, the hills resembled enormous steamed buns, with only a few elevated ridges at the center. Upon reaching the ridge, the dense forest concealed the squad's movements, and one mecha after another glided silently in stealth mode, eye in the distance. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire reverberated, and when the rotund man glanced to the left, he saw the central battlefield ablaze with fire. Night had fully descended, and the clouds in the sky flickered ominously amidst the explosions' flashes. The Federal forces, well coordinated and strategically maneuvering, encircled the Imperial army scattered across nearly 100,000 square kilometers. The Malak planet had sounded the call for a Federal counteroffensive, and the besieged cities behind enemy lines simultaneously launched their assaults. The Imperial forces, already stretched thin, could no longer deceive through offensive maneuvers. The magician's secrets had been exposed to the light of day. Now, devoid of unified command or logistical support and communication coordination, the Imperial army could only struggle in a desperate fight for survival. In the darkness, a raindrop the size of a bean struck the mecha with a crisp sound, followed by a torrential downpour. Within moments, Tian Xingjian found himself enveloped in a watery world as the deluge poured down. Leaves crackling under the onslaught, and the ground grew increasingly muddy. Chapter 37. Operation in the Low Ridge Jungle, Part 2. Without a trace of light, hundreds of mechas moved stealthily through the torrential downpour in the jungle. Through the night vision goggles of the mechas, the environment appeared distorted, a swirling blend of green and red blurring the vision. The ridges began to slope downward, and 9 anti-slip mechanical spikes ejected from the front and rear of each foot, churning up considerable mud with every step and leaving deep imprints in the mire. Upon witnessing such battered mechas suddenly fall silent, moving with the grace of a cat, the Tiger's special forces following closely behind the rotund man expressed their astonishment. Half an hour later, the squad finally entered the space between several towering mountains, compressing their formation as several antennas simultaneously activated their signal jammers. Against the backdrop of distant artillery, the rotund man sensed an unusual quietude within the hollow. Unbeknownst to him, the Gashulan Empire forces were already in disarray. Meanwhile, the mythical legion had entered the hollow ahead of them. The actions of this ferocious dog were much swifter than anticipated. After receiving direct orders from the Imperial royal family, they maintained their offensive in the Gallo Mountain War Zone to avoid raising suspicions at the command post while secretly dispatching 2 companies of demon tigers and a platoon of iron giants to apprehend Russell. Despite their careful approach, the movements of the mythical legion caught Russell's attention. The Imperial general's original plan involved methodically exhausting this loyal royal lapdog through attrition tactics. Thus, he had explicitly instructed Hamid to keep a close watch on the mythical legion. Half an hour after the unusual activities of the mythical legion were noted, Hamid observed a decline in their frontline offensive momentum and detected a small squad of mythical soldiers advancing toward the Low Ridge jungle. Almost simultaneously as Hamid reported to Russell, the general received an urgent report from the Free Front hidden within the Imperial Political Department. This report left Russell in a daze for a full 10 minutes. He could scarcely believe he had been betrayed by the Lille Federation, and so thoroughly at that, so cleanly and decisively. A single exposed identity of a spy, a few words, had turned all his strategic plans into mere vapor, leaving no hints for him to point fingers at. It took him quite some time to comprehend that the relationship between individuals is not confined to merely friends and foes. At times, a friend can become an enemy, and an enemy can likewise become a friend. In military matters, He could manipulate two nations at will, weaving through and concealing intentions as his advantage, sweeping across the map amidst the artillery fire. Yet politically, he was still but a novice among seasoned politicians. The ability to declare a deer as a horse while hiding a dagger behind a smile was their forte, a skill honed in the intricate web of human hearts and tongues. He was utilizing the Lele Federation, but how was the Federation not utilizing him in turn? No matter how sweetly they spoke to one another or how perfectly they calculated their interests. Without genuine benefits, the Federation was hardly naive, i.e. the political whirlpools, who was truly more foolish than the other. As long as there were interests at stake, any friend could be betrayed at any moment. That is the nature of politics. The politics of the Lele Federation were straightforward. Everything was for national interest. A diminutive resistance organization, lacking in political experience, finds itself at a disadvantage. Had they managed to conceal their political intentions more adeptly? Had they not rushed to eliminate their final adversary in an attempt to deplete the Imperial Army's strength? And had they chosen to collaborate transparently with the Federation from the outset? Perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Realizing this, Russell erupted in laughter. He held a deep admiration for the politicians of the Lele Federation. Though they may falter at reading maps, their cunning calculations are undeniably sharp. Russell is undoubtedly a man who can rise and fall with grace. As the report turned to ashes in the flames, he had already laid aside his burdens, no longer the leader of a freedom front yearning for a new order, nor the esteemed general of the empire. As long as he could escape to the Federation, there remained a possibility for a fresh start, albeit at a lower station without the title of general. Without hesitation, he issued a series of commands, instructing his trusted guards to apprehend all personnel at the front of the Gashulan Empire's army, including 2 lieutenant generals, and execute them on the spot. Simultaneously, the oblivious Imperial troops were all redeployed to the front lines, while the freedom fighters hidden within the ranks began to assemble covertly, preparing for a collective maneuver toward the control zone of the Lele Federation. The Royal Command also reached the Malak General Staff, a group usually tasked with simulations and planning, now thrown into chaos and confusion. Before them lay a proclamation issued by Russell to the entire army, declaring that the mythical legion could no longer withstand the temptations of the Lele Federation and had defected at the front, with the traitors including Russell's 2 lieutenant generals. The announcement commanded the army to execute these individuals on sight. In a flurry, the General Staff issued a completely contradictory announcement, claiming that they had received a royal order stating that General Russell had betrayed the Empire, his position revoked, and that all Imperial forces were to apprehend him immediately upon sighting. The Imperial Army was thrown into disarray. The General Staff, lacking authority, had audaciously ordered the arrest of a general, while the command center proclaimed the defection of the mythical legion. Coupled with Russell's lofty prestige within the Gashulan Empire, the frontline units were enveloped in a thick fog of uncertainty, unsure whom to trust, and in that fleeting moment, their defenses crumbled under the relentless assault. The disbanded Imperial forces were left to fend for themselves as the encroaching Federation troops systematically divided and conquered them, turning the entire Malak Star conflict into an unwieldy mess. Pursuers and the pursued were everywhere. As the Mechs of the mythical legion entered the valley, Russell, under the protection of a guard company, commenced his escape. Behind the mythical legion, a rescue team led by Tian also ventured into the mountainous valley. This valley was vast and cloaked in dense, untouched jungle, several hundred Mechs scattered within, rendering them virtually invisible. As Tian assumed command, the logic, holographic radar was set to maximum power. Should they encounter the enemy here, it would be a battle of fateful encounters. Whoever faltered first would face ruin. In such an environment, there was little chance for a second regrouping. Stuart felt a twinge of displeasure at having to relinquish command to a staff officer. Had it not been for the insistence from higher-ups to heed this portly man's orders, he would have made it clear that the tasks of special forces were not for just anyone. Chapter 38. Operation Low Ridge Jungle, Part 3. After following the dilapidated Mech for several minutes, Stuart could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it. Am I the Special Forces soldier, or is he? Is he the staff officer, or am I? If this rotund man hasn't T-trained, he must have been a weasel stealing chickens in his past life. The members of the elite squad trailing Stuart were in a frenzy, focusing all their efforts on coordinating their movements with the Mech. The battered Mech advanced with not a whisper, moving as gracefully as water. stealthier than a raccoon, swift and light. If they lost track of it now, the reputation of the Tiger Special Forces would be utterly tarnished. Who among the Special Forces does not know the arts of camouflage and stealth? For the Tiger Special Forces, these fundamental skills were as familiar as their own limbs. Yet to their astonishment, this seemingly lecherous man executed Mech stealth with such finesse, gliding like willows in the wind, vanishing from sight at a moment's notice. If he were not one of their own, if there were no radar tracking him, he would have long since disappeared. Just moments ago, when a slight noise emerged ahead, he gestured for everyone to halt. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. After scanning for some time, the radar finally revealed his Mech, standing behind a few trees in an odd pose, its camouflage blending seamlessly with the surroundings, indiscernible to the naked eye. They had encountered stealthy opponents before, but nothing like this. Who had witnessed such adept stealth and camouflage techniques? Stuart fell silent. This man was not only lecherous but also highly skilled. The gestures he had just made were more seasoned than his own. And under his leadership, the team moved swiftly and steadily, with route choices precise and without a single unnecessary detour, as if this jungle were his home. The pace quickened, and under the powerful scanning of logic, several concealed command posts were systematically eliminated by the portly man. The absence of guards in this area struck him as peculiar. Where in the world was Russell, that cunning fox? Searching for a single individual across such a vast expanse was no simple task. And the holographic radar appeared as pristine as a freshly washed surface. How to locate him? Suddenly, a small appeared on Logic's radar. The portly man swiftly raised his hand and issued a command over the regional communication. All units, assume a defensive formation and converge. As the order was relayed, a violent explosion erupted ahead, accompanied by the rapid-fire sounds of energy cannons. The sudden intensity shattered the previous silence of the jungle. All special forces immediately occupied advantageous positions, several antenna Mechs retreating under protection, while a dozen Fury Mechs formed the front line in a fan-shaped distribution. The battered Mech of Tian surged forward, its figure flickering before vanishing into the jungle. Without receiving orders, the Tiger Special Forces could only remain on standby. The artillery fire intensified, the explosions grew louder, while the stretch of jungle traversed by the dilapidated Mech remained eerily quiet. No one knew what that cunning portly man was up to, and in the Special Forces' perception, less than a minute felt like an eternity. Just as they were at a loss, the portly man's voice suddenly crackled through the communication channel. The target has appeared. Currently engaged in combat with the Mythical Legion. All units, spread out in skirmish formation, half surround the area 2 kilometers ahead, with a radius of 500 meters. Prepare to retreat at any moment, and the first company will remain in place to establish a defensive position. The objective is to extract the target. If necessary, eliminate him on the spot. With the portly man's command issued, the signal of authority was promptly returned to Stuart. The situation was clear, and this captain should know what to do. Although the Tiger Special Forces had not truly seen combat, their regular training was among the finest in the Federation Army. Stuart signaled, and the 3 company commanders immediately understood their roles, leading their troops to designated positions. 2 kilometers was hardly a distance for Mechs, and Stuart quickly guided his unit to the site of the ongoing battle. Before them lay a swath of destruction, the trees raised, creating a vast clearing where a cluster of Gashulan Empire military Mechs formed a defensive formation, desperately resisting. Among them, a Devo personal Mech was fiercely protected, identifiable by the numbers on the Mech's bodies as belonging to the Gashulan Empire's frontline command's guard company. The attackers, of course, were the legendary Mythical Legion, comprising 2 companies of beast-type Mechs, Magic Tiger, and a squad of Diamond. Stuart felt a surge of excitement. The Tiger Special Forces had long wished to engage with the Mythical Legion, but opportunity had evaded them. Now, he was eager to witness the ferocity of this legendary beast. The battle was entirely hand-to-hand. The Imperial Guard Company, with 6 Cerberus medium Mechs, 2 Beast 2 heavy Mechs, and dozens of Holy Armor 22 and Spider-type Venom Mechs, found themselves retreating under intense close combat from the adversary. The Magic Tigers and Diamonds only unleashed a few shots when absolutely necessary, skillfully maneuvering closer to the guard company. When the enemy's artillery struck, the moment their energy shields faltered, these Mechs swiftly evaded devastating blows through rapid movement, their coordination impeccable, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Sustaining even minor injuries would see them retreating to safety, licking their wounds before rejoining the fray. What kind of tactic was this? Stuart struggled to comprehend. At such close range, amidst such dense fire, how could these mythical Mech so effortlessly evade? Their energy seemed entirely devoted to maintaining their shields, hardly expending firepower, yet they consistently delivered lethal strikes while constantly on the move. Any mech that found itself within their reach faced certain destruction. The guard company had already lost over a dozen, Holy Armor 22, and several Venom Mechs, and even one Cerberus that had not managed to retreat into formation. As for the mythical legion, only 5 Magic Tigers had been destroyed under the concentrated fire of the heavily armed Beast 2 Mechs. Continuing on this path, it will not be long before this guard company faces complete annihilation. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Observing that the various battalions have already positioned themselves as designated, Stuart signaled several antenna units to commence electronic attacks with full force. The primary objective was to eliminate the few element electronic mechas present in both combatants' ranks, thus seizing the initiative in electronic warfare. After issuing the command, Stuart suddenly felt a sense of unease. Where was that sneaky, corpulent figure who had been leading the charge, now striking a pose like a fairy pretending to be a tree? He glanced around for quite some time but failed to locate that dilapidated mecha. Where could it have vanished to? Chapter 39. Operations in the Low Ridge Jungle, Part 4. The Tiger Special Operations Battalion deployed all 6 antenna units, swiftly neutralizing the electronic interference caused by 3 element mechas belonging to the Imperial forces engaged in combat, gradually gaining control. The enemy's communication systems began to falter, their signals completely jammed, while the mecha computer's operational and fire control systems succumbed to the electromagnetic assault from the antenna. Perhaps sensing the anomaly, the mythical legion intensified their offensive while simultaneously dispersing to fortify their defenses. Suddenly besieged by electronic attacks and forced to alter their combat stance, any army would inevitably experience a modicum of chaos. Full assault, fire at will. As both sides' mechas found themselves ensnared in this unexpected turmoil, the opportunity to strike was fleeting. With a commanding shout from Stuart, the leaders of the 2 battalions surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, swiftly flanking left and right, while a dozen Fury units unleashed a torrent of fire, carving a path for their advance. Along the trajectory of the assault, several Demon Tiger units bore the brunt of the initial attack. However, just as the energy shields of these Demon Tigers turned a deep crimson, they adeptly evaded the incoming fire with the support of their comrades, retreating into the throng of mechas. Not a single one was destroyed. Cold sweat trickled down Stuart's brow. The experience of fury was insufficient. Whenever the energy shields of these beast-like mechas were compromised, their allies would immediately reposition to provide cover, not just once, but as an entire unit. Like rippling waves, interwoven in a continuous cycle of mutual protection, the energy cannons of fury struggled to lock onto these rapidly maneuvering Demon Tigers. Each time one slipped back into the mecha cluster, another would draw fire, creating the illusion of numerous hits. Many Demon Tiger shields turned red under such a sudden onslaught, yet from a frontal view, the foremost ranks remained lined with blue energy shields. Those Demon Tigers that had been attacked retreated into layers of protection, and when they emerged once more, their energy shields would surely have regenerated. What bewildered Stuart most was that the soldiers of the mythical legion seemed to only falter momentarily before swiftly regrouping. They did not form a defensive formation. Instead, a platoon of Titan mechas surged into the fray amidst the same chaos faced by the Imperial Guard Company. Their tactical response was alarmingly swift, an instinct honed by prolonged warfare. Their focus was solely on that central Dufour. The scene descended into utter chaos. Once a Titan closed in, the Guard Company's individual mechas stood little chance of resistance, resulting in a rapid and brutal slaughter. A single platoon of Titan charged into the ranks like hungry wolves into a flock of sheep, effortlessly shredding the fragile single-pilot mechas into mere fragments with each calculated movement. At a critical moment, the antenna units finally established a communication link with the Imperial Guard Company. Stuart shouted frantically, "Gakran Guard Company, respond. We are the Tiger Special Forces of the Lele Federation, dispatched to assist you. Quickly, retreat, break contact. Amidst the turmoil, the Dufour discerned the shifting dynamics. The guard company's desperate resistance bought precious time for the mechas behind them. Point 2, Beast 2. Units unleashed a relentless barrage, shielding the rear of the guard as they converged towards the Federation's Tiger Special Forces. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions rally together, form a rearguard. Stewart understood that this confrontation was not on the same level. The lack of combat experience rendered the Tiger Special Forces unable to adapt to the enemy's tactics. Acting decisively, he commanded Fury to unleash their firepower against the advancing Titan, while some leaders from the 2 battalions formed an on-the-spot ambush formation to hold back the surging Demon Tigers. Meanwhile, another contingent, guided by the firepower of Fury, ferociously penetrated the junction between the Titan and the rear of the guard company. The arrival of the Federation reinforcements provided a sigh of relief for the guard company. Under the protective cover of the Federation mechas on both flanks, they finally broke contact with the Titan and began their full retreat. However, within mere minutes, the strength of the mythical legion shifted the tide of battle. They could not hold out. The enemy's assault was too rapid. Stewart heard the urgent shout of 2nd Battalion leader O'Neill. Just as the guard company broke contact, the absence of Fury's fire suppression allowed the onrushing Demon Tigers to violently penetrate the ranks of the flanking leaders. The leaders, relying primarily on long-range attacks, were evidently no match for the close-quarters prowess of the Demon Tigers. The front line of special forces was almost instantly overwhelmed by the wolf-like Demon Tigers. Forced to retreat, the warrior leaders, mechas fell back in a defensive formation, continuously firing as they withdrew. However, the speed of the Demon Tigers was overwhelming. They incessantly wove through the ranks, attempting to tear apart the formation of the Tiger Special Forces. Stewart felt a chill run through him. The firepower of Fury could not be redirected, and without fire suppression, the centrally advancing Titan could close in on the recently disengaged guard company. The hastily organized ambush by the flanking leaders was breached almost instantaneously by these monstrosities. What to do? Boom! One Demon Tiger, with its energy shield reduced to deep crimson, was struck in the abdomen by a sudden energy projectile, exploding into a fireball. This formidable energy cannon, delivered with such speed, was undoubtedly not from the warrior leader's arsenal. Boom! Another deep red Demon Tiger, attempting to evade into the mecha cluster, was obliterated. Boom! Boom! Several Demon Tigers, with energy shields glowing crimson, were accurately hit by energy projectiles from an unknown source. Not merely destroyed but struck where their shields no longer provided protection. A mecha sniper? The flanking Demon Tigers were momentarily dazed by the sudden sniping, now reluctant to advance against the firepower of the Federation Special Forces. The instant their energy shields turned red, they faced devastating retaliation. The flanks, aided by the mysterious sniper, managed to establish a semblance of equilibrium, yet the Central Force's relentless breakthrough of the Titan continued unabated. The Federation Special Forces attempting to penetrate the junction had organized ambushes 3 times. Yet they still could not halt the onslaught of the Titan. Dozens of Fury had maximized their firepower. It was futile. These Titan units not only moved faster but also boasted superior defenses. A single platoon of Titan could leverage speed and coordination against an entire battalion of Federation mechas to unleash a torrent of overwhelming force. Quickly, cover the Imperial Guard platoon as they retreat to the 1st Battalion's ambush position. Move! Amidst the chaos, Stewart heard the voice of the plump advisor ringing in his ears. Chapter 40. Operations in the Low Ridge Jungle, Part 5, 2nd Battalion. Hold the line. The rest, follow me in retreat. Stewart promptly heeded the advisor's counsel. This was not the time to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Mythical Legion. The mission's objective was Russell, the firepower of Fury, maintained pressure on the Titan, while the special forces of the 2nd Battalion held the front, and the 3rd Battalion swiftly withdrew from the fray. Sacrifices must be made to gain time and space. This is an immutable principle of warfare. Whether covering the retreat or falling back, orders were executed without hesitation. As the 3rd Battalion withdrew, the pressure on the 2nd Battalion surged dramatically with the gradual disengagement of Fury. Each breakthrough of their defensive position relied on the sacrifices of several warrior leaders to buy time for renewed ambushes. Fortunately, the precise strikes of a mecha sniper aided in stabilizing their position. Otherwise, the 2nd Battalion would have been unable to withstand the ferocious assaults of the enemy. Boom. Another deep red energy shield of a demon tiger was obliterated. Due to the electronic attacks from antenna, the communications among the mythical mechas were entirely severed. Faced with a sniper picking them off one by one, the demon tigers found themselves at a loss. They had attempted to identify the sniper's position and suppress it with long-range fire. Yet that Federation mecha sniper was undoubtedly a master of camouflage and marksmanship. The first energy projectile struck from the 2 o'clock position, but the second came from 11 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 3 o'clock. What the hell? 6 o'clock. When did this fellow sneak up behind them? The flanking demon tigers were stymied by the mecha sniper, unable to coordinate with the Central Titan's fierce breakthrough. This infuriated platoon leader Wallace of Titan 011. Although merely a platoon leader, it was well understood within the mythical legion the disparity between piloting a Titan and a demon tiger. Thus, Wallace was the de facto leader of the team, which included 2 battalion leaders. Deprived of communication, Wallace could only direct with mecha gestures. Nearly 40 Titan units broke formation, dividing into 4 small teams to begin a lateral expansion while the demon tigers, under his command, converged towards the center, adopting an infiltrative approach to breach the defenses of the Federation mechas. In making this gesture, Wallace exposed his position, immediately becoming the prime target for that Federation mecha sniper. Concentrate fire on that command mech. Help me take down its energy shield. The voice of that sleazy, rotund man echoed through the regional communication channel, reaching all the Special Forces soldiers. Was this pudgy, sneaky fellow really the master sniper who managed to hold off the enemy's assault for a full 5 minutes with just a sniper rifle? Having witnessed this sniper's prowess, the fierce Tiger Special Forces desperately tried to direct their firepower towards Wallace. But it was already too late. 2 companies of Magic Tiger and a platoon of Diamond had completely infiltrated the Federation's defensive formation. This time, even the portly man, unafraid of exposing his position as he fired relentlessly, could not halt the onslaught of the mythical legion. Massacre. Like cavalry charging into a phalanx of archers, the overwhelming impact, the irresistible melee capabilities, and the lightning-fast speed, along with their intricate teamwork, revealed to the Tiger Special Forces the skills and strength honed through prolonged warfare by these mythical mechs. Fall back, scatter, scatter. The rotund man nearly fainted at the sight of the Tiger Special Forces desperately clustering together to form a formation. The enemy's focus was not on them. If they dispersed, they would lose at most a few. But now these fools were only inciting the bloodthirsty wolves of slaughter. There was no time left. The experienced mythical mechs had completely segmented the Tiger Special Forces. A portion of them had bypassed the clustered Federation mechs, blocking their retreat like ice melting swiftly in hot water. Ultimately, only a handful of mechs from the 2nd Company managed to escape successfully. The chubby man, fixated on Wallace, attempted to provoke the swiftly moving Diamond with a relentless barrage of shots. Yet the Diamond was far too swift, able to halt and change direction without warning, evading the energy sniper cannon's strikes. Those who recognize the times are the true talents, the man sighed, stowing away his sniper rifle and preparing to flee. Several Magic Tiger mechs had already broken away from the mythical legion's ranks, converging towards his direction. If he were to be surrounded, it would spell disaster. The regional communication channel had descended into chaos, and the man connected with Stewart, instructing, immediately lead the target back the way we came, heading northeast as we exit the valley. There's a special unit from the 16th Armored Division waiting to assist. Do not engage the rear forces, just delay them and hurry. Stewart had no doubt about the advisor's words. Their professional expertise was no less than his own. The memory of boasting to this individual aboard the transport ship made his face flush with embarrassment. And without hesitation, he agreed, leading the remaining Tiger Special Forces and Russell's Guard Company in retreat. Several Magic Tiger mechs, rendered incapable of using radar due to electronic attacks, could only rely on standard optical modes for search. The main force of the mythical legion had already pursued ahead. They had been ordered to this jungle to find and eliminate the mech sniper who had embarrassed Wallace. Damn it. I merely fired a few shots from such a distance without hitting anything. And they send so many people after me. What happened to professional ethics? Is there no spirit of fair competition? The rotund man silently lamented. Logic had transformed into Magic Tiger, crouched low, inching through the dense underbrush. 5 mechs assigned to the search spread out in a fan formation, maintaining nearly identical distances, all within visible range. The immediate camouflage of logic activated. It was a system that simulated the surrounding environment through scanning. A craft the rotund man had personally developed. He was an expert in stealth and camouflage behind enemy lines, and failing to utilize this protective measure on logic would be a grave irresponsibility towards his own life. The leftmost, Magic Tiger, nearly brushed against the rotund man's body as it entered the thick undergrowth. The man extended his claw, and with a snap, the unfortunate, Magic Tiger's power system was detached under the gentle caress of the little rogue. This trick was as familiar to him as a seasoned veteran, far more adept than a skilled thief stealing a woman's undergarment. He had reached a level of mastery akin to a butcher expertly carving meat. As the genuine Magic Tiger collapsed, the disguised Magic Tiger stood up, maintaining a facade of vigilance, its claws deftly prying open the hatch of the downed mech, sealing the fate of the mythical soldier who had drawn his sidearm before he could even fire a shot. "Brother, may you die early and be reborn." The kind-hearted rotund man glanced at the blood on Logic's claws, scratched the ground, and while the other mechs were distracted, stuffed explosives from his mech toolbox into the power system of the Magic Tiger, packing it until there was no room left, before slipping away in the opposite direction of the jungle. Russell, the target of this operation, must be taken out. As the rotund man vanished into the jungle, the mech he had ensnared was discovered by his comrades. The bizarre manner of its demise left the remaining 4 Magic Tiger's too frightened to disperse, forming a cross-defensive formation, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed through the jungle, adding 4 more Magic Tiger's reduced to mere fragments. Tian soon returned to the battle-scarred jungle, stealthily reverting Logic to its original form, swiftly approaching a Holy Armor 22, kicking it and saying, "Stop playing dead, get up now." The seemingly battered single-soldier mech lay motionless. The rotund man aimed Logic's energy cannon at it, threatening, "Count to 3. If you keep pretending, I'll really fire." Reluctantly, the Holy Armor 22 stirred, rising to ask, "Who are you? How did you know I was pretending?" The rotund man privately scoffed, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, my act of playing dead is a talent, compared to me. Your performance is amateurish." Without further ado, he coldly retorted, "Do you understand what professionalism is? I'm a master of playing dead." "Russell, is it? Hurry up and follow me." Russell was utterly astonished. How had this battered mech discovered him? Everyone's attention was focused on the heavily guarded Devoy's personal mech. "How do you know I'm Russell? Who are you?" The rotund man barked, "I'm your father. Do you recognize me if I tell you who I am?" "You've got little skill and too much chatter. Hurry up." With a push from Logic, he kicked Holy Armor 22, sending it stumbling. The rotund man grumbled, "Stop being so curious. How old are you? If you keep dawdling, I'll blast you and send your remains back." The Imperial General Russell found himself in dire straits, forced to keep his mouth shut and obediently follow the battered mech deeper into the jungle. At the time, Tian, who occupied a sniping position, stood far away with a wide field of vision. The Imperial Guard Company had surrounded Devoy's, but behind Devoy's lurked a seemingly protective Holy Armor 22. During the fiercest exchanges of fire, this Holy Armor 22 had been deliberately shielded by Devoy's. The rotund man took note of this immediately. As the battle intensified, the Guard Company appeared unable to escape. In an explosion from an energy projectile nearby, the Holy Armor 22 fell in a very awkward manner, infuriating the rotund man, who exclaimed, "Could you at least display a bit of professionalism in your act of playing dead? Damn it, you look like you've been violated." These clues were sufficient for Tian to deduce that the single soldier mech attempting to blend in was undoubtedly Russell. The rotund man harbored no fondness for this Imperial general. If it weren't for this individual, he wouldn't have had to struggle to escape over 20 times. 2 mechs, appearing on the verge of collapse, meandered through the jungle like lost souls. The rotund man had already chosen a path, but it was one that would severely test their operational skills. Russell, known for his calm and resolute demeanor, was on the brink of breaking down. Russell could pilot a mech, but that was 20 years ago. His skills had inevitably dulled. His hands cramped as he struggled to keep up with the pace of the battered mech ahead. If he slowed down even a little, that decrepit mech would surely deliver a punishing blow. Though it struck the mech, the shockwave rattled Russell inside the cockpit. For a rotund man, vengeance was paramount. Moreover, the front command's order was to bring back the target alive or execute him on the spot if he could not be captured. The fact that he hadn't fired yet was already a gesture of mercy. Kind-hearted as he was, the rotund man thought to himself as he busily punched and kicked along the way. Since the mythical legion had already been diverted by the Tiger Special Forces, the rotund man would certainly take advantage of this. The route he chose paralleled that of the retreating Tiger Special Forces. After all, the low-ridge jungle was now rife with chaos. Encountering the Federation troops would be manageable. But should they stumble upon the Imperial stragglers, it would spell trouble. He could escape. But how could Russell? When the beleaguered Russell finally climbed a ridge alongside Tian, he was hardly distinguishable from his battered mech. From the ridge, Tian could see the rendezvous point of the 16th Armored Division's Special Reconnaissance Unit, where a fierce battle was underway. The Tiger Special Forces were hardly faster than the rotund man. They fought their way through with the Guard Company in tow. The Imperial Guard Company had dwindled significantly, and Stewart had not regarded the situation lightly. The Tiger Special Forces, escorting Duvois, charged ahead, leaving the mechs of the Guard Company to serve as cannon fodder. The mythological mechs relentlessly pursued from behind, and upon encountering the temporary defensive position of an entire Special Forces battalion, the beleaguered Tiger Special Forces could hardly contain their elation. However, when the valiant vanguard mechs of the Special Forces arranged themselves in an encircling formation, the sight of their disheveled appearance nearly brought the Tiger soldiers to tears. Were these truly special reconnaissance troops? Having barely escaped death, they looked as if they had just emerged from the aftermath of an earthquake, resembling a ragtag group of beggars on parade. Despite what the Tiger soldiers might have thought, the hundreds of vanguard mechs dispatched for support swiftly executed their tactics of infiltration. Yet these mechs were in such disrepair that some collapsed mid-stride, crumpling to the ground as if disassembled, while others emitted smoke upon contact with the mythological mechs. To the Tiger soldiers' dismay, these mechs did not relent. They fought valiantly, weaving in and out, a ragged tide of steel that severed the pursuing mythological mechs into pieces. As the two sides became utterly entangled, the tearful Tiger soldiers were left dumbfounded. These weren't beggars, but rather ruffians. These mechs feigned death upon being struck, leaped into combat, and engaged in all manner of underhanded tactics, stealing, ambushing, and launching surprise attacks, exhibiting a veritable cornucopia of unscrupulousness. Chapter 42. One against many. The mythological legion had not seen battle for centuries, having been embroiled in various conflicts, and had encountered all manner of warriors. Yet, they had never before faced such brazen fools piloting dilapidated mechs, indistinguishable from blind drifters or rogue scoundrels. It was utterly unbelievable that these ruffian mechs displayed such reckless abandon, rising from the ground in a state of disrepair, smoke billowing from them, only to rejoin the fray moments later. Particularly, one battalion, entirely composed of battered mechs, seemed to wear their dilapidation like a badge of honor. This battalion had developed a unique strategy against the mythological legion. Though they were not adept at close combat, their evasion techniques surpassed those of other federal mechs. Through relentless infiltration and fire control, they systematically divided the mythological legion's operational space, eliminating them one by one. The mythological legion, after all, were not gods. Faced with these groups that surged forth, slipping away when isolated, and proving more slippery than eels, they found themselves at a loss. Wallace recognized the mission had failed and, without hesitation, ordered the mythological legion to break through. The entire force was fragmented into several smaller units, making the retreat challenging. The only group remaining intact, the Diamond, under Wallace's command, relied on their formidable impact and rapid speed to repeatedly charge forth, ultimately achieving a successful breakout at the cost of half their number, fleeing into the jungle. This marked the first occasion that the Federal Special Mech Forces had decisively defeated the mythological legion in direct confrontation, annihilating half of their strength. Observing the successful rescue of their mission target, the ruffian mechs erupted in jubilant celebration, relishing the prospect of boasting upon their return. Meanwhile, the plump observer on the ridge was so exasperated he could hardly think straight. connecting to the regional communication channel to bellow, "You fools! How can a few hundred mechs, in such a pitiful state, all play dead collectively? And to let them escape while being surrounded? If they want to run, let them go, but don't let them break through to my side." As the mythological mech charged toward the ridge, the observer could no longer contain himself and screamed, "Help! Russell is here. You all better come save me." They re-killing. The celebrating ruffians were momentarily stunned, until Captain Nadal ordered a pursuit, awakening them from their stupor as they hurriedly chased after the fleeing mythological mechs. However, distant waters could not quench nearby fires. The speed of the mythological mechs far surpassed that of the Vanguard series. The observer was beside himself with grief, lamenting that by the time those fools arrived, it would be too late. In his frenzied state, he spotted several protruding boulders along the ridge. After circling the precarious cliff, he erupted into laughter, realizing it was the only path to the ridge. Should the mythological legion veer toward this route? The ensuing landslides triggered by the collapsing boulders and the heavy rain would likely bury half of them alive. Quickly selecting several demolition points, the observer planted explosives, gleefully awaiting the arrival of the mythological mechs. As the mechs approached in a panic, they could not fathom why the previously jubilant federal ruffians pursued them with such fervor, as though they had taken a stimulant. Even the fiercest warriors would experience a shift in mentality during a rout. The soldiers of the mythological legion were absolutely not permitted to be captured. Glancing back at the throng of beggar-like mechs in hot pursuit, the disarrayed soldiers grew increasingly frantic, scattering in terror. The mythological mechs unwittingly stumbled into the observer's trap. With a series of resounding explosions, a portion of the cliff crumbled, sending thousands of cubic meters of rock mixed with rainwater cascading down. All but the leading diamond mech were buried beneath the unstoppable landslide, while the trailing demon tiger mechs found themselves utterly immobilized, surrounded by the advancing federal mech forces. Stewart stared in disbelief at the Beast 3 mech, which was gleefully dancing atop the ridge, and after a moment of stunned silence, he seethed, "It's you. At last, I've found you." SM-01314, prepare to face judgment. An entire platoon of diamonds and half a company of demon tigers were entombed alive, while Wallace, the only one to escape, was driven to madness. Gripping the control stick, the diamond lunged at the smug beast. He was determined to tear this despicable scoundrel to shreds. The observer, reveling in his triumph, found the collapsing mountainside had severed the path to the ridge into two. No one could come to his aid. This vengeful diamond would have to face the foe alone. The diamond moved with remarkable speed, and logic fired only 2 shots before being pounced upon, the ion blade aimed at its core. The observer was horrified, instinctively issuing a series of commands to narrowly evade, countering with a kick to the diamond's wrist. The threat posed by that ion blade was immense, and it had to be dealt with first. A seasoned warrior like Wallace would not allow the dilapidated mech to gain the upper hand. Retracting his blade, he retaliated with a kick aimed at the mech's cockpit. This one was clearly more formidable than the last diamond he destroyed. Why did it have to be this one? The observer gritted his teeth and evaded with all his might, pushing his reflexes to their limits. The speed of logic increased with each maneuver, and the 2 mechs danced in a blur atop the ridge, their strikes echoing like firecrackers. The diamond accelerated again, swinging its ion blade towards Logic's lower limbs, while its left hand reached for the observer's cockpit. This life-or-death moment, his hand's speed surged past 40 movements per second. Logic's mechanical arm barely managed to protect the cockpit, and with a springing motion, he sidestepped the ion blade strike, retaliating with a kick to the diamond's chest. In that brief exchange, memories flashed through the observer's mind of a battle between a mech piloted by someone named Zhang Qing and another mech known as Divine Armor. Zhang Qing. He didn't merely employ modern mech combat techniques, but rather an alternative style infused with the principles of ancient Chinese martial arts. As a child, the observer had dabbled in a few traditional martial arts forms, but had merely engaged in exercise. Now, the contents of a book on ancient Chinese martial arts sprang to mind. Hands are the doors, and legs do the striking. Thrust kick. The northern leg from the southern fist, northern kick. Chapter 43. Realization. Realizing this, Tian Xingjian felt an overwhelming urge to beat himself senseless. He had clung to the mech operation techniques learned in the training camp, reveling in the thought of mastering an alternative combat style. Little did he know, True masters required no rigid command sequences. Any mech command combination was lifeless. While these combinations might save time during ranged attacks, as shooting required far fewer commands than close combat. Genuine mech fighting involved adapting each action command into a unique combat style suitable for the situation, responding to the opponent's condition, rather than relying on a series of fixed combinations. As long as one was familiar with the structure of the opponent's mech and could identify its weaknesses, they could draw from any combat discipline, not just ancient Chinese martial arts. His unarmed combat skills, capable of subduing an opponent with a single move or a capture technique, could also be applied. Other mech warriors may not comprehend the distinction between hand-to-hand combat and mech combat, nor are they familiar with the intricacies of each mech's construction. Surely, one cannot claim ignorance in such matters. While other mech soldiers might struggle to execute maneuvers beyond a sequence of commands, I have diligently trained my dexterity from the onset, mastering fundamental commands to seamlessly innovate new mech movements. This should be a trivial endeavor for me. A sudden epiphany dawned upon him, and with clarity, the rotund warrior commenced altering his tactics. He intended to employ the thoroughly analyzed structure of this mech, the Titan, as his inaugural sacrifice. Yet, upon initiating his transformation, peril ensued. The sweat poured down his brow as he narrowly avoided being slaughtered like a pig. After all, relying on combination commands had become second nature. Yet the fundamental commands he envisioned in his mind were entirely divergent from the execution in reality. In a flurry of chaos, had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been struck multiple times by the Titan's ion blade. Taking a moment to compose himself, Tian chose not to rush. He began to maneuver around the Titan. Gradually, the mech's movements became increasingly coordinated, with the signature fighting techniques of the rotund warrior becoming increasingly evident in the precise execution of the logic maneuvers. Wallace's frustration grew with every passing moment. After more than an hour, this battered mech exhibited no signs of fatigue. Its movements had transformed dramatically from the start, displaying a level of shamelessness that was unparalleled. The dilapidated mech danced like a celestial being, yet its appearance was that of a beggar poised to leap from a height. Its mechanical hands, ambiguous in their gestures, whether delicately pinching or defiantly extending a middle finger, flitted around the Titan with an almost serpentine fluidity, launching an array of brazen attacks, striking the chest, stealing kisses, and groping with abandon. Wallace's eyes burned with rage. Yet this rogue's movements accelerated, rendering the ion blade utterly ineffective. Hilarity erupted as the rotund warrior's mocking laughter resonated through the Federal Mech's communication channel. The special forces could only watch as two figures, engaged in a high-speed chase, suddenly halted, with the dilapidated monster's middle finger lodged squarely in the tita. The middle-aged manager naturally recognized the individual who had almost cost him his job last time. This time, he had learned his lesson. "May I ask, who is your friend?" "Mitsai." The manager candidly flipped through the electronic reservation list and remarked, "Yes, Miss Mitsai originally booked a candlelit dinner for two and a presidential suite. However, due to your presence alongside another important guest, the hotel has been instructed to refrain from accommodating any additional guest. We have already contacted Miss Mitsai." Upon hearing the mention of the presidential suite, the portly man was reminded of Mitsai's appearance at that moment, and in his mind, lust surged forth. Then he learned that because of Russell, his dreams of shedding his virginity were dashed, which left him seething with rage. That meddlesome Russell! Not only did I have to rush to your rescue after barely exchanging 2 words with Enlay, but you also made me lose my chance at my first time. This deep-seated grudge shall be avenged. From now on, we are sworn enemies, and I shall not rest until I settle this with you. Back in his room, the last 22-year-old virgin of the space age could not contain his tears. After some contemplation, the portly man decided to give Mitsai a call. The Smiley Hotel was no longer an option, but there were plenty of other hotels in Gallipalan. Finding a battlefield would not prove difficult. It was merely a pity that his first time would not occur in the best of places. The call connected swiftly, and upon hearing Tian Xingjian's voice, Mitsai exclaimed excitedly, "You fatso, where have you been?" "I am telling you, I'm not leaving. Now that Malak is safe, Professor Boswell says the academy is preparing to reopen. How can I leave at a time like this?" "What do you mean you're not leaving?" The portly man thought, incredulous at the sudden change in her stance. "You old coot, if you don't leave, how can Mitsai and I cultivate our feelings of love and loss?" he cursed inwardly. "So, "Where shall we celebrate?" he asked, attempting a sly tone. Meat Sai's voice on the line was tinged with shyness. "Sure, you decide." The portly man's face lit up with excitement as he replied eagerly. "Originally, the Smiley Hotel was the best, but it's now under lockdown, and your dinner and room reservations have been canceled. However, I know of many fine places with excellent food and accommodations." Before he could finish, Meat Sai interjected, both embarrassed and angry. "You fatso, you celebrate on your own. Who's reserving a room with you?" With a sharp click, the call ended, leaving the portly man sobbing in frustration. Why bring up the room? "You idiot!" With a heavy heart, he hung up the phone, only to turn around and discover that the door to his room had been left ajar, with Russell standing awkwardly at the threshold, caught between entering and retreating. Upon seeing the Imperial General, Tian Xingjian's anger flared. "If you want to come in, then come in. Do I need to invite you? Don't you know it's rude to eavesdrop on someone else's phone call?" Russell, accustomed to the lieutenant's mistreatment, felt like a fallen tiger being bullied. The once haughty Imperial General never expected to face such treatment. He forced a smile and said, "Lieutenant, I didn't mean to overhear your call. It was purely coincidental. I came to ask." He stepped into the room, settling onto the sofa as he continued. "Which general has seen through my plans?" Chapter 45. Life goes on. Which general? The portly man pondered. Bemused. Is Russell overestimating himself? Only a general can see through your plans, while a lieutenant's staff cannot. With no desire to converse with such an adversary, he waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "You might as well ask General Bernadotte yourself." Having hit a dead end, Russell nodded and exited, secretly astonished. A mere Special Forces lieutenant from the Lele Federation is so bold, showing no deference before an Imperial general who might soon rise to the rank of general himself. The demeanor of these Federation soldiers is indeed quite carefree. 2 days passed swiftly. On the third day, before dawn, Tian Xingjian had yet to rise, while Russell's convoy awaited outside the Smiley Hotel. To bolster publicity, the federal government had invested considerable effort into the welcoming ceremony for Russell. Federal President Hamilton personally oversaw the reception in Gallipalan, bestowing much honor upon Russell, even amidst the backdrop of war, thus delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Gashulan Empire in international opinion. News coverage of this event had been relentless over the past 2 days, creating quite a stir in international discourse. Back in Gashulan, chaos reigned supreme. The portly man had not anticipated that this individual he had relentlessly kicked and battered was, in fact, of such significance. This general, whose fame among international military figures was not particularly impressive, had inadvertently triggered a domino effect. The Gashulan Empire's forces on Malak collapsed entirely, the Imperial fleet in the Newton system was forced to retreat, and the Federation seized full control of Malak's main planet and its second star, securing dominance over the entire Newton system. The internal turmoil within the Empire and the rising morale among the Federation were all consequences stemming from the defection of this Imperial general. The Federation's propaganda efforts linked Russell's unique status and the victories in the Newton system with the prisoner incident, further tarnishing the reputation of the Gashulan Empire's royal family, evoking sentiments of betrayal. By this point, Tian Xingjian's affairs had become irrelevant. He leisurely slept until naturally awakened, donned casual attire, and stepped out of the hotel. Opting for the luxurious transport arranged by the hotel, the portly man decided to explore Gallipalan City. After so long at war, he had nearly forgotten what life was like. Gallipalan served as the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of Malak, boasting the highest population density among all cities, including several renowned universities with a rich history. Human space colonization had deeply imprinted this planet, nearly the size of Earth, with the marks of human civilization. The Federation's citizens were free, brave, and diligent, while the residents of Malak shared, if not surpassed, these qualities. Strolling through the streets of Gallipalan, flying vehicles zipped by, each following its designated path, while pedestrians hurriedly congregated at intersections before dispersing towards their respective destinations. Every individual wore a cheerful expression, exuding vitality, making the city appear vibrantly alive. Some shops were in the midst of renovations, preparing for a grand reopening, while roadside billboards announced an upcoming concert by a certain superstar. A group of middle school students buzzed excitedly beneath the poster, while an elderly man lingered before a shopping mall window, watching an attendant dress a lifelike mannequin in new attire. Noticing the attendant's glare, The old man sheepishly chuckled and ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. A few stylishly dressed young women emerged from the shopping mall, bags in hand, chattering animatedly and erupting into peals of laughter. Humanity has an innate ability to swiftly heal its wounds, recovering from pain and immersing itself in a new life. The past is merely a memory, and life continues. Endless convoys of massive trucks passed by Tian, loaded with machinery and materials. Construction sites that had paused resumed their work, with laborers bustling about. The city displayed remarkable resilience. War had only temporarily departed for a day or two, and like bamboo shoots sprouting after a downpour, it was fervently striving to recover and grow. The portly man stood dazed at the street corner. Observing the throng of people, he cherished this life and genuinely wished to be a part of that crowd, possessing a job, a wife, a home, a car, and a pair of children. After the war, he suddenly realized how out of place he felt amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Watching the life he desired from the outside was undoubtedly painful, yet he felt no distress. Rather, he found solace in it, relishing the tranquility and comfort of merely observing. Enlai stood quietly behind Tian. Having watched him for a long time, she had merely passed by but instantly spotted Tian among the crowd. He stood at the street corner, appearing somewhat foolish and lonely, unable to resist. Enlai instructed the driver to halt the vehicle and quietly positioned herself behind her childhood friend, attempting to connect the memory of the boy she once knew with the man before her now. The memory soon merged with reality. He had not changed, he was inherently that kind of person, one who was utterly out of place in the midst of war. What would happen to such a person when thrust into this brutal conflict? Enlai had never dared to imagine it before, but now she understood. This person would unleash tremendous strength, driven by the need to break free and struggle. These past few days had been the longest of Enlai's life. She inquired about Tian repeatedly, eagerly listening to familiar insiders share news about him from the front lines. The more she listened, the more she yearned to hear, and the more she longed to see him again. Now, standing merely 10 steps away from the boy she once knew, Enlai suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. She doubted whether she truly knew what she wanted. What could she say to him? It seemed as if mere conversation would suffice. Enlai was unaware that the feelings she had buried deep within her heart were tied to the man before her, adorned with the aura of a hero. The boy who had once gazed at her from afar, evoking her sympathy, or the portly man who was whimsical, shameless, and lecherous when admiring beautiful women. Two individuals stood quietly in the bustling street. One ahead of the other, Enlai let out a sigh and turned to leave, uncertain of how to face Tian. She longed to retreat to her room and contemplate her thoughts. Casting one last glance at the foolish, plump figure, Enlai felt a surge of anger. The lascivious rotund man was fixated on an approaching beauty with an impressive figure, drooling as he turned his neck almost 180 degrees to follow her. Then he noticed Enlai behind him and heard the playful call, "Tian Mimi, what are you doing?" Chapter 46. Irreparable. Tian Mimi, two girls who had been walking arm in arm past Tian, turned in surprise, casting him a peculiar glance before they exchanged bewildered looks and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Perhaps feeling it was impolite, one blushed and hurriedly pulled her companion away, a middle-aged man in a trench coat. Holding a briefcase and sipping a drink, glanced at Tian upon hearing the commotion, stifled a laugh, and quickly departed, his face flushed. Having been called by that childish name, Tian felt utterly humiliated. Standing amidst the throng as a bumbling fool, being referred to as Tian Mimi, he wished he could vanish. Enlai, aware that her voice had been too loud, bit her lip and turned to face the curious gazes of the passers-by. Her cheeks burning with embarrassment, she grabbed Tian hand and pulled him into a CAF nestled at the corner of the street. The CAF was serene in the morning, and they chose a table near the floor-to-ceiling window facing the street. A male waiter approached with the beverage menu, bowing politely, and inquired, "May I take your drink orders?" "I would like a glass of watermelon juice, and she would like—" The plump man, initially confident, hesitated, his voice dwindling uncertainly. "Orange juice?" Under the waiter's inquiring gaze, Enlai nodded quietly. As she looked at Tian, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and she gently bit her lip, turning her head away. For a moment, they fell into a heavy silence. Across the street, a gigantic screen displayed a live broadcast of the Federation welcoming Russell, who was now donned in a general's uniform after defecting from an enemy nation, a rare occurrence indeed. President Hamilton delivered a speech that, rather than welcoming Russell, served as a rallying cry for a counteroffensive against the Gashulan Empire. They both watched the television, somewhat absent-minded, their minds drifting back to their innocent childhood days when one held a glass of watermelon juice while the other clutched orange juice. Hand in hand, sharing laughter. After so many years apart, did she still enjoy orange juice? After all this time, he still remembered what she liked. The waiters soon brought their drinks as they turned to face each other. Both felt a moment of panic and simultaneously said, "Thank you." The waiter, startled by their earnest gratitude, waved his hands in surprise, exclaiming, "No need to thank me, please enjoy." Noticing the plump man's inclination to turn away and watch television, Enlay, with tear-filled eyes, refused to remain silent any longer. "Tell me, why did you choose to become a soldier?" This question pushed Enlay to the brink of despair. She yearned for an answer from this boy, whom she believed could never fit the role of a soldier. Tian Xingjian appeared bewildered, his gaze fixed on the watermelon juice as he murmured, "I don't know. After graduation, I seemed to lose all sense of direction. Something deep within me told me that perhaps becoming a soldier would help me regain what I have lost." Looking at Enlay, he silently added in his heart, "Perhaps this way, I could be closer to you." Tears welled in Enlay's eyes as she gently asked, "How did you manage to bring back over 200 soldiers from the Federation?" Tian Xingjian offered a bitter smile. "You know I'm a coward. Fear can sometimes be a form of strength. I was just trying to find a way to save myself." Enlay's tears nearly spilled over. Her heart ached at his simplicity. She understood the immense fear he must have endured the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, and the trials he faced before emerging as a hero of the Federation. She tilted her head, gazing at the sky outside, striving to hold back her sorrowful tears. "If you know you're a coward, why be so foolish? Why involve yourself in a war that you are fundamentally unfit for?" Tian Xingjian did not look at Enlay. He stared quietly at the flow of people outside, his voice strained and weary. "There's no escaping ITI in this whirlpool. No one can remain unscathed if the flames of war eventually reach the capital. I won't be able to escape either. This way, at least I am closer to what I have lost." Enlay gazed dreamily at the clouds, feeling both comforted and sorrowful. She knew what he had lost. The boy she once knew was no longer the child who would flee at the sight of danger. He had grown into a man, still timid yet reluctantly thrust into the chaos of war. Having found courage, even more so than most. The sorrow lay in the fact that this man had spent nearly a decade making a grave mistake, never truly understanding what he had lost. They sat in silence for a long while. Enlay finally resolved to tell him everything. Tears once again brimmed in her eyes, her voice echoing as if from a distant cloud. "You are a fool. You have not lost anything, not at all. 10 years ago, I was not harmed. That was not why I left you and why Father always regarded you as his own son. He said you must experience all that life has to offer. That day, he scolded you and sent you away. You should know how much he cared. Several times, he went to see you, standing at a distance just to watch you. My mother urged him, but he stubbornly refused to call you home." Memories flooded Enlay's mind as her voice quivered with unshed tears, infused with an indescribable sense of grievance. "Until his passing, you never returned. I hate you, and I hate him. I loathe both of you." At last, Enlay's tears fell freely, and she abruptly stood, grabbing her handbag and rushing out of the CAF. Tian Xingjian stared blankly out the window, watching Enlay's departing vehicle, struggling to comprehend. "Father has passed away." That kind yet stern middle-aged man, the one who had been there for him after his own parents had died, the one who played with 2 children, often panting and slightly overweight, the one closest to him. Has he truly left this world? A wave of sorrow surged through him. Tian Xingjian wept, unrestrained, in the increasingly crowded CAF, tears streaming down his face. He had long regarded that man as his father. Yet he had never had the courage to return, to face the disappointed gaze that held a mix of love and frustration. Why did he depart so quietly? He was nothing but a coward. A timid soul unable to rectify past mistakes. Tian Xingjian sobbed, his voice resonating with a wounded lament. Before the spirit of that kind middle-aged man, he felt utterly ashamed.